means a lot to me to compete here. It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
Riyadh Masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh Masters. What a time it is to be alive for a Dota enjoy. We've gone for the Bali Major to a $15 million tournament. We got TI qualifiers after that, and then TI itself as well. The Dota action continues with the best in the world battling it out. Denog, we've got six streams going on for our entertainment for the playing stage. We're going to be covering the first two series today. Importantly, though, before we get too far underway, how are we doing, my man?
I'm doing well. You know, like you said, there's 6 streams, but this is the D stream, the Dota stream, the Daenerys stream, whatever you want to call it. I'm happy with it, and we got some great Dota on today, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be exciting to see some teams as well battling it out here that we did not get to see at the Bali Major as well. And even with that being said, we had a bit of a patch. So there's a lot that is yet to be determined who's going to be able to make it into the group stages, where we already have some teams waiting, and what those really meta heroes are going to be as well now with this recent patch.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Frog just saw the Bali Major and looked at the 11 most contested heroes and was like, no, not for these next big tournaments. You know, we got to put Morphling in the bin. We got to put Medusa in the bin. They were the 2 real biggest heroes hit by a lot of those changes. You know, a little wet lettuce leaf hit the Doom. Enchantress got a little bit as well, but, you know, it was really the Morphling and the Medusa that were terrorizing a lot of those games, and I'm happy to see how teams are going to be able to adjust to it.
Yeah, without a doubt, which is going to be really the exciting thing to see. And it's going to be, you have to adjust on the fly though, because we have 24 best of 2s just on day one. That is a crazy amount of games that we're going to be covering. Of course, we'll take a look at how it's all set up as well. 6 teams in both Group A and Group B. The top 2 teams of both groups will automatically be seeded into the group stages, but still those other teams will have to battle it out for 4 remaining slots.
I like how that happens, right? Like, as the 3rd to 6th position, there's no one that gets automatically eliminated. It kind of removes that thing of, oh, Group A was the tough one, Group B was the hard one. Well, if you're 6th in Group B and you come up against 3rd in Group A, you've still got a chance. It's just one best of 3 to be able to get through to that group stage. And speaking of the group stage, we can see some of the teams there in Groups A and B. Love seeing every single region represented by those, not invites, but qualification spots. And, of course, once again, all regions represented across Groups A and B for the play-in stage.
Yeah, and how do we feel about these 12 teams that we see at the moment as well? Of course, 6 slots, so half will be able to make it through. Do we want to do kind of some expectations for the teams we are expecting to see make it out?
Top 2, or just...
Let's start with top 2, and then we can do the remaining 4 after.
Let's say Liquid, Asta, Pandas, Beast Coast.
Yep, I'm the same.
For me. And it really does depend. I think it's going to come down to, you know, we cast a lot of different regions, but matchups really do come into the equation once it goes away from best of 2s to best of 3s. And that's what those decider matches are going to be. So, you know, Execration might come up against Extreme Gaming, who they've scrimmed a lot more against because of the relatively close proximity, versus Execration going up against Quest or Secret, for example, where they may have like never played against some of those players on those teams. So it really does go both ways.
Yeah, I'm also like, I was in agreement with, you know, the 2 teams you said for Group A, the 2 teams you said for Group B, and then like those 4 remaining slots, I don't really know where they go. I mean, there's a lot of question marks overall with who else is going to be able to make it out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously there's the fan favorites with OG and Secret really at the forefront there. Execration really carrying the flag for SEA throughout the play-in stage. Virtus.pro, this is the first big international tournament that they've had the chance to go to. You know, you and I were covering Eastern Europe, and it really is BetBoom, 9 Pandas, and Spirit. They're really 3 positions to be able to get to the majors. So love the fact that Virtus.pro are going to have this chance, and they're going to be loving the fact that BetBoom was able to claim that 12th spot for TI, really opening up the pathway for them to be able to qualify through the regionals as well.
Yeah, and let's see what they're going to be playing for along with all the other teams as well. Of course, a $15 million I mean, that just sounds crazy to say. First place is going to get $5 million as well, and every single team at least will be going home with some change, and it's a pretty hefty chunk of change as well. So there's a lot to play for. There's a lot of money on the line. Not only that as well, it's just the fame of being the best, because currently Gaming Gladiators, someone needs to topple these Titans. They are at the top with how many wins now? How many can they continue to rack up? 5 grand total wins of all the championships throughout the year. But that is not the team we're going to be covering. One of their opponents who we've seen a lot so far this year, Team Liquid, are going to be taking on a new look of entity.
Right, new look of entity. I was looking through the Twitch chat, looking through the YouTube chat a little bit prior to the game, and there are a lot of people tuning in specifically to see how Gabby fits into this entity roster. You know, it's a team that, you know, Liquid really are like the dominators of Western Europe, especially when it's within the region. But in their last matchup against Entity, Entity 2-0'd them, and it was in 50 minutes. Like, the whole series took that quick. So it might have just been Liquid kind of resting on their laurels after qualifying for TI, but Entity, they absolutely have something to prove here.
Yeah, I've firstly wishing the best for Gabby as well, considering a C brother. I mean, we had the opportunity to cover this region for they are. I mean, they're going everywhere. FBZ and Armel over to Secret now. You've got Gabby swapping roles, so really excited to see how he's going to be able to perform in a new region, new team, and in a role that we have not seen him play on in the past. We've got to remember as well, I mean, Gabby, he's won ESL, won Hamburg. He's a major winner as well with TNC. So this guy knows how to win. This guy knows how to win without a doubt. He's had some difficult past couple of years, but very excited to see how he is able to perform. And look at this. What do we got?
Stormer with his signature Invoker, by far his most comfortable hero that he's gotten. You know what? When you're opening up a tournament, you just want to go with that absolute comfort. Fishman as well, with the Undying, it's going to be very, very, very stable. Especially against Snapfire. Yeah, Snap's universal, but it just makes the lane incredibly strong. It's going to get Watson into a really good spot. And I have to say, Watson was really spamming out that Morphling and the Medusa. So with those getting hit by the Nerf Bat, I wonder what he's going to go for. You know, I've seen him try out a bit of the Drow in the pubs. I've seen him, obviously his Slark is still exceptional, one of the best in the world. Terrorblade, it's a possibility too. So it really does open up the pool quite heavily. And I'm a little surprised, honestly, that they let Boxy have his Rubik, because the man was popping off at Bali.
Just to continue with the Watson point, I'm really intrigued to see how the dynamic changes with Gabby coming in as well to the 3. Like, does it change Watson's hero pool a little bit? Are they going to draft this hero further to the later stages of the draft, like even 24th, or is that going to be up to Gabby? So, because you just mentioned like some of Watson's better heroes potentially being nerfed where they're not a real possibility, but this guy is a rank 1 player still, and his Smurf is rank 4. So he has the talent. He's got the hero pool. Let's see what he gets to pull out.
We'll see. I mean, we've seen Gabby really not fit too well with some teams in recent times. But I mean, when I think of Gabby, obviously, like you mentioned, 2 major tournaments that he was able to be part of. One a third-party one a DPC major. But also, you just think back to that big puck play that he made, right? Back when he was on Execration. You know, he was just juking and jiving, really making a name for himself as a young, I think he was only 17 at the time. So the man still got it. It's just, how is he going to gel with the rest of the team? Because, you know, Toby's made way for him. And it sometimes can be just an unfortunate instance of the meta doesn't really suit someone at this point in time. And, you know, with those TI calls coming up with the Riyadh Masters, you got to make a change now if you're going to look to try and change things.
Any second phase bans that is a little bit out of the ordinary for you?
I don't really think so. You know, Naga Siren and the Pangolier are absolutely heroes that I still think are going to be very high up there. The Bloodseeker as well. I mean, I think it was already one of the best heroes out there for the carry role, but now especially with the Dusa and the Morphling Bind, it really does push it really up a little bit more in terms of that priority list. So I love seeing it come out. It might even suggest that they're going to go for something a little bit more aggressive with Gabby's hero pool, like I don't know, we've seen him play like an off-lane Razor in the past. He's been playing a little bit in the pubs, just something that's able to continuously run at you, you know?
Yeah.
Broodmother as well, still in the pool. It did receive a bit of nerfs, but
But it did.
I could certainly see Gabby playing it. He is a bit of a greedier style of player, so we'll see what playstyle Entity are going to get out of him.
Yeah, I think one thing as well to potentially look forward to with the upcoming games is like the potential to flex the Beastmaster. As wow, this is a very early Drow. Right, let's screw the Beastmaster. Let's speak about this. So they have kind of protected the Drow a little bit. I mean, Naga, Lycan, Mars banned out as well. You know, some of your decent ways to respond to the Drow. But what do we make of this? Because they're now potentially saving the Snap 5 flex and looking to go for Mickey's hero pretty early on.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd choice. I mean, you are, of course, able to get rid of a bunch of the heroes that are able to get on top of you, right? Most of the time, that's going to be the enemy mid laner in the Invoker, so you don't have that anymore. So Drow's able to sit back fairly easily. No Ember Spirit to have to worry about, no Pangolier, no Lycan, no Mars, no Naga Siren. It feels like a fairly decent pick, but I mean, Kataomi is very capable of playing those sorts of heroes that can go in for the kill, like the Tiny, like the Clockwork. We've even seen him get an occasional, like, Pudge or Spirit Breaker. And use that to really make Drow's life a whole lot more challenging.
Well, I really wonder, I like that you brought up those melee heroes because we were starting to see the Tiny getting played a lot from Tundra. It was at the Bali Major. And, you know, if I look back to Entity when they're at their best, it was when Kataomi was on like melee 4s and so your Tiny's now kind of having a rise. We're not going to see it this game, especially with something like the Beastmaster. But you know, how does that you look in their upcoming games as well?
I think you could. It would be so melee heavy if they did go it. This is the hero that I didn't really want to see, if I'm being perfectly honest. I feel like you're stifling Kataomi's potential with putting him on a hero like a Skywrath Mage. You know, you don't really make plays solo with a Skywrath Mage. You need either an Atos for yourself, which this is pro Dota, you're not going to get the space to do it, or you're going to need to be playing with your Beastmaster and the Invoker in order to make it happen. As another hero coming out here that we don't really see all too often, but they just wanted a hero that's going to be able to stand in front of this Beastmaster and Skywrath and protect the Drow.
Yeah, kind of taking a page out of the book of PCLGD, right? They were really one of the few teams that were showcasing the Elder Titan at the Bali Major and picking up at a decent rate. So
even a bit of Talon from the last Dream League.
Well, what do you? Are there really any big differences with the hero? Because we haven't seen him in quite some time. He still provides a very similar to role than what he's done in the past, right?
I think it's just really about making space for the Drow Ranger, right? Like, you could have possibly gone for something like, I don't know, a Clockwork or something. But, you know, Elder Titan, you might say, scales a little bit better if it does get to the super later stages of the game. And it's really just about making sure that the Drow is always going to be able to be in the position to just sit on the back lines and layer out those volleys and volleys of arrows. And again, they really don't have the catch right now on Entity to be able to make that happen. So I wonder if it is going to be like a Watson Slark that they're going to go for next, a hero that is able to go in onto those back lines and really wreak havoc.
Yeah, you got to be cautious though, because this is a pretty greedy draft from Entity in the way where Stormstormer only plays like Exort Invoker, so he's going to be very passive. You are reliant on the Beastmaster hitting timings, whether that's Scepter, whether that's Helm of the Overlord to be the tempo controller, but he needs time as well. And you already mentioned that the Sky needs to be paired with people, so I'm feeling like you kind of need more of an active hero for Watson, but what are potentially available? I mean,
they're not active, but it's like the Slark or the Faceless Void are the two for mine. Void, Invoker, Tale as Old as Time, right? Yep. Once you get the Chronosphere, you can play along the Skywrath Mage just to get some guaranteed kills as well. So I would really like that. You know, Elder Titan with the Stomp isn't going to be able to save from a lot of those initiations, so I think either are totally fine. And again, they've banned the Bloodseeker, so maybe this is something that they were thinking about from the very beginning.
See, do we make anything of the bans from Entity with the Broodmother and the Legion? Is this potentially signaling what they could be looking for Watson?
Not so much the Broodmother, but the LC also, yes, you can get aggressive with it, but it does provide yet another save for the Drow Ranger. So I think they're really just wanting to make sure that you're not the one getting Roared, you're not the one getting Atos, Ancient Seal, Cold Snap, whatever it is, just be able to give a little bit more space for the Drow Ranger to play a game. Also, you'd have to say probably one of the better melee matchups into even a lane-dominating hero like the Slark.
What is this last ban going to be for Liquid? Sniper currently removed, of course. They're going to get rid of a Phantom Lancer as well. I mean, that is another Watson staple. Would be very, very greedy, but the responses to the PL is very, very limited.
Yeah, really not too many responses available there for sure. I'm also just thinking of what Liquid are going to be able to picking up for. We assume it's going to be Zai's hero last. They did like to prioritize his heroes towards the end of the draft a lot of the time. So is it just going to be, again, another one of these heroes that can stand in front of the Drow? Like, are they going to go for an Underlord? Are they going to go for a Tidehunter? Just more of these heroes that are able to shrug off a lot of the aggression that Entity provides them, and it's actually a TA instead. Okay, they don't really have a lot of damage over time, so it feels like a decent TA game.
So now,
does give Liquid the right of reply, though.
Yes. So now you're looking for, like, your Venos stand down. I mean, Underlord still maybe some armor issues, and being strength, the decay in the lane could be annoying, but overall the game, he's going to be able to provide a lot. Maybe you're looking for a different way to address the Templar Assassin, though?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's really just about, you feel like the Drow can outcarry the TA just as long as she gets the space to do so. So you got to make sure that you're not losing a lot of these towers early on. Like you mentioned, it's an Exort invoke, Storm, so you're going to be pushing towers. You're going to be getting Sunstrikes that allow the Beastmaster to convert that into more push, just things of that nature. And TA bides the Deso as well. So I think it really just has game Guardian Greaves Underlord that they choose to go for, just to be able to get out of the Ancient Seal and things like that. That will be fine for me.
Wait, you think Liquid want to slow the game?
Playing it mid until he's level like 20, right? So I think you need to get to that point. And I think that's what they're just looking to try and make the space to be able to do, because Entity can play incredibly quickly. One other thing that Team Liquid does like to do, and they weren't as lucky to get at this draft, is they love giving Insania and Zai these heroes that just force you to defend a bit more than play on the aggressive. So, the Chens, the Enchantresses, the Lycans, things like that. But they're not going to be able to do it this time around. This is much more of they're on the back foot style of game. So it's going to be like the unstoppable force of Entity going up against the immovable object of this.
All right. Well, we spoke about the Underlord and what it's able to provide. I mean, it's going to be that aura builder to help you kind of ball up, which I'm very concerned that Entity are not going to be able to address early on. So we'll see, man. I do think the safe lane should be pretty strong for Entity, though. Like an Undying TA up against the what is it going to be, a Rubik Underlord as well? Are you also kind of leaning a little bit more to Entity for their safe lane?
Yeah, I would be, for sure. I think the mid lane should go fine enough for Stormer, right? Like, they've even got some potential to make some kills happen on Tanisha if he's not too careful, right? You get Gabby a few of those stacks to be able to play around with. Then he can a few rotations towards mid, get a few kills. It's absolutely possible with the slows, with the amped up magic damage as well that the Ancient Seal is going to provide. So I could see Entity winning this, and again, record really.
Counting being able to rotate to mid, I thought Liquid can do the exact same thing in regards to, you're going to have like AT Rubik collapsing on the lane with Mortimer Kisses around 6 minutes in, and we all know Invokers is like having people up in your face. So I think we're going to need to see how the first 5 minutes go on the side lanes, and then if supports will be freed up to be able to make those rotations to help Nisha and help Stormer out.
Yeah, for sure. I much prefer this draft from Liquid. I have greedy, being able to just win every single lane. This at least gives them an out, Like the Snapfire is able to be a bit more of that playmaker than the Sniper and the Lone Druid that they tried against Gaming Gladiator.
Let us see. First game overall of the Riyadh Masters playing. And these teams, it's a big day for these teams as well. Liquid playing 5 24 best of twos for the entirety of today. So there is a lot of
everyone's playing 5. They just play the 1 tomorrow and then the decider if they need to. So it's it's a long day of Dota for these guys.
It is indeed. So we have in store for us, Stormstormer already has the Exort leveled up, so like we were expecting, a Grandmaster from him. We spoke a little bit about the patch notes. Are we surprised that Blood Grenade was not touched? Because I'm already looking at a couple Blood Grenade enjoyers from either side.
I'm a little surprised, right? It needs a hero that has no slows can suddenly just get one and allow it to be so much more capable of, chasing people down and getting kills is pretty damn significant for me.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that's the big thing a lot of people have mentioned is just previously you never had kill threat, and now you have an item that costs 65 gold, which gives you some kill threat. It's definitely a crazy thing indeed. Looks like there's no real contention. Mika and Kataomi kind of gone back and forth.
Kataomi, 3 seconds TP on this Skarath Mage to be able to start things off. Maybe that 50 HP from the Blood Grenade is going to do him a nice service, but looks like he'll be able to get away. The other thing, I'm not sure if it's still in the game. I haven't tested it since 7.33e, but Liquid, they are renowned for saying we play dishonorable Dota. And the thing that I want to see out of Insania is he going to put the Astral Spirit through the Twin Gate and get it moving across the entire map to get all of that extra?
Just the persona that he's putting up. He's just trying to make the interviews a little bit spicy.
Bro, they were renowned Brood, Lone Druid, Brood, did I say Broodmar? Huskar pickers, they'll do a lot of cheesy stuff to be able to make it work. Not quite Tundra level with AUI, cutting waves with his Visage Familiars just in front of their tier 3 towers. But you know what? If Liquid are going to be able to make something like that happen, I can see Insania trying it with the Astral Spirit.
What's going on? I know. So we do have a pause just to keep everyone aware of what's going on. But Entity, they are spamming Zeus ult now. So already we see the spam, the voice lines going in for the Entity camp. So at least they're in happy moods.
I mean, I've stayed at that hotel that they're in Riyadh. It is very nice. So it is the pool, the food, very, very luxurious stuff that they've got to be able to play with. So comfort is certainly 50 degrees with basically zero humidity. It's so hot.
I can only imagine that it would be very, very uncomfortable with how hot it is, especially outside.
Make sure the comms are there with the what's that? Uh-oh. Easy. Pause patch.
What? Is there a patch out actually?
8. What did you want to see if there is an 8.0 patch? I'm going to put it on you right now.
Well, we know 7.3.
10th anniversary patch is happening.
Well, we know 7.34 is happening right before TI, so that's a pretty big one. But what happens with that? I don't know. Like, we've already got a map change. I'd like to see maybe watches changed a little bit, what they do to it. I have not thought that far into it, but they do kind of feel like a bit of a meh thing. Maybe the outposts as well, kind of, there doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of value, but they would really be the only things I'd look at for a map change overall. Maybe Universal Heroes looked at slightly too, but what are you thinking?
I mean, there's still the change that I really want to happen with the Tormentor moving a bit closer towards that mid lane. It doesn't feel quite as bad as it did when the patch first came out, but I still feel like mid needs to be prioritized a little bit more in terms of importance. You just get so much value out of playing these side lanes these days. So just moving another key objective a bit closer to that mid lane might do just that.
It does feel like it's a wasteland now. It's people will venture into it here and there, the brave ones, but the side lanes is what we look forward to. At least we still get to see some crazy battles break out from some of the best mid laners in the world.
I mean, we can see, look at what the ward setup is like right now. It's all towards when the rotations can potentially come from Liquid in particular. Undying is not going to leave this lane. He is there to dominate. He is there to make sure that Zai has a little bit of a harder time. in this lane just by spamming out those decays, and if occasionally they can go for a kill, they'll look to do it. But even just Watson going for that early point in the meld refraction with this Underlord being picked up early levels really doesn't have a ton of value.
I didn't actually know he had that high starting armor. I thought it was much lower than 5, so Jesus. So at least, I mean, meld reduces by 5 as well, but that is one of the big strengths with the Templar Assassin, with just the early reduction in armor. So, I mean, even Rubik's got 5 to start as well. So honestly, both these heroes are pretty decent with being able to address that.
Yep. Gabby, I mean, he's already got the Helmet of the Dominator queued up, all those stats as well. I mean, that's a big reason why the 5 armor exists on the Underlord, because he's got 3 branches to be able to start things off. So just that little bit, bumping up a bit further.
I was when the draft was going on, I was trying to start a point on the Beastmaster for Entity, and now we got time. I can go back to it. It was I'm pretty sure it was the last Dream League 20, where we saw Entity. Really, the games that they looked very good on was actually someone. And I know Gabby's been playing it a decent amount in pubs. If he can have success on the offlane Beastmaster, then all of a sudden, you know, this could be very scary that Entity can now play it mid and you can play it offlane as well. Because again, that was really a hero that Stormer just completely took over games. Like every single game. It makes it a little bit more difficult to draft up against him with the potential of him to play it along with Stormer.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, just in some of my notes beforehand, I had this written down. You know, I want to see Entity first picking that Beastmaster or getting it as early as possible. They didn't this time around. It was able to slip through the second phase, which, I mean, you mentioned Stormer really bossing up on the Beastmaster. Him on his Invoker is probably even better. Yeah. So the fact that they've been able to get both is a big tick for them. It's part of the reason why I was saying that Entity have a really good shot of potentially winning this game. I mean, the priority for them is just be able to play around that level 6 timing on both Skywrath and the Beastmaster and use it to try and net kills onto the Underlord, because that opens up so much of their tower taking potential.
Yeah. And it's going to be up to skill, though, for Stormer, right, to be able to land these Sunstrikes, because you don't really have a whole lot of setup. I mean, maybe
Blood Grenade, bro.
Yeah, blood. Oh, sure. How could I ever forget how good, stupidly strong the Blood Grenade is for it to buff it up? So I mean, yes, of course, the classic Roar, but apart from that, I mean, maybe Concussive Shot and Blood Grenade is enough, but really, it's just going to be up to the pure skill from Stormer to be able to land these stun strikes, and it's very important for an Exort Invoker to be able to get them as well. Like, this is a hero that again plays very slow, like around the mid of the farm the jungle. You sit where the a bit more and those help out with and just even it's earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, instead opting for Crest, just reason actually not a team Radiant just because of how to be taking Roshan. So, you know, by the time that it goes back to nighttime and Roshan moves up, taking that tier 1 tower, and you're in this sort of area, and I mean, with a TA, with Inner Beast Aura, with a Solar Crest, you're wanting to be able to take that Roche and play early to try and push up onto that high ground before it's too late.
Yeah, that was the one thing I noticed as well with today when I was looking at kind of the sides of who was favored, because for a long time we have had like either Radiant or Dire has been a little bit more favored for the other, and screw that, even like first pick and second pick. But right now it is super even, man. Like very, very even between both first pick, second pick, and Radiant and Dire, which that's got to be a good thing, right? Where you don't have as much priority put. It would be very then situational on the team and their matchup versus X team and maybe the style of draft they're looking to run.
Yeah, I mean, imagine so. I still personally, you know me, I'm a second pick enjoyer. I just feel like it gives your draft so much more versatility, especially in this period, like directly after even a somewhat minor patch that will shake up the meta, just with a bunch of heroes so no longer being as viable.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really like second pick, and just with the importance that it's able to put on the lanes. But we are back into the game. No pause for us to continue to worry about. So With that going on, are there any kind of lanes? Actually, mid in particular, very cute.
That's the
Yes, all right, we can keep our eye here. So, Storm someone used a Sunstrike to try and secure the range creep. Instantly, Nisha looked to put the pressure on, so hence why both these heroes have fallen kind of low.
Third time's the charm with the pause. Gotta make sure this pause patch, it's just too much. But
Ooh, FPS. Oh no.
I've got a potato PC, but certainly not 2 FPS level. Hopefully it gets all resolved. And you know what? Start of the tournament, this thing always happens. Name me a tournament where there hasn't been any sort of issues at the very start.
None.
There's not one.
It's bound to happen.
Localized tournament, I'm sure. the pinnacle of professionalism.
Oh, come on, dude. What is better than a Australian Dota tournament? They live exactly right. Shoeies on deck. Instead of free beers, it's free shoeies, and then and now we're talking. Now we're looking good. Games get fun to watch after a couple shoeies.
I mean, we were at the Bali Major. We didn't do shoeies, but it was flowing. How was Bali, by the way? Just you went on a little bit of a trip. Did you have a good amount of time? I saw that you're a bit of a tan, but I'm sure you had a good time outside.
Bali is a very, very lovely place. Got to I was supposed to go to Gili Islands, and then when we were looking to try and cross the ferry, they closed them down. So no, I didn't get to go to Gili Islands, but no,
it's a
Bali,
safety thing though, right?
Yeah, it was safety, and honestly, it was probably glad I didn't go, because maybe they would have closed them when I was trying to leave, and then wouldn't have caught my flight, then wouldn't be casting, could have been disaster. But
you would have missed me too much. I agree.
Exactly right. That's why I just wanted to come home. But no, Bali's a lovely place, and dude, every Indonesian is so freaking lovely. They're so nice, man.
The food was the best for me. I just ate so much over there, probably gained another couple of kilos, but I don't care. After this, that's time for being able to try and stay fit, because I was not doing it in that 80% humidity, that's for sure.
I hit the gym up a couple times. I was impressed.
It was air conditioned though.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Well, props to you then, actually.
Gotta do what you gotta do. I somehow lost weight over there as well, with all the piss that I was drinking. I don't know. I was quite surprised. I came home like, hey, I lost weight. What's going on?
And the mixed nuts that we were having all throughout the tournament as well.
So
we got to get those locally.
We do, because over the event, I was stashing those nuts, because again, I knew I was going to be traveling for a little bit afterwards. So at the end of the day, I'd grab a couple of the nuts, the sponsor food that was there for the major, and I just pile it up, put them in my travel bag for some adventures, and I tell you, they did come in handy. I wish we had them in Australia.
You know, we got plenty of good food here, though.
We do. I don't even, how would you even describe it? Because of course, unfortunately, some people weren't able to experience the beautiful pleasure it was to eat them.
I mean, it was just peanuts with like a coating of, like kind of like a chip, like a potato chip, sort of like one of those more crunchy ones. But it was like dusted with garlic powder. It was really nice.
Oh, stop, man! I went through so many packets.
You're going through withdrawals right now.
Oh my god, they were oof. Don't even get me started. That was some yummy stuff right there.
When did you get that jumper that you're wearing right now, by the way? Just because, I know you're a bit of a liquid simp, and it is a Naruto reference, and they are pretty big on the Naruto and the anime for themselves. They lean into that at every opportunity that they can. I know when we were casting that game during last TI, was it group stage or last chance qualifier?
It was group stage, yeah, Liquid OG.
With like an hour and a half break in between, and they just started talking Tiger and Insania mostly about who on each team would be each character in Naruto. And he's like, you'd be Sasuke, I'd be Jiraiya, blah, 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 blah. They called someone Amar Itachi or something like that. But anyway, you've got Sasuke and Itachi on your jumper. Where did you get it, and were you inspired by the Liquid Boys?
No, I just thought it looked kind of cool. and that's a
Anime's
big
cool
jumper.
now.
So I didn't say that. I didn't say. I said it looked cool.
One of us.
But I got it from Culture Kings, which is, I mean, people from Australia would know. So, but yes, no, I'm not one of us. I'm not a weeb. I am ever so slowly, potentially getting converted. But no, I'm not there just yet. I'm not on the. That is the dark side. The dark side is anime.
I mean, just have a look at Mikkei's profile picture. By the way, he's got Blitz making the pose
funny.
from Shikamaru. That's the pose that he uses whenever he tries to think. And Mikkei's pub name is Minato, which is the name of the 4th Hokage, which is like the leader of the village as well.
What are you saying right now? See,
I'm saying the law, bro.
This is some weeb shit. This is too far. We're going too far down.
Well, I'm sorry, but your fanboy crush in Team Liquid, they are all into Naruto far more than me. I don't change my name to this sort of thing, or wear the clothes, by the way, that you're doing.
I just wear it because it looks cool. That's it.
I mean, it looks cool. I agree.
I mean, I didn't even know it was a Naruto jumper.
Bull. You knew it was anime. You look at that Jiraiya coming through for who's that? Insania. Yeah, figured.
I bet
he's Naruto's mentor, by the way.
They probably all have. Watson has some weave photo.
That's from Blue Lock. Blue Lock is a soccer anime. Would recommend.
Gabby's got one. Has Katomi got one?
No, he's got one of Toby. So just giving him a little bit of love.
Man, it's just there's
taken over, man.
I was gonna say there's too many weebs, but then I know like a vast majority of the Dota community is weebs, and I don't want to remove some of my potential fans if
Oh, you think you've got fans now?
Come on, dude. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
The Aries Nation.
Hey, did you get any photos with anyone at Bali?
I did actually.
Ah, shit.
That's right.
That's still quite a nice feeling.
One autograph though, only one autograph.
Yeah, some guy asked for mine. Sorry, man, I haven't done this in a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Zai kind of bucks the trend of all this weebness as well. Well, I don't know if it counts as weeb, but his profile picture is of a guy called Admiral Yi. Like that's what his name, his pub name translates to, and it's just like I want to say a Korean general, maybe. I'll have to look that up. I want to say it's a Korean general that like won some he for victories over the Japanese Navy during the Imjin War in the Joseon Dynasty. Try and say that 3 times.
Do you, what's the inspiration then for Zai to have the photo and the name as well?
I don't know. Wait, you think I know everything that there is to know about Liquid? I have heard though that there is a vlog coming up of their Bali major in a day or two, so make sure you check that out on their YouTube.
Some other pretty good content that the teams have been putting up as well, which is going to be exciting. So hopefully that continues with the with now the Riyadh Masters.
Entity did their tier list as well as a full team. They were asked about TSM, and you know the tier list went from S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and Gabby asked if they could put them in G, a tier below F. So that's
Gabby, come on.
Not feeling too good about that one, Gabby.
Man,
but they said G for Gabby. G for Gabby.
You got to have some confidence to do that, man. That's kind of crazy. If you don't even make it out of the play-ins and you're doing that, I don't know. That's as a player making. I mean, it's a little bit of content, but as a player making a tier list, you better be feeling yourself. Otherwise, that is going to come back up.
I mean, he's a European player now. You know, he's not one of us from Southeast Asia. Until Entity start doing well, then of course we'll reclaim him. But they were asked about him to rank the C teams as the resident expert, and he just said, "Let's put them all in F except for Talon." So, there is no love lost. But we know Gabby; he's a known troll, so he's just having a bit of fun, bit of banter.
Yes, bit of fun, bit of banter indeed. Let's we did some expectations for the play-in teams. How about just the teams overall for Riyadh Masters once we get to, kind of the group stages and the final placements as well? Do you kind of have a couple in mind?
Well, I've done my own content piece with well, not a content piece. I just did a freaking tier list, but I have Gaiman and BetBoom in the grand finals. Late playoff is Liquid Tundra Talon. Mid playoff LGD Astra and Beast Coast. Early playoff exit Shopify Spirit Pandas and Quest. Group stage eliminated EG, OG, Secret, and Extreme, and eliminated in play-ins Entity, TSM, Execration, and Virtus.pro. I will say I could switch Extreme and Entity. I think Entity could advance and Extreme could get eliminated. And I could switch EG and Quest just because of that change up where Amar isn't playing for Quest anymore, and EG could potentially make it up to the playoffs, and Quest could get eliminated in the groups.
Yeah, I really wonder how it's going to impact Quest with Amar not being there, because I know he's very, very vocal with every team that he's in. I think he was a big reason why they were able to have such a dominant run throughout the major as well. I was just so incredibly impressed with his potential to be able to improve his hero pool. I mean, that was always the biggest critique I'd say of him, was that he just didn't have the wide range of heroes to be able to play, those meta heroes that were really popular, but he's been able to pick them up, and really excited where he goes next as well. It's unfortunate we're not going to see him here at the Riyadh Masters, because it's a very, very talented player that he is. But of course, Quest, they got a lot of talented players as well, so...
Oh, there we go.
No.
He's talking about anime. Let's go. It started. So, for those that aren't aware, Blue Lock is good. Yeah, there we go. There's the endorsement from Insania. It's basically like a battle royale, but for soccer. So they take like 100 16-year-olds and they put them into this intense training facility, and they get eliminated in stages. And the plus side is, if you win, you get to be like Japan's next striker. And for everyone else that loses, apparently, you can never play soccer for Japan again. So it's like a really big deal, high stakes, and the animation's super cool too.
Is that you've obviously watched it all?
I've read it. I haven't really watched that much of it.
Do we agree with what Insane you said, that it would be some old coach watching them train?
I could see him being like one of the defenders. There's a guy that comes in a bit later on down the track who's he's a cool guy. So I could see it being this guy. You'll know him when you see him. He's got a little bit of beard scruff.
Okay.
And it's all about ego. That's basically the thing for Blue Lock. It's surprising to me that like one of the supporters of Blue Lock is a support, because it's all about like, I'm the carry, I'm going to do everything myself, screw everyone else, I'm the focus of the team. And that really goes away from like most support mentalities.
Are you spoiling the show right now?
No, that's literally what's drummed into them every single day. Like, the reason that Japan, this is the anime's words, doesn't do well on the main stage, gets eliminated at like round of 16 at the World Cup, is that they've got great structure, great fundamentals, but no one has like the confidence to say, I'm the one. Are we good?
Are we good?
Let's see.
Hang on, no pause straight away. We gotta wait like 10 seconds. We're doing alright.
Top side. Let's not wait though. Gabby might die.
Gabby might die indeed if Mickey can continue to get the slows off, which he can. Katomi tries to push back the dry range up, but it was not enough as Liquid pause.
They're able to get that kill off the back of, wouldn't you know it, the blood grenade, giving ET, who already has that extra movement speed off of the Astral Spirit, the ability to catch up. I think Mickey only had to land the one frost arrows as well, just to be able to hold him into place. So very nicely done there by Insania, just securing the lane for Mickey on his drow.
Yeah, and I was going to say exactly. Boots actually pick up. He's gone for the Band of the Elverskin and the Cells. So I was going to say, with that extra Boots movement speed, it would make it easier for them to be able to chase down further kills. But just want some extra. Bottom, Fishman in some danger. Watson's going to look to step in as well. Look at the damage, Boxy. Oh my lord, couple of hits, some spells from Fishman. It's a punish.
Gotta be very careful. I mean, it might just be a little bit of a delay now for movements forward on Fishman, unless they're going to go for a build. The case doesn't quite have enough for the tombstone.
Stormer, you filthy man. That's what we were saying. He's got to be on point. The skills of his Invoker, one of the best out in these Sunstrikes, and his first one on the mark.
The Band of Elven Skin delivered on Mickey, so he's going to be able to put in a lot of this harass. Again, Gareth Mage, one of the big weaknesses is that you are fairly squishy if they are able to get in on top of you. So right now, Insania, now he's got the Windlace, he's got the full magic wand to be able to play around with as well. He's actually doing the thing that most of the time you don't do. You want this camp to be blocked up as much as possible, but he just wants as many creeps as he can to use that Astral Spirit for.
He blocked it, right? Or is that unblocked? Is the sentry in? Might be out.
I think it's just out. I swear he did it. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me.
What's going on in the river? Nisha? Gonna try and be a bit of an issue to Stormer. He can continue with the damage if he wants to. Man, Stormstormer incredibly low at the moment. And without the mana, it's going to be difficult for him to contest. Nisha might be able to get the kill. Lacking some spells.
Nisha doesn't have the mana. That's the thing. He's constantly watching Nisha's mana pool. He would know that he doesn't have anything like the power treads or anything like that. And no way to regenerate that mana. So as soon as he got enough of the Scatter Blast, he just started to back.
Bottom lane, Fishman. Oh, they got him. Fade Bolt from afar. Watson's going to be forced to fight underneath the Firestorm. It's going to be the zombies that actually get the kill, and they're continuing to stack up onto Boxy as well. So in the end, a 1-for-1 trade. Watson gets all the experience as well. Meanwhile, Kataomi denies himself as well.
Yeah, I think they got both of the water runes controlled as well. So Stormstormer, obviously playing the Invoker, you don't really need to have a bottle for this. You just get enough regen off of the boss when you're not actively looking to harass. And you can see he's gone the Null Talisman and the Infused Raindrops just for a little bit of that mana regeneration. So it's really just about denying Nisha's ability to harass him out. And now, even if he does with those Raindrops, it's going to be pretty ineffective. So Stormstormer, as expected, Grandmaster on the Invoker. He's doing very well in this mid lane.
We are kind of getting to the stage there where we need to be looking to these supports to start to rotate. I mean, you already mentioned with the water runes, but really, I mean, Nisha with his level 6. That's going to be what Liquid are looking for to potentially be able to slow down this Invoker. So probably about a minute away from that.
Naomi put a lot of emphasis onto that previously without giving up his life. Getting that deny onto the neutrals, and it doesn't seem like they'll be able to put too much harassment in onto Insania. Actually get a kill on the bottom side onto the Rubik, but yeah, with that Windlace, with a very healthy magic wand, with that 2 points in the Astral Spirit, he's got plenty of movement speed.
Not just another kill, it's also another Sunstrike kill. So this is very close to the hand of Midas for Stormstormer. It's going to be great timing.
Would have been even greater if he was able to keep that sentry alive in the mid lane, get rid of the Fresh Observer Ward placed down by Nisha, which I'm not sure if he saw just because it is nighttime. It has a little bit of that reduced vision on his side of the river, so might still be able to maintain that for the next little bit.
These are rotations, though. First power rune spawning of the game. Gonna be a little bit too late to the party on Sania. Shield rune will spawn top, though. Fishman. Oh, they're actually just gonna use the kisses for the Undying. Alright, so happy with getting the kill, putting the ultimate on cooldown, gets a little bit of chip damage into the Invoker as well.
Really just forcing Zai back further and further. Watson's doing a great job in this lane so far. Oh, even gets the side blades hit onto him, cancelling the salve that he had running. So once again, showing why he is ranked #1.
It's off to a great start. Really continuing to slow down the last hit to Zai. Do you have a rotation coming out top lane? It's like Fishman's going to try and go through the portal. Gabby's pretty tanky with his Helm of the Iron Will. BK's going to be in some danger. They got the Tombstone to continue the dive, and it sets up for the Sunstrike as well. Mickey chased under the tower, but a great rotation from NCD. That's with the catapult timing as well, so this tower should take a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, they make sure on Gabby to soak up a couple of those hits. He's already got the Helm of Iron Will, so he's able to retain that for this next little bit. Downside is they give up both Wisdom runes, but with the amount of kills that they're getting specifically on Stormstormer, I think they're generally okay with it. This is a 7-minute Midas that he's been able to claim for himself, and perfect timing as well to use it right after the neutrals are able to spawn for him, so instantly gets one for himself.
Fishman might go down top lane. Once Insane is able to get the damage out, he just does so much by himself. I was watching Mick get kind of tickle the Undying, and then once Insane was able to get plenty out of the Astral, it was an easy kill for them to find. So still the kills are even, but I have to say Entity are super happy with this early game.
I would say so as well. I mean, the real thing that they're basically playing for now is when can we get the Helm of the Dominator, and where can we look to make kills around level 6 on Gabby, plus the Sunstrike to enable us to actually take this tower and force Mickey out of the lane as much as possible.
Mickey's actually got a Midas queued up as well, so...
Makes sense against the Beast.
Okay.
Never.
To slow that down, but I mean, you got to get fairly close to be able to use that Midas as well, so it has to be mindful of that. Insania, he's got a good amount of damage.
Maybe with Fishman here, they can turn it around. With the connection with the Sunstrike. Still, it's not going to be an easy kill. They're going deeper into Liquid's territory. Even a Tombstone used as well, but Liquid trying to converge on the area. So that's going to use his first Fiend's Gate of the game. Not to any success. Oh, well, actually, Fishman's still here. He crossed the river. And he's going to be punished for that. Nisha gets the kill. Is rewarded with a little bit of gold. They might be able to get the hard stack as well.
Oh, that'd be huge. Got this one scouted out. They know they're even going to get a D-ward off at the same time. And that's the downside of these Entity heroes. You're not really that good at taking team fights. It's all about pick-off and being able to go into the next. And Insania, he's picked you up.
Do they just collapse on Gabby? They're thinking about it. It's going to be a long wraparound. Then, screw it. Let's just run through the tower. Where'd he go? Kisses too. What is this? Gabby's like, are you serious? 5 heroes along with an ultimate? Come on, guys.
Plus side, of course, for Entity, you did have TA and Invoker both farming completely freely for the past minute and a half. So they were able to shove the lanes in a little bit. Not too much damage done to either tower, but like I said, complete free farm, and that's exactly what Stormstormer wants.
Yep. And what are we expecting the item build's going to be for Watson as well with he too free farming? You know, he's got the Dragonlance at the moment queued up. Is going to be like an earlier blink just to be a little bit more active this game, or is he going to try and play his own like farming style?
I think the blink is fine. It's really just going to be someone else's call, right? If they feel like they can look to get active because of the farm that Gabby's able to get, I mean, that kill sets him back a fair way, right?
Look at this. Stormstormer and Fishman getting super active early on. 10 minutes in, an invasion into Liquid's jungle, and unfortunately for the Vanguard, it's not enough. It did take them quite a while to get the kill, though. So Box is able to step in. Looks like Fishman's just going to try and put his body on the line and enable Stormstormer to retreat away safely.
You're fairly happy with that, though, right? Big rotation away. Gabby gets a little bit more farm. He's now up to level 7. Don't quite have that level 6 on Kataomi because of the double wisdom runes that they lost previously, so they're just giving him a ton of this farm in the mid lane to make sure that he does get up to that, especially with Stormstormer having the start that he's had. He could very easily take the jungle and just give a lot more of that XP over to Kataomi. So I think level 6 on the Sky, plus the soul, plus the Medallion, that's really the timing that they're going for.
This could be a pretty scary next couple of minutes, though. You just have the Atos completed. What an easy way to be able to set up for the Astral Spirit into Echo Stomp. So kind of anyone that shows it, we're going to see that be the case right now. Instantly onto Stormstormer. They're a little bit messy with the spell combo, but it's not going to matter. The kill is secured. And now Zai, he's looking to cut off the path as well. Forge Spirits is still bringing Nisha down, but he survives on 15 health. Snapfire gets out of danger, but Insania will be cut off inside their own jungle, so we're 1 for 1, but of course Liquid will be happy with that.
Anytime that you can trade a core for a support, you're pretty happy with the overall outcome. This mid lane isn't with any significant creep, so no siege creep to be able to continue to push in. You don't have significant minus armor as well, with Watson still wanting to make sure that he gets into that blink. I mean, he needs blink, BKB, and the Desolator this game, but I feel like you can get active with just the blink and the BKB. You know, there's so much that they've got be able to hold you in your tracks, and your job is basically just to confirm the blow up onto Zai.
It seems like they've read it as well. Liquid, they're starting to rotate 2 heroes down. They might be just a little bit too late to be able to protect their Underlord. And now even Fishman's nearby as well, just to be able to offset this attempt at some revenge. The Stormstormer is still looking to try and play aggressive. Nisha gets a cookie out, and Stormstormer just gets blown up from the combo, and Nisha now addresses the Tombstone and can look for some heroes, because Mickey, he's come to the portal, but Mickey He's overestimated how tanky he truly is, and now Gabby's going to get involved as well. It's every single hero down at the bottom side of the map, but it's going to be Entity that will reign supreme in this skirmish. It's a 4-for-1 exchange.
A 4-for-1 exchange, and they still top the top tower with Gabby's creeps at the same time. So Zai, he TP'd up there to be able to deal with it, and you just didn't have that big, beefy frontliner that I was calling for throughout the entire draft, right? It just shows how quickly Drow can be squished like a bug if she's just in the wrong position at the wrong time, and she was just surrounded by all those Entity heroes, which at a 3k gold swing in favor of Entity?
Yep, 3k gold swing. What a good start it looked like as well for Liquid. I mean, Stormstormer gets blown up, playing a little bit too far on the front line. That's 2 deaths in a row for him, but man, this is, we saw the response was there, and now you're going to have a little bit of breathing room for the boys on Entity. Next couple of minutes, could find these next set of items to be able to contest the Liquid ball up that they're probably looking to have very shortly.
Mm-hmm. That was a stolen Sunstrike that was able to help confirm the kill onto Stormstormer as well by Boxy. So really, once again, showing why he is a great Rubik player.
Dude, he's level 8.
He is. I mean, again, that double Wisdom rune really paid dividends, and it's almost 14 minutes. So I think this time around, Entity are wanting to make sure that they retain that for themselves. Of course, they can just look to protect Watson as he takes this Ancient Stack at the same time. They don't exactly have the strongest tower push right now on Liquid. So it's going to take a little while for them to be able to take down this bottom tier 1. If Entity even care about them doing so, they might just look to converge in onto mid.
Yeah, maybe put some pressure on the tower. I mean, continue getting space across the map. Like we said, this is still a lineup that does take a little bit more items to hit your spike, so it seems like they really don't care about contesting the bottom side of the map.
I mean, it's not where they want to play, right? It's the thing that I mentioned with playing on the Radiant side, right? Roshan, he's still going to be chilling down here for the next 30 seconds, but with that top tower taken, if they're able to take mid as well, that really opens up the whole top third of the map, Entity to just claim as their own. You've also got the Psionic Traps that you can look to play with, you've got the Inner Beast Storer, just the 1 point in it, but that Helm of the Dominator nearly finished up the Vlads. Roche will melt.
Very nice hawk from Gabby. Was able to scout out the multiple TPs mid. So they're going to be able to play accordingly here for Entity. This will give them some information as well that those teleports were used. So whether they want to try and look for a play through the portal, they want to try and set up underneath the Observer Wardle. They're kind of holding hands at the moment. 3 heroes towards this top side of the map.
How they want to play though, right? They've got those ultimates at the ready. They've got the Roar available. They just want to make sure that they've got command over this area. You can see instantly pinging out Roche as soon as he settles.
This could be a scary spot to fight, though. It doesn't look like Liquid have read it just yet. But you got it for Entity. If this Roche doesn't die fast enough and there's a die lineup to contest it, it could be dangerous. But looks like they're on the ball. Should be able to take it at a fast enough rate.
And they're under reward as well at the same time. So they know they have the confidence to fully commit onto it. And there we go. Nice early Roshan. Exactly what a TA draft is playing for.
Gonna smoke to try and take the fight as well.
Yep.
Mickey's not going to be involved in this team fight. It's a 5v4. But the call is going to be for Liquid. It's a pretty good stomp from Zai, but look at Stormstorm with the wrap around the tornado. Onto 3 with the meatball as well. Now they can rotate around the corner as Watson's in with the cleanup. But still, it's not going to be enough as Gabby finds the finishing blow. It's going to be a 3-for-1 once again, favoring Entity. And that was all set up thanks to Stormstormer's spell casting.
All set up thanks to the ward. I mean, that Fishman ward inside of this area around the outpost is just doing a phenomenal amount of work. Scouting out the early movements, making sure that they were very comfortable to just full-on commit to that Roche rather than take that extra couple of seconds. And then they saw that Mickey had moved away as well. So they were just like, all right, let's go in. You know, we're happy to kill him, but if he's just not here, he's not going to be able to have the level of impact to be able to provide the damage. It really feels like unless Boxy gets an amazing steal, they're lacking damage until Mickey truly joins in. The positive side is, though, only 850 gold away.
Zai? Going back to the portal! Can he make... Okay, he made it. Alright.
Crimson Guard finish. Going to protect him a little bit, I guess, but it really does feel like... What does he even need? Does he want, like, maybe a Lotus Orb is the next item for him? Just to be able to... Either that or Greaves. You know, I want him to have a way to be able to get out of this silence, to be able to get out of Cold Snap and the like, be able to reflect Beastmaster Roar. I mean, honestly, the Lotus Sword probably gives a little bit more of that armor component just because you do have this Solar Crest and a TA with Gesso running at your face.
Yeah, I do wonder what route he's going to go down, because he's definitely been the hero that's struggled, I think, the most this game overall from all the cores. I mean, we see his bottom of the net worth there for them, so how much gold is he going to be able to play this game with kind of the start that he's had? So he's going to have to be kind of pretty on point with the item decision, as we see, well, from Stormstormer, it's at Octarine. So Midas Octarine, this dude is going to be farming at a rapid rate.
I think he's about ready to fight right now. There's really no need to go back to the farming route. This is the draft that you picked. It is an aggressive one. And Entity, they're executing it to perfection right now. You know, the lanes probably went slightly better for Liquid than they were expecting, but Entity very, very happy with how the mid game has ended up.
And what do we think they can get out of the last 2 minutes here for the Ages? You thinking about maybe this bottom tier 2, or even looking to take another tower across the map?
I'd love the bottom tier 2. You know, it makes taking the Tormentor, it makes taking the Wisdom Rune a whole lot easier. I mean, there's plenty of spaces for Gabby to be able to set up a Hawk to the left or the right side. Just depends on how many wards they've got to be able to play around with. And you've got a mech, you've got Solar Crest, you've got all of your spells off cooldown. This is a lineup that can just keep going.
And they would do just that. Tier 2 tower gets claimed. Now, do they want to stick around, potentially even poke the high ground and just wait for that Tormentor to be up along with the Wisdom Rune? It will force Liquid back.
I want to see him force a Glyph, and then if they can back off after that, I think they're going to be very satisfied on Entity, because then they can much more easily take all of those outer towers and still potentially make an advance. There we go.
This is scary, though.
They're happy. I think they can back off entirely, to be honest. They might just take away one more set of creeps from the Liquid side of the map and then look to retreat, fix the lanes a little bit. You can see Stormstormer, he's the one to back off. And he knows that they're going to be trying to do this on Liquid as much as possible, because when you commit 5 people onto one lane, it leaves another area of the map for them to be able to farm. The Boots of Travel, one of the better responses for it.
It's like they are going to start to head back to bottom as well for Entity. Watson will show on the lane. Now, do you contest this side of the map, though, for Liquid, with Aegis still up for another 45 seconds?
I think they just want to make sure they don't lose their high ground, right? Oh, Boxy, he has to be very careful here.
Might lose Insania as well. First off, get some separation, but with Mystic Flare is going to be laid down. Boxy should be killed off at the Defender's Gate, unless Insania has something else to say about it. Vesper's going to try and fly on out, but the follow-up damage is just lacking at the moment, with Mickey along with Nisha on the opposite side. Wanted nothing to do with that engagement, so just be the kill onto Boxy, but they will lose the Tormentor.
So with Watson, he's got the Blink Dagger finished up, right? That's how he was able to confirm that kill onto Boxy, but it took him so much longer than he was probably expecting, just because of the neutral item choice of both Rubik and the Elder Titan. They've both gone for Gossamer Capes, one of the best neutral items that you could possibly go against a TA. A 4-second cooldown, you're just able to completely shrug off a huge portion of that instant blow-up damage. Just want to keep hanging around here until that Wisdom Rune spawns. You're going to yoink it away and probably then get out of dodge, look to play around, once again, those tier 2 towers. There's really nothing protecting tier 2 mid or top, other than just the lanes being shoved out relatively well. Without Watson being there, there's no way they can siege onto the high ground, so much more of an area denial.
Dude, that's so much damage. Now I'll get Boxy as well. Stormstormer nearby to be able to drop some of the spells. Looks like they're a little bit hesitant, though.
They can't go with a TA, right? That's the thing. Like, TA is your big burst damage that you have. You've got a lot of setup. You've got a lot of, like, bring them down to half, but Watson's the killing blow.
8,000 net worth lead, though, Entity. Well, all they needed was that Aegis ever since they were able to get it. I mean, they took some pretty decent fights beforehand, let's be real as well. I mean, you very much praised the ward setup that they had to enable that, but ever since they had this Aegis, this net worth lead has not looked back from there. So does it ever get to a stage where we feel like Liquid are really worried with the status of this game? Or is this a lineup that can, if they can stall this out, because they do have very good tower defense and high ground defense as well, but are they going to be able to combat Entity as this game goes on?
Oh, absolutely they will be able to. The big things that they're playing for is Snapfire getting up into that level 20, right? You see Nisha, you're still playing a universal hero, you've still got a lot of damage, but it's not until that little shredder actually uses your attack damage that you're able to rip through a lot of these people. Like, you still have the issue of not a lot of damage over time. So Watson, I mean, he hasn't even got into his BKB yet because he hasn't need to, because they've been able to blow up people so easily. But yeah, it really just is a bit of that delay game. And I mean, it's just been so desperate to try and get any sort of farm, any sort of levels that kills like that can happen, because you're not expecting an entity to still be hanging around that sort of area. He was holed up on that high ground for a good minute and a half, and as soon as he ventures down, they just kill him. So that's the big thing. Zai cannot die super easily like that. Otherwise, it's going to mean that entity just have free reign to breach the high ground.
And you were saying the draft as well, like, you kind of really need the Underlord to be that beefy hero. So with him having a difficult game, how does this then pressure the Liquid formation on how they can protect the Snapfire, how they can protect the Drow, and I mean even the Rubik as well? Like, this is a hero that wants to be kind of freely spellcasting from the backline. So with Zai having a difficult game, like, how much this is really going to hurt Liquid's formation as we get to some of the later fights?
It's going to hurt it a lot. I mean, the plus side is that he's nearly got into that Lotus Orb for himself. So plate mail being finished up, obviously going to be a big benefit for him. And I think Insania needs to play a little bit more of like a selfless game. Not that he hasn't been already, but he's got the Gossamer Cape, he's got a Solar Crest. I wouldn't even hate seeing him turn this Boots of Speed into a phase boost, just for that little bit of extra armor and a little bit more mobility on the front lines of these fights, right? Just to be able to create a little bit of distraction away from the Snap, from the Drow.
Are we expecting, though, the next couple of minutes to be a little bit more passive? You know, of course, with that Aegis going away for Entity, or can they continue to still play pretty aggressive and occupy Liquid's territory?
I think they could play... They don't necessarily need to occupy Liquid's territory, but there really isn't too much stopping them from taking the tier 2 mid, right? They've got great ward coverage over the right-hand side of the map. They've got plenty of TA traps picked up as well. This is TA trap with the Aghanim shard as well, so extra vision available there. But it seems like they just want to wait for Watson to have that EKB before they really feel confident in being able to take a tower. Because a successful team fight means you can go high ground. You know, they used their tier 3 glyph previously. That's why I really wanted them to push so aggressively previously. They did that. They forced the glyph out. And they'll have a good, about a minute and a half to be able to go up onto that high ground.
I'm going to see Smoke, kind of first one for a while here from Liquid. It's really been Entity dictating the pace of this game. Are they going to be able to catch that out on the map? Stormstormer is their initial target. He's pretty speedy, though.
Kobold looking to give him some vision, but unfortunately they are smoked. So it won't get caught out here. Great presence of mind from Stormstormer.
Do they have any vision they can drop down? Insania has one ward. Potentially see if he can maybe use this smoke to his advantage. They're going to pop out inside the lane, though. So this will give them all the confirmation they need for Entity. We saw they were kind of backing up as 3 towards their triangle, aware that maybe something was going on across the map.
Hey, Insania has done it. He's got the Astral Spirit coming across the entire map. He just put it into the Twin Gate at the bottom. So, I mean, if this goes through the smoke, it might be able to reveal it. We'll see what his position's like.
Ooh. Scans on the mark, so at least Liquid have an idea first. Smoke's gonna pop as well. We're gonna get a glimpse of Kataomi inside the river. Zai's gonna run into the Undying as well. They want to try and use the Mortar Kisses early on to get a numbers advantage, but the Tombstone, make sure that's not going to be a possibility. Mickey's going to be pretty cautious with his positioning. He's on the front line. Forced staff to reposition. No one goes down just yet, and Liquid, what's the call? Because all 5 members of Entity, they're here to fight as Watson jumps over the top, trying to target down Boxy at the moment. Liquid, they're still ready to go back in, though. Stormstormer's going to be off the mark with the combo. It's a lot of back and forth. Both sides just eyeing up each other's weaknesses, trying to find that chink in the armor. But currently, everyone will stand strong.
Thing is, they know that they've got the Lotus Orb now. They know they've got 2 4-staffs as well to be able to play around with. Yeah, it's a
they lost that ward, though. And now Nisha. Manta's still on cooldown for a couple seconds. They'll give him the Lotus Orb along with the Crimson. It's a pretty good pit from Zai. Fought over the Echo Swap. They got Stormstormer. That's a big target. That's a lot of their damage. What can they do to protect the Invoker? Watson is going to try and jump in. Stormstormer's still alive. Are you serious? This Invoker lives on 140 health, and now Liquid, I mean, What do you do now? Formation has been broken. They tried to buy back on the Rubik, but this seems like a lost cause.
It is a lost cause. I mean, they just got that Primal Roar off as well onto Zai. He would have been able to pick up that kill onto Stormstormer and give him a ton of gold, a ton of experience, because he's standing out there on an island on his own right now, and there's no way that he's going to be able to survive this. At least Mickey has that Hurricane Pike available for himself to potentially be able to get away, but it might just be one of these instances where Insania needs to stand in front, hopefully not give him an avenue to land the side blades onto Mickey, but give up his life for the sake of the core.
And Watson played that fight so incredibly well. It just with his positioning, as soon as they went on Stormstormer, we saw he beelined to the backline. He wanted to try and take away as much damage as he can, because with him putting attention onto the Drow, it meant that Mickey couldn't get that finishing blow. I mean, you probably needed one more right click, so I mean, it's just, we were speaking a lot inside the draft, right? Like some of his heroes got nerfed. I mean, this is a play with a wide hero pool, and we're seeing his Templar Assassin be a gigantic issue so far for Liquid.
And look at Insania's movement speed. He is moving at 487 movement speed right now, off the back of the Boots of Speed, the Gossamer Cape, the Windlace, and of course, the Astral Spirit that he sent through the entire map. Also an additional 243 damage. Doesn't hurt. Not even maxed out yet.
Where's Boxy TPing to? Oh, he's TPing to the mid 2-2. Okay. I saw him TPing. I'm like, I can't find out where that finished teleport is, but he's gonna be too late. This will definitely be a lost cause and another fight that goes the way of Entity. And off the back of this, I mean, this net worth lead is just continuing to grow.
I mean, it's one of those things where he was getting close towards the Blink Dagger. Unfortunate that he had to use the buyback, but yeah, like you said, I really don't think his buyback is going to change the outcome of this fight. Might just be worth going into mid, trying to shove it away, force them to move back towards your mid tier 1, as opposed to trying to just move up the lane, because they've got a creep wave coming right now. And it's not like they're short on regen for themselves either. Guardian Greaves Aura might even dig up a salve to the trusty shovel. Also got just an Invoker being an Invoker. So 4 points cost, plenty of HP regen from that too.
And how are you going to kill this man once he gets BKB? You've already multiple times he's lived on a slither of health, and now he's going to have a BKB inside fights to work with too. So
didn't even get use out of the Blink Dagger in that fight as well. Yeah. You know, so this isn't his final form. You know, he's still got plenty of stages to be able to get through before you see the true strength of the Stormstalker Invoker.
Without a doubt, whether that's items, whether that's levels. I mean, he's only level 16 at the moment. So I say only. I mean, he's 2 levels behind Watson on top. So I mean, this is a hell of a debut. Of course, I know game's not over, but the fact you are in such a commanding position for Entity with a new roster, this got to be a pretty good feeling for these boys.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's no better hero to open up the draft with, like broken heroes aside, than a Beastmaster, you know, especially for Entity. We talked about their potential to flex it between 2 and 3, which is great. No other team is really doing that. But also, they've got that plus TA traps. So they've got so much vision throughout the map. And they've got the Shard on the Beastmaster as well. So, you know, just a reduced cooldown on that Call of the Wild Hawk gives them so much extra value of being able to know when exactly they can make their team fights happen. Honestly, it feels like they're playing Liquid's game better than Liquid normally do. You know, Liquid are all about shoving in waves, forcing a defensive play, and it feels like that's what Liquid have had to do this entire draft. So Entity have done their homework.
Yeah, they've read him incredibly well. I mean, I'm happy to bring up again the supports and their early game vision. I mean, even before this fight with like some of the wards at the remnants of the T1 tower, they had a ward inside the river as well, which was a very peculiar placement of it. So they're definitely coming into it with a bit of an interesting read. I mean, that's always been kind of Fishman and Kataomi as well, like very, very unique support players.
Yeah. I still want to see Kataomi on a styling hero though.
Yeah.
Scarith Mage, he's not a styling hero. He's been very effective, don't get me wrong, but I just want to see a little bit of that spark back from when Entity were really one of those like top 4, top 16.
I really think we will, because we were starting to see a lot more of the melee heroes rise in melee 4's rise in popularity. I mean, the Clockworks, the Tinies were getting a little bit of gameplay I'm even just checking now because one of the heroes that was starting to be popularized again was like the Enigma at the Bali Major, who wasn't nerfed. So now his stocks might rise a little bit. Maybe there's some other ranged offlaners. We could just go back to the ranged offlane with the melee fours.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the thing is, I guess, yeah, the Enigma would be a lot more likely to come out just because, again, it's great against melee position ones, and you've just taken out Medusa and Morphling as like your absolute first priority. So two ranged heroes that are somewhat capable of dealing with Eidolons, Dusa especially with that really heavy nerf to your damage from the level 1 split shot. I think we can certainly look to see Enigma rise up in popularity. And isn't that what we want in these big tournaments? You know,
Yeah,
I
true.
feel like 7.34 is going to be that Earthshaker patch, you know, that just brings him back just in time for TI.
Man, did he even get played at Bali? I don't even know if he was one of the heroes that were.
I want to say he got
not
picked like
contested.
once in an off lane or something like that, or once in mid or something crazy.
I will be able to find out. Let me see, because
There's
I
a list
thought
of like
after
12 heroes that weren't picked at all.
Earthshaker, he was played twice and he did not win a game.
You know how I feel about
yes, yes, I do know. Pandas and Spirit were the ones that played it. So
although we might see it this time around because we got Seb playing position 4.
That is true.
Seb is a approved Earthshaker player in my eyes. He actually does.
He's on the list.
He's on the list. He can get into the club.
There's not many on the club. For people aware, Danog is a infamous Earthshaker hater, but he will. There are a couple people where, you know, he doesn't mind watching them play. They can actually, you know, impress him a little bit on some Earthshaker.
Love the hero. Hate how most people play it. That's the thing. You know, you don't need to wait for the 5-man Echo Slam. It's great if it happens, but you don't need it.
I'm excited for that hero to come back because, like you said, I mean, Enigma and like a big tournament, just the flash he plays is always exciting. And I was really intrigued to see if we were going to get a little bit of Earthshaker action with that latest patch with all the stuns kind of getting buffed up a little bit for him. So he's not there just yet. But of course, this is a super long tournament, so we will see what kind of new heroes get to rise in popularity.
All right, I want a prediction from you. We've got those 11 top heroes from Bali nerfed. Who do you think are going to be like the top 3 heroes of this tournament?
Let me get the heroes up.
Not like you cast for a living.
Yeah, come on, man. What the hell? Like, you know, sometimes
There's 120 of them. Yeah.
you know, sometimes they kind of pass the memory a little bit. I think Snapfire is still going to be up there at the top.
There's one that got nerfed and it's still going to get played.
Yeah, is there? I hope it's not Brood. I hope that hero doesn't get played. Who is it?
Timber.
Timber didn't get nerfed enough?
Well, it didn't get nerfed enough, and Morph got dumpstered. So Morph was one of Timber's biggest counters.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
now that's not a hero, well, I still think Morphling can be a hero. It's just not like first pick material anymore. It needs to be a good Morphling game.
There was another hero. I think Lesh is also very strong, which, I mean, we saw showcased at the Bali Major. So, I mean, that with IO, Beastmaster, you know, you still got your staples there. I mean, I don't really know any like spring to mind that at least we have not seen really recently, like any that's just going to pop out, because of course there were no real changes to anyone else but the real meta hero. So
yeah, it was a lot of nerfs, 0 buffs.
Yep.
Bane. I think Bane is underappreciated. He's not a top 3 hero by any means, but I really want to see more people pick Bane. Maybe not as much value now that, like, you know, your Morphlings and Medusas aren't really a thing anymore, but Enfeeble is such a good spell, man. Not even just a value point anymore. I can see people maxing it just because you're doing 270 pure damage every time you use it from, I think, 1100 cast range. You reduce just right-click damage by like 70% and cast range reduction too. So it's really significant what you're able to do with this sort of spell.
how much is that actually level 1? 9 times 12, Matt. Come on.
What? 9 times 12 is 72, maybe?
Yeah,
it
so
might
it's
be.
really-
It might be 96.
It's not the greatest level 1 spell. I guess the reduction in damage allows you to trade a little bit better. So maybe that kind of...
That's 108. God damn it. Sorry, Mum. She literally sat me down with a book when I was like, how old was I?
Oh,
6,
no.
and forced me to learn my 12 times tables, and I've just got it wrong twice. So
Your mum would be very disappointed. I'm going to call her up after this. I'm going to double on you.
Just acting like you've got my mum's number. I see how it is.
Oh.
I would never say a bad thing about your lovely mum, but I'm a little
I've-
insulted that you would about mine.
How did I say anything? I just said I have your mum's number.
All right. Let's not go there.
I could be, we go around for Sunday evening roast.
My dad's still around, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can just be, they like me more than you. They let me
both know
join in
that's
on
not
the
true.
fair. Come on. Come on, dude. I'm a nice... What's going on? Where is my Beastmaster? Gabby, sir.
I'm back to sea. I don't know.
He's gone. Ooh. He's had a pretty good start, Mr. Gabby.
Yeah.
Second net worth. I think he's had a pretty solid game. What would he? What does he even go for next item? What's he got? He's Helm of the Overlord, Pipe, Ag Shard.
I can see Blink working just fine.
Okay, I like
Get
that.
onto that Drow, get onto even the Rubik. They're really prioritizing boxing this game. 1, 5, and 8. 5 doesn't seem like too many deaths, but when it's boxy, his positioning is just so good that he dies so rarely in a lot of these games. He'll finish a 40-plus minute game with like 3 deaths, even in a loss sometimes. So you just got to make sure that you take away one of the big strengths of this Team Liquid roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's a roster that's currently under the pump, at least in this game. So we'll see how they're going to be able to recover with the early start that Entity have been able to build up. And I mean, one thing I've actually just noticed, I apologize you brought it up, dude, Roche is up in 30 seconds.
Yep.
So there's like no breathing room at all for Liquid after this fight. And that's going to be huge. Entity, they can get that Roche, they can get all the outer towers. And then really for me though, I'm very intrigued on how they try and set up a high ground defense, because we kind of brought it up earlier. Liquid's high ground defense is one of the best you could draft up. You got Elder Titan, Underlord, you got, I mean, Snapfire, Rubik Drought, dude, these are all very, very good high ground defenders. So maybe you're going to need to try and take a fight on Entity before you can poke the high ground. You're going to have to get pretty crafty here.
Yeah, all you could really ask for is like, I don't know, a Coddle or a Sniper. That would basically just make it the perfect high ground defense. Just you can never come. Maybe Techies just for a bunch of those mines, but yeah, it's kind of filthy. And I'm interested to see what happens when Gabby eventually does rejoin this game, because Underlord's going to die. It's a 44-second death timer, about the same time that when Nisha's going to be respawning. But the glyph is back up, and they should know this. They've had plenty of time to just say, hey, when was that glyph last used? Is someone keeping track of all these sorts of times and this, that, and the other? By the time they push this lane up to the tier 3 tower, they'll have glyph again. They'll probably be just about to respawn. So I really want to see them, as soon as this happens, just make a beeline down towards the Twin Gate, move up towards the top side, maybe use the Beastmaster Helm of the Overlord creep to push in the tier 2 top. But the rest of them just going towards the Roche pit.
Definitely feels like there's a lot that Entity are going to be able to accomplish once this fight is finished for them in their favor.
All right, I want to wager from you. So
wager. All right,
it's
what do we
24 minutes 30, right?
Yes,
and
it
there's
is.
29 seconds left on the Roche timer. And we both know it's like between 29 and 31. When that timer expires, it doesn't instantly respawn a lot of the time. Is Roche going to spawn on Radiant or Dire side? What do you think? Because there's 24:59, it'll be Radiant. But if it's an extra second or two, who knows? Maybe it'll be up top.
I should be Radiant, right? It's 24:30 and it's supposed to be up in 29 seconds.
I know,
spawn
but again, it takes a second or two extra sometimes to spawn. So I'm going to say Dire just to be contrary.
Okay, just... What are we wagering, though?
A bag of those mixed nuts.
Oh, I don't have any more. I ate them.
Well,
I didn't bring them back as well.
You'll import them.
I'll just go back to Barlow just for the nuts.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on. We should have some G's come up shortly to get us back in the action. At least we got to reconnect, and there has not been a follow-up disconnect, so it doesn't seem like it will be too long. There's one.
Oh.
I don't know what that is. Do you know what G-Hub is?
I only know of GitHub, which is like a programming thing, but that doesn't have anything to do with Dota. Maybe Gabby Hub?
Come on now. What is G-Hub? Let's see. G-Hub.
Would have thought you knew about a lot of hubs.
Some Logitech thing, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
What are you saying? What hubs would I know?
Nothing. And Gabby's still LFT3. Come on, man. You got to change that that name. You're on a good team now. I mean, how much of something that I think has been discussed a little bit, but let's do it anyway, just until we get the unpause.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think Amar leaving Quest really blows the door wide open for a lot more of these Western Europe teams to make it to TI? Because like Malik is a stand-in. He's a Na'Vi player. He'll be playing for Na'Vi during those TI quals, I believe. So, A, who are they going to get? And B, is it going to be someone of the capabilities of Amar? And if not, is Quest still good enough? Because I still really rate a bunch of their players, especially TA2000. I think he's
They're not good enough.
Player.
No.
Oh, just no hesitation. Just drops the hammer.
Dude, Amar he's an incredible player. I look and Western Europe is a. I tell you what, you wouldn't want to be playing those qualifiers. Look,
right.
That's not wrong. Sorry, I'm wrong. They're good enough. Will they do it? I don't think so, though. I think Amar would... Wait, hang on. Whoa, we got some readies. We got some Gs. I mean, all these heroes are going to die. It really just depends if Mickey gets out. All right, he's out. So I'll finish this real quick. I think they can do it, but will they do it? I don't think they will.
Oh, so that strike just off the mark, I believe.
And he's out. Okay, so...
What do they do now? That's the $1 million question, or the $15 million question. We're not quite at that point yet, but you know what? I'm looking at where Roshan is spawning. Here we go. 2, 1. Oh,
way.
he's top.
Get.
Let's go. Mixed peanuts coming my way. You'll be wrong all the time.
Not all the time. They're gonna get another kill. Foxy the sidestep that tornado, so
that would have been a pretty big deal. He's just brought back, right? So you've been in the grave for a good 70 seconds. You're gonna get this. You need an arcane rim when you've already got an Octarine on this Stormstormer Invoker, and they should know that. Actually, they didn't see the Roshan troll up because he did spawn on the top side. So that TA trap would have been able to give them that information, but Gabby sees it now.
it's just gonna be so difficult for Liquid to contest this without a smoke from them. Roxy doesn't have one, Insane doesn't either. You're gonna have to make a call pretty fast because this Roche will go down at a rapid rate. So once again, what do we?
There's no way they could have contested that. Like, they're way too far ahead. It's really just about trying to push the waves out, get that next item for yourselves. What that item might be that's really going to change things around, I'm not quite sure, because Mickey is still quite a ways away from his Shadow Blade. Oh no. You've also got Zai a fair ways away, of course, for himself. He's got something coming out on the career. Oh, just a casual cloak. Okay. Just wants to be able to survive the damage coming through from Beastmaster, Sky, and Invoker. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a real value item. 20% magic resist for just 800 gold. Feels good to me.
Good indeed. Just
Never
looking
feels
at...
good when an Underlord's buying a Glimmer Cape, though.
No, it's a bit of a rough game for Mr. Zai. You have them. Unfortunately, you have an Undying who's almost a higher net worth than you. I mean, I guess he did get the Axe with the Tormentor, and Tildire aren't playing with theirs as well, so let's see how they're going to be able to defend against the push. Nisha.
It's got to just be a high ground defense, surely, right? Foxy just tries to shove out the lane as quickly as he can. Stolen Decay, plenty of cast range, quick Fade Bolt. In a really risky position considering the Blink Daggers that he's coming up against, but really just about delaying the game out. Very rare that you'll see a stage of the game where Liquid are forced to have all three cores farming in the same area of the map like they are on this bottom side. That is not the way to optimize your farm, and well, you still end up losing the tower pretty shortly.
They're going to mount a defense. A ward was placed down. Oh, they're actually going to try and TP in on the Hawk, which does set up Insania. And Bosa, dude, they just get blown up. They split their target. Kataomi tries to deal with Insania, and Watson cleans up Boxy as well, which is a dieback for the Rubik.
necessary thing is that they're still trying to push it onto this bottom side,
lane.
but Stormstormer's caught him. No BKB.
Ooh, full stuff. I mean, Niche is going to try and do whatever he can, but now he has to get out of danger as well. Can Stormstormer be able to catch up to him, though? Is not to be. So it does pull their attention away from top, which is a super minor thing.
Yeah.
It is something.
I mean, you're not losing racks at this point, but again, Entity, just with Watson playing how he is, he's still got the Aegis for 3.5 minutes. He's just hit level 20, so now he's got a Dispel as well for the Pit of Malice route. He's also going to be right around where the Wisdom route spawns, so he can look to deny even more experience away from this Liquid roster if he wants, but he just wants to go high ground now, it seems. I'll even wait for the Drow to be back up.
Stormstormer, dude, no hesitation. Watson as well is going to look to jump on the high ground. Zai, this time will be okay. Shrugs off some of the damage. It's on to half, though, and this tower's falling as well.
Oh. Feels fine, though. They can get that Wisdom Rune now if they were really wanting to. Looks like Watson's going to be able to, with the provision being provided with his Psionic Trap. Stormstormer TPing back is going to make them a little bit more, not passive, but just wait for your BKBs to be back up, wait for the Boots of Travel to get back into the thick of things, and he's probably just wanting to replenish the mana as well. I'm really trying to think of a way, an avenue for Liquid to come back into this one. I mean, Mikkei's hit up onto his level 18. He's got a nice tier 3 item now. He's finished up the Shadow Blade as well, so his positioning is going to be a whole lot better, but it really feels like he needs to be the one to blow up someone on Entity, but how is he going to do it, right? Because he's going to be able to Gust the Undying, but then he's got Guardian Greaves, and he can still drop the Tombstone and jump in that. If he Gusts Katomi, he's got the Ghost Scepter and the Force Staff to be able to play around with. Everyone else has a BKB except for Gabby, and even then, he's got saves to be able to protect him, so it really doesn't feel like there is that perfect target. It might need to be something as crazy as an Insania just hitting like a 3-man Echo Stomp.
Yeah, or you just hope that Entity over position on your high ground, where you don't respect kind of the reset that Liquid can be playing with the Cookie to save or the Echo Stomp to stall. So we spoke about the potential for Liquid with their high ground defense. We're going to see that be put under the pressure now, though.
Yeah, Nisha doing his best to try and cut waves while they're going for this push. Desperately trying to get into that level 20 for himself, making sure not to reveal himself on the lane, just the Manta Illusions, and he's scatter blasted from the trees. And he's just waiting. He's waiting to see the movements that come through, but have a look at Liquid's vision right now on the map. It is dark. It is basically nothing. Playing at nighttime, it's going to turn to day, but really doesn't change too much in the grand scheme of things.
Someone might run into him. I guess the right way. Nisha's still trying to hide in the trees. Okay, he's alright, man. Got very close on the Invoker from being able to get him, but illusions will pop out, and it's like, ah, crap, he was still there.
Mikkei, I think.
Maybe with a Hawk? Mikkei's very far forward. This Observer
See
as
him
well.
now.
They get a glimpse of him, and they're going to turn around straight away.
Does he see the ghost, the cold feet?
I don't think so. It's not going to matter now. Stormstormer in with a combo. The rest of the team are trying to move on over. TP's still going to be cancelled with a cold snap. And they tried to gate in, but it was a little bit too late from everyone else to join. So Mikkei down for 60 seconds. Gives you a bit of a window now for Entity. Aegis will expire though, but you've got DD on Watson for about a quarter duration left.
A big part of that defense is you might be able to stall, but you just don't have the damage, and you've got the Blink Daggers to be able to dive past a lot of that stall that Liquid has.
Stormstormer? Wants to pop the BKB. Even Mortimer Kiss is going to be used as well. Nice Sunstrike Stormstormer. We've continued to praise his Invoker as having a phenomenal performance so far.
I think they're basically saying enough funny business, just take these towers. You know, Underlord, he's forced to go all the way back here. The last lift that they've got for this game, I really don't feel like Entity are going to wait for this next 5 minutes for it to be reset. They're going to take at least 2 lanes of racks, I want to say, out this. Minds as to which one they want to go for. Stormstormer moving away from the rest of the team, but this tower is already so low that it should be pretty damn quick to be able to take it out.
A nice pit. Nisha's starting to get a decent amount of damage into Fishman. The Force Staff will get him out of danger. She's going to be eaten as well.
Nice
Now with the
roll.
turnaround, they've over-positioned on Liquid, putting all their attention onto the Undying, which puts the ET in a compromised spot, and Anisha just survives on a slither of health. But Zai will not have the same fate as Liquid's base is in shambles. Mickey might go down to the Sunstrike in the base, ever so close, but Watson knows no fear, continuing on further and further. They will pay some respect to inside the fountain, but the base is continuing to be pillaged, and last set up top. They might be able to get the kill onto the Undying this what? He's gonna
Can't even kill
live
him.
again! And now this time, it'll be an even scarier punishment. The Stormstormer's going to be able to catch up. They've got the detection, they've got the kill, and they've got the first map victory as well. Entity, what a way to debut this new roster.
Looking good. It took a little bit of time to get there off the back of some pauses, but, you know, thankfully for them, they didn't get rattled. You know, we could see a lot of these teams, especially ones that are playing with a new member, you can sometimes, you know, lose your way a little bit, but they never lost focus. They knew what their draft was capable of doing, and they executed it to perfection. A really nice early game-oriented one. The lanes probably went a little bit better, and it really was Stormstormer once again being the star player of this team, just landing Sunstrike after Sunstrike and setting them up.
Yeah, that it was indeed. And we saw a lot of the early game success that was off the back of the vision that their support's able to provide. So I know for a lot of the game we were praising the cause, but of course Katomi and Fishman, well-deserved victory for them as well. So the Entity, that this is, again, this has to be such a huge confidence boost. Like, they must be so goddamn happy with the performance they had, but it's just going to be a thing now. Like, can you continue with this momentum, and can you just stay consistent? That is going to be the big thing as well, because this is a potential very long tournament.
I mean, again, this isn't uncharted territory for them. Their last series against Liquid, they 2-0'd them, and they did it really, really quickly. This was actually a longer game than those two previous ones that they had to play against. I really feel like they just got given way too much comfort by Liquid. You know, I think the Beastmaster has to be a first phase ban. I think it's something that, for Entity in particular, it's way too strong, and they just went and got Stormstormer as signature invoker, and he certainly delivered. It's something that a lot of the Entity fans have been waiting for, and he is just paying them back after a little bit of a break.
Yeah, they didn't mess around. You know, let's just get the Invoker in the first phase, and let's see how well he's able to perform. He had a couple early deaths as well on that Invoker. I think it was 15 minutes, had like 2 deaths. Definitely not the position you want to be in off the back of that early Midas, but it was not an issue at all. So Entity able to start off their Riyadh Masters playing run with a very solid game. You know, how is this going to look differently once we get into game 2, though? Maybe Liquid have been able to learn a couple things and potentially adapt in that game as well.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'm just trying to think what they could look to do. You know, it was a really early Drow Ranger pick. I think that was one of the bigger issues as well. You know, maybe they're trying something new in this early stage, is just trying to feel out what heroes are the OP ones and trying to be the ones to set the meta. But I think Entity just outplayed them this game. I don't think it was a massive draft victory, but it was still enough that Team Liquid probably can't get away with picking the Drow in the position that they did.
I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a draft victory. I mean, I thought I liked Liquid's draft. I thought they were going to be able to come out on top with that game 1. So I think it's just, except potentially a bit of an execution issue for them. Maybe some things didn't go their way. Who knows? Those fights where you bring Mickey in early on, if he's actually able to get a couple of kills, you open up the map, then all of a sudden we could be continuing to say like how the Entity lineup is a little bit more greedier. Then it takes some time for them to come online. But with those early fights going their way, we really never saw that be a big issue for them. And in fact, those scaling cores then were a big reason why they're able to have this success.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those instances where I think it even says it on their welcome letter that they received. You know, this is one of the true multicultural teams that they've got coming through, right? What have you got? A guy from Kazakhstan, Germany, Philippines, I want to say Russia and Belarus. So, I mean, you can't get much more multicultural than that across the world, and it really doesn't seem like communication is too much of an issue.
Yeah, no, not at all, which is usually a big issue with a new team, and who's going to be that vocal person, because a lot of the time, at least the off lane is controlling some of the tempo at the early stage of the game, so it does not look like the communication is an issue at all. But This is just game one. It's a long tournament. It's a long day one as well with 24 best twos. But our first one is down at least game one. It's going to be entity that comes out on top. Will they find a 2-0 to start? Riyadh Masters off in a fine form, or are Liquid going to be able to get back? We'll find out after the break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain.
Well, Entity come out the gate storming in a game one. Can they repeat that success so heading into our second game? Because, of course, Liquid, a very formidable opponent. Not enough to be able to take the first map to start our first series off as well. Danog, what do we want to look forward to in the next game in particular? Any kind of small adaptations that we want out of Liquid?
I want to see the Beastmaster banned, and I want to see Nisha playing more of a playmaking hero than a Snapfire. You know, I know you were talking about Entity being a little bit greedy, but I feel like Snapfire playing for level 20, that's pretty greedy too. Yes, Nisha was able to get a lot of stuff done with those early Mortimer's Kisses. They had slightly more stuns and setup than what Entity did, but I just feel like it was a little, not disrespectful, but it really was that case of what I was talking about during the end of the draft, right? The unstoppable force, the immovable object. Is Entity going to be able to close that one out in like 30, 35 minutes? And they did just that.
That they did indeed. So we're going to head over to our second game draft very, very shortly. At least it's going to be Liquid on the Radiant side playing with first pick. Entity going to be on the Die side playing with second pick as well.
Everything's the opposite of what it was in game number one. So wonder if that means that Entity are going to feel a little bit more confident about picking the Invoker in this first phase. I don't think they should be, because, you know, that was like an end of first phase pick for them. It really felt like they had the potential to protect it quite heavily. I still think Beastmaster's worth it. It's a fine pairing together with something else that's just able to confirm kills. I honestly wouldn't even hate seeing them go Beastmaster Skywrath as a pairing. I thought, even though I still want to see Kataomi play this style that's a little bit more flashy and shows off his skills, it's such a classic combination that you may as well try and make it work.
Yep. Well, let us see though. Was Enigma banned out first phase last game? I know we were speaking a little bit about it throughout the draft, but
so
yeah, I'll get that one up now. It was, yeah, Enigma and Enchantress was banned out from Entity, and then Chen and Batrider. So Chen's still banned out, but Batrider is available.
So again, that kind of leans me back towards what we were saying about Liquid and the roles that Zai and Insania play. You know, you give them the opportunities to shove waves in, to cut waves, they will do it, and they will take it at every opportunity. I think even though Boxy is great on his Rubik, I kind of want to see him pick the Batrider if he gets given the option to be able to do so, just because you are able to, you know, get behind waves. You still have that great initiation, and you're still able to contribute heavily to these team fights, even once BKBs are being picked up. So I think that's certainly a worthwhile first pick for Liquid if they want to go down that route.
Yeah, it's also going to be a block pick as well, right? Because I mean, this is you banned it in yeah, it is you have Invoker and you got Batrider. I mean, he's great on a couple other heroes, but that's really, those two are some of his best, and Gabby's showcasing in his pubs as well that he's been playing the hero in the offlane. So if you don't pick it on Liquid, there's definitely a high probability that Entity will try and take it.
Trying to think of like what they're trying to protect with this. Oh, okay, going the IO Lesh route perhaps, or for Team Liquid here, opening up with this one. So, how are they going to look to respond to this? Are they going to go for something that just provides overwhelming team fight, or are they going to predict that it's a Lesh and go for a little bit more of a lane counter, so that when you're supposed to be hitting that bit of a stronger timing with the IO pairing, you're not actually quite as strong because you're half an item less. So, something. They went IO Lesh, I honestly wouldn't hate seeing the Invoker. Again, like some mana drain, some good control. You're able to CS totally fine. Lesh has decent movement speed, but yeah, it seems like if it worked the first time, go for it again, right?
Yeah. I do think there is a potential for Liquid to play if they still want to go Lesh, you can play it in the safe lane. I mean, still, at least as the game goes on, the EMP is a bit of an issue for the Lesh rack, but at least it's not kind of that annoying lane matchup that we see people like to play it into, so at least they have that potential to put the Lesh rack in the safe lane. I'm trying to think if there's any other like IO pairings, because really, I mean, at the moment in the past couple of months, it really has just solely been like IO Lesh.
Yeah, I want to see a Disruptor in Entity. Silencer, okay, it's not the worst, right? Cancels out the relocate, but I mean, just being able to glimpse back off the back of that also feels quite strong. Static Storm combination with Invoker and even just a kinetic field, not even needing the Static Storm, just allows Invoker to really hammer you down with a lot of his spells. And I was wanting something that was able to be slightly flexible with where it moves, right? Because if it is going to be this IO Lesh in the safe lane, then you're going to be able to... you want to be able to have the potential for Kataomi to get something that's a little bit more teamfight oriented against it. So I don't hate the Silencer in response to it, and they just go the Lesh. Picking the Silencer kind of takes away the option to go for like an AA, but I feel like Silencer covers enough of like the strengths that this combo provides that they should be just fine on Entity, and they're just super comfortable with Fishman playing it, right? When you think of Fishman, you think Disruptor, Silencer, Undying. Those are his big three.
I loop Bane in there as well, if we want to say 4.
And the Chen, I guess.
Yeah, and then maybe we can think of some others. So let's just say 5, but you will see once again though, Entity looking to try and ban out the Bloodseeker, so of course, like you said, with some of the other carries that were nerfed, importantly, of course, the Deucer and the Morphling, maybe the Bloodseeker was very, very close to being one of the better ones. Maybe that gets bumped up even further now as well.
This kind of screams Slark to me, don't you think, on Entity with these bans? Like, Enigma, one of the better laners against you. Tango still is able to disrupt you through the Shadow Dance, and Bloodseeker, great counter to the Slark. Whenever I see a Bloodseeker banned against a Leshrac, I'm like, why are they doing that really? But, Slark, A, it's a lane dominator, B, it's Watson, his best hero, and C, I feel like, you've gotten rid of a lot of the big counters to it. So I could totally see Entity going down this route, probably at the end of this phase.
One of those counters they have picked up, though, I think Lesh is always a bit of an issue for the Slark to play into. So
it is, but you could just go Mage Slayer, right? And it's okay.
That is true. What, like Echo, Disassemble Scepter into Mage Slayer?
Yep.
Yep.
Then like a BKB after that or something.
So still, I mean, with that issue, then like IO Leshrac is a strategy that looks to take... Yes, exactly. Like super fast timing. So that's what we're going to need to look at for Entity and how they're going to be able to address that, because we spoke about like Invoker, in particular Stormer, he really just plays this Exort style. So maybe you don't even need to put the Leshrac in the safe lane. I've not seen Stormer like recently in like super favorable Quas-Wex matchups, if he still goes Quas-Wex or not. So maybe you're fine with still just giving the Leshrac over to Nisha.
Yeah, I could totally see the avenue you're thinking about. I mean, clearly they're just setting Stormer up once again to just have an exceptional game. The Spirit Breaker being removed, love it. Clockwork, I was thinking maybe they're going to Tusk instead, just because it feels a little bit more, there's a little bit more gank potential in this early game, and Gabby Primal Beast, I'm happy to see that come out. He's been spamming it a lot, I think at like an 80% win rate for himself as well, so obviously feeling very confident with it, provides them a good amount of team fight, stops things like the relocate as well, if they're able to be pulverizing someone into the ground.
I like the Clockwork ban then with already Liquid's lineup, and then to protect the Primal Beast. So
yep,
trying to think of maybe some other heroes that could provide a similar role for Liquid. And there's that Tusk, like you mentioned, very good call.
mean, it's a boxy tusk as well. And again, like this really feels like much more of a Liquid draft to me, don't you think? Like, shove the lanes, Io Leshrac combination, very effective at taking towers, and they play aggressively. They want to play faster than Entity this time. And this is one where I'm like, well, are you going to be able to get away with this Invoker pick? Because I still feel like this Lesh could be position 1. You know, you've got the movement speed to be able to deal with the Primal Beast a little bit, just off of having like an Io paired together with you. And maybe they just go something that always is able to outrange the Invoker. I honestly wouldn't even hate seeing a Nisha sniper this game. You know, we didn't like it in the Barley Major just because the draft couldn't really do anything. They had no playmakers. But for this draft, I think it makes total sense.
And they're going to need to address this question, though. Like, how can they deal with the early pressure that Liquid are going to have? I mean, you've got multiple heroes to take towers, early depth to take a lot of damage. I mean, damage is not the thing in question. So what is going to be the way for them to try and deal with the early aggression that we're going to see from Liquid?
I'm seeing as well, like, are they... Is Timbersaw still in the game? It is. Don't hate a Faceless Void either, though, right? Damage over time, holds them in place, good combination together with the Invoker, but I'm still not seeing enough that's going to be able to stop them from just running at you, you know, hitting these really early timings. So it still does come down to me, like, what is that last hero going to be? And it's going to need to be Kataomi's hero as well.
Is this the pick, the Void? Like, yeah, you've got Void Invoker. Of course, that's an incredible combo. We brought it up last game, but you like you said, I mean, tie walking against the Soul Assumption, sure. I mean, there's some value to this hero. Watson also is an incredible Void, but you are not a fast hero. Like, you, in fact, really struggle against people that push the tempo very early on. So even though we might see some value to it in this game, like, is it going to be enough? Because it still feels like it does not address the early pressure that Liquid will provide.
All right, let me throw something a little bit out of left field. What about a Treant Protector for Kataomi? It's something that he loves to play. I think it might be in one of his profile pictures next to Toby. And it's going to provide a little bit of that tower protection. It's going to provide Primal Beast, plenty of slows to be able to play around with in the lane. And even just that overgrowth, right? Once BKB comes out for Leshrac, doesn't care. You know, you've got two things now that would be able to go through it. I wouldn't hate to see it, but it's really not meta right now, so I could totally understand if they didn't want to go down that route. Position for Darkseer, but that doesn't really deal with anything. That's even more greed. I like the Luna ban. Clearly,
yeah, same.
When Entity are playing against Execration, like Execration are the kings of that, you know, Visage, Luna, Marcy draft, and I really want to see them breaking it out a whole lot more. So I'm keen to see if they look to remember that when they do go up against each other. Not sure if that's later today or if that's tomorrow.
I think that's tomorrow. So I'm trying to think of some other heroes for Mickey that can potentially push the tempo.
I still think it could be his mid sniper though. Maybe not now against the Void, actually. Just stay away, basically. That's the main goal. Keep as far away from this Invoker as possible.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Like they just want to secure Gabby's lane as much as they possibly can. But, I mean, they've got damage over time for the Visage. That's no issue. They've got good team fight, but the issue is, for them, it's on relatively long cooldowns, right? Chronosphere, Global Silence. Primal Beast can go a little bit more regularly, but he has no one to play with right now. Like, could this be the return of the Kataomi Tiny coming through? I mean, it's a double melee lane, which never feels amazing, but, you know, if you're able to get a toss back, isolate someone, then your relative lack of, like, you don't need to pop all of these, like, Chronospheres and Global Silences to be able to confirm kills, you know?
Yeah, which is the big issue, because currently they kind of need to do that at the moment, so...
Unless they went, like, a Techies, I guess, and they've got a little bit more kill threat. What was hit by the nerf bat pretty hard.
That he was, and we haven't... I don't know if he got banned last game, but of course we didn't see him picked. He hasn't been touched this game as well, so... Not currently sure where that hero is positioned in regards to being good or not. And if the nerfs are enough to finally put him in the bin, because we did see him for a very long time. What do we want? I keep going back to Wraith King in my head, just the classic Faceless Void matchup. I mean, pairs up pretty nicely with some of the early tempo. That's okay. you know, you can flex it around. There's still potential for the Leshrac to go safe lane or the Dragonite to go there as well.
I like it.
Yeah.
Fast tempo.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Gives you a way to be able to start some fights, a bit of a beefy hero too. You know, you were kind of lacking that. It was really just going to be Boxy's task to be able to open up the map. So I like the Dragonite.
Oh, give me a Phoenix this game. Give me a Phoenix this game. It's going to rip through a lot of these heroes on Team Liquid. Even if Kataomi plays it, it provides a good amount of kill threat for the lane. It gives them a little bit more team fight. And the one downside to it is that it really doesn't deal with like full-on push all that well. But maybe Entity are feeling confident enough after that game number 1, just saying, hey, we outplayed Team Liquid in that game 1. We can do it again.
It does also seem like Liquid are kind of angling towards this potentially being a Dino 4 with the Batrider Venoban. So
possibly, yeah.
We'll see. I also like the Phoenix. My only concern is we got a Wyvern. So, I mean, it was going to be pretty similar with that. I think the Wyvern being played as an off lane. So at least you do have the Primal Beast being played from Kataomi. So you have at least a hero to make plays. That was going to be my concern if it was like a Silencer Phoenix, where maybe as the game goes on, Phoenix is able to provide you a lot. But at least with those two heroes as supports, you would very much struggle on being able to be proactive.
If Gabby can get Ags, he can solo carry this game. Like, it is that good of a Wyvern game. They have basically 0 jump outside of the DK getting Blink. Like, Boxy, he's going to be... I don't want to say too slow, but like a lot of your moves can be a little bit telegraphed, and Gabby's a good enough player that he's going to be playing a little bit more on the safe side. Plus, when like downtime is happening and you've got your Ags, you're just flying inside the trees so that you've never got the potential to be picked off. So yeah. I really love this Wyvern pick. It's always great against an IO just to be able to focus that one down, and damage over time against the Visage. Great. You're up against 2 strength heroes as well. Great. So all of that percent damage is going to give them a lot of value. Good pick. Good pick overall.
The big question for me is, can they get to that stage though on Entity? Because again, it is a little bit more of a greedier lineup for them. Do we feel like they're going to be able to offset the tempo that Liquid will have on this game? Like, they will be the team now dictating the pace. It's not going to be like game 1 where it was Entity. It's going to be Liquid in this game. Do we feel like Entity have enough to be able to kind of stall this one out and then get to the later stages where we feel like the cores are going to be very powerful?
I think they can. It's just going to take some tricky things that they're going to try and attempt, right? Like, I think early smokes are almost never going to be used by Entity for the purpose of, like, invading for kills. I think they need to use their smokes so that Gabby can, like, come in from the side and be able to land a great Winter's Curse to start the fight, because I feel like that's the way that they're going to be able to hold off this death ball from Liquid in the early game.
All right, well, let's see how the smoke's going to come into play for Entity and what Gabby's going to be able to do on the Winter Wyvern as well. He's pulling off a bit more of an unconventional offlaner here, of course, for his second game now, second competitive game in a new role as well. So we will see. It looks like we will get ourselves underway with a smoke from either side. Liquid going to use this smoke to be very aggressive, but
name of the game. I wonder how much that was hammered into them by Blitz. Like, this isn't Liquid Dota, we play aggressive Dota, so let's do it. Let's run at them. Really felt like when they were able to play that style against Tundra, I don't want to say mopped the floor with them, but they played very well.
Gabby changes... Oh wait, no? Didn't he? Where did I just see GPK fan?
No. You got GPK on the brain.
No. It definitely was said. Why was it different for our observer?
I don't know. Oh, it does say that. Whatever.
You see it?
No, it's on the obs.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, what, he changed his sponsor tag or something?
That's what the mini patch was for, so that you could
right.
change the GP.
Mickey's gonna take a decent chunk of damage walking to the lane. He should be able to survive. Charge on the mark from Katsomi. Mickey's really getting brought down pretty low. Looks like he's going to be okay. Insane Years, of course, should be able to repair some of the damage as well.
Power of that blood grenade as well. Used it to get that little bit of extra movement speed slow in onto the DK, one of the more naturally tanky heroes, and now you don't really have a great way to be able to secure range creeps as well. He was forced to go into the Dragon's Blood. be able to protect himself from dying to that first blood. And Wyvern is a notoriously weak laner. Like, you really don't do that much. You've got horrible attack range. You've got really bad starting damage. So that's why Gabby's gone so heavily into a lot of these just stats, attributes, and even just the braces. They naturally provide that extra attack damage that's going to make this hardest portion of the game for the Wyvern that much easier.
Once again, it's going to be a lane set up where there's a lot of kill potential. So, I mean, top lane, we're going to have to see if Fishman is ever caught out of position, because both Boxy and Zai can really pump in a decent chunk of damage. Hudson should be able to have a pretty fine lane here, though, for the Faceless Void.
He should be fine, right? A lot of the damage that you're taking is kind of burst, you know? You've got the Ice Shard, the Snowball, plus the Soul Assumption. Just time walk it right off. And Fishman, he's no stranger to the Silencer as well, so he'll just be looking to provide as much harass onto Boxy as he can. Probably going to be Fishman that's the one that's in danger. You know, if you can give over a first blood to Zai, that's going to be enormous for Liquid in their early game tempo.
Okay, actually,
On a bit late.
should be our first blood down bottom, less the Io Sustain is enough, and it's not to be. Katomi swipes up first blood. What a great start for the duo down bottom. Up lane now.
Sunstrike.
Boxy will be okay. Looks like Zai's going to be able to strike back. Soul Assumption was enough to be able to blow up Fishman. Unfortunately, of course, unable to get that first blood bounty. There's a kill nonetheless picked up for the Visage.
To be able to unblock as well. How's this mid lane going? Is it any of a different build from Stormstormer? Doesn't look like it. He is still going his classic Exort style. Obviously, the Sunstrike did assist with them being able to get that kill, so a little bonus for them there. But it does mean that Nisha should be primed to have a pretty decent game in this mid lane. Although he's getting a lot of things denied against him off the back of the increased attack damage Stormstormer's got against him.
I wonder how much of an issue this is going to be. Yes, you can always use the spells to be able to spam, so it's going to come down to kind of the who's able to contest the water rune a bit better and some of the other runes as well. Top lane, Watson might be in some trouble. They're waiting for that time walk to come up, then they continue to chase, but they get a little bit of damage onto him regardless, knowing that the Silencer wasn't there to protect him.
As well was able to get a pull off, so the lane's naturally going to push further back for him. He'll be able to get away just fine as well. Get rid of another range creep. So another laning stage going fairly well, although Zai, he's doing a phenomenal job on this Visage. You know, he's 12-3. You don't really get too many denies on the Visage, and being top of the net worth at this early stage is something that's fairly rare for a Visage.
And that was really the big thing last game, right? They didn't have Zai. I mean, it was a lot of early deaths for him. We felt the impact of, you know, with the Underlord net worth, that, you know, he wasn't really being able to provide a whole lot for Liquid. But, you know, definitely if he can have a good lane, then, you know, he will prove to be a really big issue. Might be in some danger though. Some bashes. They actually snowball through, but it might have just still put him in the grave, as Zai will go down. Fishman should still join him as well, as Box is going to be able to continue the chase. So it's a 1-for-1, but of course, there's a cord that does end up being killed off. Meanwhile, mid lane now. Nisha. Oh, nice attempt here with the split up, but he's going to be relying on Insane to TP in, but he's a little bit too late with the Ioso Entity. A beautiful movement out of Katomi's Primal Beast.
He's playing a great game so far as well. I mean, he's looking to go into a lot of those early items that allow him to just continue to be aggressive, right? The early Windlace is obviously not as much value in terms of movement speed as the Boots of Speed, but he really just wants to be able to get up in their face, and if you're not connected up with an IO, you're always going to be at that little bit of a disadvantage. Gabby's the happiest one about all this. Ivan having a great time in this early game, going into the Atos as well. So just another thing that's going to be able to set up for those Sunstrikes. Of course, tons of damage for this universal hero.
Very nice scan. Got to read that box. He was swinging over to mid lane. Drops the ward down as well behind the tower. So Stormstormer's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He won't continue to stick around though on Boxy.
They know you really... Well, actually, it's a double stack here that Zai is going to be able to pull into the creep wave. So, once again, doing a good job. We have to say, like, this is... Did you say that Tofu and Ace were a stronger duo than Zai and Boxy? I really feel like Zai and Boxy put together some S-tier performances at Bali.
It is still hard to go away from the major winner duo, but yeah, no, they definitely put some incredible performance in with these two as a whole. We'll see Boxy run into Fishman, and both sides are starting to make some movements across the map. Once again, Katomi's moving on to mid. It will be that 6-minute timing.
Zany is ready though. He's stacking and being able to be in a defensive spot at the exact same time.
Gonna be bottom though, and Nisha gonna be caught inside the reveal. Box is gonna do whatever he can to offset this. Insania in with the bonus health, so it should be enough to keep Nisha alive. A slither, is it enough? Nisha will live, and with a turnaround, they'll go for Boxy instead. He will also live, so a lot of damage being dealt. Any Sunstrikes, cooldown, and no mana regardless, so should be able to live on to the Liquid members.
You can call me a Wyvern simp or a C-simp all you want, but I really think that it would have been a bonus to get back to Entity. But I think they're happy enough just giving Gabby a good lane, because this still is a phenomenal Wyvern game. I think he's set up to have a good one to be able to come out of this stage. Yeah, he's 5th on net worth right now, but this is what you expect with a Winter Wyvern. It really isn't until like level 8 or so that you truly feel the strength of this Wyvern come through. Yep.
What are we expecting the item build to be for Gabby?
I'm fine with just Atos straight into Ags after that. So much value out of the stats.
You already see those stacks that you mentioned Insania made before the previous fight starting to get farmed with a combination of Nisha. Be a little bit of injection of gold and experience as well for these boys as well. Overall,
early mech is going to mean a lot for them. Insania just about a recipe or so away.
Mid-game. Alright. This is a incredible start for Gabby. You got another kill. You're able to slow down the Dragon Knight, who's often known as this impenetrable force at the early game. So multiple kills, going to be able to slow his game down. He's got a Midas queued up, but this is going to be a bit of a slower timing for him.
Not really the way that you want to play, though. You know, last game with Mickey buying the Midas, it made a lot of sense, right? He was going up against the Beastmaster. It would have served double purpose, being able to slow down their push, but they're not really playing around any sort of units this time around. As Stormstormer, he's going to be able to escape from the gang. They're going to get Nisha in response.
That they will, and now they're going to be able to get Boxy as well. Katomi charges forward inside the river. This early game, once again, is going incredibly well for Entity.
Giving the love over to Watson as well. And I know you're the core, but we're a team, buddy. And they're really making sure that Stormstormer has that key start that he needs. Of course, he's level 6, so you have to be careful of not leaving this lane for too often. You have given him over one of his more, I don't want to say iconic heroes, but the one that he has a huge amount of impact on in this Visage here. So might force a bit more of defensive rotations to come up from the Entity support.
And they'll need them quickly. Someone's going to try and make the attempt. Sunstride's going to get laid down, but a beautiful snowball dodge at the perfect timing. And now they'll move over to the top. They're going to be relying on Gabby's curse to be able to get some repositioning. It'll hold Zai into place to help secure the kill, and Stormstormer will live as a result to that. As Entity, once again, it was looking like a great start for Liquid. They will still be able to get the boys over to the right side. So Watson goes down, and Gabby's going to be next as well with the extra rotations. Liquid, they will punch back and find multiple kills as a result to that.
No more stuns to be able to stop them from getting through the Twin Gate, but this is the start that Liquid were wanting. They wanted to get these early kills and use it to pressure into towers. It was a nice curse by Gabby being able to bring them down low-ish. He ended up getting the kill onto Zai, but it's so low that he's still able to just come back with one of the lanes, and he was slightly off with his Splinter Blast. It ended up connecting onto the DK itself rather than one of the familiars. Might have been able to kill him if he was able to land that one perfect.
And Mickey was all of a sudden just near the top of the net worth off the back of getting those 2 kills, and this is Midas now completed. So we know this game can get very scary once the towers go down. Liquid are going to be able to play incredibly fast with, you know, kind of the +2 relocate. You've got both the Tusk and the DK to be able to set up as well once they get those blink. Is Boxy wanting to die to what just? Oh, Boxy. Oh my god. Alright, so he was hanging around the portal. Roche moved across the map, bashed Boxy like twice, and then, of course, it was an observable with their setup already, which was help secure the Sunstrike kill, and Fishman's gonna look to deward that as well, so they won't even get some free gold or experience.
pretty big deal that they were able to get this tower as well. Like, it's a lot of gold being given over to Stormstorm. And the important thing, of course, like the Sunstrikes for the damage, it's good, but you want to make sure you're getting that last hit, not just because you're greedy, but you actually get the XP off of that as well. And you know what an Invoker can do with levels, especially combined together with a Faceless Void if he's able to get a decent timing for an Aghanim Scepter.
Once again, it's going to be the same build though for Stormstormer. So that Midas Octarine did a pretty good timing. Of course, his other core, Watson, has got the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom, so no Midas for him. They are farming inside Liquid's jungle. It looks like they're going to try and push them out. Foxy's going to be able to catch up
if there's
though.
any stacks or anything like that. They'd already taken them at the time. Had the Sunstrike queued up as well, just in case they were able to find one of those pickoffs, but Katomi, not quite yet level 6. Incredibly close. I want to see it give him a tiny bit of experience so that you're able to find a combination together with just the Primal and the Invoker. Oh, mid lane, they're really looking to try and protect this. I can see Watson making a rotation here if the timing is good. That Chronosphere back up, but they're going to be able to force them back for now.
We feel like Liquid are going to be a little bit more passive until this blink is completed for Mickey, or do they not even need that?
I don't think they need it, but they're going to need some power runes to be able to play around with. And right now, Entity have done a great job of controlling them. They might have only had one go their way. I remember like an Illusion, a Haste, and now a Regen going over to Stormstormer.
Do we like this as well with Nisha going Bloodstone first? We saw it may have been... It was either Chris Luck or Dark Margo, at least the first person I saw that was going for like the yours blink, and then we saw in like the grand finals it was like yours into the Bloodstone. So do we like that Niche is gone back to the Bloodstone before kind of this recent popular yours build?
I think you're really just trying to survive everything that Entity are trying to throw at you to begin the fight with, right? If the fight goes long, you win because you've got a DK to play around with, you've got Relocate, you've got Mech, you've got like all these things, multiple soul assumptions, right? Whereas Entity, it's more about like finding that big wombo combo. So anything that's just going to enable you to survive a little bit longer, like the Bloodstone, is going to be a big bonus for you.
We'll see if they're going to be able to play the fights accordingly, if they can get those, you know, at least the sustain off long enough. At the moment, I mean, still both sides been able to find their farm. I'd say Entity very, very happy with this as well, considering, you know, they too still have a very greedy lineup, and all the cores are looking pretty good. And like you mentioned, that, you know, this Winter Wyvern can be a super slow hero. So the fact that Gabby's off to the start that he is, it's going to be good signs here for Entity.
It's going into the Witchblade. I'm not sure how much I agree with it, just because it doesn't provide too much specifically for this game, right? Like, it doesn't provide you any stats, or much stats, as a universal hero. And I don't think the armor is really going to protect you from too much that Liquid are throwing your way. I feel like an early Aghanim Scepter would serve him in much better stead, but you know what? Maybe he wants to go into something like, I don't know, a Revenant's Brooch, just to be able to scale in the early stages. I'm not sure. I know a lot of people prefer the Witchblade build-up, but I feel like you might just be having to compete against this Liquid lineup trying to run at you, and you just don't have that next key item that you need to truly feel impactful.
And that run at you is about to happen. You got Bloodstone on the left, you got Blink on the Dragon Knight. You are good to go. You'd love Pipe to be completed on Zai at the same timing, but that's just not going to be the case. You can't have everything line up, and Liquid, they're going to charge down. They'll eye up Stormstormer. It's actually going to be the jump on a Fishman first. Can he activate the global for the death? That's not going to be the case, but Watson lands the chrono onto 3. Is the tether heal going to be enough for the mechanism? It is not to be. Nisha goes down. Now they're going to turn to Mickey next. Have they still got the damage left in the tank? Gabby's going to try and move on over to drop the curse, but the relocate is there to drag him away. Still, they might just turn their attention over to Zai. He's not going to be beefy enough without the pipe completed, but Mickey wants to fight. Snowball's going to pass through the middle, stunning up 2. Watson gets the time up to reposition. These long fights, so like we mentioned, will start to favor Liquid, but with the Silencer back alive, he'll utilize the global silence. That'll help get some separation as Gabby flies up to the high ground, and now they can look for the cleanup. Liquid, they don't have the damage to be able to go through the Entity boys, as once again, Entity will come out on top.
They're just out fighting the man, and it didn't even go perfectly for them either. They used the the Chronosphere mid-pulverize as well. Obviously, they were still able to clear up the Leshrac off the back of that, so very much worth it. The Winter's Curse not quite landing onto the Io, but it doesn't matter. They still just have so much potential with this team fight. Watson able to get away on about 50 HP. He had 2 Lotus, healing Lotuses available for himself that he ended up popping, making himself already back at full HP.
They will probably just walk it down though, knowing all the ultimates are on cooldown, so they had to lose some members for that, but this tower will still drop. It's going to give Zai a good chunk of change to get towards the pipe. You might even be looking for Roche pretty shortly too.
Possibly. I mean, I guess you've got a task, but it's only 1 point in tag team. That's my issue. And this build that Mickey's gone for, it's not damage. You know, you're much more oriented on that initial pickoff to allow your Visage and your Leshrac to be the ones doing the damage. You know, the plus side is you've got an Arcane Rune, you've got the Bloodstone, and you've got your level 12 on Nisha. So they're going to go for another smoke.
It's a good ward. It's a great ward. See how they're going to be able to utilize it. They don't have the DK here to jump.
They smoked under the ward.
See Gabby, I mean, that would be a prime target. They got to be quick though. Gabby's going to try and activate the arc. Should be able to fly over the top as well. And yeah, unfortunately for Liquid, with Mickey not involved inside the smoke, it was very difficult for them to be able to find that initiation. So they will take a stack away, but I guess smoke also doesn't work for Entity, but they are the ones that are continuing to try and stall this game out. So they're happy whenever Liquid are unable to find these kills.
Yeah, the smokes that they're using right now are exactly the way that I would be using them if I was in their situation, right? Like, they've just used a smoke to be able to A, get away, and B, Fishman even places down a super deep Observer Ward to try and catch out.
There's the Global Silence to be able to counter out the relocate, and now all of a sudden Zai might be in some danger. They're not going to expect the rotation out of the Twin Gate. He's going to be survivable enough with the pipe activated. Zai, he's okay for the moment. The reinforcements are here, and now they're going to turn their attention over to Stormer. Watson's still got the Chrono to work with. They're going to try and target down the IO first, taking care of the sustain, and now it means the Curse should be enough to get the full-up damage. The Yours is there at the last second from Nisha, and they should be able to get the turnaround kill. Still, it's going to take some time to catch up to Katomi, but now they might even go for what's next as well. Gabby's got a free fight though. This Winter Wyvern damage is starting to ramp up. Are they going to be able to close the distance though? Gabby, Atos holds the Dragonite into place. Wants a high five as well. We'll get some kills instead. So once again, it was looking like an okay middle of the fight for Liquid, but Gabby was there to clean up and make amends.
You know me, I'm always happy to see a good Wyvern game at this. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh man, this is a good one. Don't get too good though, Gabby. It'll lead to some nerfs, and I cannot handle that right now at this stage of my MMR. He finishes up the Witchblade 2 off the back of that, so gonna provide him even more of that consistent damage coming through, just quickly getting that intelligence stacking up as well. I mean, as a universal hero, it makes a lot of sense, right? More of that damage over time against the Visage always feels good. More of that damage that gets through your high armor on the DK feels pretty good.
They want to find
a quick pick.
Under the ultimates on cooldown, this would be great timing. Oh, Boxy with the snowball as well. They catch up the Stormer. But where is Nisha? Where's their main damage source? The Leshrac is going to try and move on over for the left side. He'll target down with the Invoker at the moment. And there doesn't seem like there's much that NTD are going to be able to do. Protect Stormer's life, and as a result, remaining members, they're going to be forced to back on out. Like you said, they got the Curse ready to go. I don't think they can help.
Though. They're still scared of it. They're being very respectful of Gabby. The way that he's been playing this one, he can just shove out the lane very easily with that Splinter Blast. Not in a position to get caught out just yet. Really, Mickey is the one that he's concerned about right now. But Boxy does have the Blink Dagger available, so always needing to be conscious of that one too.
Pretty nice ward placement. Oh, I was going to say where they're really getting to it. I'm going to try and clear top.
A solo smoke here by Fishman. Not sure if it's going to be able to accomplish as much though. It feels like maybe it's just going to be a little bit of like a gank detector. Maybe allow him to get back to safety with the Tumbler's Toy, go for a few of those big plays on his own. But I mean, a D-ward, he's going to be pretty happy with that. If they're roshing.
Yeah, the lane's in a really good position for Liquid to do something. It's a shame they don't have this Arcane. Are they just going to rosh off the back of it?
I still don't feel like Roche is like the worst thing for Entity though, right? I know against a Faceless Void and, you know, all this stuff, like Aegis is a great response to it, just because you only use Chrono once at this point of the game. But you're not wanting to give them space to get to that next set of items on Entity. So this is still going to go down. It's still going to give them a good amount of space to be able to continue pressuring forward. But Entity are going to be able to use this space very effectively as well.
Also, a lot of it's going to come down to just how can Stormstormer look to play the map now with like Boots of Travel, and how can he try and stall this game to get towards those next set of items. They might be able to catch Boxy out once he's trying to get the Wisdom Rune. Nice pogo stick, so they'll get the rune, they'll get the kill as well on top of that.
Gabby as well, I believe, as his Boots of Travel finished in 25 seconds, so talk about being able to manipulate these lanes.
They're setting up
Kills
mid.
are a good way to do it. They might be able to get a curse off onto Insania.
Nice positioning out of the eye though. Look at the damage, man.
Yeah.
They've got the Aegis, but they can burn it off without really committing too heavily. They'll at least force the eye away. Nisha's going to try and activate the Bloodstone. It's giving him a decent amount of health to be able to work with. Nisha's going to be forced now to pop the BKB once it delivered. Watson, he jumped on forward. He's going to be in some danger over to the right side. Fishman as well is in some trouble. Two fights breaking out simultaneously as Watson. They'll stop his TP thanks to Boxy's punch and just a little bit too over aggressive, and somehow Nisha doesn't even lose the Aegis as well, and they're looking to try and make them pay as well for that attempt, as Fishman will not be able to escape onto the silencer. No, wait, does he get out? He lives? Oh, they might be able to get Gabby instead, though. Now
that's a much bigger target.
Is a more value target. Katomi's going to do whatever he can to protect it, but the snowball goes right through the middle, and Liquid, they've got the sustain. There's nothing they need to fear. Mickey, this man wants Fishman as well, and he'll fly him deep past the throne. Nothing they can do on Entity to slow down Liquid.
Yeah, that was just... they needed to play this game perfectly, right, on Entity, and it was just Watson completely disconnected from the rest of the team. He's not quite at that point where he's able to, like, 1v5 people in the middle of a fight. It's late game, no hero better than the Faceless Void, but they just needed him there to provide a little bit of control, a little bit of extra damage onto Nisha, to at least get rid of that Aegis and lead them to be a little bit less confident of just continuing to run at them.
And I mean, still for Watson, like, those past previous fights, he's been exceptional with Chronos onto multiple people, but that was just the first fight where he has one misstep, and we see how much it truly costs them.
They get a kill here. I mean, DK is very tanky. They make sure that they consistently layer in that damage over time onto him, so he doesn't have that blink available, but it's expired now, so you've got to be careful, and Gabby's Arctic Burn is expired too.
Okay, wants to go.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about, right? If they're running out, your Boots of Travel ain't going to do jack. You know, this is the period of time that you want that Aghanim Scepter. You want to be able to just stay as far back at the back of a lot of these team fights and, you know, look to be this consistent nuisance that forces like a tier 4 dive. That's the period of time where Watson can get these amazing Chronospheres off.
Okay, net worth lead. A little tough for Liquid. They still got 2 minutes left of the Aegis to work with as well. And look to try and split up the map. 3 heroes top, 2 heroes bottom. Got a pretty good lane ward that's going to start out Stormstormer. They'll see the rest of Entity starting to move down to this side of the map as well. So a lot of information for them to work with.
They're just giving up this top tier 2. I really don't think it makes a lot of sense to be able to defend it when there's only a minute and a half left on the Aegis. You feel a lot more confident when they're in this big choke point going up onto the high grounds. So you'd much rather just try and get into that next item for yourself. And I believe Stormstormer's got it. He's got the BKB coming out to him now.
Dire's top tower.
Are they going to be able to respond? 5 TPs available for them if they wanted to. And he's just placing down an Observer Ward. Might look to use just the Arcane Curse onto the wave, but doesn't want to reveal the fact that there might be vision down here either.
Fishman,
He's actually...
don't do that.
I mean, pop the smoke. He's like, I'll try and get out. See you guys, but they're not going to have a fire of it.
No. Just an easy kill. They did see Mickey down bottom. Of course, they know they can come through the rift pretty quickly. So this is a...
I found him.
I don't know. They're going to be able to get the kill. Mickey activates the BKB. The Global Sun's going to be able to address the relocate. Mickey's still in some danger. It's just Boxy here at the moment. Somehow he needs to get back over to the right side to connect to the twin gate. Mickey, there we go. Chrono U is going to connect onto 2. Boxy will try and snowball through the Chrono, but it's not there. They'll end up losing the Dragonite. They might end up losing Zai as well, because where are the boys? Niche is finally going to be able to join them. They wanted to deal with Fishman. They're able to do so, but without being nearby with where that initial fight was breaking out, it meant that Entity were able to get 2 gigantic kills.
All on the back of Kataomi as well, right? There's that great use of the Pulverize. As soon as that BKB is popped, wasting a huge portion of it, and then it's just a matter of waiting it out. You know, you got Gabby there with that damage over time to be able to deal with him, and now he's half of the way towards the Aghanim Scepter as well.
Even though there's a 3,000 deficit and you got that melee barracks mid lane, you've got to say Entity are in a very comfortable position with Liquid kind of having a lineup that I'd say needs to be much further ahead than what they are.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Liquid absolutely have the means to be able to close this game out. All it takes is one good team fight. But if they take even like so-so team fights and it goes even between the two, Entity are over the moon with that sort of outcome.
Yeah, 100% agree. So we'll see. I mean, like you said, I mean, this will very much is this potential for Liquid. Their timing is not closed just yet, but it's still getting to the stage where you're going to be pretty scared about the current position, because NTD continuing to find their farm. And you're about to have 2 components completed of the Scepter for Gabby. Stormstormer's almost got a blink to help with his positioning. So, and importantly, this is time where Global Silence is on cooldown, where Chrono is on cooldown, and Liquid are not really getting anything out of the map. Yes, they're farming, but they're not taking the farm away from Entity's area of the map, and they're not getting objectives.
Which is what they need to do. I mean, I'm just looking at Stormstormer. I'm going to be interested to see how this interaction works. I haven't actually seen it in practice. Like, getting the Aghanim Shard so that you've got the EMP. The Shrek has the BKB, so he's going to be able to ignore that EMP pull, but Insania doesn't. So is he going to be left kind of alone, getting sucked in by that EMP when Niche is trying to run and create a lot more of that havoc? It'll be interesting to see.
Oh, he's got it queued up, so...
I mean, they're so close. Like, they're about 1,500 gold away from having so many huge items, like the Skadi on Watson, the Aghanim Scepter on Gabby, and this Shard on Stormstormer. So the fact that they've only lost like 1 melee racks in 28 minutes against this very push-oriented lineup, Entity should be very happy. We got a Boots of Bearing as well on Kataomi. Like, bit of saving for the Ags instead, but a little bit more value out of the drums. Still got 3 charges left.
So,
I mean, what a great Ags game for the Primal, right? Visage, DK, great heroes to make sure that you're breaking.
True. I'd say a fight breakout bottom is a really good lane ward set up from Liquid. Ishi's going to be able to kind of move on forward, give him some further information with the invis. We'll bring every single hero down bottom.
Yeah, Gabby farms about 90% of that wave and backs off, not getting baited in by that last creep, and because of that, now only 200 gold away. It's a ticking time bomb. This Aghanim Scepter that Gabby's going to be able to pick up for himself, and if they need all of these pushing items... Oh, did they smoke under reward?
No, sorry, just long row spawn. Longest you could get, 3 minutes here for Liquid, so... And it seems like this move, they were expecting someone to go back to top for NT to deal with the wave.
Gonna have to. Any wards up that they might be able to place just on that lip inside the base to be able to pick someone up? Abby would be a great target, especially now that he's bought the components, so he won't have buyback.
It's gonna show.
It'd be huge. This would be
It's
huge.
difficult. It has to be clean. It has to be perfect. Global Silence is going to try and stop that, but it's not enough. They're able to find the Winter Wyvern. Stormstormer's going to be in with the combo. It stops the retreat down to the bottom of the stairs, and Akitomi wants to follow up as well. An early use of the BKB out of Stormstormer, though, a little bit unnecessary, so... You're happy with that for Liquid. Not only do you get a super clean kill, but Global use, along with an item out of the Invoker.
Yeah, they seem to think that they've got vision in that little pocket that I was talking about to the north side of the tier 3 tower, but they don't at this stage. It was just Gabby getting a little bit too close. Saw the Splinter Blast go out and they thought, let's go for it blind. Risk it for the biscuit.
Does that need to be the case in every single fight for Liquid? Like, who is the primary target that they need to take out of the equation to have a successful fight?
they need to kill people outside the base, because you just can't let Gabby play in the trees, on the high ground, away from the rest of the team, because you go on him when the rest of the team's there, you're just getting chronoed, right? You got to try and find a pick-off outside of the map somewhere.
And again, that's why I was saying with that Wyvern kill, it needs to be clean, because the counter initiation is super scary from Entity. So, and you are kind of forced on Liquid to clump up, which makes it even more worrying with the abilities that Entity are going to be working with. But
yep. There you go. Ag's finished for Gabby.
See how easy his game gets.
Ceremonial robe. Probably gonna have. He's gonna be too far away from the ceremonial robe to actually like have its aura effect.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's just the mana. It gives a lot of mana. You just want to stay in that queue for as much as possible.
Okay, makes sense.
Might have just had some trash choices as well. You never know.
I still wish we got to see the choices, but it is okay. Scepter completed now for Mickey as well. He did have an Octarine queued up a while ago before the Scepter, but we're going to go back down the route of the Black Dragon. He's got that level 20 talent too, so had a pretty good timing, as we do have Roche up in 25 seconds. Liquid have firm control of this bottom area, so it's going to be difficult for Entity to be able to kind of pierce a hole through the formation that Liquid have currently set up.
And poor Insania was just all chatting before the voice line help, and it's basically just like, why is Roche not spawned yet? We need this now. We can't let them get to their next timings. It's going to spawn in about 3 seconds, but you can see the smoke is coming. They've got all the items that they could possibly want.
Oh, they're going to avoid Boxy as well. Pretty good wraparound. No one else is nearby.
They spawned the Forged Spirits under the ward, though. They know they're coming.
Can play accordingly now. They'll be able to deal with a wave. It's a full wraparound.
They should know, though. Yep, another ward placed up there.
Guy's going to get revealed. They get a glimpse of the visage. Oh, Stormstorm are actually looking to try and jump and maybe poke for some reactions. Instant smoke out of Liquid. One thing to mention, Mickey did actually run inside the EMP, so he's not going to be playing with too much mana inside the fight. Nisha, though, is going to run straight into them head first. Entity, they want to try and stop it towards the backline. Mickey, he wants to take Fishman out of the equation, making sure there's no global silence. The Chrono's already been used as well, as Watson only catches one. That's not the ultimate usages that you need for Entity to have a successful team fight. Is now Liquid. They should be able to come out on top. It's all going to be on Gabby's Winter Wyvern. It can land the curse. It's a pretty goddamn good one at that. Zai's going to be killed off with no remorse, but now Mickey and Nisha, they should be able to clean up with ease. As Entity, they're getting chased down one by one, as Gabby will not be able to survive inside the cold embrace, and a Watson as well. They'll just get the stun to follow up from Nisha's Split Earth, and Nisha will reign supreme. A triple kill for the Leshrac, and they're not even going to mess around, instantly relocating to top.
Yeah, they got the creeps inside the base. Kataomi's trying to deal with them to make that backdoor protection kick in, but it's not going to be fast enough. Lift used. This is their last one that they've got of the game. Even just leaving Nisha up here on his own, why not? Got the Bloodstone available. He had a decent creep wave to be able to get that mana back from. What happened in that fight? I was watching down on the bottom side with Nisha just playing and looking to take out Fishman. Gabby was in there focusing on him as well. What happened with the Chrono?
I didn't. I was watching them get on top of Fishman. Yeah, I saw Mickey jump, and I didn't see if maybe someone else blinked away from the Chrono, but Mickey, that's a pretty good angle. That's a hell of an angle. They're going to run into Stormstormer as well to the tree line. He'll be able to get some distance thanks to the Ghost Walk. They're hunting those Stormstormer stuck inside the shards, and there seems like there's going to be no escape. Even though if there's buybacks potentially there, the ultimates are currently lacking. It's going to be on Gabby to potentially get the kill onto Boxy, but this is just space. Mega creeps have been picked up. 21,000 net worth lead. And then our Stormstormer is going to be unable to rejoin the game as well with the dieback, so this should be an easy closeout for Liquid.
Yeah, Watson needs to be like up there aggressive. He really wants his level 20 before he makes another move, but they could just sit back now on Liquid. They can go and take that Roshan. Going to be up on the top side in another 15 seconds. Why not? You know, you got the Mega Creeps that are pushing in. Just take away one of the big strengths of this Entity lineup in the Faceless Void's Chronosphere. Win prob looking like 3%.
Probably not good.
I mean, I can see it, the 3%. It's there, right? Like, you can get a Chrono into a big Cataclysm or a Curse into, you know, so on and so forth. But going to take a lot, and you're going to be having a lot of heroes that don't do the... Yeah, I guess they've got a decent wave clear, but Fishman is not one of them.
Really seems as well that whenever Entity are not getting... Like, because early on to start the game, they had a couple of really successful fights with off the back of the Chronos, great curses. We even saw a lot of value out of the Global Silence, but the two most recent fights, we've not felt that value. Like, just the ultimates haven't been perfect, and as a result, if they're not on point getting multiple kills off the back of that, like you said, very early on, Liquid, if they get a long drawn-out fight, they will win that fight. There is no doubt about that, and we've truly seen that. So for Entity, I mean, they're way back in. That 3%, that 4% now is just a multi-man chrono and going from there.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it being a possibility in the draft, right? Like, they did such a good job team fighting in game number 1 that they just backed themselves to say, you know what, we're going to be able to do it again. And, well, it looks quite good for the first, like, 20 or so minutes of this game. It's just, again, a couple of team fights. It was literally 2 team fight victories that Liquid needed to be able to just storm through your base.
So interesting. You can try and relocate to pick up the... I mean, I see why, if Io still hasn't had the shard just yet. Definitely one of the best pairings. Yeah, I mean, you've got that too, so...
And the Holy Locket. He's not short of survivability here, is Nisha. Aegis as well.
How do you... Dude, how do you defend this, actually? You have DK illusions, Nisha sieging from far, Familiar's also being a pest.
I'll just go. It's got to be one of these wraparounds, right? Nisha is a bait. Like, you cannot go onto this guy. He's got so much survivability.
Abby's trying. Nice scan. Release aware that something's occurring on this right side.
Just use the Boots of Bearing to buff up. Look at this. Look at the Familiar.
They're falling, man. So someone needs to make a play, but Liquid are making sure they never group up. Katomi, he's just forced to try and charge in. A Global Silence going to fly out as well, but it's just not good enough. They might be able to get the kill on Denisha, but yeah, like you said, Mickey and the Familiars, they'll turn to the throne. Who cares about the Chrono? Because the rest of the Liquid members have their eyes on the prize, and they'll be rewarded with this Game 1 victory.
They will indeed, and turns out fast-paced Dota can really make the enemy team a little bit nervous. You know, you got to have those... you want a larger margin for error, right? You want to be able to not execute everything perfectly and still have everything work out overall, right? And what are the things that do that? Things that kind of are guaranteed to happen. You're always going to be able to survive through with an Io Leshrac pairing, especially once you get into a few of those earlier items. And just the Blink Dagger to be able to secure a lot of those kills on the Tusk, on the DK. It allows them to find those quick early pickoffs that they needed to be able to take out these really impactful team fight heroes that Entity were looking to pick up. I still think there was... I don't want to say there was nothing wrong with Entity's draft. It was just, again, a couple of fights didn't go their way and Liquid took full advantage.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Just a couple of fights going their way. I mean, maybe just being a little bit too reliant on like these ultimates and connecting onto multiple heroes, if you want to say that could be a bit of a concern, but I mean, honestly, if a couple of the fights look differently, I mean, they definitely could be the ones taking a 2-0 victory. And I think regardless, a lot of the talk, at least for me in particular, is just going to be on Entity because this is a newly formed team. And you're able to take one game off Liquid, dude. Like, that's probably one of the hardest teams currently in your group. So the fact you're able to get one game off them and you looked pretty goddamn good as well as to, I say, give them a lot of confidence now with the rest of the series they have.
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is one of those games that it feels like a bonus, you know? When Liquid are on form, they are grand final worthy teams. So yeah. If you're able to take even just a single victory on them, maybe that's going to be enough to secure you a better chance at getting second place in your group, which still gets you that automatic advancement through to the group stage, not having to play the deciders.
Which you really don't want to play those deciders because it's just a scary position to be in. Exactly right. One series is all you have. So, I mean, seeding will be important regardless, though. Like, third place is going to play sixth place from the opposite group. So, you know, still, I guess, if you don't come in the top two, still seeding is very important overall. But, you know, they're going to be able to at least get a 1-1 tie. And that game, we saw a lot of signs of life for Entity as well. So, this newly formed team looking pretty good. But, of course, it's going to be Liquid that take the second game. And that's going to be nice for them to at least be able to tie up their first series and heading to the next one with some momentum as well. But for us, You are done for the first series of the night. We are not done with Liquid, however. We're going to get another Liquid series. They're going to be taking on Execration, which we'll see occur right after this break.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So this is what you want in. You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
And we are back for our second series of the night. We've got one new team here on the C stream. It's going to be Execration trying to battle over against Liquid. We saw Execration, they struggled versus TSM, their first opponent. TSM was able to get a 2-0 victory over them. So we'll see if Execration going to have a bit of a different fate here up against a new opponent. Difficult opponent at that though in Liquid.
Fitting, right? C stream, C team. We want to see if they're able to right the wrongs that they made in that game number 1. It kind of felt like they were still playing on the old patch, though, didn't they? They picked up a Broodmother for Palos. Obviously, nowhere near as strong as Elena as it used to be, but I think that game just came down to, had a quick look over the stats, hasn't had a chance to look at the replay, but Brawl popped off. Like, he was topping damage, net worth, kill involvement, everything across his 2 heroes in that game. So we'll see if it's the same outcome this game, because unfortunately for Bob, it's not like Nisha is much of an easier task.
No, not at all. So we'll see what Bob is able to do. Of course, he's a very inconsistent when the man is on and when the man's on his heroes, and he can be very flashy and can take over games. But there are also games where he can fall short. And potentially that is the same with this Execration team as well. I mean, they've had some pretty good showings overall through all the, well, at least in the tours, being able to make it to every single major and Dream League. But once they've got there, they've bombed out inside the group stages at all of those events. Haven't even been able to make it into groups 2 for Dream League or even just the playoffs as well for any of the majors. So we'll see. What do we feel like is the big reasoning behind that? Is it just, I don't think it can be an inexperienced thing anymore for Execration, especially with all the events they've attended this year. Is it just, potentially there's some other issues that we can't really see from these boys, or it could just be an easy thing. They just don't have the skills just yet to be able to match up against the others.
It could possibly be something that we're not seeing. For me personally, it feels like they were a completely different team when they had March as their coach. And then as soon as March was able to draw them from a team that we were thinking, just looking at that roster, right, of like all the different C teams in Division 1 for Tour 1, we were like, oh, these guys will be struggling to stay in Division 1. And then they came first, right? And so he got poached by Enigma Galaxy. And it really doesn't feel like Execration have had that same edge ever since that, right? I feel like maybe they're too insular, I think is the word to put. So like they might need like an outside perspective to be able to go away from the standard stuff. I mean, we saw it in game number 1 of their previous series, right? They were playing a Broodmother. Not really the pick for this meta right now with how heavily she was hit with a lot of those nerfs in 7.33E.
Yeah, and with the replacement of March was Kimo, right? Who's been someone who's been really around the Execration camp for a very, very long time. So that is also not really a different opinion kind of to the team, and at least ideas on how to play the game of Dota. So we'll see though for Execration. Of course, it was just the first series loss versus TSM, so maybe just looking a little bit too far into things. We'll see what this team is able to do, but their second opponent is not going to be easy at all. But we have a draft getting underway. It's going to be Execration on the Radiant side with first pick, Liquid on the Die side with second pick.
We do have to mention as well that instead of Carlo, they are playing with Abeng as well in the position 5 roles. So it's something that Carlo never really felt comfortable playing that position 5, did he? Like it was pretty visible that he was a 4 trying to play 5, whereas Abeng is a 5 through and through, you know?
Yes, without a doubt. So we'll see how that is going to end up changing things.
Man does die a lot, though, I gotta say. Like, a lot of it is the tactical feeds, but that's a lot of gold to be giving away in this meta, where, like, kills are actually really worth it. Remember that farming meta probably about a year or so ago, where it actually just wasn't worth it to go for kills because you could get so much more farm more quickly if you just hit creeps instead? That is absolutely not the case now, so I think, again, you just need to be a little bit more adaptive to what the meta currently is. And, going for picks like the Broodmother now after it got nerfed, maybe not the best choice. And going for, this, I don't want to say suicidal style, but, going really deep in and beating your life away just for a little bit of vision, probably not as worth it anymore.
We do see, though, at least Execration going to ban out the IO. So, of course, the IO Lesh was a very difficult pairing for them in that previous series. And so Liquid just have some success with it as well, and they're going to get rid of the Primal Beast, which maybe is potentially protecting the Broodmother opener, if that is a route they want to go down still.
Possibly. I hope not.
Same.
I think... I don't know. How do you feel about this IO? I feel like it's more worthwhile banning the Lesh, because Lesh is still fine on its own, whereas IO really only feels great with Lesh, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe Liquid's like the one team to still do it against, because they do like a great IO Muerta pairing, where, you know, Mickey can just absolutely pop off. And just looking through their past games, I feel like Mickey is one of the few people that is actually starting to pick up this hero again, now that Morphling and Deucer aren't really in the pool.
Well,
can I go for Liquid already?
well, what's the reasoning behind it?
Brood, not as great a first pick hero anymore. Timbersaw, in my opinion, one of the best heroes in the pool, and great way to be able to catch a Brood Mother who's trying to play around the tree line in both the Chakra, Whirling Death, and Firefly.
5 seconds remaining.
Need anything else?
No, I think that's pretty good. So let's see what Execration are going to try and do to close out the first phase. It's going to be a Storm Spirit. Okay, so you got a comfortable hero for Bob, which is really important thing. If it is going to be Batrider played in the mid lane, Storm is...
Yeah, mid Timber though, right? Like, and I feel like that does just fine against the Storm Spirit.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Maybe there's kill threat, like if you get level 3 before the Timber, but really that's a stretch. Like I'd say, yeah, no, yes, I agree. I think this should be fine if you want to put the Timber mid.
This feels like I don't like Flaming because they're my boys. They're the Sea Boys, but it feels like a draft from like 6 months ago, right? Where you saw this, Timber wasn't known as that like mid laner just yet, and it was like, oh, we see the Batrider, okay, we'll play Storm against Bat because it's a good lane. But I really don't feel like that's going to be the case. You know, Liquid, they've got multiple ways to catch now. They've revealed Storm early-ish. It's not like this Pugna mana battery exists anymore. Liquid are still going to ban it out just because it still exists in the game, but nowhere near as strong. But they can still go for plenty of lockdown for this Storm Spirit and do just fine.
I mean, still the Storm, right, though, is... Like, if it is going to be Timber mid, Storm should still be able to get a lot of farm. Like, it's not like it's... Like, you're going to be able to find farm, you've got some value against the Timber, like you provide a lot of magic damage early on, which can be a very important thing when you're going up against it, so...
But what if Liquid just go like Spirit Breaker, you know? It's good against Brood and Storm. And like, you'll kill Storm multiple times in the lane, you'll kill Brood multiple times off the back of that, plus the Batrider. Like, if Liquid ban out Bloodseeker, I'd say, well, it's good against Timber and Batrider already, but I think, you know, it just really leads me to believe that it'd be a great Spirit Breaker game. Maybe they would just like Dark Willow in response, but I don't know.
Think you like some other supports? You could be looking at something like a Crystal Maiden or even a Disruptor. Two of the other supports that are very good versus the Brood and also offer a little bit of control versus the Storm. So I think I'd say for Insania in particular, like he's got a lot of options here with what he's potentially able to play this game.
I think he's probably the happiest one that Undying got nerfed a lot. Like, I know it'd be Bali. He mentioned to me, man, I'm so tired. I just get given Undying every single game, and I'm so tired of it. But, well, it got nerfed, and they banned it. So he's going to get to play something a little bit different now.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm really kind of those 3 heroes we suggest in regards to Insania. I mean, there's potentially others, but I feel like I really hope it's one of the 3. Alright, so we don't see it just yet. So they're going to go down the Dragonite route. So, once again, continuing with the flex. What do we make of this, the DK?
It's fine, you know, just an instant stun as well is always going to be effective. You know, Batrider, if it is being played as a support, takes a little bit of time to get into the Blink Dagger, so it's not like you can just slowly move up to a Storm Spirit. He's going to be able to get away. So I honestly see Mickey just going the same build as he did last game, you know, Midas into Blink Dagger just to secure his farm, secure his levels, and also have that pick off of the Storm.
Got some real beefy heroes now on Liquid too, with this Timber DK, so... We'll see how Execration going to be able to address that. How they can potentially bring them down. I mean, more than likely going to be showcasing their double support pick, the 16th, 17th.
What do you pick, though? Are they Phoenix? Do they...
Radiant team
I
pick.
think they need a bit more control. Do they, Crystal Maiden? Alright, so this is like a Shank staple, right? But
Yeah.
again, it feels like it's a Shank staple from 6 months ago.
Yeah, but Snap's
you know?
fine. It's not. It's like a.
It's fine, but like, how many other 4s are you seeing play a lot of Snap?
What do you want, Ryan? Like, what could they?
Maybe a Mirana
5 seconds remaining.
gives them flex with being either a 4 or 5. Gives them a little bit more invis, like getaway potential with a Moonlight Shadow. Slightly stronger in lane, I would say.
Does the Mirana offer you kill threat versus DK Timber?
The Snap?
Yeah, with kisses.
Nah.
Nah, come on, really?
Not the Timber. Timber can get away.
I very much disagree. I think if you have stuns, I think Snapfire is one of the better supports to deal with Timber.
They only have Vortex right now, is what I'm saying.
That's where you hope that they draft the second support with a stun, and they're gonna go the hoodwink route.
I like this. This is good. You know, this is something that they actually play on position 5. It's Abeng that plays the hoodwink the majority of the time. Sharpshooter, of course, having the break, good against the DK, good against the Bat Rider. The Timber Saw. Just a little bit of extra control as well. And you know, I mean, we talk about damage. Well, now they've got damage in spade on Team Liquid to be able to find out a lot of these pickoffs. So, you know, they're going to be banking on Execration making some poor moves and then just being able to react on the back of that with the Skywrath and the DK. But as soon as they get the Blink Dagger on Bat / DK, they can make moves of their own.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there even like any value, like just like because Sky's a relatively strong laner? Like is that something they're considering here for Liquid, or is it someone who can help rotate if it's potentially going to be like a Sky Timber in the side lane? Like, what is the other value that they get out of the Sky?
I think it's just a good response to the Storm Spirit, right? Like, I don't think you're going to be playing visible in lane ever once the Storm Spirit hits like his level 7 or 8 timing, you know? You're there to be able to get that counter initiation with the Ancient Seal and to be able to find kills off the back of smokes once DK hits the Blink Dagger and just 100-0. The plus side for Execration is, if it is indeed an Abeng hoodwink, you can just go like a lot of these early stats and really harass the Skywrath Mage out with your good attack range, with your good movement speed, and pretty solid damage against Skywrath's minimal armor.
So at the moment, I mean, you're banning out the Slark, which is a very nice lane matchup into the Broodmother. I'd probably say just a game matchup as well, even if the Brood is getting played as a 1. But what do we want from Execration? Do we feel like they're needing a different carry? Can they still go for their Tino hero? Like, what would you prefer?
Whenever I look at an Execration draft, I'm always going to be looking for, is Tino able to play Meepo? Because I just want to see it, you know? I'm not sure against the Timber Saw, though, it's the best choice. You know, he's just going to be able to absolutely shred through you, but most of the time I've seen him playing it in pubs, he gets that Aghanim Scepter on it at like 13 minutes. So you could put a lot of pressure in onto this Liquid lineup that does need a little bit to come online, you know, especially if Mickey does go this like Midas DK route, you know?
Yeah. Is this the game for it, though?
Probably not, but I want to see it anyway.
Hopefully we get it this tournament at least. Hopefully we get to see the offlane Meepo, but for this stage...
Could they Morphling on Execration? It's against the Timber. It's like one of the only things that I think really counters the Timber these days. And I know Morphling was really heavily nerfed, but feels solid-ish, right? Really throws a lot of those strengths right back at them, but does leave Broodmother kind of to the wolves in terms of what they're going to be able to play into him. Yeah, you can just run the DK mid into the Storm and be totally fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Liquid. You have so much potential to put these heroes wherever you want. I mean, Bat Rider, Timber, DK, they can all be flexed in multiple roles, multiple lanes. So it's not going to be easy for Execration to work out what they need. I guess, are there any flaws they kind of need to cover with this pick?
Execration or Liquid?
Execration.
They have very minimal frontline outside of the Storm, and even with him going in, again, you're susceptible to getting stunned, getting lassoed, getting silenced until you've got that beat game. That's the big issue for mine. So
oh god,
I need someone that's going to do it. I mean, he has been playing it a lot. Alice has been playing the Spectre a lot in recent times, but again, slow, and against a Timber Saw, I feel like he can really, give you the business pretty easily.
I mean, sure, there's a lot of value with Haunt to get on the Sky and stop the Batrider blink. There's a huge question mark around the Spectre. I don't know about this hero at all. I mean, was it picked at the Bali Major? Like, at least if it was probably only one game. This is a very difficult hero to be able to pull off. And I mean, Liquid, they are a team, and they kind of have a lineup as well that can control the map at such an early stage where this Spectre might just fall very flat.
Yeah, they can just look to play fast Dodo, can't they? Like, again, DK, Batrider, plus another aggressive-ish hero. What could they think of? What if they Lycan? They Lycan on Liquid and they just put the DK1? Howl attack damage reduction against a Spectre and a Brood feels pretty good to me.
Oh,
I'm here, baby. That's why you give me those mixed nuts.
Alright, so it's going to be Mickey. It's actually playing it though. Nisha's going to pick up the DK.
Very happy I didn't say it was going to be Zai playing it, because I thought you were.
Are we expecting any difference with the item build though, for it to be Mickey playing the Lycan instead of Zai?
I honestly can't recall the last time I saw Mickey play the Lycan. Like, just to see personally what he does. Like, is it just going to be a try and lock in onto someone like that Broodmother? Is it going to be like just something to enable him to run in onto the backlines quite easily? Not sure. There's no real value in going like Wolf Bite or anything like that. So I think it's just going to be a pretty standard Lycan game.
Trying to see what the win rate was for Lycan at the Major, because this was
pretty
21.
much only Liquid playing it, right?
I'll check in a second. 21 games, and I think it was a 52% win rate. So Shopify played at 6 games, Liquid played at 5, and then AG, Nouns, and 9 Pandas with 2 games in 1 game. So I thought this was a very strong hero that I got to see at the Major, and one of the heroes that, of course, Universal wasn't addressed in the patch. And if you get 2 supports that do not deal with split push, don't deal with summons, then Lycan is always going to be scary. And I think with the Universal, there's just a potential for you to play it as a carry, and we're seeing that be the case this game for Mickey as well. So this could just be like the start of the potential rise for the Lycan in this tournament in particular. He could be very, very scary, because we're starting to look for some heroes to be able to fulfill the role that the Deucer and the Morphling was as well. So we'll see if that's going to be the case this game for the boys on Liquid, because it looks like a goddamn scary Lycan game.
It does. It really feels like this might be the tournament where Lycan becomes what like Brood was in the past 2 months. That universal hero that gets a lot of farm very quickly. It is just an absolute terror for supports to deal with. Plus, you also get the benefit that whenever he howls, everyone can just go, oh, like they did at Bali.
Unfortunately, people back home will not know what we're saying if they weren't there. You had to be there, guys. Come on.
You're on stream, surely.
Seconds to battle.
Oh, true. Hopefully, you get to live some of the experience up a little bit. Look, what are they doing here? Setting a bit of a trap, trying to bait the wolves. Shanks, just come on over, brother. Come on. Just free. Looks like a Bang knows it as well. Oh, he's gonna break.
Abe?
I don't know, man. Like, you know,
I said the man dies a lot.
And well, he's gonna give over first blood as well, and they might even get a second if the micro's on point. Trying to get the wolf in front of Shanks, but they will not continue the chase. So yeah, they'll get the kill nonetheless.
If I had any fantasy league where you could get points for deaths, I would have locked in Arbing at first. Like, again, most of them are tactical. That was not tactical. That was just kind of giving first blood away and putting off Liquid to a really solid start.
Look at this. They're going to put the Lycan dump on him as well. So what do we think about this with the Lycan going up against the Spectre Hoodwink and then the Timber versus the Broodmother?
I guess the Brood just wants to be a little bit more playing around that tree line, right? And Timbersaw is the one that's going to punish you at doing that. So I quite like this sort of avenue for them to be looking to go down.
What's going on, dude? Well, Boxy really might be in some trouble. Dagger along with Silken. Alice actually going to look to try and TP top. So what's the call for Liquid? I mean, Execration were the first team to use their TP, so it's going to be very easy for Liquid to be able to get the favorable lane set up. maybe it's just enough with you being down in the forcing the Brood to be in the safe lane instead. As Boxy might end up dying, although the sticks enough to keep him alive for the moment. Bang, one more right click from the tree lane. He's able to secure Execration's first kill.
But you see how great Hoodwink is at, like, against those squishy heroes like I was talking about, right? This is with a Skywrath that actually bought a Ring of Protection so that that sort of thing wouldn't happen, and Abeng is still able to kill it.
Alright, is this going to be what's happening? Some lane swapping shenanigans.
Yes. Musical lanes, let's go.
Does Tino go through? No, he doesn't. Alright, so the team top. Alright, this could be a bit of a messy setup in the lanes. At least mid lane is not going to be chaotic. You've got Nisha's DK up against Bob's Storm Spirit. This should be a fine lane for either. I'm a bit surprised that Nisha's struggling with the last hits.
I mean, like you said, Bob is a very capable mid laner. He just needs to be on that day. So, oh, that's a pretty key kill that you're able to get. Although Zai died from the tower.
He did TP.
Yep.
Actually...
No, he twin-gated.
Foxy now is going to get chased down as well. And he's able to get a couple more right clicks off. Not to be, so it looks like he's okay. Yeah, I saw him gate. I'm like, I thought he TP though because he didn't have a teleport his inventory before he died, but no, that's back up. Meanwhile, Mickey now top lane's getting chased down. Another blood grenade deep under the tier 1 tower is... These lanes are so chaotic, but Execration able to get a couple kills as a result of this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is they thrive in chaos to Execration. That's the big thing, right? They want to make sure. Did you see what they listed down as their motto?
No, I did not.
It's like all heart, no brain, is what their motto was, which honestly could not find a better fitting motto for the team.
Do you continue the lane swaps? Like, what happens? Palace down to bottom now. Again, you're going to have the Brood into the Lycan. Who's actually going to be happy with this? Insanio's going to be able to get a decent amount of damage here. Actually, bottom where the kills are potentially going to be. Zai should still end up going down. Wants to deal as much as he can before they secure the kill.
Foxy is 4th on net worth at this point in time. Just thought I'd let you know.
God damn it.
No, he's good, but... Oh man, I'm styling on these cores.
Well, let's see what he's going to be able to do with that net worth, though. Oh, this is the item that he currently has queued up, though, from the Skywrath Mage. Let's see what got. Oh, nice sidestep, and Abeng should probably end up going down. So Boxy's got a dominating streak already.
Screenshot it. Oh, what a player! What a player! Yoink away that bounty rune as well after blocking up one of the camps. Very nicely done. Get the Void Stone as well. Well on his way towards the Parvis.
Is his mid lane this bad?
No, I don't think so. I've just been playing quite well.
Yeah, very impressed. Man, Nisha got none of those last hits onto the tower.
I love mid laners that do that, or anyone in the lane actually. Just like, you don't need to get the denies, it's just making sure that they don't get the last hit, you know, just attacking at these really awkward intervals.
Yeah, I mean, he's being a huge pest in this lane currently. Very impressed with Bob showcase early on.
He got rid of another rage creep too. Player.
And we'll see what he is. To prove. That he does.
I mean, you know, I love content, and Execration did a video of their own about replying to some Facebook comments, and we're on European time zone, right? I'm not sure how much a lot of the European viewers watch Southeast Asian Dota, but the people that hate C Dota the most are C fans, so they really let the players have it in that interview, and good on them. They did respond to it as actually top lane. Dive down a little bit here, but won't be a weird way.
And you're starting to get to the stage where Zai is able to play his lane solo. So we're going to be able to see Boxy make a lot of rotations off the kills that he got earlier. He's a pretty high level 4 already. Bobby's not going to be an easy kill though. He's going to be able to get a TP out of Shanks as well to try and refill up some of the mana.
Helps about for sure. I mean, this is Nisha already starting to put a lot of that pressure onto the tower. Very healthy creep wave as well that he's got coming through. So right now Boxy wonder if this Parvis is actually going to be a little bit of a surprise to them. I mean, thinking that they can make a kill attempt happen onto Nisha, but not in actuality. Regen rune as well that Bob's not going to be able to play with. Doesn't have any mana.
And they get the kill along with the courier. So you'll be able to continue to chase. Firefly's about to expire, but they've still got another round of spells from Boxy.
Nice
Another
try.
kill to add to the tally as well.
Each creep is still alive. He's actually dragging it a little bit to the side here.
Bottom Palace is... this should just be a kill. Zai was able to tank up the tower. Palace are going to try and get Insania before they bring him into the grave, but it's not going to be the case, as this is starting to get pretty scary. I mean, this is a pre-level 6 Timber, and once he gets this, Spectre cannot play bottom. Brood can't play that lane as well, so how are you going to be able to kind of play these side lanes? It's going to be up to the Storm Spirit to try and offset this advantage, as Bob uses a lot of mana early on. Zai's able to cut down the Acorn shot, so Wishwhack will not land, and beautifully done. Zai, quick on the fingers, gets out of danger.
It's a bottle refill, at least, from the Spectre. He's going Meteor Hammer on Palace. What do you reckon about that? I mean, you talk about stuff from a year ago. This is something really that was a little bit popular around that time, but, you know, Blade Mail as well, you might think they're going to be able to provide a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I mean, I wonder why he's deciding on this instead of the Blade Mail, but we'll see. We shall see. Yep, should be able to get the kill. First shapeshift off the game for Mickey. Meanwhile, mid lane as well, but the action's continuing on. Bob's gonna be okay for the moment with 2 supports standing nearby. He's gonna be able to offset that attempt for Liquid, but Bob is once again pretty much out of resources. Got a couple of bottle sips to work with. But still, this Elder Dragon form has got half duration left, so Liquid are going to continue to put the pressure on.
He's playing for a haste rune or something. Zai's hit up onto his level 6 as well. Doesn't quite have the mana to kill Palace on the bottom side. They do get a haste rune, but it's actually Boxy that claims it.
It doesn't matter, though, because he'll be able to chase down Shanks. Man. It's just putting in so much work. Nisha, ever so survivable with the extra barrier. They give no cares about the tower. Over to Bang they go. Zai even gets a solo kill onto the bottom tier 1. This could start to get out of control.
I mean, I'm not sure if waiting for the Bloodstone is even... the Void Stone is going to be too much value for this Spectre, right? I think he needs to get into that crowd, or he needs to go into... The Vanguard's not really going to save him against the Lycan, but not the other heroes. Is actually Storm TPing down to the bot side, trying to kill Zai. I mean, he knows he's low-ish. This would be a big kill.
Should be able to get it as well. Nice timing with the Vortex. Drag back. Stops the chain away. So that is a huge kill for them to find. Bob gets a solo kill. A lot of gold as well is going to be given over. And very much needed, considering he had a great start to the lane, but as soon as we saw Niche hit level 6 and the supports start to get involved as well, he was really struggling to play that lane. You're even going to get a nice deny on the mid tier 1 tower. So, and even Tino takes top. So some things starting to go the way of Execration.
Lands a Pursuit as well on Bob, so just that extra 200 mana for a Storm Spirit feels amazing. She really doesn't feel pressured at all to have to play defensively with all the towers that they've taken early on. I mean, you've still got Boxy ahead of the Spectre on net worth at this point in the game, and Nisha not even going for the Midas first. He wants to just get that early Blink Dagger and put pressure onto the heroes that have the potential to come back into this game in the Storm and the Brood. He's got the Haunt available now on Palace to potentially get out of harm's way.
Boxy runs into a couple. Gonna take a fight around this power rune. Will be top. Very important for Bob to be able to continue to pick up these runes. So you even see Tino look to swing on over to just help secure that. So you've got the Arcane now to work with. Let's see what they're going to be able to do on Execration. Kiss is going to be used along with the Horn. It's a pretty heavy commitment, and now with the Sharpshooter break, they'll probably get Nisha as well. So the ultimates is all they needed to turn this around. Nisha's going to be able to shrug off some of the damage, but it's not going to be enough with no one nearby to be able to help him get some separation. But it does mean Zai's got nothing to fear along with Mickey. We've got a shapeshift over from the right side. There's still, I mean, Zai should be able to catch up to Tino in between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. Broodmother's health pool is going to be cut away into pieces as Execration, I mean, you do see that they still have a little bit of fight there, but it has to result in a lot of ultimates used to get those kills, and once they're on cooldown, it's going to be easy for Liquid to clean up.
Yeah, it really feels like now is the period where Arbeng just needs to be playing consistently with Bob, you know? Maybe build up some stacks for him, let him get into this next item, but as soon as that sharpshooter is available and you've got the mana, you got to be going for kills. So maybe Arbeng just looking to patrol up on this top side, set up some vision to allow them to go for that next kill attempt. But it really doesn't feel like Liquid are going to show anyone up on this top side of the map. I mean, they've already lost the tier 1 tower, and they've got control over the rest of the remaining 2/3. So I'd be very surprised if someone gets caught up here, unless it's like Insania. And really, if you're committing that heavily for a Bat Rider, it feels pretty bad.
How do we feel about Tino's item build this game? I mean, considering he's really, I mean, second in net worth. He's having a very good game, even though those 3 deaths. But do we like that all this gold is kind of going into this right-click Echo Saber build?
I think it's the only way that you can sort of play this. You know, the Spectre doesn't have too much of a game, and
Nisha
actually found out him.
But they have Mystic Flare, decent chunk of damage. Of course, Insania's going to be able to drag him back. Level 7 on the Bat Rider. Drums completed as well. We've sung a lot of praises to Box's early game, but Insania's done a really good job to keep up his own farm. He's been taking stacks, taking aggressive jungle camps in Execration territory. So he's going to be a really big issue for Execration as well.
Yeah. It really just doesn't make too much sense to go this aura build on the Broodmother, right? Like, even playing it from the off lane, they've got such a good mix of damage on Team Liquid between physical, magical, and even pure damage that, you know, a pipe or whatever else isn't really going to change all that much. So I think he just needs to say, look, Palace really doesn't have a game for now, so I've just got to give myself as much kill threat as possible to make some space for him so that eventually he can come back into this game.
But it's gonna take so long, man. Like, what even item do we need on him to be at a stage where he's like, all right, like, maybe I'm strong enough to provide some impact?
Radiance? I don't know. It's gonna take a while, that's for sure. Nice to be able to disable Blink Daggers. Nice to be able to avoid some of that physical coming out from the DK and the Lycan and the Wolves, and even some magic damage to be able to do something to the Timbersaw is quite hard, and the Shags.
It's going to continue to be the case. Very nice micro out of Mickey. Might be in some danger. I don't know if they have the damage. 2100 health. It's a big one along with the healing Lotus. And yeah, Mickey, he shrugs it off and ends up turning. Rips apart the life of the Hoodwink. Now Bob as well, he was able to dodge the Dragon Tail. So as a result, Bob should get out of danger.
And they just missed that sharpshooter as well, so he feels totally confident just to continue to go in. He might not have died, but he might have been forced to go back there on Mickey, but instead they just get a kill for free. Once again, force Bob back to base. This is not where you want to be playing as the Storm Spirit. Double damage in that mid-river, though. They're going to see it. I wonder if Bob doesn't even have the TP to quickly get out to it either. Might just deny it with one of your wolves or something. But a slower paced game does favor Execration. So if Liquid get bogged down and with just not doing all that much, just farming away, you'd have to say Execration are going to be feeling relatively satisfied with that. You know, he's going into the Aghanim Scepter next on Palace. Don't hate it. Going to allow him to, you know, tank up a little bit, maybe make some of these kills happen with the Storm Spirit, but it's going to be a while until he gets to that phase.
Or bottom lane. Lasso out from Insania. Palace gonna try and play him with a horn. It goes up the top. Anisha and Box there with already. They've got the damage. Maybe Palace. No way, Palace. He's gonna be able to live through it all. Oh, that is a big double kill. Bob gets involved as well.
All heart, no brains, man. That's all it is, right? He gets caught out, gets out on about 50 HP, goes top, gets caught in a Mystic Flare, Ancient Seal combination, and they're still able to find something. They had no idea that they were camping around that Twin Gate either. They've just put down this vision to the south side of where Bob is farming, in this top side of the map. They probably don't secure those kills. Inspector doesn't get away if you don't have that DD. Really, once again, emphasizing the importance that Bob has been able to claim the past few.
What do we feel like is the call out of Liquid now with how the previous fight just went? Because still, this is a team that can continue to play very aggressive and try and occupy a lot of the territory out of Execration.
I think you want to go, but you could just wait for Nisha to get his Assange, right? He's 400 gold away, and right now his main job is just to keep the pressure back defensively.
Gonna be able to find the break out of the sharpshooter. Zai does get the chain up to the high ground. The team is starting to funnel into the area. Nisha's going to be able to get the initial stun. The follow-up won't be there as Zai... Well, we saw previously Spectre had enough health pool to survive, and this time it's going to be the Timber, and all the boys are there to clean up as well as 3 heroes go down. A tier 2 tower now is going to be under assault.
Shanks was just slightly off the mark with that Fire Snap cookie. Might have been able to take out the Timber Saw. Would have been a really valuable kill as well. 3, 3, and 8 at this point, but plenty of net worth on the Timber. Be able to bring that back your way, but instead, 0 for 3, you lose a tier 2 tower. Spectre has even less space to be able to farm, and looking at the Spectre, they might be able to get a kill, but it's just on Insania, and Zai is angry.
And he's going to be able to take that anger out onto Palos. The TP would be able to find it. My god, that was close, though.
Move their vision as well, though. And the map is completely dark for Execration. Really not what you're wanting to have for your team. Absolutely not what a Storm Spirit wants to be able to play around with either. You know, you need to be able to have that thing that enables you to go for these jumps and these kills. So off the back of that, they must be saying, look, we just don't have enough damage quite yet. Pure damage coming through from the Spectre when she's able to join in. That could be the difference maker. But Storm Spirit, he needs level 12. He needs this the Kaya at least to be able to make a few extra plays.
It's going to take some time.
Mech done.
Well, they'll see
Shanks.
Kino farming out. Even going to run into a bang as well. A little bit awkward use of the flame break. Can get the teleport very close. And Senya nonetheless will be forced to use the lasso to be able to stop that one short. But it does drag.
That's the death I like, though,
yeah.
on Arbing. You know, like, that's the tactical death. That's the one that drags them away. They'll see a recently killed creep there inside of the camp on Insania, and, well, the spiders... Tino is just back farming inside of his own jungle for now, but again, it's space.
What if he goes down, though, but we'll be able to get the teleport away. This Timber hero still... I mean, it's just
kind of nutty, isn't it?
Yeah, just the first game I've seen it of off the patch, but it still does feel pretty goddamn strong.
It's fairly tough. They decrease its damage from Timber Chain by 10, and the reactive armor is down by 0.1 per stack.
Can't forget the movement speed nerf. Palos?
Oh, yeah, 5 movements.
Oh, nice timing out of the Ancient Seal. They're going to have the damage before the Haunt, though. Steps out of the Mystic Flare. Palos okay. They are smoking across the map, though, from Execration. We're going to see if they can cut off Liquid. Looking to try and re-enter their own jungle. Zai's a difficult kill. With the ultimates, they might be able to bring him down, though. Bang's going to be the first point. Oh, it doesn't land the bushwhack, which might be an issue now as Zai still in some trouble. They're able to get the break, and that'll be enough to secure the kill as Liquid. They're going to start to bring some members over to get some revenge. Oh, awkward timing out of Nisha's blink, though. They'll get the zip away. They'll be forced to turn to the easy target out of our Bang, but still, it's not going to be easy. The combo was off the mark. Blink's going to be back up in a couple seconds, though, from Nisha, so they should be able to close the distance and at least get one rebuttal kill. That will be all, though.
You would hope so. Tino's going back into enemy territory.
Oh. Ooh, have they got vision?
They do.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure what he was doing, man. He just went in way too deep. I mean, at least gives them the space that you've got the Aghanim Scepter now finished up on Palos. He was there for the assist.
Bob might be in trouble. Got no mana, and Nisha's hunting. I'm like, ooh, Insania's pretty close as well, Bob. Vortex last second, it's not gonna matter. And now, yeah, the Hoodwinks here can get the break. As Palos got the damage by himself, though. Nisha's going to be forced to activate the BKB. He's going to turn as well. He feels strong enough with the reinforcements. Nisha wants to go to the Snapfire instead. And Dragon Tail sets up for the Mystic Flare. They're going to try and take the fight on Execration. It's a hell of a pushback. But Zai is here, and now they've used every single spell, and it means the Timber Saw can look to reign supreme. They're going to have no way to address Zai. Combos out, damaged in quick succession. And Palos will be cut down as Zai is licking his lips with the gold and experience that is shortly claimed. Meanwhile, dude, Mickey got a top tier 2 tower. So,
Of course he did.
oh god.
Yeah. Just like in things, Necrobook doesn't need to exist in the game. This is still what you're able to do without Helm of the Overlord, just with your own raw strength. Now he's got that even lower cooldown on the shapeshift as well, being level 15, so really feels to me like they're just about ready to try and close this one out. DKB heading into the Manta style, or the DK might want to just finish up the Yasha first before they do fully commit with a smoke. They've got everything they could possibly want. And a gem picked up from Insania plus Roche.
That is, yeah, that's the only thing they haven't got just yet, and you have to say with it being down bottom, that is definitely going to be the next objective for Liquid. We even see they're kind of starting to funnel down to this area, so all the lanes in a pretty good position. Ready to have a decent ward, though, by this tier 1 tower. So will they know what's going on, but can they do anything about it, though, is the real question.
It almost feels like they kind of have to do something right now. I'm not sure Tormentor is the best choice for them, but Zai's going to have a heart pretty soon on this Timbersaw. And yeah, you weren't killing him before, and well, you're going to have even more difficulty doing it after.
Well, that being said,
Just go
though,
into the Lotus after that as well.
you do at least have the Ag Shard on a bang, so it's a pretty decent shard. You're able to buff up all the damage, but yeah.
Oh, the
like
wolf. You see that? They smoked with the wolf just following them.
They're even going to scan just to confirm as well. So Roche will go down, and they're going to be able to contest. They instantly look to smoke out. They've got a really good deep ward inside the jungle. Scary
He's
spot.
got to be careful. He's the one holding the gem. Doesn't want to get quickly picked
He's
up.
tanky though with the pipe. They're going to try and blow him up to start, but meanwhile over to the southern side, the Hoodwink's gone. Now everyone else is going to be chased down. Shanks will not be able to live to see another day, and Artino as well. Going to try and run through the trees, do whatever he can.
Bob stole the gem. Mission accomplished.
Alright. Snatch and grab. Not too much mana though.
I'm over here.
Should be fine unless they can get the harpoon, but Shapeshift's about to be over.
I mean, Mickey... No, actually, it was Mickey doing it last time. Nisha's playing the DK. About to say, they weren't hesitant to dive past the throne in the previous game we saw, but yeah, this time around, they're going to play it a little bit more measured with that Shapeshift just about to run out. They got 4 minutes to be able to close this one. Have to wait for the Manta style on Nisha.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jesus, dude. Oh, Alice. Instant scepter to get away. They're going to try and go for Mickey mid. 2700 health they have to go through, even forcing the Mortimer Kisses as well. Mickey's still in some danger as Nisha tries to offer some assistance. They're going to be cautious how far they step out of the map, though, in Execration as Zai is looking to cut off the path. Tina will go down to the south instead. It might be able to get up bang, but that is a pretty big victory. It does not matter if the Hoodwink goes down. You lose the Aegis, which was a big addition for Liquid's potential to be able to close this game out.
Oh boy. I'm finding it hard for an avenue for them to get back into this. I mean, the Lincoln Sphere, it's going to be nice, I guess, against what Liquid have to throw against them. This is for Bob, by the way. But, I mean, you've still got multiple ways to be able to stun him up, right? You've got the last, you've got the Ancients, you've got the DK stun, and you don't have a rack, very short.
But they might just go bottom as well. They might just get the kills instead as Nisha... They can dive under the tier 4 tower. There's going to be nothing that is stopping Liquid from getting kills and then going back towards the objectives. Bob will try to be a bit of an issue. They want to deal with the Sky. They feel like Box is an easy target to get the numbers advantage, but that is not the case. Box is still alive, and he's soaked up all the damage to enable the cause to stand strong and be able to clean up. Bob, he'll be able to get the zip on the high ground. Nisha trying to close the distance, should be able to catch up to him in a second. Meanwhile, Zai inside the base runs into a bang. And meanwhile, Bob, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. They'll see him in the tree line. These are 4 heroes down without a buyback. Full set of barracks mid, and onwards to the next they go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wouldn't fault them if they called GG just here. Right? Maybe just wanting to fight it out. I mean, this is... They have to play 5 play-in stage games and series. Every single one is going to count, so a surprise victory somehow come from behind, but it's already 20k at 26 minutes, so I'm finding it hard to see how they're going to be able to come back into this one.
Yeah, I am as well. Oh, Carlos?
Wanting that initiation to come so the Storm is freed up to have a bit of an easier time. Start to fight early so Bob could just zip in straight from the fountain.
Here he comes. Nisha tries to predict with the blink. Bob's used all his mana. He's out now. I mean, Tino's out of health as well. And yeah, the G's are coming. And there they are. Double for Bob, double for Tino. And that's going to be all she wrote. Liquid, a very dominating Game 1 performance from them in their second series.
Was for sure. And this is why I think Timbersaw is still a busted hero, just because they've got so many options to be able to... well, sorry, there aren't as many options now to be able to deal with it now that the Morphling is gone. I feel like Morphling would have had the similar issues that the Spectre did, but once you get the Aghanim Scepter, you actually have some of that turnaround potential, right? You're not stealing, of course, as many of his stats, but you've still got that great reactive armor Aghanim Scepter to be able to play around with. So the fact that this Spectre was just way too passive for what I feel the lineup that they had, it was a bit of an issue.
I think it also goes back to the lanes, right, and the setup where we saw that Timber was able to... I mean, it was always going to happen, but Timber's able to play solo kill the Spectre even before... I think actually it was with a +1, but it was before level 6. And then as soon as I get Chakram, Spectre can't play that lane. So all of a sudden you have a Karu who can't farm the jungle, can't play in the lane, which he very much needs to. You can't put the Brood there, you can't put the Storm there. Like, how do you start to play the map? It looks very awkward when you've got a Sky that has a bunch of kills and an early Parvis. I mean, we saw what the Parvis was able to do as well mid-year. Like, Nisha, even though he really struggled in that lane in regard to, like, the CS char, all they needed was 6 and some rotations, and then that mid lane was also then unplayable. So all of a sudden you got 2 lanes that you can't put your cores in.
It was kind of rough, for sure. I mean, the Parvis, of course, is just buffed up even further by, just how tanky the DK was. He was the one that they were making a lot of plays around, him and the Timbersaw. And it just felt like it didn't have any avenues. I think 14 deaths in a, how many minute game? 26.5-minute game.
14?
Yeah, the man dies a lot. I said it at the start, and I say it for good reason. I think 1, maybe 2 of those deaths were, like, tactical. But giving up the first blood to Mickey, who was already primed to have a good game on this last overall pick Lycan, was certainly not the way to start out this campaign. And, well, hopefully for Execration, they're able to adapt, and they're able to modify their playstyle to something a little bit more modern, or, again, do the thing that Liquid do against a lot of teams. Play this cheesy style of Dota. Go for the Marcy, Visage, Luna sort of style of build, where you're able to just storm down a hours and don't have a response to it.
Yeah, they're going to need a... They're going to need to do it fast, because this is still getting to a stage where, yes, it does need to be said that at least with the planes, every single team is going to have an opportunity, whether you don't make it in the top 2 to automatically qualify to groups, you at least will still be able to play 1 best of 3 to potentially make it, but you want to make sure you and at least even you play that series, you have some confidence, you have some good games. But the moment this is not the start that Execration have been hoping for. They're going to start 0-3. There's still 1 more game in this series, so we'll see if they're going to be able to make amends and tie up our second series of the night. But that is going to be a difficult feat, especially with how strong Liquid looked in that game 1. But all our questions soon to be answered after this break.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Well, a stellar performance from Liquid gives them a game advantage in our second series of the night. Execration, they needed to pull something out of the hat. They need to do it pretty goddamn fast as well. There are not many games left, and their opponents are still very difficult that they have to go up against too. So, we've, I think in particular, spoken a lot about how maybe some of their heroes are a little bit outdated, at least in the type of drafts they're running, the heroes that they are liking. So, let us see. Maybe Chemo can whip them into action. I'd say he probably helps with the draft as well. So maybe he's looking to try and change up the ideas, at least heading into game 2.
So there is something going in their favor.
Okay.
All 3 of their previous games, they've had first pick. This is the first time they've had second pick. So hopefully for Execration, they can at least get the lanes going a little bit further in their favor. I still want to see that Timbersaw getting banned out. I think it's first pick worthy overall. So yeah, just look to remove it. Get that out of there. And, if Execration want to still try playing like normal-ish Dota, by all means do it. At least you've got second pick to get the better edge off of a lot of these lanes. I think second phase, I want to see them ban out the Dragon Knight as well, just because we've seen Team Liquid use it with really, really good flexibility. But if they want to go full meme, I need to see something like a Marcy Batrider in the first phase. Just Marcy because they can flex it to a core role, but we've seen Shanks play it as well. And it leaves you the openings to go Batrider as an initiating position 5. You can go the Visage 3, you can go the Luna 1. You can still make it work, But I think they just got to try and keep their options as open as possible.
All right. Well, let us see how they're going to set themselves up with a successful draft. The big question as well, do they go back into the IO ban here? Well, not the Chen ban?
Insania likes it a lot.
But he hasn't played it a lot recently.
Yeah, in pubs. He's been spamming pubs, man. He's done I counted 55 in the last 8 days that he has been spamming. Yeah, man's been playing a lot. And top 2 easily for him were Chen and Enchantress. So again, so his top 4 heroes, Chen, Enchantress, Batrider, Enigma. And Zai's heroes, Lycan, Primal Beast, Broodmother, Enigma, Timbersaw, Visage. So these are all push, play aggressive style heroes. That's why I'm leaning so heavily into that, and it's why Execration have expanded a ban for it. They clearly think that Bob's Ember Spirit is going to be enough to be able to deal with this Leshrac. And, they've gone for the same sort of counter to the relocate as Entity tried to do with Fishman playing the Silencer. But I'm going to need to see some solid ways to be able to keep those lanes shoved away. They almost were able to do it on Entity, but, Liquid, they're just going to put Execration to the test.
I think you got to be cautious heading into the second phase. There's a potential for Liquid to run the Leshes in the safe lane and give Nisha the DK once again. I think it matches up.
Ban it. They have to ban it. Surely.
Yeah.
It's just another super strong push hero. Just ban it,
Yeah.
DK, Visage, out of there.
5 seconds remaining.
I do agree. So once again, Liquid are going to ban the Drow. So it looks like with it's always a good way to when you have a team go for a style of draft like this where they IO Lesh, this is their game plan. And you see them instantly respond with these bans. They obviously feel like these are the better ways to be able to address it. So you just high range right click damage with Lesh having a lot of issues in regards to the armor pool. Or of course the Terrorblade matchup can go a little bit back and forth, but we see that along with the Dry Ranger. We'll see what else they want to look to get rid of now.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically they're getting rid of things that either go Skadi or have an inbuilt Skadi-esque thing like the Drow does with their Ags for the hypothermia. So they just wanted to remove those from the pool. Probably, you don't need to get rid of AA. Silence is already there. There's plenty of people that can build the Shivas, so I don't think you need to worry about that too much. Sure, just high damage is really what they're looking to get rid of here.
We'll see if they want to go back into the Tusk as well for Liquid. I think in that game in particular, there were maybe some other melee position 4s they could have potentially been preferring besides the Tusk, but we saw Boxy have a pretty good game on it overall, and is one of the better position 4 Tusk out there as well. So Execration, though, will be the Rubik route.
Can I say I hate this?
Yeah, I don't actually I'm a pretty big Rubik fan. I think your Lesh abilities are great to steal, but
yeah,
I don't know. I just
You're playing with a Silencer Rubik support duo when
Yeah.
there's still plenty of pushing heroes left in the pool. Including
no, I
a
agree.
DK that can destroy the Ember in lane.
I really hope they DK. I think I'd be very convinced that Liquid would win this game if there's a DK. It bodies the Ember Spirit mid. Nisha has a great Dragon Knight. They probably won't reveal it. I mean, you could probably reveal it now because there's still a lot of flex overall, but there's one of those pushing heroes like you mentioned, and again, a lot of flex, and both Rubik and Silencer don't really deal with the summons, so this could be another very quick game unless Execration with their last two picks can find a way to address that.
I mean, Underlord is the pick for me that Execration are going to need to get. Just the Pit of Malice is so good at locking both the Lycan and the Leshrac in place. Lycan doesn't really want to go to the BKB. Ooh, okay, they really just feel like the Ember Spirit's the hero that they need to deal with. I was wondering what they would be considering for that, just because the one thing that Liquid were lacking was like a way to find a pick-off and then use that to move into a push, you know? There's the Underlord. Makes total sense, right? Even just against the physical damage that Lycan's being able to output, the Atrophy Aura feels super nice. But at least this time around for Liquid, unless they like win a team fight early on with Execration putting themselves in a poor position, they can't just like walk up into a tower anymore until Lion has Blink Dagger. Once Lion has Blink Dagger, game completely changes. Blink, Hex, Stun, dead, and then you take a tower super easily, right? But until that point, it really relies on Execration to make a mistake. So I wonder if Liquid are going to go for a last pick hero that like it creates a bit of chaos around the map, you know? So honestly, I wouldn't have hated something like a Naga Siren for them. Even though it can be slower, I still feel like you're able to just win one team fight and like have 3 waves shoving in, you know, and you can't deal with all of them.
Of course, at the moment, Liquid are going to need to reveal the flex, more than likely out of the Lycan. Is there a preference?
DK though, right? And then you don't reveal the flex.
Yeah. I would definitely prefer that. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I thought if they were going to do it, they would have done it already. So, do we prefer the Lycan as a 1 or a 3? And then...
10 seconds.
I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Like...
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I think you just want to keep your options open, and then whatever they pick last, they're just going to be like, well, all right, who cares? And we'll throw the Lycan there if it's slightly better, or if we need a little bit more survivability, we'll throw the DK there. Execration have kind of done them a few favors with allowing the DK or the Lycan to be in the side lane, in the position 3 role, excuse me, by banning out the Monkey King and the Slark. Obviously, they're good against Underlord too, but it feels a bit odd to me still.
Dire team pick.
Okay. Sure.
Why not?
Lock in onto the Underlord.
And still, who knows where this Razor is going, so, or the Lycan.
Not a bad lane, IO Razor. Plenty of movement speed, always able to get that static link off. So now you really need to pick a position 1 on Execration that's able to, like, move effectively in a lot of these team fights. Like, I don't think you can Morphling, it's just way too slow. But what else is there? You know, there's a Faceless Void, slow. There's a PA, slow.
Yeah.
Can you think of much else? Because I can't. Ricky? But again, what does it do?
No, I don't... Because you need damage, you're currently lacking that. You need a way to take objectives, because you do not have that. You need a
I
way...
think they're going to PA. I don't like it, but I think they're going to PA.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't like it either, but...
You can see where I'm going with it, at least. Quick pickoffs onto the IO and Lion.
Yeah.
You know, quick damage. You're able to get away from a static link in lane.
Yeah, but I think we both...
I don't have confidence in the Silencer Rubik support duo at being able to stop the push and allow someone like a PA or a Void or a Ricky or anyone to get to their timings that they need to truly feel like a threat.
Yeah, that's a huge issue. Like, I don't think PA would get there, but like you said, I don't think a lot of heroes are going to get there. So, it's a very difficult last pick for Execration. Again, like we said, they kind of need to cover a lot of bases here with this Palace here.
They're taking their time, that's for sure. They are a little bit stumped as well with this Razor pick. And I mean, it's one that could play pretty quickly too. You know, you just get into like an Aghanim Scepter.
Select your heroes.
It's okay. I don't mind
Against
it.
the Lycan, it feels nice. But again, like, at least you're able to farm a bit quicker than all those other heroes that we were saying, right? So when you do join a fight, maybe you blow someone up, but what's it going to require? Like, Harpoon, Blink Dagger still, for them to like try and get on top of Mickey and just make him explode. But then, you know, you've got Hex, Stun on Boxy to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know. Feels weird to me.
I actually think like this is probably one of the better picks they could have gone for. I think you have a lot of control with the Ember Rubik Underlord. You're not too worried. Like, you've a lot of physical damage first to Lesh, which you're able to blow him up. Of course, you offer a lot of AoE damage and control, so you're a pretty good matchup versus the IO. Just the big question for me is that are you going to have a jungle to be able to farm, and how active a Liquid going to be able to get? Because, of course, Sven, you do not play well from behind. Like, this is a hero that needs an item advantage without a doubt, because having that innate farming mechanic with the cleave. So if you fall behind this game, it's just over without a doubt.
Rubik and Silence are not known as like the best stackers either for the Sven to be able to pick up a lot of that quick farm, and they're probably going to be pressured a lot in the lane as well, because it's a Mickey Razor. So you could put that against the Sven, it's going to do just fine. You could put that against the Underlord, it's going to do just fine. You know, you're going to be able to just keep following both of those targets if the IO is tethered together with it as well. Honestly, it could even be the Lion, you know, just that stun to keep them held in place, allow that static link to really do work. So the big issue I have for mine, on top of everything that I've just talked about already with Execration, and we sound like such haters, but this Liquid draft is just really good, I think, is the thing that's the takeaway from this. And I think Palos is going to have like a double-edged sword, that if he jumps on one target that gives really high value, then another is going to be able to counter immediately what he does. You know, if he jumps Lion, he's getting static linked. If he jumps Razor, then he's getting stunned.
They do at least have a first blood. I guess just too close, didn't get the tether away. Sorry, didn't get the tether distance, but it was Bob that finds first blood.
Easy game for Execration.
All right.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll have to deny their own room, but Bob is just about to have a bottle to work with, and overall, like, it's a pretty good Ember game. Like, you do have to be worried about the Lion. You got to be very worried about the Lion, and then, you know, that could be enough to change it up for like the Lesh rack. But overall, like, if Bob can get off to a decent start,
he's gonna be tempted. See it?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, no, he doesn't. It's nighttime. And that's 4 bounties for Liquid.
4? I see 3. It's okay.
I see a Sentry Ward. Yeah.
That's right.
They got 4 kills on things. Or 4 things on things.
Yeah, fellas is... Okay, apparently Rubik died. What was that? Is that a couple of blood grenades? Let's see. How did he die?
1 blood grenade. Plus a, tether?
Yeah, tethered up Mickey.
Yep.
So, this now going to get him closer towards the boots. I guess at least one thing down bottom. I don't know if the movement speed is going to be enough to offset this, but at least you could have like, all right, we've got to kill top lane. Palos does still end up going down, so that early little bit of damage Liquid were able to do does actually come back to be a huge benefit for them.
You were saying they've got the pit to be able to stop the rundown?
Yeah, maybe pit and telekinesis. I don't know if that's going to be enough though. Because, I mean, you're going to have an IO to buff up Mickey's movement speed, and he could go like boots potential. I don't know if you need Windlace in the lane though, but yeah, we'll see.
He's going to have it stalled a little bit. They've had to spend a lot of money on regen in this early part of the game just to be able to be part of a few of those early skirmishes on Liquid. So the boots somewhat delayed for Mickey, just so that he can get a salve and tangos out for him there. And even just not wanting the lane to push in, wanting to maximize the potential kill threat. But ends up just copping a few volleys of that Firestorm.
Wonder what the build's going to be for Mickey as well. Like, I really have not seen this Razor in a long time. Pretty much the last time I saw it was people attempting like that Bloodstone build a while ago, so... I think that was more like an off-lane Razor build though, so... we'll see what the choice is going to be for Mickey.
I mean, my thing is, I think they just need to make sure that... You can do a lot of damage off the back of like Power Tread's BKB, but his main thing is just make sure that the Shrek and Lycan don't die when they just want to run at people, you know? So he just, I think, could get a really early BKB and play a little bit more of like a selfless game this time around. And it's something that Mickey is totally known for, you know? When the lane was set up for more of the time, it was with Koifa when he was playing with them. Like, he would say, you know what, just give me something and I'm going to play like I'm a mid laner, you know, a little bit more of that space maker.
Zai might be in some danger. The grenade's already been used. They've still got the Stormhammer as well to be able to close the distance. Boxes will be able to step in if required. They might be able to go back towards the Silence now. 2 creeps along with the Wolves. Boxes still got the Earth Spike as well. So yep, Abeng should be chased down and caught out by the Lotus Pool. And what a great timing as well. 3 minutes going to get. So Zai giving over some extra regen for the lane.
Harassment onto Palos and doesn't get the kill gold. Would have loved that on Zai. But once he gets that Helm of Iron Will, this lane becomes so much more easy for him to just be able to stick around in. And I mean, we talked about the potential of having a lot of those stacks as Boxy. He's actually going to be the one taking a lot of this harassment through here. Oh,
get the
no.
kill. Alright, yeah. Zai's also in a little bit of danger. Not going to be forced to use the healing Lotus though.
As I was about to say, once he gets that Helm of Iron Will, you're freed up a little bit to make some of these stacks happen. So, obviously, Nisha, great hero at being able to make the most of that, as Bob and Nisha are really playing on a nice edge here. Both of them could very easily pick up a kill that could turn the tide. No supports rotating towards the mid lane for now. Like it's going to be a 1-for-1 water rune trade. Bob, I think he wants to get active as soon as he gets that infused raindrops coming out to him.
We saw last game there was a lot of emphasis on the supports, actually top lane. Boxy with the Wolves. But this is such a frustrating lane for Abeng to play in. You don't even need the Lycan really nearby with the micro from Zai. Going to be very difficult for Abeng, and going to be able to shove Palos at least away from the creeps as well, so continuing to minimize his farm. But I was going to ask, we saw last game like we saw a lot of emphasis from supports to rotate there. Do we feel like this could be a similar thing this game?
To rotate to which lane, sorry?
To the mid lane.
I could see it happening, but I mean, the thing is, like, Mickey is probably going to have an easy enough time here on his own now that he's got his boots. I think he's got power treads coming out to him, so Insania is probably one of the better ones at being able to make this movement happen. Of course, can build up stacks like he did previously towards that mid, so I think it's a possibility, but I think Liquid are happy enough just to try and get their levels split up, and unless Nisha's in like grave danger, they're fine with him just being left solo for now.
King? I'd be able to go back though. Mickey's got some spells up pretty shortly. A little bit hesitant though. They don't see too many of the other members on Execration. It's a pretty big wave under the tower as well though that Mickey wants to farm.
Oh, doesn't have a point in the pit.
And he's dead. Thanks gonna use telekinesis to the last second. Let's kind of stop Mickey from getting a little bit of the creeps under the tower, at least with that. Meanwhile, Palos top lane might also go down solo to Zai if he can get the Wolves in front. Palos tries to step back in, but Zai might just go for a bang next as well. He doesn't know what to do. Run or go forward. Unfortunately, a bang will choose his fate for him.
Nearly made a kill happen on Tarbing. Didn't want to pop the Howl. He'll make those kills happen. The Wolves still give him a lot of the business, and they might end up getting a kill from beyond the grave. Oh, Box is the one to claim it. Of course he is. Another power rune. She did. Not ideal if you're an Execration fan. Reaching up to level 6 on Bob, so the base to be able to make some of these plays happen. And I don't believe that was stacked up either, so Nisha just taking the one hard camp there, and they're going to scout out his movement with this ward placed up in the river, so look to back up quickly enough on King and Palos,
man,
but
Mickey's here.
not if everyone's here.
Yeah, the boys, they want to get involved and try and continue to slow down the game. Of Palos, Mickey is going to look for the deny on Palos, but unfortunately the timing was not on the mark. And now once again, the Wolves, they have spied out, but the silencer, a bang. Where are you running? Looks like he's actually okay. Nisha's going to farm up some of the jungle instead, so... Oh, dude, he's going to shapeshift for the kill. No way. Come on, Zai. This poor silence just to live to see the light of day. And oh, he will. All right, he will. Zai doesn't get the kill of the first shapeshift.
I'm interested to see where Palos goes. He's still got 5 seconds left on the TP. Is he going to use it to just quickly get back to this top lane? Because you've got a very, very big creep wave pushing in here. And Zai has been able to manipulate it so that the creeps don't meet. He wants into the tower. Actually scout out this Palos movement as well. So important for him to get into this Mask of Madness and the God Strength and max out the Great Speed, because he has an enormous stack. I was about to say to take. He might actually be to take, as Tino, he's actually just building the stack up even further.
I mean, Liquid would definitely be aware of the stack potential. Boxy's probably going to die inside the river. They did deny the illusion room, which is at least something, but you spoke about the stacks on Execration that you want to see the Sven get. Liquid, they can invade and take that over as well, without a doubt. So Execration, they have to be pretty on point with scouting out on Liquid's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100 gold away for Sven to have it. Importantly, he didn't use the TP scroll. He's also got that Spark of Courage, so he actually already used the God Strength. Are you going to kill her onto Zai? I'm not so sure.
Maybe not with the TPs. One's going to come through. They got the relocate now as well. They'd love the kill onto Palos. Oh, in 2 minds. Nisha feels like he needs to go towards the silencer. They are going to smoke, though, which I don't know if they got a glimpse of. Oh, nice scan. Looks like they are aware.
Actually, Tino taking this gigantic stack for himself. He built it up. He says, you know what, I'm going to take it instead. And it is important for him to be that beefy frontliner, right? When you consider all the heroes that you're going to have running straight at you. Gives Shanks a little bit of time to sit in that lane. Already level 6 on the Rubik, just at the 9-minute mark. So he's having a pretty alright game, and Shanks is a damn good Rubik player.
And pretty decent abilities to be able to steal this game as well. Maxed out Plasma Field that he's got. Top lane though, once again, Palos.
Wolves, man.
All the attention put onto the Sven. He is getting no breathing room at all to play this game. He tried to get the proc out of the cripple, but now with Mickey here to slow him down. Gonna be another kill for Liquid to find. And importantly, 4th death of the game for the Sven. We were mentioning this is a hero that does not play well from behind at all. And it's looking like that might be the case this game.
I mean, at least you're at the point now where Tino should be able to take this bottom tower, right? In the next, let's say 10 seconds. You won't have a tier 1 tower to be
he actually wants to fight.
They're
gonna go through the rift. Nisha, can he make it? No way, they got him. Oh my god, he almost made it, but not quick enough. They get the 2 kills. Bottom is still gonna look to try and take the fight though. The rift that's closing shortly. And with that, it's going to be a double kill for Liquid. Mickey swipes away with the life of the silencer. And now they'll be able to chase down Tino as well. Mickey is off to an incredible start. 5-0 here for the Razor. And this is Yasha already completed.
Actually did die on the other side of that twin gate. He just had too much damage at the time on him, but he still ended up dying at the end of it all. In the mid tower, which is good, but Palos, you have been left here solo by your team as the
not solo anymore, but still seems like it's not going to matter as he goes down. If you don't deal with the IO, you're not going to deal with everyone else, as Bob tries to chase down Insania, who wants to relocate out. And well, he'll live, but meanwhile, Zai, who was able to munch onto Shanks on the backline as well. Should be fine, though.
Mickey just pushing.
Should be fine. Boxy! What is that stun? They got the damage, run them out. One more right click chases him, Hadouken. Oh, he sidesteps it. They get the kill onto Boxy, but a bang, he's going to be chased down. Boxy, so close to making a crazy play.
This feels like a game of Sea Dota to me. You know, 22 kills, 11 minutes in. Just constant action all across the map. Core dying consistently. He'll be pinging his buyback, threatening that it'll be the next thing to come Well, Palace, at least he's got this bottom side of the map to have a little bit more freedom to play around with, right? Like, he's making his own stacks, he's going into the Echo Saber, and he doesn't have a tier 1 tower that the enemy team can just TP to immediately to try and consistently make kills onto it. I would have probably made that move of Tino top and Palace bottom a little bit earlier, but I mean, there's just so much pressure that Liquid are throwing at you that you don't think of these things in the moment, you know?
Yeah, that pressure's not going to stop, though. You have Bloodstone up in a couple hundred gold for Nisha. Almost Manta on Mickey. Great Manta game. Global Silence, Root, Pit. You almost home with the Overlord on Zai, so even though it's only a 1,000 net worth lead, like, this action, it's going to continue to break out, and then you need to be not only considering about your towers, but also Roshan as well. They could have a great lineup to be able to take an early Rosh.
Indeed, as well, just looking to deal with these freaking annoying wolves constantly making scouts around the map. He's actually finished up the Echo Saber as well on Palace, so a really quick recovery coming through for him off the back of all of these stacks built up by Shanks.
Yeah, what? Dude, he has 5 deaths and he's 30 net worth. I don't know, that's kind of crazy. So,
here we go. This is the play that I want to see them making, but I'm sure the Leshrac is the one that they would ideally like to find, but I mean, that Bloodstone now completed, so much harder for them to be able to take them out, especially with these 3 heroes. Not the highest amount of damage that they're able to output. They would take Zai happily.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be tanky enough to relocate in with the boys. Actually, it's a shapeshift.
Shanks is following him.
There's the relocate. They're going to... Oh, no, they actually do bring them in.
I mean, you're pretty happy if you're able to just get the hell out of here, right? You've used relocate, you've used shapeshift. Get out, you don't need to fight.
I feel like they want to try and force the issue, though. Okay, we'll go through. So, yeah, like you said, though, a little bit expended out of Liquid. It is still 4 heroes from Execration top. You do have Sven farming across the map, though, so I think it's going to be his next item of choice. He will run into Mickey. They're going to try and rift out. Knowing the relocate has already been used, it means that Mickey is completely alone. He's got a pretty goddamn big streak as well. He's going to try and TP out if they got the damage, though. Nice read from Mickey.
Had the damage just off the back of, obviously, the Sven not having the greatest time in lane. He didn't pop the God Strength for it. Would have been a big kill to be able to pick up there. He can use the static link on the Sven before he, as he was going for that run away either, but ending up getting punished enough. The big difference that I'm really seeing here is whenever Execration make a move, they might be able to get a kill or some big ultimates that get some things on cooldown, but they're not actually able to convert that into something else, you know? Like, they only have the Sven that's able to take towers or like a siege creep wave, whereas you look on Liquid, you've got a Leshrac now with 2 points in the Edict, you've got a Lycan. Enough said, he's only 200 gold away from Helm of the Overlord, and even Mickey on his Razor has been doing a lot of pushing, especially around those siege creep waves.
And everything's going to line up perfectly. Helm of the Overlord sets... Oh, Palace, actually. Look at the read from Liquid. They're going to cut off the path. Global Silence used defensively. He does have Shanks nearby as well. They're going to try and turn the Nisha, but all the damage gets repaired in a heartbeat. So Global God Strength used. Now they're going to be able to consider out taking some objectives as Zai and the boys are already starting to ping out mid.
Yeah, I mean, these were those timings that you were talking about, right? Now, Mickey's level 12. He's got the Manta style going straight into that BKB. Makes a ton of sense.
No.
You basically just...
Might still go. What's going to stop? Maybe a force back under the tower. At least we'll get him out of danger. They might go for a bang next, however. Relocate? They're not going to bring him. So, yep, they'll get the kill. Not going to transfer
Not needing
Mickey.
to use too much for that either, other than the reload, right? They can just still keep going. No God Strength, no Global Silence. Those are the main areas of concern. I was essentially thinking that they might just be waiting for that Eye of the Storm to be able to make another play happen, but the lane's just not really in a position to be able to make that happen.
I'm a little surprised they're not going through top straight away. Maybe they feel like there's a lot of farm bottom. They want to take out Execration's hands, and there's potential kills they're going to get as well with the ward up of the triangle. It's going to scout out the Rubik. And
this is always going to be the sort of area that you want to take, though, right? Like, it's pre-21 minutes, pre-Wisdom Rune spawning, potentially take away the potential to go for a Tormentor. And when you've got, like, a Rubik that has the possibility of being the one to get the shard against, like, the static link against the split earth. It feels really solid. Be able to get a quick Roche for themselves though.
And it should be for free. Global still down for another 25. You really need that BKB if you're even going to consider about fighting for this fan. They are going to try TP in though for Execration. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't... It might not be quick enough, but...
They got Maelstrom.
They can still take this fight, though. I don't think they're going to be too worried. They will run into Mickey, which is a pretty good start. Box is going to try and do his best to counter-initiate. Mickey's kind of survivable for the moment. Not survivable enough as Aegis gets claimed. What's the call,
they
though?
They use the Dark Rift nicely to be able to bring Palace up here if he really wants to, but he just wants to continue farming. They're pinging him out right now, and they'll see that the Dark Rift is laid down. Unless he takes it, they know that there's no way for him to really join unless they went super aggressive, which they don't really need to do without that Razor. I think Mickey bought out the Mithril Hammer as well before he died, so spent a lot of the unreliable gold that he had at the time. It's best to try and cut the waves as Bob. 2-0-4. Certainly not having an awful game by any stretch of the imagination, but not an easy game to play either.
Yeah, we haven't really felt too much of the impact out of the Ember, even though you're flawless and, like you said, got a couple kills. So you'll see when
play with either of these supports. That's the issue, right? Like he needs Shanks to steal Finger or something like that, you know?
It's not. It's an asking a lot out of poor old Shanks, but he's gonna have to pull something out of the hat. As it's time to go for Liquid. You got this Aegis, minimal net worth lead, but it doesn't matter. All the items set themselves up for a push. Should be a tier 2 for free. They're going to try and protect it on Execration, but...
Offensive clip. So that back to protection stays.
Oh, Boxy. Let's start a little bit deep, though. Fob's going to be lacking from Liquid. They still want to take the fight nonetheless, as Mickey's going to charge at the backline. Zaya's more in combination. They want to try and target down Tino. They don't have the damage just yet to be able to secure the kill, and Palos is here to try and put a stamp on this fight as well, but Palos, he just doesn't have the items nor the damage to turn it back around. A global silence, it's not enough to keep Bob alive, and Awabeng as well, caught out on the low ground. Zap away his health ball. Boxy, no messing around, wants to use his first ultimate of the game, get a charge and get a kill as well.
Use the shapeshift, but cooldown really just isn't that long anymore that it's going to be all too impactful. Zai coming back, looking to pick up a little bit more farm for himself. He's even
still on to 2. Nisha will be rewarded with a kill. Shanks, I'm pretty cute with it. Stuns back up. He should be okay. Yeah, he's going to live.
Even just having that Aghanim Shard on the Lycan, now you're just going to have lanes constantly shoving in naturally. Wasn't quite in time for the 20-minute wave, so no wolves for that one there. But again, these supports don't deal with split push very well, and I feel like that's exactly how Liquid are just going to want to play this one. How long have they got left on the Aegis? Another 2 minutes. Any time to be able to get all out of towers by that point.
Got kind of lucky with the Tormentor Shard as well. IO has that one. Of course, Overcharge, very, very silly with the less track. I mean, even for the Razor is decent. Is it spell or magic damage, actually?
For who?
Spell and spell life. Yes, I mean, that's pretty good for the Razor as well. Either Storm and Plasma Field if you are ever tethering him, but...
Look at Nisha, he's even body blocking the siege creep in that mid lane. Just making sure that it's... Well, they're trying to make it not be the first creep that ended up hitting the tower so it could get some free hits in, but... Good job being able to quickly clear it out, but you just see the power of the Lesh. Mania backing him up. Mech. Arcane Ring. Aegis. Bloodstone. He's got it all.
Let's see, though. Palos is about to have enough gold for the Blink. He's going to have to get an incredible Storm Hammer onto multiple heroes, though. They're going to be able to take the fight. And look at this smoke as well from Liquid. Maybe trying to sweep to bottom. They'll get a glimpse of Palos in the lane, so... You know, they might not be aware of this on Execration, thinking that some more members are playing behind Nisha's Lesh.
the deny off, and they smoked up as soon as he beat back there, so they might be able
split.
to find a quick pick off. And it needs to
good
be on
start.
Insania.
It's a great start if they can get rid of the IO. Nisha's going to try and do whatever he can to oct as a bodyguard. Palace gets a jump in his moment. Instant buyback out of the IO. They recognize how important it is for him to be involved inside the team fight. A little bit messy out of Liquid. Mickey pops the early BKB. They're going to try and target down Palace. Palace turns, though. Looks to stand strong. They'll be able to catch the line out in the tree line. Zai's going to look to try and help out as well, but now with the BKBs on Kuda. Nice man to dodge Mickey. Oh, my lord. All right, Palace now. He's doing whatever he can, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. They'll chase him down, and meanwhile, Nisha, he soaked up all the damage to the southern side. That dealt with the first life, but that is all they will get as Mickey considering about going for a bang up into the tier 3 tower.
I mean, the whole team just went away from the span and focused on the Lesh, who had about 15 seconds left on the Aegis anyway, so Nisha kind of wanted to die at that point. He was like, all right, give me full mana, give me full HP. And it allowed them to just move away, keep the span away, get the kill onto him, and couldn't have asked for a much better fight to start with on that span, but I mean, it was, you're on a timer when you're playing this. You basically got that god strength to be able to play around and just weren't able to do it. Another great spell stolen in the Split Earth here on Shank. He's actually got the Aghanim Shard purchased up as well, so it makes the high ground push a little bit more difficult, but you just have to do the work. Actually really like that he didn't get greedy and go for the Blink Dagger first on the Rubik. I think the Aghanim Shard is just way too much value for him to be picking up here, specifically against the Leshrac, but of course just being able to toss people back when they do get gone on, incredibly useful skill to have.
Wonder if he just keeps Split Earth for the game now.
Oh. Right.
She'll see. I mean, now for Liquid, at least you're not playing with the Ages, so see how confident they're still going to feel without this. I imagine very confident. 6,000 lead. So they don't have the greatest vision kind of towards the right side of the map where currently Execration are hauled up and still getting a decent chunk of farm.
I mean, if Bob's able to get into this Lincoln, I actually give them a decent shot of being able to take a couple of successful team fights, right? Like, if you can bait out like an inopportune use of the shapeshift, you can just look to fight on your terms when Liquid don't have their full strength to be able to come at you. That's an incredibly useful tool to be able to have. And he's also reached up onto the level 15, so no talent put in just yet. I just wanted to make sure that he was able to get full points in all skills at this stage. Should be the Cornucopia finish now. Even bringing in the Chrysalis on Palace.
I was going to say, hang on a second, why has he got a Chrysalis? What happened there with his gold? But said, brings it in. They've got a pretty decent ward as well that scouts out Mickey and Insania.
Okay. The Wolf scouted it again. Just gotta get rid of this. Zai plays it too well.
Mickey gets a jump. Is he going to be able to activate the BKB? Mickey can shrug off the initiation. They want to go back in now. Palace is in some danger. Stolen a little bit too much damage. A decent chunk was forced out from either side, though, so they want to go there. Liquid
is forced out on Execration.
And yeah, and it looks like Liquid, they feel the same as well. They know how truly strong they are, and they're looking to try and catch up on the retreat. There's two fronts getting jumped simultaneously. They'll find the silencer on the high ground, and they'll be able to chase down Shanks as well. Both supports current casualty of war. Bob's Lincoln's going to get popped. Going to be cautious. Where is Boxy to be able to help out? Need some vision for the Ember. Boxy's going to be able to find it. No one else is really nearby, though. Boxy like, brothers? They want the buildings instead, and they should be able to find them as well.
Oh. Bob's trying to do it all.
He's currently doing that. They should be there fast enough. Maybe one more right click. Oh, they didn't get it. No. And he's going back. Like you said, Bob's doing it all. He pushes them away from that push. So and now they're getting surrounded as well.
Should be able to get away.
are scanning.
They're split up enough. Nice wards being placed down as well by Insania after relocate back in, just to scout out any more potential smokes that don't get picked up by one of Ziv's wolves.
They do see Mickey farming. How quick he's going to be on the fingers.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, and they're starting to swing on over as well. Once again, BKB activated. Now what's the call? Because they're going to be able to cut off the retreat. The only angle to escape is blocked thanks to Zai and Nisha and Execration. I mean, that was a Hail Mary play. And it's going to be cut short. Abeng, chase down. You had to go for it at this stage of the game. You got crazy with it, unfortunately. The probability of it working was not very high, but if it paid off, it would have been a big kill. But now, 3 heroes are down, and your buildings are soon to be under siege.
Yeah, the one hero capable of stopping that push is still alive in the Underlord, but solo, I'm not sure exactly what Tino's going to be able to do. You'd have to use the BKBs, I suppose.
I mean, they might just kill him.
Bit of balance is going to be able to do enough. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think they need to. Not enough damage just coming through passively with the Edict. You don't have to worry about it. Another 20 seconds for that spin.
No BKB when he's back up, though. In some danger. Nice relocate timing. Bob tries to make the attempt to jump over the top.
Hang around as well. They don't want to give this up. They want to keep the pressure up. 14k net worth lead. Be able to close it out. Then being alive is, of course, going to be a point of concern as they go for a smoke and a different wraparound. They can see the spend went down to the bottom side, so they would have had to use that TP for it. I wonder if that leads them to potentially look for a play up towards the top side of the map, but they'll be rewarded with Roche if they just check it. Even having a Alpha Wolf dominated by Zai gives them plenty of damage to be able to take this one out in quick fashion. Full 5-man smoke, but look at this.
This is interesting.
It's a really interesting spot for it.
Yeah,
Boxy
that
saw
it
them
is.
use the Lotus Pool.
Great positioning out of Boxy. And now the smoke. There's one attempt with the wraparound. They've been able to get that information, and now it's looking very awkward for Execration. Palace gets a pretty decent jump on Desire, but the instant Halbert, now they'll turn as well, getting rid of the war cry. They're going to use the global silence defensively, but it will not matter. Palace goes down, and now where is the follow-up damage from Execration? Tino will not escape, and up with the supports, they'll be chased down inside the tree line. It was a last-ditch attempt from Execration, but instantly that was thwarted, and now Bob as well. Only one more remnant for him to work with. It could be a long chase down for them. I mean, Blink's going to be up in a couple of seconds from Boxy. He's going to look for the TP out, but Boxy stops it to the buzzer, and they're just going for the jugular. They don't give a damn about Roche. They know this game can potentially be over. There's some buybacks out of Execration. It does not matter if they use them. G's are dropped, and Execration, they're going to start off 0-4 in the plains for Riyadh Masters.
It kind of feels like they're just putting themselves in a really rough spot in each one of these games. You know, they had the potential to have that response with the second pick this time around, and you know Liquid like to run at you, and you know they've opened with an IRL Shrek, and they just went for, once again, a really, really passive-ish style support. Like Bob, we were saying, was like 2-0-4, because he said we haven't really felt this. A lot of that is on the back of just not being able to have these supports, have the damage, to be able to confirm a lot of the things, right? So it just feels like the Execration draft didn't really gel, and they were reactionary without looking at the big picture.
It's they're gonna have to see the big picture pretty shortly, though, man. This is who you got to go up against now. What, they verse TSM, right? You verse Liquid, so you got Asta, Entity, MVP still. So still, yeah, there's maps to be able to take, but
all right. Do you think there's a world where they can go 0-10? And then still win their decider match and progress forward?
I mean, sure, there is a world. I don't like what universe that's in is potentially super far away, and I don't know. We think parallel universes are a thing, so I feel for the brothers, I feel for the Sea Boys, but something is not clicking.
No. And it feels like they're making the same mistakes that they've been making all season, which is the frustrating part, because we know what these guys are capable of. You know, we've seen them be able to take it to a lot of these teams. Like a big portion of this roster was part of that roster that made really good inroads at the Animajor just about a year and a half ago. It was when the wild card system was still in play, but they were taking games off people that they really weren't expected to, and they seem like a shadow of what they used to be.
Yeah, which I really wonder what potentially some of the key issues are at the moment for Execration. I mean, a lot of it is able to start off the back of the draft. That is probably one thing that is just easier to look at, but where do you go from there? Is it the vocal person behind the scenes? Is there a clash with ideas? What is going on? I mean, it's still like I do still want to say like there is plenty of time for them to be able to work it out, but you got 3 series left. You need to, and at least you're not eliminated. That is still like, at least you are not eliminated. There's a potential, like you said, you go 0-10, and you might even just win that playing game, and then you could join all the teams in the group stage as well. But at least at the moment, things are not looking good for Execration.
No, they're not. And we wish the best for the boys. I know there's a lot of people cheering for them here in Southeast Asia. They got a lot of hard competition to go up against, though. So it hasn't been able to work against NA, hasn't worked against Western Europe. But like you said, they've got some China, they've got some Eastern Europe to come. So we'll see if they fare any better in the coming days.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Hopefully they are able to, but at least for us in our second series, we're going to be done here. But we've still got more Dota, a lot more Dota as well. Liquid will continue to be on this stream. They got a new opponent. It's going to be Virtus.pro. Let's see if they're going to have the similar fate against some of the other teams, or if Virtus.pro can maybe topple one of the giants in Western Europe. We'll find out after the quick break.
الحياة لحن، والأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is another 6 series coming up next. Now we got you some new faces on the stream. My name's Cryptic, and I'm here with the one and only Fogged. I am super stoked to be here, man. How are you?
I'm good. Excited. I didn't get to see too much this morning, so yeah, looking forward to see what we get. Do we get Naga Sirens aplenty? Do we get some Rubiks? It looks like probably a lot of Rubiks, but yeah, looking forward to see what we get out of these teams with the new patch. Well, small patch.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's. I think a lot of people are kind of hoping for a bigger shakeup, but it is what it is. You know, we got at least some changes. Some new heroes might be entering the fray, but maybe still seeing some familiar faces. Liquid versus Virtus.pro. I just want to say about the morning for these two teams. Quite a different start to the day for them. Unfortunately, Virtus.pro is off to a 0-4. Liquid off to 3-1. Not that surprising for Liquid, I would say.
Sure.
But is this like maybe a little unexpected for Virtus.pro?
I don't know, honestly. I haven't really seen this team too much lately, and they seem kind of all over the place. Their region is also pretty stacked, I would say, and they've got like most of their players kind of poached and taken from them and moved around the teams and all that. So I wouldn't say it's a very easy situation that they're put in. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely the worst to start out like this, though. You know, you come into a tournament, maybe you're like, hey, we got some ideas from this quick patch. In the first 4 games that you try to use these ideas, you just lose. And the way that they lost the last one, too, right? Like, they actually were kind of leading and then end up losing it to the Nagasarn of Entity. So, I don't know. We'll have to see with VP. I mean, they're playing versus Liquid, who has clearly proven themselves over and over again to be top 2 team in the world. So,
yeah,
it's going to be difficult.
A few times in a row, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not that surprising. Liquid is off to such a great start. I am curious. Like I've seen like some of their drafts so far from this morning, and we're seeing IO Lesh come back again. It is one of those things that we saw, gaming kind of pull out of their back pocket. Like if you just left it in the pool, they'd always go back for the IO Lesh. It seems Liquid has no problem doing the same thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like these teams are like Liquid and Gaming Gladiator, some of these like top Western European teams, they're just so hard to draft against.
Yeah, and I think they're really hard to draft against, but they're also hard to just like if you want to do a slower paced draft and stuff like that, it's just tough to make work. Because for me, what separates Liquid and Gaming for like for like the entirety of the year is their drafting, of course, but it's how they play the lanes. They stomp and they snowball super hard. And from when I look at most of these drafts, I feel like Liquid puts themselves in a position to snowball and dominate and take over games. Like just looking at like the last like 6 drafts or something like that. Some didn't work. Of course, they were versus Gaming. This was in Bali, but you could see like they're trying to set tempo. Like they have some like Primal Beast Lone Druid Jug. If that was in Bali, they end up losing super hard. But you can see the kind of drafts they're going for of just getting an advantage, sticking with it, and snowball, like just taking over the entirety of a map. So
yeah, I mean I want to say like there's certain heroes I am really excited to hopefully see after the letter patch, but it's been a lot of Naga Sirens so far. I think was kind of one of those heroes that I was surprised didn't really get adjusted just because of it looked really strong already. But some of her counters now removed. Is there any heroes that you want to kind of see pop up in the meta?
Depends on what you mean by want. Are they good? Are they
not
bad?
Good.
I mean,
Doesn't have to be good.
Okay,
just
not
like
good.
Heroes you miss,
I mean, I want to see some Dazzle and stuff like that because I don't know if this hero even does anything. I think nobody knows actually what this hero potential can be. It's probably terrible. But, you said you wanted, I don't know. I want to see some of these weirder things that just, these heroes are like gone. I feel like I haven't seen Dazzle in years.
Yeah, dude. Well, they reworked this hero's ult and Ags like 3 different times to where I don't even think people know how it works anymore.
Yeah, you can. So, I think the only thing people know right now is that you can use it and spam Midas. That's all I've seen.
Yeah, right? You just lose all your health, but you can get a Midas cooldown.
Yeah, I really don't know. So, I mean, there's definitely a bunch of these heroes that maybe we'll see some, but I think we're going to see a lot of the same. It's like the heroes that weren't touched too much or touched at all, that were popular and looked good, they're going to get super prioritized. Like I think Clockwork, I told you about it during the break. I talked about it nonstop at Bali. I was like, this hero is insane. It's so good versus all the meta heroes. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think Clockwork is just a super fun hero to watch in general. Like Hookshot, like Flare, the vision game it provides is just like from a support perspective, just does so much. So I'm super stoked if that hero comes back.
It's really triggering as well too. So I've been playing pubs. Like I wouldn't recommend ever doing stuff like this, even though they're like pretty high Immortal games. But I'm just doing like Ags, Octarine, Kaya. Like I'm literally just playing around rockets, and I just rocket supports and stuff before team fights. And then they show up to fights with like 20% HP. If they don't have tranquils, you're screwed. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much. The thing about Clock is he has a lot of potential. He's got a lot of cool things that he can actually provide. But
yeah,
we'll see.
I love that hero. Yeah, we'll see. I will say he is like one of my I think he's in my top 3 like least played heroes in all of Dota. I love the hero. I just have never played him since Dota 1 for some reason. I don't know why.
He was pretty dope in Dota 1, to be fair, but
the good old Battle Fury days.
Looks like we're getting, I mean, just from the start here, a lot of summons bans. I mean, Brood and Enigma rose a lot more toward the end of Bali, and they didn't get touched. I mean, Brood got touched, but Enigma, I was actually surprised this hero didn't get nerfed a little bit, because I think it really started to show how kind of like OP it was at the end there. Just you're flexing it. Well, you're flexing the hero because it can go in so many roles, but then you can open up melee supports. I feel like there's no other hero as an offlaner that really lets melee supports play. Like these Clockworks, these Tinies, maybe even a Tusk. Enigma opens up your hero pool. So I feel like it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this hero seems pretty dang strong right now. I would like I mean, it's always fun casting like Enigma games as well. But yeah, it's not as like boring as like the old school Enigma where you just constantly sacrifice the lane and then you're just a carry with one less creep every wave. So at least that part of the hero is gone.
Yeah.
You know? But
yeah,
there's your Clockwork, man. You got it.
We get it. We got the clock. We got the clock. We got the IO as well, too, of course. Liquid having that one up their sleeve constantly here. Surprised? I mean, Timber did get nerfed a little, but it's always been looked at one of the best IO answers. Even though IO is now universal, it still kind of works the same, where you eat the target and you target the IO, and then you make it so they don't have an IO in the fights. That's usually how Timber wants to play. He just like gets on top of this IO and kills him, but they want to go for a different route here. Potentially, I mean, they're flexing a little bit here, but this could still be the 2 supports. Very unlikely, but
yeah, I agree. I feel like Snapfire, we've seen a lot in the mid lane, but in terms of how it matches up with Lesh will be interesting. Like they know, you know, they get their IO Lesh, something we're talking about, something Liquid loves to run if given the opportunity. IO just seems to be right now a pretty strong support. Like you said, kind of just a better version of some of the others. But
interesting though.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious how this lane matchup goes. Like Snapfire, you have decent lane clear, but I feel like Lesh doesn't really worry about this lane at all.
Lesh is busted right now, honestly. The little change that they did, 90 damage on Lightning. I think Brian talked about it like 100 times in Bali, but it is absolutely super relevant. You can't stop this hero from getting the range creep anymore. Level 1, you could actually like play around it because it was 70 damage. Now it's 90. So Lesh always gets range creep. I think this hero is insanely strong, especially obviously when paired with IO, but we'll see. I mean, maybe they wanted like burst because they have to. The thing about VP is you have to know this is coming, right? You know Liquid is going to IO Lesh you. So I guess
especially
this is their response.
Yeah, if you see that first overall IO, you have to know that's Lesh coming in on 8 for sure.
Yeah, so see if this approach works. I mean, it does give you burst damage and a way to isolate the IO, but
I do like their bans that they targeted here on Liquid as well. The Drow as well as the Terrorblade, like 2 heroes that are pretty good at standing their ground against like this IO Lesh.
Yeah, I think TB's been kind of traditionally one of the best matchups. Even versus a lot of these heroes that have to like get to him, like the Alks, the Lesh, and stuff. So you just get a zone, and he has a Clockwork, so it's like the lane's going to be pretty secured. And Drow is kind of similar, of course, with the hypothermia and everything. Does get that other advantage, of course, too. But
yeah, I was talking to you about this during the break, but I feel like this is just ranged carry patch, right? Like I every single time I've seen a game or played a game, it's like playing melee against any offlane hero right now just feels so unfun and so unbearable that we're just going to see ranged heroes pop up in like every draft nowadays.
I feel like that, yeah, except for Bloodseeker. I think he's the exception.
Yeah, Bloodseeker
because
is the exception.
He just sustains. You know, he just sits and doesn't really care that he's getting harassed. I think he's the one, not the one, but probably the, you know, best melee carry at the moment that just fits in most drafts, so.
You would see like people would like in the past would respond to like Beastmaster lanes or stuff like that with like Monkey King, and you're like, okay, yeah, Monkey King should do good here, and then they just lose the lane still, and you're like, what is happening? Like, this just shouldn't work. But
Yeah, it's sad to see them all disappear.
weird.
Like even the Ursas and stuff. We were like, man, Ursa does feel like he can be good in like some of this meta right now, especially with like the morph being really good.
Yeah.
Because he can burst, right? You can. There's an option. The hero just takes too long. Like me and Brian were like theory crafting like crazy in Bali trying to figure out like these morph counters, these Nagik, and it just like everything feels kind of bad. Like it just doesn't feel good.
All these like
So,
melee
we'll see.
cores like have to go Battle Fury, or you play for like a blink diffusal or something, and then you just if you don't win in 20 minutes, you lose. It's so weird, like how it's changed.
Speaking of blink diffusal and stuff like that, Medusa's still in the pool, so there's definitely potential if VP wants to go down a route like that. Because playing versus Lesh, you have a good target for Snake usually in most situations. The draft definitely looks a little, I don't know, looks a little weird right now versus the IO Lesh. I'm unsure about kind of just like all in on magical damage, and this is like when your salvo is used already on these 3 heroes, you're definitely gonna have some like limited damage in the mid game. Like you have to pop a hero, and otherwise you lose this fight because the IO is just gonna sustain. So you have to throw everything. I want someone else that does big damage on VP.
I mean, you have heroes like Faceless Void, you know, that you can follow up Snapfire ult and stuff, but against IO Lesh, I mean, I don't know if it's enough damage, and you also have to hope that your core matchup is good enough too.
Yeah, that one's, I don't know. The thing about me with Void is he takes some time, and I feel like Liquid can just stomp lanes and then crush and run over. And Void, his lane is just weird. I feel like I only see 2 players make it work, and it's like TA2000 and Watson. I'm really
True.
I'm a
Yeah,
big question
Watson
mark around
plays
Void.
a really good Void.
They're gonna do the Razor. They did this earlier, so it's all about just dumping on lanes.
I mean, they banned out the Lycan, right? Which was something they flexed earlier between both Mickey and Zai. Like they have no problem moving this between 1 and the 3, and it makes sense. Like this hero didn't get nerfed. He's universal. He can benefit from the the stat build.
He ruins Clockwork. I think that's an unplayable matchup for Clockwork.
Oh my gosh,
so.
he does.
You literally get you hookshot in or whatever. You cog him, and he kills all your cogs, and he gets like 160 gold from it. It's actually so funny. It's so stupid.
I actually never thought of that.
In lane, you just eat the cogs. You literally just farm cogs. It's really sad. But yeah, then that's a really hard matchup for him. So that, I mean, plus the reason that they played it, they're gonna go for Disruptor. This blue lineup coming out from Team Liquid, sticking to their colors. A strong lineup too.
Very aesthetically pleasing.
Yep.
Like there's just so much. It's just easy on the eyes versus the red lineup on the bottom. Dude, we're actually doing some lore here. Where's VP's next red hero?
And their next universal hero, right? Because right now they've got 3.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
So you got a blue draft versus a universal draft.
Is there any more orangish red universal heroes? There's Beastmaster, Sand King, Phoenix. Those ones all kind of.
It's not. None of those give me what I want. I
don't think
want
any
damage.
Of those...
I want
think
VP
they
to
do
have
anything.
more damage. That like it's consistent. That doesn't really give it to me. That's.
It's a decent pick for the Snapfire damage, right? Because you have like the arena into Snapfire, but IO reload, if you don't catch IO, is just gonna save everything.
10 seconds
I don't. I mean, they stuck to the theme of red. We've red versus like literally thematic game right now, but
I'm happy about this.
I'm worried on their. They have great team fight on VP. Don't get me wrong. Like with this Mars and the Snapfire come together, but worried for lanes and worried for. After the initial go. Like, they have to absolutely connect perfectly with these. They have good initiation. They have decent ways of, like, blowing up one target. But if they don't blow up that target, IO's going to reset the fight, and it looks complicated.
All right. You were talking about your favorite way of playing Clock, right? This Ags, Octarine, Kaya build. It's definitely a meme, but it's funny. What, like, do you ever think we'll be seeing core Clockworks come out in this patch, like, as a result of the fact that he is universal, benefits from stats really well, obviously, but his spells are pretty strong.
Only maybe
I don't
like
think this
only
match.
an
I don't think this
ice
match, but
only like an ice or some guy that used to love to play it. I don't know. Maybe 9 will bust it out. You know, the hipster mids, the guys that like to play these kind of quirky heroes. Because this hero actually has. That's not a no. Stormstormer is more the cheesy, the Invoker OD Arc Warden guy.
Okay.
9 is the I'm gonna throw this game. But it doesn't look as throwy as you think it's going to be. So I'm going to pick a Rubik mid, and then it works. So you're like, oh shit, 9's actually mad smart. So
it's true. Okay, they actually end up getting rid of the Morphling anyway. This is a hero that I still don't think is bad. Like, they did nerf the Ags, obviously, but in terms of Morphling as a right-clicking damage-dealing hero, like if you don't go the Aghanim Scepter, he's still pretty strong. They didn't change that part of him for the most part. So I actually don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I definitely could have seen the Morph work. Morph for AM, 2 heroes that are really good. This is probably indicating that Razor is off lane. Or, I mean, still flexed, but probably going to be off lane because those are heroes that just can match up well versus him in there.
Yeah.
Ways to disjoint from the link. Of course, the Morphling eventually turns into Razor, steals link, etc. So, you can see what Liquid's going for with those bans. Well, VP, they're targeting now to stop, right, to save the break of the initiation because they need their lasso, they need their Marzel to connect, like, perfectly in these fights, so they're feeling forced to ban out a Legion. It's interesting.
I'd still be okay with them targeting Zai here, because like I feel like Mickey would probably prefer to play the Razor in this offlane matchup. So
yeah,
I mean, especially with the build, like he does so much damage. Okay, there it is. There's the Faceless Void. Never mind.
So they just flexed. Yep. So now it's another. I think their idea is that if now. Who are you going to blow up? You got to blow up the Void or the Lesh or the IO immediately. If you don't, he has a Time Walk save, and the other one has a Relocate save if you don't get that. So this pick, I think, is actually really good, because now they have the Clock SF, which is a super strong lane. I think this kind of fixes things, because now even more Wombo combo in the team fight. But I highly prefer Liquid's draft. I think VP's is risky.
It's like the ease of execution for these drafts for me is what I'm looking at, and like VP has great team fight, like you talked about. They have Lasso, they have Arena, they have Snapfire. My problem though is if Mickey like doesn't struggle too much in this game and gets like a decent timing on like say like BKB, Maelstrom, and some of these other items, like Shadow Fiend just gets owned by this hero. Like you just can't stand your ground against the Faceless Void. So I'm a little bit worried about that. We'll see how the timings end up working, but Liquid loves to play fast, man.
They do, and I'm worried about the... I think this Void actually can probably get some solid free farm, too. Like, time dilation versus the Bat Rider is excellent. Your supports don't pose much threat, I would say. You can just time walk out of the clockwork. The Bat Rider initiation isn't clean. I don't know. This looks hard, but I think a lot of for VP, it's going to be on the back of Kirchik. I think this Shadow Fiend has to like go crazy, which he can do. We've seen it happen in Bali, but definitely not the easiest game for it to happen. Once these BKBs are online, this Lash, this Razor, probably not the Lash BKB, but the Razor BKB, all they have to do is stick on the SF. He's all the damage in the draft.
Yeah. And I mean, SF is so much damage. So, like if he's left unchecked for some reason, or if he gets off to a really good start, he can definitely start to find these kills. So we'll see how it goes. I love Shadow Fiend. He's one of my absolute favorite carries right now. So I'm a little bit biased and hoping that it does well. But yeah, I'm definitely with you on this one. I feel like Liquid kind of got the upper hand in the draft. We'll see how this one plays off. So we're going to jump into game number 1 here in this best of 2. It is Liquid versus VP. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. This is Riyadh Masters. We are halfway through the day. And I'm sure some more great games here to come.
So yeah, red versus blue almost completely too. This is nice. I mean, purple.
Oh my god, you're right. It did end up finishing red versus blue.
It's almost pretty much fully red. Well, he's purple, but it's close enough, right, for Mickey, so.
It's
nice.
Yeah, it's like we'll fudge that a little bit,
Yeah.
Blue-ish.
Let's see.
He had the second tier of the Arcana. Really, this is just Mickey.
That's true.
Not having enough Faceless Void games.
Oh, and they know where the ward is. They're gonna get it right away.
That is a bummer.
Son.
Nisha, come on, man.
Nisha's like, get away from it.
Give me this XP.
Give me all
walks
of it.
by and takes the other bit.
Let's see if they can set up here for a kill. It's Liquid's transitioning over. They're in position.
That's a really good spot from VP. But Zai is too smart. Sniffs it out. Doesn't fall for it.
He knew. They put a secondary ward in mid.
Battle begins.
They're really
How do you
trying
feel
to get
about
that. I mean, he wants to have the way to, he's playing range skill to pull and everything like that. It's pretty necessary, I would say.
So one thing I noticed recently, which I'd never noticed before, you can like attack target hero portraits on the top of the map. That blew my mind, because I'd always like have to move my camera to like attack command another lane to re-aggro, and I saw someone do that recently. I was like, what?
So I'll tell you I thought this was going to get changed, and I think this one actually did, but you could target illusions from clicking the top at the start of the patch, just an FYI. I think they fixed that one, thank God.
That one was fixed very quick, yeah. I remember that one.
But yeah, being able to aggro is pretty insane. It actually is super useful for all these mid laners to not have to pull the camera away. And let's see how top ends up going. FNG is trying to body versus these two ranged, but
Dude, I
Playing with
can't
his
believe they
life.
actually get the first blood here. And Boxy, he's going to live. Like, they have way too much damage to chase down the SF. He's got a raise up in 1, but the stacks have already fallen, so...
So the way that I see a lot of people mess up these type of lanes versus Clockwork, because the 3 position doesn't help the 4 position. It usually just ends up last hitting. What you want to do versus Clockwork, even versus like the Undyings at times, is you want to trade, you want to hit him together. That's what they actually did it perfect. I didn't think that they would get the kill, but
Glimpse level 1 too on the Disruptor is like not really what I've expected for like a finding a first blood in that lane, right? But it works. They make it happen.
Bottom, this should be a pretty good lane for Noticed. I mean, it's an IO Void, very difficult for you to pose any kill threat. For them, killing Mickey, probably not gonna happen, but they are slowing him down. Decent creep wave right now.
Now, the Faceless Voids, I think a lot of time I see go for a Midas. Now, I don't know if he's still going to go for that this game as opposed to just going for like an early Maelstrom or something, but I feel like this is one of the few heroes you can get away with going Midas on.
I'd agree, yeah. I think there's some situations where I saw like Ramses do it on TB, which actually looked really cool too, but there's very rare situations. I think Void is one of the few, yeah.
I could see TB because he's always XP starved, right? Like, he's one of those heroes that farms a lot, but always lacks in XP.
If you're getting a free lane, like the game he did, it was just an absolute free lane, and he was so high level. But yeah, very specific example. Bottom, okay.
Oh, a nice go. The spear off the mark, though.
He cut the tree!
Yeah, I was gonna say he cut the tree.
Oh, he quelling it. That was sick.
Dude, that was smart. It's the only angle he had. It was good stuff.
Up top.
Dude, we have super aggressive side lanes here, and they take down the SF, no problem. FNG just nowhere close. And a solo kill mid from Nisha.
Uh-oh. Definitely not what you want to have starting here for VP. I mean, your lane actually was farming fine, top and in bottom. I mean, bottom's still farming fine, but yeah, now giving up kills like this, that hurts.
I did not expect Snapfire to go down in the mid lane, if I'm honest. Like, this was not a kill I saw coming, but 2 lightning storms and a split earth caught him, it seems.
Less OP.
Yeah, right?
Less OP. Lightning OP. Too strong now.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Jeez.
What a connection. That's definitely gonna hurt them quite a bit there. Snap getting slowed down a lot here. Ooh, stop.
Man, dude, every single time they try to make a play here in this top lane, Boxy just drops the kinetic field and is like, I dare you.
Yeah.
And Zai just throws out plasma field. This is another thing we talked about earlier when we were kind of just talking about stuff before patch. Double ranged offlane.
Yep.
Like
double ranged offlane rushing boots. So
yeah.
have fun Clockwork with no boots. This lane is now pretty tough overall. Zai's still not getting the most free farm or anything like that, but you pick this lane to dominate the SF Clockwork, and it's getting shut down. Nisha even maybe looking. Never mind. I was thinking maybe he looks to make an early rotation, but not quite
He
yet.
does actually find Zai here. This is a really good grab. Oh, the glimpse though. Gonna put SF back away, and he did miss that second raise, so I think he's not really finding a whole lot on the Clockwork this game.
No. This is a sad feeling for a Clock. 5 Clock, no boots, playing with double boots off lane. It's gonna take you forever to get boots. Probably have to save for it though. Bonk back, bottom. Sania, he's okay.
That is like the 4th blood grenade I've seen thrown in this lane from VP.
Dude, Sania's got a salve. Oh man, he's gonna keep Mickey all the way back up to full. But Mars is free farming.
Overcharge everything. Yeah.
That is a nice thing. Is Noticed is getting free farm. So although the other 2 lanes did die, this Mars is off to a phenomenal start. 11 denies.
They're actually CSing super well on VP. Like they're down 3 kills, but they are crushing the CS right now. Like they are doing really well.
Yeah, even mid. A pretty big level of disparity though in the mid lane. Almost a full level advantage here for Nisha for the solo kill.
Well, definitely. I mean, if you think about the 6-minute rotation for the power rune, I like VP support rotation quite a bit, right? So we'll see if they actually decide to do anything. Zai finally caught out. The raise does catch him. And Boxy, one more auto attack does find the kill. He's actually just gonna walk away. Boxy's safe.
Alrighty, and he's got the salve. He's able to reset.
Dude, he sees this courier. This would be huge.
Either that or him. I mean, I'm watching the SF's TP. Hopefully he doesn't TP and get glimpsed. Mid.
Oh,
Nisha.
No.
He's 6. He actually runs
6.
out of mana. Can't quite turn for it.
Oh, he actually glimpsed FNG top, so he's trying to go for a solo kill. Does allow it set up for Zai there, so ends up being worth it.
Very worth it.
Now, SF can't show in the lane really for a bit.
Lane positioning is... It's okay for the SF, though, at least. But yeah, he can't step up. Too much fear. Too much action happening top. And Boxy even showing up to mid, TPing a very small amount, but just looking for the power rune.
There's a glimpse. Nicely done. Set up here. Perfectly timed on that split earth. But like, kinetic field, he actually misses. Just barely gets out there. And now it's Insania stuck up on the high ground. Tether in one, but he needs one more auto attack. They got it. FNG picks that one up with battery salt. Nice grab.
Nice play. Good cookie. Little too much patience from Boxy there on the kinetic field. The cookie gets him over. I think he was trying to maximize.
Yeah. I really looked like it caught him. I was surprised. This is level 6 now for the Snapfire. So Mortimer Kisses, ton of damage. All you need is a single cookie setup, and you can probably kill a hero.
Yep.
Top lane, Boxy is going to get caught out here. Melee Raise should secure the kill. There's going to be the static link from the Razor, but FNG going to be able to zone him away. So
Nisha's here now, though.
Oh, yes, he is. FNG's got no help coming his way. Does get a good cogs down. Plasma Field doesn't connect. Okay. That was level 3 Plasma Field. That should have been a kill, but Nisha will be able to chase him down anyway, thanks to the melee creep that tracked him.
And Wisdom Runes, looks like it will be a 1-for-1. Lots of, I mean, very kill high game, 6-3, tons of action. And lanes overall, I'm looking at this Mars, noticed he's doing excellent. And the snap overall too, even though squad died, almost level 7, and he's still last hitting just fine, so all things considered. A very good start here for VP, and they're slowing down Mickey.
I will say, like, this year I watched a lot of South American Dota, and Snapfire has been kind of a staple in that region for the last like two or 3 years. And one of the things I've noticed is like this hero is actually a pretty unstoppable lane hero. Ooh, top lane. See that thought in a moment. Zai thinking of going in. He actually just lacks the mana for the plasma field, so they are fine. The question is, will FNG chase down Box? He does get the cogs. Shadow Fiend with a quick raise. The plasma field does come through. Oh, he misses the raise though. He's on the run. He will get chased down. Zai on the Razor finds the trade. Bat Rider making his presence known in the top lane, but another battery salt coming off the cooldown there. FNG with a double kill, nearly level 6 on this Clockwork now. This is huge.
Nicely done. They lose the SF4, but getting the secondary kill, definitely worth it. Getting a Clockwork 6 early that could be the thing that enables even more so for the Snapfire to get the setup. So definitely a big deal.
That was kind of like what I wanted to say about this hero. Like, Snapfire is a really, really strong lane hero, farms super well. The only real limiting factor that I've seen with Snapfires in pro games is whether or not it has heroes to play around, right?
Yes.
Like, because if you don't, like, this hero is just a liability. But if you have... Ooh, there's a hookshot top. They just go straight for the Razor, and now in comes this IO to try and keep alive. The reload's not being used, but the Mortimer Kisses come through. Big Requiem as well. Zai's gonna fall. Boxy in trouble as well as FNG's trying to finish him off here. With the help of the Bat Rider, they don't have the damage. The chase will come to an end. Nice cogs there to block off this high ground, but Nisha still wants to get active, and Mickey gets a beautiful chrono right on the mark. The split earth to follow. They've held down the Bat Rider. He's trying to finish off the Clockwork as well, going for the deny, but it's not gonna happen. Click 2 turnaround from Liquid. Good rotation.
Cost him a lot, though, of a rotation. So a good dive overall, I would say, from VP to force that move. Mars just continues to have an absolute free game bottom. So VP, they're making the overall, I would say, the better moves. Mika is forced to come over there, get this chrono off just to get some return kills. I think VP's pretty happy, even though top lane probably didn't go how they wanted. FNG's made up for it in these last few moments.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the net worth, right? It's VP with the net worth advantage. Like, all 3 cores pretty much at the top here. And I am very worried about this Mars, to be honest. This guy's going to have an incredibly quick Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
we already kind of have an idea of how good that's going to be. Ooh, mid lane. FNG misses that hook shot, so time to just back away.
Cooking in place, glimpsed in place.
I was just saying, so many spells thrown for nothing.
Instant smoke though. Look at this. They're trying to be active here. Point is held here by Notice. He's got the arena if he wants to use it. They're scouting bottom.
It's such a nice ward.
Yep. They're trying to punish Zai a lot since he is a bit behind right now. 35 last hits only on this Razor. Fairly fragile.
Oh, the slow from the flare, dude. That was one of the most ridiculously good changes.
Great moves. Great boots of travel now too. I like that Squad did this instead of the Atos. He had that queued up for a bit. They're being super active. Liquid getting pulled apart all over here. And their drafts are starting to look a bit slower. Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You know, we were wondering, you know, Liquid's a fast, high-tempo team. You know, they play for these lanes. They get things like Razor, the IO, like you the Lesh as well. Like, you would think that they're the ones who should be favored at this point in the game right now, but it is VP that's looking really strong.
It is a Void, though. So that's one
that's
thing that,
true.
of course, this one's always going to take more time. Lesh is still farming well, but shutting down the Razor definitely important. Because that lane, like, it did have a couple of these trades kind of back and forth, but so far with what FNG's really done to salvage for the SF, you see how he's recovered? He probably wants to be a bit more ahead than a Void in particular, but with how the lane went, I think he's probably pretty happy. How's the blink timing for Noticed? Very, very close. Let's see how much pressure he can continue putting with it.
This is so fast. Like, if you're
very
playing
quick.
offlane Mars, you just get like a 12-minute blink, dude. That is, ooh, that feels good.
And it feels
They're
good
gonna
to
smoke up the
enable. It feels good to enable like squishy like SFs, right? Like if you have a Mars and a Clock as your front line, then Killtrick can even get involved earlier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See what they find.
And they won't fall for the illusion.
No, still no blink on Noticed either. So, well, he reveals himself. They know.
Yeah, they really wanted that shield rune. They're like, guys, it's I swear, nothing to see here.
It is a pretty broken rune, to be fair. So.
Oh, it's so good.
It is so busted.
I was so happy when this came out because I had one of the things that I always thought was super weird is there just weren't any like defensive runes in Dota, and it was something I was talking about like before the patch came out. I was like, if we're gonna do a new rune, it has to be a defensive rune.
Yeah, and I like that. And like with that change, also they added the rotating
rotation.
runes. Yeah,
Dude,
so people
it's
now
so good.
If you like, I've noticed in my in some of the higher pubs and stuff like that, people are constantly talking about. They're like, "Yo, DD haste next! Like DD haste next! We got to go for the rune." So I like these little changes. That was a while ago, but yeah.
I mean, it makes a huge difference at the pro level. If you can predict what your next rune is going to be, like down to like 2 or 3 runes, like, and it's going to be like a really good power rune for one of your cores, like you have to play for those.
Yeah. These arcane runes for the embers and the storms or whatever, a DD rune for like your tiny haste rune is there's always going to be great examples. VP, a little bit of downtime coming out here, and they're still accruing good money, like the net worth, but you don't really want too much downtime when you're playing versus this Midas Void.
Yeah, it wasn't a super fast Midas, but at the end of the day, like Midas Void, it's gonna get a lot of XP. He gets a lot of farm once he grabs the Maelstrom as well.
Yeah, but he's weak. He's very fragile, and they're setting up for him. This could be a good setup. Noticed at the ready.
They have the blink. There it is, the spear right onto the wall, the cookie to follow, and a quick scatter blast. Easy pick off there for VP, and the blink reveal. I mean, this is so fast. Like, you just don't really expect it.
They'll lose their bat for it, though, it looks like.
Yeah.
Liquid, they're set up for it.
Not
but
the
you know
end
what?
of the world.
Yeah, you got a Void. They showed 4 heroes to kill a bat. Instant pings coming out from VP to mid. He's like, all right. They showed 4 bottom, hit tower. Liquid's going to try to set up for the defense. And he'll be quick to react.
Timing-wise. Okay, so you do have Nisha's Bloodstone. That's a pretty big pickup here. And you do have the mech on the IO. So good sustain now. Could help them in these fights. Could surprise someone.
Can't get the
hook
glimpse.
shot. Yeah, he tried. The question is, do they follow this up? The spear's there, and they do. Okay, Mortimer Kiss is doing a decent chunk of damage, but it's definitely not enough to follow it up, so they will just disengage. A 1-for-1 trade.
Clockwork giving his life for the cause. Good job there, FNG. Making sure his SF doesn't get glimpsed at the least. Does pay with his life, but gets a kill, and forces a Static Storm. So, a little bit of a trade at least. FNG's going Blade Mail. I'm not a fan.
Whoa.
Oh, well, whatever.
I mean, I guess
it's good against
Lesh.
Lesh and Razor. It's 2 amazing targets for Blade Mail, but he's a 5-position Clockwork, and there's going to be sustain. Whatever. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but I feel like him having like Glimmers and Force is usually going to be a lot more valuable. Maybe he feels like he's having such a good game, but we'll see if it works.
Bottom lane. They caught him. Notice. He's waiting for that tether. Yeah, he was just aiming for it. He was trying to find the tether reload.
Nice try.
But
2 ults
unable
used,
to
though.
catch it.
A lot of ults being expended now. VP, no kisses. No Mars ult, no Requiem. Can't actually chase for anything forward here. Liquid, I mean, slowing the pace of the game down, waiting for timings. BKB soon on the Razor, and they're actually going to catch this bat again.
Ooh, okay. I mean, you take that. Another solo kill. Or not solo, but another pick off. Mickey just, he wants to play with this chrono on cooldown, find a kill, and then just go back to farming, right? Like,
yep.
I don't think he wants to be too involved.
Looking pretty dead. Trying to get some sneaky ward down. Wait, what is happening? Okay.
Okay, well, you missed
got a
one,
glimpse
but
in.
FNG's coming through to help, and the spear onto the wall. Do they have damage to finish him up? He just needs the God's Rebuke and one more auto attack. They got him.
There's reinforcements coming in, though. They took a bit longer to kill Boxy than I thought they would. They might lose somebody on the retreat. No, not going to be the case.
Okay, they will be able to survive. There's some good vision here from both teams, like in these side lanes.
And VP get another catch. They're actually going to lose their Ops Ward. And they saw Liquid place this one, so Liquid should lose theirs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Liquid's content now. Pace of the game is slowing down. Void's getting to farm. Razor's getting to finish a BKB, which is the most ideal item for a Razor this game versus Requiem, Mars, Snap. So they're starting to crew these items. VP, they're still farming well. It's just the concern of the SF versus the Void matchup when Mickey feels at his peak to show up, and he's getting strong. So I want to see VP continue looking for this pressure here. Don't let the pace of the game slow down too much.
Okay, I gotta ask. So, Faces Void currently has a Linken's queued up. Is that exclusively just this lasso? Because, like, I don't know what else you're trying to block with Linken's this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. There's nothing else.
Well, I'm like, I'm just thinking, I'm like, all right. Oh, bottom lane, they catch Batrider again. Dude, this ward has absolutely owned the VP. It foiled their, like, arena gank, and now it kills the Batrider again, and they still haven't been able to find it.
I mean, they've killed him 3 times now. Right? The Bat, and he died bottom side once, second time with the Chrono, third time there. Yeah. So even though the net worth, you can see it for VP, I feel like Liquid, they're super content with this. Itemization's coming out. BKB Lesh soon on the horizon too. Like these items are going to break the teamfight advantage that I would say VP has in this moment. Like VP's teamfight's super strong till those BKBs come out, but once the BKBs come out, that teamfight's completely swapped.
Yeah, at that point, you pretty much have to hope your SF doesn't get chronoed, right? Like, that's your only response, is just the physical damage from this SF. And I guess he does go for the Shadow Blade Mask of Madness, so he might be able to kind of hide in the fight until the chrono comes out.
Okay, I mean, this is a risky build, but it can be a high risk, high reward kind of thing where you find the Void and you can one-shot him, so this could be cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good stuff. They'll find a DD here in the mid lane, bottle that one up. Not a huge win there for the Lesh, but at least denying it from, say, like the Snapfire, the SF is really good.
BKBs are online. I think Liquid can just look to force a fight now. Unless they get really caught massively from all VP's ults, or they have a number disadvantage, this looks like a hard fight for VP.
I mean, they know Mickey's bottom here. He just showed on the wave. The question is...
This would be a nice catch.
They're pinging the ward. They know exactly where he's at. Mickey tries to jump away. The hookshot off the mark.
Reload
there it is, though. The arena to follow. And nice Requiem on the backside. Oh, he ends up actually getting a great reload, and they catch the Shadow Fiend. He's gone, baby. FNG on the run now. 2 dead.
I mean, he whiffed the Requiem on the reload. Uh-oh.
Yeah. It was a good attempt, but just barely mistimed it. And now notice he's going to get caught here as well, as he can't escape. Disruptor here to hold him in place, and gonna set up another kill here for Nisha. That's a triple kill for the Lesh. A 4-for-1 at the end of the day.
Oh, super not worth it. Has to be super clean the way you get it. They get the miss on the... I think right when they miss the hook shot, it's like, uh-oh, things are getting awkward, because Liquid, they're fast. It was an instant relocate. They know Nisha's pretty much invulnerable with BKB. And the Requiem, he mistimed it. They didn't catch the 2 of them on the reload. Catches the Void. But, yeah, lets Nisha clean up. And they lose the... they lost the Snap top, too, somehow. Razor, I think Sai just, like, walked him down.
You didn't even have the BKB. That's just like there's no escape. Like you pop Atos and hope you can TP, I guess. Like
concerns for VP.
Absolutely. Big wins all over the map. I mean, this Snapfire does scale, right? This hero does a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, bottom. Okay, wait a minute. Lesh.
Bloodstone.
You gotta be careful. He does have Bloodstone. Lasso is out. The damage from this Mortimer Kisses might be enough to finish him off. He's trying to just turn him back around, and he can't escape. Boxy. He'll survive, but yeah, good TP down from squad.
That's a massive kill. Look how much gold he just got. He's actually like jumped up way ahead of his SF now. And yeah, you know what? You might be right. You might be onto something. I might be disregarding the Snapfire scaling potential a bit here, because he is getting this really good farm.
He went for an early Maelstrom, so he finished Maelstrom first, went back for this Atos. He has Gleipnir done, and now components to BKB will be next. But I mean, this is a hero where if you get to, you know, your level 20, let alone your level 25, like, this hero does damage.
Oh, it's definitely true.
But we'll see. It's easier still to execute on Liquid, right? And I think that.
Yeah, especially because the BKBs. But if they can keep the distance, like if one of these two doesn't get chronoed, perhaps if the snap does get continued scaling like that could be big. I like that they take the risky plays too. Like I like that he goes for the Shadow Blade and stuff like that on VP. Okay, he's also just got triple BKB cores versus the heavy team fight. Insanio solo crest to buff up his boys.
I love it. It's just real straightforward.
Oh, and they actually see the SF right now. And they are smoked. This could be a difficult position for him. He does clear the camp fast. He actually has to raise for that one to get away.
Shadow Blade away.
I was like, that was
he knows
scary.
Something's up.
Yeah, that was good awareness. They're getting kind of sandwiched down here.
Yeah. I think you just give this tower. You do not have the TP response right now.
No. Looks like you will be able to take away a Wisdom Rune, though. It looks like Squad. He does see it on the far left there. He's going to be able to take it. Ooh, they see the Tormentor.
But you can't Tormentor with 2 heroes, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
So...
Unless it's like a Healing Ward Jug or something like...
Ooh, Squad gets the Wisdom. They scan it, so they know, someone just took it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Roche will be the attempt, but Flare comes out immediately from PP.
Did they get there in time?
I was gonna say, I feel like you want to fight, but the triple BKB, is it too difficult to play into?
I think it's just, I think it's too difficult to force a fight there. I like them making a change from the Lincolns. You were mentioning, I'm like, they're very strange Lincolns. Can FNG get the steal?
Oh, dude, this would be so sick. Oh, no, nice positioning there from the Razor. So FNG is gonna go down.
So I have a question for you, a little trivia thing. How much less do you think we've had steals of Roshan now that it's in the corners? I feel like I never see it stolen anymore.
Dude, it's substantially less. You literally have like 50% less avenues to try and steal from.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Even with the Storm Spirits and stuff like that, I feel like I never see Aegis get stolen anymore.
Yeah, it's like heroes like Clockwork. Usually you'd be like, well, he's probably hooking from this way, but you don't know for sure. But now it's like, okay, he's literally hooking from one of 2 directions. Like... It's so sad. I really hope they move the Roche pits again. Like it's one of my biggest complaints.
I just hate the cliffs, the areas, the gates. I don't know. There's something about them that bother me, but good scan. Does catch out Liquid. VP will be able to back up and chill a little bit here. But again, don't know how much back up and chill really feels good when you're playing an SF carry into a Void lineup. Even with the Snapfire scaling, that could be the X factor, but definitely doesn't feel easy for Squad by any means.
Dude, despite this Batrider having a ton of, getting picked off a lot, he has a ridiculous amount of farm. He has Blink, Force, and Drums.
Pretty good.
He's chilling. And that's like a very scary hero that could potentially initiate some fights. Noticed.
He's in trouble.
He has no TP. He is just dead. He's going to drop the Arena, but there is no way you're getting away from this Razor. That is BKB and Arena down.
Oh, I guess thinking that maybe he can just waltz away with BKB, but the cutoff is there. Yeah. That hurts. Tier 2 to drop from mid, Tier 2 drop top, and they could even potentially set up for bottom. Looks like Seiyu wants to maybe try for Zide that he has no BKB, but I think that's a very risky move.
Yeah. Alright, well, good pickoffs, good, plays from Liquid. They get the mid Tier 2, right before that as well. Boxy takes the gate up to the top lane. He was looking for the Shadow Fiend, trying to set something up. There's no reload, which is weird, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, they always have the potential if they have reload to do that, but Nisha's doing some flank maneuver here with this Invis. He's on the hunt. Or maybe he's just looking to farm this camp and he's just going to run into a Snapfire, okay?
Dude,
what?
I still can't believe couriers can take the portal. That's nuts to me.
I have a funny story about that one too. Looks like we do have time for it. The pros did not know that in Berlin. And I was outside with Sumail and a couple others, and I was like, alright, y'all, I got to tell you guys this. Please stop sending your couriers across the map. It can use the portal. And they're like, no way. I think Celery was there too, and they're just like, what?
Yeah.
Because I saw them
so
suiciding these couriers, and I was like, guys, I can't cast another game of watching suicide and couriers.
There's been games when I'm playing bottom lane. FNG Cog does get the cogs down, Spirit, and a hook shot away over to a Shadow Fiend. Okay. That might not be too bad. Notice though, in some trouble. Does have BKB to blink out. He's safe. FNG TP's out as well. Okay,
top.
good disengage, but yeah, top lane, Mickey. And just to find the Snapfire, he's holding the chrono, but will end up dropping it. And with the reload in from Nisha as well, easy kill here onto the Snapfire.
I mean, I'm impressed that VP is keeping up with the farm, but they're just everywhere I'm looking. They're just getting hunted. They're getting decimated on the map movements.
They really are. Like, there's just nowhere that's safe, it seems, because of this, like, reload plays potential.
Yeah, they're fast to move around the map, too. Like, Zai, he's 470 movement speed, so he's even, like, setting up these ganks himself as just a Razor running at heroes. They're getting too much VP. They have to get something together here soon, or this is just quickly gonna... I mean, it's already been kind of falling out of favor quickly in this game, but they have to group up. They have to get some fight, bait some BKBs and get a fight. Perhaps after the Aegis goes, but there's so much space that Liquid's gotten in these last, like, it feels like the last, like, 7-8 minutes.
Dude, they could just, at this point, be waiting high ground. Like, I think that is still probably something that they're really favored for. Oh my gosh, they actually just catch the Shadow Fiend anyway. He's going to try and TP on home, the glimpse there to cancel it, and Boxy nearly dies, but... Dude, how did they actually know about this?
They're just set up all over on the map. I'm not sure how they even find him, but they're everywhere. They're on all 3 lanes. And like you said, you have AP, they have got good team fight and stuff on high ground, but you have to be able to get out of your base. Now, and it really does feel like they're going to be stuck.
Maybe they just scanned him running down the lane, and they just, like, guessed he'd be in the trees there. I don't know.
I guess it maybe, yeah. I didn't see that they scanned. Good call.
But, I mean, their high ground is still really good on VP, right? You have Blink Spear back, you have Lasso, you have Mortimer Kisses. Like, they can definitely defend high ground. So maybe Liquid's going to be a little hesitant to try and deal with that, but...
Or maybe Liquid just farms the map.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. It's like, maybe they just farm, you know?
Yeah.
What can you do?
Because at this point now, they have triple scaling core, like super scaling cores, as we've seen Lash scales really hard, and Void is a great counter to SF. SF's timings are kind of gone. I think this is what they have to do on VP. You have to smoke, look for a fight, because if you don't get some type of big fight soon, this game is just completely washed. It's completely Liquid. Let's see what they find. They see the courier, so they have some info.
You're gonna see the courier. I mean, haste DD on your faceless Void. Oh, man.
And Chrono is back up in 10. This could quickly be disastrous for VP.
Let's see. Well, that's a good word here. Trying to look for vision. That will give them vision of the Faceless Void. It's got to be the Batrider, right? And there it is. The blink, the lasso onto the backside. The spear to follow it up. The Requiem is out, and they burst them down. Mickey is gone. There's the arena as well from Notice. We'll be able to block off Zai and trap Insania inside as he did not bring his boys. Was just hoping to save him. It's not going to work. SF, though, yeah, caught on the backside, tries to TP out. He's gone. Zai and Nisha chase him down. Notice with a nice spear. The Mortimer Kisses as well are there, but the BKB comes out. Zai holding it the whole time. He's doing a lot of damage, but he's falling pretty dang low. Nice Static Storm, Kinetic Field, trapping this Snapfire in place, but Notice will finish off. That's Zai Razor one more time. Squad on the run. Nice cookie down to the low ground, but Nisha trying to chase these heroes. He actually can't keep his hands on it. Boxy just gets shredded.
Nice
beautiful win from VP. They're just ignoring the Lesh.
They're just kiting the hell out of him.
They've got a spear. They might be able to do something here.
He's got Bloodstone.
Oh, Noticed. He didn't get the spear out. Oh no, Nisha's looking for more. Does he get the vision?
He's too fast. You can't run.
Too fast. Oh no, Hooked up comes through. FNG's here. He's gonna sacrifice himself. He gets the blade mail. Maybe this is the play. The damage from those little shredder hits. It's a lot. Squad gets him. All right, FNG. I see you.
That was pretty sick. They danced on him for a minute, like literally a minute. Look how much damage this Snapfire did. I think he got like 4 salvos off of his little shredder.
5.
5. Sorry, 5. You're right.
Holy heck.
That was really well executed. They get Mickey at the start of the fight. They kite things. That was honestly a pretty damn good fight from VP, all things considered.
All things considered, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things, like, you managed to take the Faceless Void out of the fight immediately. Looked pretty good. You know?
Yeah. I just don't know how this SF... I mean, the Snapfire is doing great work, but you know what this SF did in that last fight? He actually did nothing. He got stunned by Lash and then started TPing out immediately and just gets killed. I don't know how he plays the fights. It's actually too difficult. They isolated Nisha with the clock hook shot at the start of the fight, because I think we were looking at the right side of the fight, and Nisha, I was looking at left. And they actually did a decent job of almost killing Nisha, and then Nisha just gets the stun on SF, and SF dies. So his game is still difficult, but Squad is doing a good job of at least carrying the torch right now. Almost 20 as well. Maybe there he's the saving grace, like you said.
Man, this will be I mean, this will be fun, man. I really hope that we get some more fights like that, because that was absolutely wild. I do worry still, though. I do still really worry for VP, because Mickey, he is going back for the Lincolns. He's like, all right, I'm never getting lassoed again.
Yeah. No, I mean, me too. It's really nice fight that they just do that without an SF at all. Like, literally, he didn't even get, he did nothing. So. Bottom, can Seiyu get away? This is a big pick if Liquid gets it. I even see Noticed here.
He is trapped. He has BKB. He has Sealed Totem as well. He can get the BKB off. Will have to throw the spear. Doesn't end up catching Nisha. Sealed Totem away, but he gets glimpsed. It actually doesn't connect.
Not timed.
Not timed correctly, but Noticed still trapped as Zai will wrap around.
Honestly, better than losing the bat in that situation, as weird as that sounds, because Seiyu had the gem that was stolen, so it sucks that Noticed had to use BKB and stuff, but if they lose, either way it sucks. But losing your gem back right after you get it is painful as Liquid. I mean, they're just coasting, looking for kills.
Geartich? Requiem? They're going to get the lasso here onto the Isle. There's going to be the fear. The Requiem comes out, but Insania is just so
He's
tanky.
too tanky.
He's going to grab him with the Halberd as well. There's the Chrono. They've isolated the Shadow Feed. He goes down. FNG on the front side does manage to help find a kill there onto the Io with Zai. Forces back the Snapfire. The question is, can they get FNG? The glimpse sends them right back into the hands of the Faceless Void. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Without a lasso for the high ground, it is not going to be easy.
It took him for... This is an IO with 29 armor and 2k HP. This SF tickling him, actually. Survived so damn long for his team to get there.
Dude, he just does not have the item progression. Like, he has really not been able to find a lot of farm this game. Like, he's sitting on this Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike, Mask of Madness. Like, the Pike doesn't feel like it's done much for him.
None of it really does, actually. Like, I'm happy to see that he still takes like a risky play to go for Silver Edge and stuff like that, but we're not feeling any of the effect of the SF this game. They've completely answered him.
All right.
20 on Void. Well, 21, in fact, on Void. Lincoln's done. Roche back on the menu. 20 talents hit on Void. 20 talents actually hit on all 3 of the cores.
They do know about this. They have another ward placed here that does scout it, and there is a flare coming. But without your SF, man, no more kisses either. Yeah, they're just going to let this one go. Roche number 2 is going to be Liquid's favorite.
Into triple BKB cores. Suicide walking in there.
And
I think Squad's got a... I like it. I was going to say, it's rapier time, baby. It's all up to Snapfire.
Yeah, Daedalus done with your level 20 talent. I mean, this hero does a lot of damage now, but yeah, you're right. I think, you know, Rapier, that's your only real choice in terms of defending the high ground at this point.
It's 25 in Rapier. Because right now, yeah, if they can burst one target, maybe. But it's got to be pretty perfect, and it has to have, like, the IO has to be controlled, because the IO can just tether cheese. So he needs more time. He needs 25 talent to have any hope. And it is quite a bit of hope.
All right, we'll see what VP can do here. Maybe they catch Liquid off guard here. They're playing quite smart. Ooh, Seiyu. He went for it. He tried to throw the lasso there, catching Nisha. Would have been nice, but...
That would have been the time to get it, because Relo is still down 30, so...
Yeah.
Nice attempt.
Radiant are scanning.
And trying to farm. Looks like the SF trying to desperately get a Scotty to have at least a little bit of an answer versus the IO heals, but, you know, as we know, that Scotty doesn't go through BKB anymore, so it doesn't actually really work versus the Lesh if he pops BKB, but when it's not on, you know. If he even gets to that point.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's still pretty far away. He has to hold buyback almost guaranteed. I mean, they smoke out of the base, and they're going to get aggressive. They get the lasso. They find the Disruptor, the IO actually trapped inside the arena, and goodbye, Disruptor. Nisha is getting shredded as well. And comes Zai. There's the Chrono catching 2 on the backside, though. And Shadow Feed in trouble. Mickey chews through him. 4 staff away. Squad cannot escape. Double kill for the Faceless Void. And the answer to the SF seems to always be there.
Yep. The Chrono just lands perfect every time. And Insania doesn't even die. He actually gets initially grabbed by Notice, but Notice doesn't get the damage to go through this tanky IO, who then cheeses Nisha all the way back up to full. VP feels like it's just kind of inevitable unless they play perfect in this game. But they did a good job of keeping up with farm. That was one thing that I was actually quite impressed with this one.
All right. I like it. They go for the tier 4s, force the second fortification, and VP in trouble. I mean, they committed pretty much everything, right? Arena,
That's game.
Lasso.
That's game for sure.
I don't know how you do anything.
Yeah,
so.
they can just end it.
Go for maybe one last hurrah, but yeah, Spear comes out. Blade Mail not even close to having the damage there. Buybacks coming through as well. Nisha maybe respecting it for the moment, but he is so dang tanky. Notice gets the Seal Totem away, but Zai just blinks in right on top of the Shadow Fiend Force Staff into the base, but the double lasso pulls him into the base. Can they actually finish off Zai? He buys out a Ghost Scepter as he's trying to survive, pops the Manta. Isn't enough. Zai will finally die. But the throne, it is falling. Nikke, he wants to close this game out. This could be the Blink the Spirit back, but a nice Static Storm there to zone them away. Notice the good 4-hero arena, the time lock on forward. It's just too much damage. Liquid, they're too far ahead. And it's only a matter of time here before the throne will fall and VP, they're going to drop game number 1.
And now the question is, what's the strategy going to coming into the game 2? Will they get rid of the IO? Or will they come in with a different kind of plan? I mean, I think they did a good job of farming and stuff like that in this game, but just felt very difficult. You have to stay ahead and get ahead and stay ahead so much in this draft versus this Void matchup, and it just feels difficult when it feels like the onus is on you to make all the aggressive moves, and there's this IO relocate that's always like bringing the numbers. It felt really hard for VP, even though they farmed well.
Yeah, the thing that is interesting is like this was a 24 pick SF, right?
It was.
So it's like we know the matchup in a Faceless Void is not great, but maybe the idea was to just snowball early. Was there any other cores or any other carries you can think of that like might have been able to like do a little bit more this game?
I'm not really too sure about that. I think overall they just, if you're going to go for the Clockwork SF, even though I think FNG did really good after the first like 3-4 levels, I think you have to have the first 3 levels kind of go well for the SF. This is a hero that kind of wants to get an advantage and play with that advantage overall. And I think Liquid just understood what itemize. I think it's you know, they're obviously one of the best teams in the world at the moment, but getting these triple BKBs, kind of just being patient and then looking for fights, that felt like it was a great answer versus VP's team fight draft.
I will say one thing that was super cool this game, like, is just he's with Zai, and Zai is just able to run down anyone with like a really nice like deep blink into these heroes. And of course, like Faceless Void, he has a free game. Like any time that you are on Virtus.pro and you like start the fight and it's not on this Faceless Void, you're just gonna get chronoed.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Liquid. Yeah, Liquid just very good understanding of how to play the game, and VP got to play cleaner. I mean, their draft, it could have worked. I actually was very impressed with how they, like I said, with the farm and stuff like that. But these mistakes, you can't make it versus a team like Liquid, not a team like Liquid when they're given IO.
Yeah. So, do you think you start prioritize banning the IO against Liquid because they've picked this up pretty much every opportunity?
I feel like
so
why
far
not
in this tournament, right?
Why would you not, right? Because if they're just gonna, because what they actually banned, they banned. I can't even remember. I know there's a lot of summons. They banned like Brood and Enigma, I think it was. Or was
Brood,
it?
Enigma were banned.
Chen Rubik. So maybe.
Chen Rubik, yeah.
Are you that afraid of the Chen? I don't know. I feel like I'm more scared of Liquid's IO than their Chen. But
man, that was such a fun fight. Just watching them kite Nisha around. It was. I mean, that was one of those fights where like, okay, wow, looked very good, but then here's kind of how the rest of the game goes, right? Like,
yeah.
you try to burst out a Euro, 2-Euro Chrono, cheese. That's rough.
I had damage concerns, and that's one big thing I will go back to for VP just overall throughout their draft. I think the last pick, the SF, he provides that damage, but if his game gets a little rough, then it's like, all right, now Snapfire has to be that damage dealer. It's too much pressure. So yeah, I think overall their draft definitely looked a little bit harder to execute overall versus a team that's just got to build triple BKBs. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what happens in game number 2. Overall, a good attempt from VP, but Liquid still looking pretty dang strong. So we'll be back after just a short break. Everyone stay tuned for more here on the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you in a bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where to stand still. If I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged, and pretty convincing game number one between Liquid as they continue to kind of steamroll these play-ins right now. They are looking very strong, and VP, man, it's a rough day one for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for sure. First 15 minutes, though, I would say it looked good in like the mid and the bottom, but I had my concerns a lot for the SF throughout the game if they didn't play it like super clean, super confident, and I'm still having some concerns. I don't know, that hero, like you said, I love SF. I like seeing it, but it's got to be in someone who's like this cocky guy, like Parker. I feel like he's perfect for it. You know, he's just like this young, super flashy kind of guy that just has so much confidence in it. So, I don't know. I think it's a tough hero to make work in a lot of situations, but do have some signs of hope for VP because even though they're getting, I mean, for me, they were getting kind of smashed and outmaneuvered the whole game, they were keeping up in farm. So they do know at least how to like move around and stuff like that. I think it's just maybe the IO is one of those big things that trip them up a lot. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can find a way to address these draft advantages that Liquid somehow just keeps managing to come ahead with. And if they do, I could see a much closer game number 2, but dude, a lot of these top Western European teams, they just seem to have too deep of a hero pool. Like there is just a lot you have to worry about. There's a lot less like super OP stuff in this letter patch, right? That you're not like necessarily absolutely required to ban like we saw in the previous patch, but it still just seems like Liquid have so many different options.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna, but like I feel like if you're gonna give up like IO, like at least ban Lash or something, right? Like, I feel like that's just like that is at least give rid of something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overreacting to it so much, but I feel like we saw the literal Bali finals become about like the whole tournament was about like this Morphling Nagas, blah blah blah. The finals became about IO Lash, right? Yeah. Came about like this. So I feel like you have to put more attention. And if you're a team that you know, I don't know, I don't have any scrim information, unfortunately, about like these, how they've been doing and everything, especially for VP. But if you're VP playing it, you're like bottom seed kind of versus top seed, you got to have some good strategies for it. So let's hope they have something.
Yeah. I mean, I remember an interview with Quinn, like literally 2 majors ago, like 2 major tournaments. It was like Dream League. And then I think it was after the Berlin major or something. He was talking about the fact that like, yeah, if anything, we could always just pull out IO Lesh and it's always strong. And teams just keep forgetting about how good this combo is.
Yeah.
And like you said, it was last finals. Once again, they're just like, yeah, we'll just go back to IO Lesh again. Why not?
Yep.
All these other heroes are banned and every team seems to be super comfortable playing these. So
yeah, I feel like people just kind of forgot that Lesh has been buffed. It got like nerfed a lot and then got buffed again completely. And now you can just, Lightning is insane level 1. So you're good against, there's like, I don't know what's actually like a lane that beats Lesh. I actually was struggling to think about it when we saw it at Bali so much because I don't know. The old answer was like, what? Sniper, right? That's what people were theory crafting. It was horrible. Sniper died both games I saw level 1 to Lesh. Literally level 1. He got killed by Lightning Storm. So I don't know. Yeah. I think there's got to be some other solutions if we're going to see it this much.
You would see like certain lane dominators, right? You on paper, you're like, okay, maybe we can do something like this. You think the hero is like Queen of Pain, heroes like Lina, but Lesh has so much reach with Lightning Storm now that you try to use these spells like you normally would use to harass, like Dagger or LSA, and it's like you're going to take a Lightning Storm, maybe a couple auto attacks, and another Lightning Storm.
Yeah,
and it's
that was the best one, Lina, right? Lina was the absolute best. Lina and TA, I think, were them, but now it just doesn't feel like it's there anymore.
Forgot about TA, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And then you're TA versus Lesh in the game. So it's like, your lane might be okay. And then you're like, oh my God, like, I'm just getting ran down. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Edict. We'll definitely have to see what solutions happen. And this pony is going to get really popular.
I feel like Lina as a spellcasting build is still somewhat viable, but yeah, I feel like one of those things is like, it takes a while. It's again, another hero that like you have to get Aether Lens, then you have to get like Aghanim Scepter and then like a Blink Dagger or a BKB, and it's like, do you have enough time to farm these types of items? And it's like, are you griefing your other heroes by spending so much time farming? Like
what I've noticed with these Linas, you're just a one-trick pony. You throw your thing, and then let's say you're playing versus an IO, he just clicks Mech, and it's just like, oh my God, I'm useless. What if my Aghanim just doesn't? Yeah, I don't know. I actually I wanted to see more Lina, and then the 3 games I saw it at the major, it was horrible. I actually thought it was gonna be good. It just didn't look good at all. People just know how to play versus it, and you have to ban to protect it. It's like if you give Rubik, it's like, oh great, now we're playing versus Rubik with Light Strike all game. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, right? And especially I think Wind Ranger was just super popular, and this is just like a hero Lina can't play against at all.
Yep.
Like you never hit LSA. She's just perma hasted running around. Like it is such a miserable matchup. Yeah, I mean, we'll see like what they come up with. We're having a little bit of like lobby issues for those you're wondering, so you can blame Fog Tonight for not starting the actual game, just a heads up, but we'll get there in a moment. I don't know. It seems like, Lesh might just be too strong. The buff to Lightning Storm, I didn't think about it initially, but when you point out the fact that you always get the range creep, it's pretty good.
It's I don't know. I thought it was going to get nerfed. I legit thought it was going to get reduced, but I guess it happened too far toward the tail end of Bali. It didn't get picked enough, so I don't know. I think we'll definitely see. And maybe we'll see better answers for it, though. Like I said, I don't know. Maybe just not worried so much about the lane. You go for things for the game for it. Because the Snap actually did okay, but Snap also got solo killed, so I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tough question.
There's like heroes that I would like to see getting picked as like being decent into the Lesh. I mean, of course, Anti-Mage like comes to mind as like a hero that should be pretty good on paper, but when you have an IO, like you just don't have any ability to play into that matchup.
No space.
Another hero that I want to see is Muerta, but this is one of those heroes that like can't play because Blade Mail exists.
Yep. Blade Mail owns her, getting on top of her owns her too. So it's like, yeah, that definitely hurts quite a bit there with Lesh. I don't know. I mean, Muerta, I don't know. I hate that hero. I swear to God. I mean, Owen, I super hate for that hero for some reason.
Really?
Every game we see for it, I've seen like 2 games where it's like, man, this looks good, and then like they like divert their build. It's like either they go like a crit or a moon shard, right? Like second, third item. It just takes so long. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hating her.
She is super farm heavy, right? She's like one of the most item dependent cores, I would say, right?
Yeah.
And she doesn't farm as fast as heroes like the Naga Siren or the Terrorblade, which are like these ultimate late game heroes. And
you have to show yourself. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why these Nagas and TVs will
true.
always be so relevant in Dota, is that the fact that you don't have to show your hero. You're farming. They don't know where you are. Muerta, it's like, she's farming here. You know, it's so, well, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. She's a cool hero, man. I love like just the design of the hero overall.
Same.
I think it is super cool that we get a hero like her, and I want her to be more viable, but I swear I played her recently, and like a clockwork built a blade mail in my game, and I one-shot myself.
Yeah,
and
you can't control it.
I wasn't even attacking him. Yeah,
exactly.
It was sharpshooter, just hit him twice and I died, and I was like, all right, that's cool, I guess. Like, just instantly dead. I was like, well, this is a problem, guys.
There's definitely a lot of heroes that I want to... I'm glad I'm seeing, like, this is another example, like, I'm glad I'm seeing Invoker. I think we're only going to see BZM and Stormstormer play it, because I think the hero is quite garbage at the moment, but I'm glad to see people at least, like, trying against all odds.
Yeah, we woke up this morning, looked at the games, like, Invoker's been picked 4 times. What is going on? Like,
and then we
how
looked
is
saw
this happening? Yeah.
We saw Stormstormer and BZM, I'm like, okay, that makes more sense, but...
it makes sense, I guess, okay. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely specialists on that hero. They're going to pick it when they can. But yeah, I don't know how the hero could be played. Like, I don't understand how it's good. It feels so slow.
Yeah, I mean, the new build is kind of cool. The Arcane Boot Midas disassemble into Octarine. I think that's the one thing that maybe makes it a little viable, but you just lack timings. So you're like kind of strong in the early game, I would say, but then it's like in the past you'd hit the 20 timing, you get Chaos Meteor damage, you get Blink Hex, etc., and you have ways to pick people up. You don't have timings. That's my concern.
Yeah. Dude,
Every time I
look. Gosh. Man, the change to the Meteor was so brutal.
Yeah, it's just sad. The cooldown is so long, you can't even farm with it anymore. The shard doesn't do anything. Like,
okay, how do you feel about the EMP shard? Because this is one of those things I was like, I saw it get added, and I thought to myself, I was like, this could be super cool, but I think the rest of his kit just feels underwhelming, so I don't know.
So, I'll unfortunately share thing, but I've been playing a lot of support Invoker. It's absolutely... It's really
no.
But I like to play it because it's one of my... I actually am on a 5-game win streak with it. I shouldn't be, but anyway.
Okay.
There's definitely potential, I would say, to this EMP thing. I just think... just not enough for a shard. And it's not good as a core. That's where it's like, I'm like, okay, this is cool as a support, but as a core, you don't have a shard time. You just lack timings, so it's just weird. But the little neat thing about it is it does show in fog, if you don't know that. Like, if you throw the EMP into a fog fight, you actually see the black tracing of heroes getting pulled into it. So you can actually, like, scan. There's some things with it for sure, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Needs more love.
It definitely does. I mean, Invoker's my second most played hero somehow. So it is one of those things where it's like, I do really like this hero. I would like him to be back in Dota. I think he's always going to be super interesting. But yeah, kind of a rough time for him at the moment.
I think he's my most played. I think on this account...
Is he really?
On this account showing, I only have 500 games, but I have a couple thousand games on Invoker. And you know the other annoying thing, ready? I shouldn't say it. Whatever. The Arcana has a slower projectile than the Kid Invoker. Actually attacks slower. The projectile, I think it's like a delayed hit or something compared to large Invoker, so you're actually griefing yourself playing the Kid Invoker.
I never knew that. Okay.
I tested for like 30 minutes or 45 minutes.
Do you remember when the Razor Arcana came out and he actually benefited as a melee hero from like a bunch of melee on hit modifiers?
You know, he still can hit Mars through Mars Arena if it's
he can still hit through Mars Arena. It's like one of those.
Only with the set though. Only if you have the set. Yeah.
Well, they gave like the sword, like it changes from the whip to the sword in melee range, and so it's like treated as a melee attack.
Queen of Pain is the same with her set. Yeah, they both. If you're literally against the wall, you can hit through it. But yeah,
it's very
super
weird.
Bizarre.
Yeah, I loved initially when it first came out, he like got melee Scott, or not melee Scott. He get like the effects of Basher and like stuff like that in melee range. It was actually really funny.
We're stuck, right? I'm still stuck loading lobby. I don't know.
Oh yeah, my
good.
game says 3 minutes in queue for the lobby. I think the server crashed mid draft or something.
Okay. I thought maybe it was just me.
No. But yeah, it looks like I think they were bouncing back and forth between some servers, and the one set of servers died, so we tried a new one, and then this server died. So we might just throw to a quick break, everyone, and we'll be back once we get a lobby up and running. So stay tuned. We'll be just hopefully a short break. We'll see you all in a bit.
I had a say where I'd run to, where I would play, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. I know you've been patiently waiting. We have as well, but we are finally into the game. It is Virtus.pro versus Team Liquid here. Game number 2.
Yo.
Apologies for the delay. Unfortunately, we had some major server issues, but it has finally been resolved, and it is time to watch some Dota. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged. Super excited. So talk to me. What
they took it.
Has not changed from game number 1?
They took it, though. All right, so this is probably what they discussed the whole time. They're like, do we take first pick, second pick? How do we want to ban? Boom. Okay, answer is going to be we ban Timber, we take the IO, take Liquid out of their comfort, slightly, of course. And does VP overall? Let's take a look at this here. I know FNG plays in the past, but do they play it at all? And have they played it at all recently? I'm looking at a big no.
I mean, to be honest, not a lot of teams have played IO outside of hero, like Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, because this hero never appeared until super late in the tournaments usually, right?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of been those few teams.
And it's interesting too, because now it's like, okay, you have to think of your own IO strategies, and now you're playing versus the teams that know IO the best, right? You're taking it from them, but they understand how to play versus and with it. So let's see if this will be a good adjustment. Their TA, Kirchik, is really good on this, so I like that he's kind of moved that one up in priority. He sees this Rubik too, so you always have a pretty cool matchup versus that. So sticking with comfort, besides just the IO, at the least here is what that tells me.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I'm just glad we're in a game, dude. I was just like getting so anxious. I'm like, come on, please. Like, just want to watch some Dota. But we finally get here. So Rubik has been priority ban almost every single game for a lot of teams recently. This is a hero that looked really good in the last patch. The last letter patch has kind of been getting a lot of favor here. What is making Rubik so strong?
Nerfed of other 4s, like all the other big 4 positions I think got kind of hit. He didn't. And I think he's just been a really good hero for quite some time, to be honest with you. He's good to counter a lot of those super populars. He's good versus some of the more populars now if Clockwork does start coming out and everything like that too. So it's kind of a jack of all trades. He's a safe pick as well too. He hides your draft. Doesn't really show much.
That does make sense. Yeah, he is fairly safe. I mean, his shard has always been like a pretty top tier shard. With the introduction of Tormentors, we saw him kind of get a little bit more of a pick, like picked often, I guess, a little bit of a pick buff. But yeah, I mean, I like it. It's pretty straightforward. It's a fun hero to watch always. Like, I love this hero.
Has crazy potential. It does, and also it kind of like sets. I've seen a lot of times where people like overreact to like this first 2 Rubik, and they pick like 5 heroes that don't have the greatest of spells. Because right now, IO, TA, you're not going to get something incredible unless you get traps with Shard. That's probably like the best deal you can get there. And they're going to stick with comfort. So they really like the Lycan, like you said. It can be very strong versus a hero like IO. IO detests playing versus summons.
I feel like TA doesn't care too much about the Lycan because she can just kill the summons, but she can't stop the summons from killing the rest of her team, I think is the other problem.
It can get overwhelming though. Like if they
Yeah.
they're getting surrounded and ran at by multiple breaks of refraction. I've actually been pretty interesting to see how much TA is getting picked, because I thought that blood grenades were going to ruin this hero.
Dude, it makes your lane unplayable, right? Like,
yeah. So it's just always interesting to see how much it's still being getting picked quite a lot. I really thought even mid game, like it makes TA's game quite a bit more difficult. So.
Wow. Yeah. Do you think this is going to be the safe lane TA here? Like you said, he really likes it. You think that's probably just going to be his way?
Usually, yeah, I would think so. I guess, of course, it's always still flexible if they see like a good matchup or anything. I mean, right now they expect the snap probably, so that can still go mid.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Man, yeah, Snapfire just feels like such a good flex hero. I mean, we saw last game, like it had a lot of potential, but ended up kind of falling off against like the Faceless Void and the Iolash. But it did a lot of work. Like it still did some good stuff. I think like it kind of overshadowed the Shadow Fiend in a way, right? Like it was just a better Shadow Fiend in late game.
He did work. I mean, he did the best job out of everybody on his team, to be quite honest with you. So. And they're going to go for, okay, this is the old, Tide has been kind of the tried and tested answer to Lycan a lot of times. You just park him in front of him when you're defending towers. If you're even, fighting him inside a lane and stuff like that, Anchor Smash is great. Same thing for a Kraken Shell, so. That can be a good pick here. Now you did make Rubik better, though, quite a bit with these two next picks.
Yeah, being able to steal Ravage or even just the Tendrils of the Deep or Gush, like a lot of pretty good spells that you can take. And then, of course, Lion. What else can you really say? This is... one of Rubik's favorite heroes to get spells from. Okay, I do have to ask though, because Tidehunter we've seen has like one staple build now, which is just Meteor Hammer.
Yep.
Because you can't push him out of lane. Like he is just an immovable object. Heroes like in the past, like Slark, Ursa, Monkey King, they're not playable. So you can't actually stop Tidehunter from just getting a Meteor Hammer and taking your tower. So how do you play around that?
They might pick one of these heroes, honestly. They might pick something to look to shut down this lane and push him out a little bit. Knowing the way that Liquid usually sets up, I don't think they're just going to send a Lycan down there. I think they're going to look to pick something to pressure and put this Lycan away from that lane.
Take Zai, like, for him?
Yeah, like Zai will probably play that Lycan, and then they'll just pick some... They haven't done it in a while, actually, the Slark and stuff, but they've done that Razor safe lane, right? And Razor's...
true.
Razor kind of ruins Tide. It could be something that if they want to go down that route,
it's good against TA as well, I feel like. This is not a hero that likes to have a Razor on top of it.
This is a pretty nice TA game, or a pretty nice Razor game if they do want to do that again. And it fits with the tempo of the Lycan. But maybe they don't want to do like the same thing so many times in a row.
Virtus.pro's turn to Monkey King.
They'll just go Monkey King. Okay. I mean, they are doing the addressing of the lane, though. So, I mean, this is a Liquid tradition, right? They just look to win their lanes. And that's kind of always the case. So they're picking this Monkey King to counteract the Tidehunter.
10 seconds.
I mean, it can even be good versus... It goes both ways, always go back to the Weehaw. Why they pick Monkey King, man, when you're playing TA? So that matchup can go also a bit both ways throughout the game.
Yeah.
I mean this actually looks like a pretty good Monkey King game, and I do not like this hero too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is like one of those heroes that, like, the reason he's ever picked is because he can be so strong in lane matchups. But he's also, like, a lot of melee heroes in general are just really item dependent. They're especially non-universal ones, right? Like, you have to go for either a Maelstrom or a BKB or Diffusal. And it kind of, like, one or the other changes your timings pretty heavily.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It is, strong into the Tidehunter. Should be, I'm guessing, Lion with the Tide, right?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Pretty strong lane. I mean, you keep the Tide alive, you have double disables, so that could be enough to be able to stand toe-to-toe versus the Monkey King. Could be. Could also, I mean, we could just see the Wukong or the Jingu thing kind of build up, because they're very good at playing this lane.
Yeah. I mean, Snapfire gives you good repositioning for the Monkey King as well.
If they run, they could still just be mid-snap though, right? Mid-snap, softly Lycan, and then they pick a potential stronger 5 to assist the Monkey King in shutting down Tide.
Is there any in particular that you can think of that would kind of offer that help, or would you look for more of a defensive hero that can just allow the Monkey King to sustain like indefinitely?
Not sure, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's hard to say because the snap, it's just still flexible. So
yeah,
they think the same thing. They're banning actually the TA lane counters. It looks like the DK and the DP at the moment.
Oh, I forgot about DK.
Forgot about DP too. I think that's a hero that's been slept on.
Yeah. Someone picked it earlier. Entity did, actually. Entity just picked it against TSM and just completely crushed them.
They owned, right? Yeah. I think that
it was like a
actually
21-minute game.
I think we saw, if I'm not mistaken, Liquid did that. Nisha played it one game in, was it the finals or the lower bracket or something?
I think it was finals again, or
it was against Nine
lower
Pandas.
bracket. Yeah.
And it was against the TA, so that would be a possibility if it wasn't banned.
End up getting rid of the Slark. Okay. Interesting ban there. I mean, TA is definitely a hero that can flex between the mid and the safe lanes, so
they got to show which one first, though.
Yeah.
They'll show CK.
Whoa. That is a lot of burst potential from the CK, I suppose. But
yeah, not a fan of this hero at all. Though,
yeah,
right this hero feels super clunky. Huh. I have good minus armor on their draft now. Reality Rift, Gush, TA, Meld. They will delete a lot of these heroes with this physical. Just, I don't know, CK. Wow, when was the last time I saw a CK?
You could honestly put the Monkey King... No, I mean, like, Monkey King versus TA mid is actually, like, not the worst matchup for Monkey King, but I still don't think you give that up. I feel like... Do you just go... Oh, dude, this is actually so hard to address. I don't know.
This is kind of cool, like, the way VP has, like, an old school draft kind of built in here. They have IOCK. Yeah. This has been played a million times. They have TA Tide. I don't need to say anything about TA Tide giving you everything.
Yeah,
and they have a very old school kind of draft. Liquid, they have a strong approach first. It looks like here. Insania playing the CM. They're trying to look for ways to address the Phantasm, even from supports.
I mean, that will help a lot. The Wukong's command is pretty strong this game. Like, if Mickey isn't the one that gets initiated on, if he's able to like turn fights with a really good Wukong's, it's incredible for them. He gets so much bonus armor inside there. It helps burn through a lot of these illusions, the refraction.
Okay, but, I mean, I like this VP draft a lot more than the last draft that they had. I think they actually have like ways to like take objectives. They can take Roche and stuff very easily if they get an advantage. I definitely have concerns just because I just am unsure about CK overall as a hero. If he gets off to a good lane, I could see him being very strong because the Lycan in the Rubik lane perhaps could be a little weak, but it's Liquid. This is very comfortable for them too. But I like VP's chances a lot more than the last game.
Yeah. I like it as well. We'll see what they end up doing. Like, the last pick CM, you know, it is just like a stable lane hero. Should probably help the Monkey King secure some kills. Maybe Lion gets caught out a little bit, but for the most part, I think, like you were right, helps address some of the illusions, some of the kind of overall damage from VP there.
Yeah, I guess that's... I think So for me, like the CM here is like they're looking to really punish the lane, right? They're looking to really punish the lane and get the CK answer. Maybe some stronger heroes overall, if in like certain independent things. But I think this, in the idea of what he wanted, like for the lane and for the CK, let's give him cool answers.
I was wondering if he'd go back for his Oracle, to be honest, because like the disarm plus the save. But I like this a little bit more. So we'll see. It is game 2 here of Liquid versus VP, everyone. So, you know, strap on in. Should be a very fun one. Hopefully a little bit of a closer game than game 1. Game 1 was not bad by any means, but it's just, I think it was a little bit too much of an outdraft. This one feels a lot better, right?
Yeah, this one does feel better. I think things could still get very weird and stuff like that here, but I could see VP kind of snowballing. They have heavy minus armor, which is going to give them like a lot of opportunities for Roche. They have the global threat and stuff like that. They just have to watch out a little bit of how they use Ravage, since it's really their only team fight in response to Liquid's kind of faster draft, I could say, in a way, like the way that their spells work. So I'm going to be watching Noticed, at least in some of these fights, how he uses his Ravage, and see how these lanes go. They do have some nice lanes set up, except for the top lane. I think that one could be... We'll see how the Tide does. This one could be a bit difficult.
Yeah. I mean, imagine you find like an early kill, though, onto the Monkey King. Like, this suddenly just becomes... a super easy lane for them to try and just snowball. So we'll see. Like, Monkey King definitely needs his levels. He needs to get to that, like, 2 points Jingu. So, another D-ward mid for Liquid.
And look at Nisha. He tells him, get away from me. Gets all the XP for himself.
Dude. Yeah, last game's I, yoinked a little bit of it. He's like, hold on. Let me just squeak on by. But
Obsword also taking out, the CK. They don't split it, though, the same. They do actually split. They don't give it all to him. They split it between the 4 of them. So that That actually had a... Oh, yeah, look at that. That actually had an effect last game. Nisha hit 6 quite a bit sooner than Squad because of maybe this little type of thing, so kind of cool.
All right. A split on the runes as usual. Just a 2-2, no big deal. I am very curious how this Lycan will play bottom into this IO CK, because CK is a pretty heavy damage hero, but I think as soon as he has Helm of the Iron Will, I don't know if Lycan really...
Yeah, I think if it's up to the first few levels to see how the CK is going to be able to do, if they're going to be able to push the Lycan out. I don't know if they will, just because IO doesn't... IO just buffs up the CK, he can't drop the drag, and then they do have Rubik, which is Fade Bolt damage reduction, does add up in these type of lanes.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right, we will see the mid lane, though. Nisha on the Snapfire up against TA. Should have a pretty good... I mean, just super fast level 2 because of the D-Ward.
This could make the big difference, honestly, because I actually don't mind the TA too much in this matchup. I like Snap in it. I think TA can get his own, but if you have a level advantage and you bully, then that's where Snap can actually push TA quite hard here. And this is going to make a difference here, this level 1.
Yeah, getting that Scatterblast cookie is just huge. So... It will have refraction now, so it'll help kind of mitigate some of the damage that's coming out and give himself a little bit more denies. But yeah, I think overall, Snapfire has felt like a pretty dominant lane hero overall, which seems good.
Yep, and here comes the potential drag. It looks like actually he's maybe trying to snipe a courier or something. Doesn't actually get it with the wolves. The thing for the CK though, Kirchik, he should free farm. This should be an absolute free farm for the CK. Maybe FNG dies if he plays like, if he's just not careful. He shouldn't though. This lane should be pretty safe for VP down here. I'm just staring at mid. I feel like there's like a solo kill chance.
Yeah, I keep bouncing back and forth. I'm like, well, someone's gonna die here. I can feel it. Oh man,
he's gonna go for it.
He's gonna go for it, and does take a couple of tower shots though. Just a little bit on the edge there, so Nisha forced to back away.
Nice play there from...
He doesn't have a bottle coming out, right? Like, mid lane Snapfire? He's just going for...
He has it. No, he does.
Oh, he has the bottle. Okay,
yeah, he's got it finished.
Whoop. All right, he's chilling.
He's chilling. I mean, I can't look away. He's going in again.
Ooh,
he's got him!
There it is, baby. All right. I mean, that's... I think all kind of starts with that early level advantage,
That's
right?
actually insane. Yeah, it really is. Like, he doubled up the wave, hit 2, and then just put the... I mean, now he's gonna do excellent in this matchup.
He gets double rune, too.
Yep, that's huge. Bottom. And they get boxy. Blood grenade.
I mean, with the blood grenade, probably just needs a couple auto attacks. Nice stick, though, under the tower. They're going to chase. And one more auto attack will be enough. So, a nice chase there. Good find. So I'm curious, into this TA lane, will we see Nisha go... Oh, Little Shredder. I was like, will we see him pick up a point of Little Shredder? Yeah. And there it is, instantly.
Definitely. It's so good just to break the refraction. You can always get the setup to get a kill. I think Squad will start to recover, but that's a big kill for Nisha for sure to set him up here. We'll see how many stacks end up happening too. I'm constantly checking always with these TAs. The ranged 4 position to get those started. We'll see if Seiyuu has any time.
We haven't even really discussed the top lane. I feel like it is just nothing of interest happening there.
No, not really. Noticed has boots. There's level 2 Jingu now, so I mean it's gonna be a Monkey King favored lane. But bottom, we're seeing like kind of similar. I mean, Zai is really struggling down there versus the CK last hits.
Oh boy, yeah. I didn't realize he only had 8 CS. He needs the Helm of Iron Will to like really just kind of be left alone, probably. But
yeah, actually takes a
still pretty far away.
Interesting approach. He actually takes Howl at 2. Usually you don't see this, so they're really looking for damage reduction, I guess, with the Fade Bolt was that. I swear I never see that. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. And he is starting to pull the wave.
All right, this makes sense. Like this is what we're talking about. You can't really stop this as the IO, the Howl. I mean, this CK's hitting for 40 damage. It kind of works.
Actually good. Yeah, it's actually quite nice, honestly. I just don't. I always want to see people take Howl early, but it's always like your core and you want the Feral Impulse. It's so good for your lane, but this ability is insane. I think Howl is a pretty broken ability.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes. It's gonna hit, and then he can global. Exactly. So.
And they're gonna go for a play once again. Actually, just try to toss him to the tower. Doesn't quite connect there, but all right. Yeah, this CK, like you said, complete free farming. He is just super chilling. What is the build for I mean, this is not a hero we really see all that often. So obviously it's armlet, right, as like your primary item. But after that, do we see like blink daggers come out? Are we going to see quick BKB?
Depends on how much like what you're getting out of in the game. Are you going to need to be the one that your backline jumps, or you get somebody of the tank? They're actually making a rotation in Sanya bot. They want to slow down
this. This is really smart. And yeah, he is super far forward. The lane just in a really bad spot for him. And Chase, easy.
A smart move. Can they punish Mickey for it? I don't believe so.
They're trying. They are TPing the CM immediately back to the top lane. So he got 17 wand charges in a fair fire. He's chilling.
Yeah, he's fine. Nice move from Insania. I mean, lane positioning is ideal. He has a Monkey King versus Tide. He sees the opportunity to go mid.
Ooh, Nisha? No way! The Scatter Blast!
Again!
Oh my goodness. The attack slow is so devastating.
Nisha, the difference maker. In this early game, definitely him, that difference maker. 2 solo kills. Little stats. Man. Every little difference, you know, playing Universal Heroes. He's got the double crowns. Every little bit matters.
He's 1200 HP. Double crown bracer. That is not an easy hero to bring down.
No. In squad, the thing is, too, he's last hitting well. It's just he's getting killed in the lane, so his net worth is showing the reflection of that. He's 400 behind. But as we saw there, lots of stacks being formed. Seiyu, he is getting them ready. They're getting scouted. Seeing some wolves coming in.
And it is nighttime now, so Hal, going to be a little bit of an issue. Top lane, they're looking for notice. The Kraken Shell won't be enough to keep him alive. They do manage to find the kill. Huge for Mickey now. Top of the net worth.
Yep.
Just continuously,
Zai? Looks like they might be able to get him bottom. Should be able to walk him down.
Yeah, eventually, right? You would think so. He's still got a stick as well. The Howl gonna finally expire, and it's just a Chaos Bolt to finish him off.
But look at this. With this move, they're actually trickling 3 heroes in to steal the stack. Oh, this is devastating for the TA.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that is rough.
He's got the Ancients, but you never want to lose out these stacks as a TA.
They will steal the Wisdom Rune, though.
Okay. Nicely done.
Some give and takes here and there, but...
Yep. Oh, look at that. TPing over. Zai, he'll not find it.
Zai is level 4.
Level 5 on FNG. 5.5 even. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that is rough.
Support's going to be super high level on the side of VP. But top is actually somehow, after all this... Notice might be 5, but he's having a worse time than Zai. After just that one little play that happens up there. He's only got 20 last hits. And they're... I mean, see, they looks like they're potentially just going to get this tower.
Yeah, they kept Catapult alive. Tanked the tower for a little bit. They have no fortification left. Like, this should be
No one wants to go near Nisha. He's level 7 with kisses. Anyone who comes up is at risk of dying.
They have a good ward over on the right side here to scout anyone. And Seiyu, I think, knows. He's, like, hoping maybe to stop this, but...
There's honestly a chance where Nisha could use kisses to farm this. I've seen it before.
Like the Ancients?
Yeah.
Dude, that would be pretty sick, actually.
I've only seen supports do it. I saw Crit do it one time. And I actually was hoping he would, and he did, and I was like, no way. I mean, they're still lingering around the area. See what they think about doing.
I mean, what else? I feel like that's more value than finding a kill on kisses right now, right?
Maybe
it's only a double stack, maybe, though.
Yeah, maybe that's also... And they have a ward, so maybe they look to fight around it when they go do it. Then they can just use the kisses to get a kill and potentially steal, so...
Yeah.
Probably the smarter move. It's 4-2, Liquid. Starting to get that farm. Notice he's level 5 on the Tide. He goes to check the stacks. That one's gone. And Zai is recovering. He actually is close to having the helm. Even though his levels look kind of cruddy on the Lycan, his farm is actually quite decent.
Yeah. I mean, this is a huge comfort pick for the side of Liquid. It looks like TA will pick up that stack, so...
Has a DD.
She grabbed the DD. Nice, it should be really easy.
Nice and needed, feels like, for VP. And they do have secondary Ancients, it looks like, on the left side. I believe a quad stack. Just kidding, it didn't hit, so triple stack. But this Tide is struggling, level 5.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this move bottom. Looks like they actually want to use the kisses on the CK, who's having that good game.
Yeah. Mickey did come bottom. He's thinking about staying.
They're stalking. They get the scan.
The D ward. Yeah, they did. I mean, this is big. If they can actually catch the CK here, you do have Relo available on the IO, but who's your initiation? Oh, they do not find it. That is an illusion.
Baited.
So, nice Phantasm.
Nicely done, Kirchik. And I think that was a tough kill. Like you said, like they got the double wisdom, so FNG 6 pretty early on.
All right. Tier 1 bottom should fall here shortly. I will say Noticed doesn't go for a Meteor Hammer this game.
I guess because he
At
got
all.
pushed out, right? I guess. But I don't think I've seen a Tidehunter without Meteor Hammer in a... I don't know, quite a few months. Bali was only Meteor Hammers.
Yeah. I feel like you don't farm on this hero like very easily. Like you can just go Anchor Smash, of course, but like you can't take the tower.
Exactly. You're strictly a team fighter instead of an offlane pusher, which I think most offlaners actually they're kind of pushing heroes nowadays. Noticed they're setting up on him top too. He could just be dead here.
Yeah, he is in a rough spot. There's Wukong's command. It's only a matter of time to Boundless Strike to help finish him off, and this Tide is... Oh, he is in a rough spot.
Zai even trying to force a reaction down bottom. TP gets cancelled though from FNG, sticking around the area, but yeah, this Tide is definitely having issues now mid.
Yeah, Seiyu, he's just gonna get sniped. He needs one more glob to connect. Almost there. Can Boxy find him?
Oh!
Insania. Oh,
nope.
Off the mark he lives. Very nice. Boxy
reload.
the refraction. They're gonna reload in, bring the Tide as well. They have that Ravage if they want. They don't even need it.
Nice and done.
Nisha. It's blown apart there with all that minus armor.
They saw him use Cookie, and the instant he used it, they just went on him. Looks like they'll find Insania too.
Yeah, that's a nice one. 2 really good kills. Does he finger? No, he's not going to bother. Gives the kill to his core.
Very nice. They didn't have to literally commit anything. Just to relocate. Super nice play. As soon as Cookie goes out, they're like, Nisha's got no way to protect himself. They full commit on him. They take him out.
Yeah, you got Meld Strike to end Reality Rifted, right?
Yeah.
It's like level 4 Meld, so... Yeah,
That's
he went to like -2 armor.
That really is going to be the biggest dream of VP's draft, is their minus armor. With the Gush, Reality Rift, Meld, etc. That's going to give them even like... If they get like even 1 or 2 kills in the early game, they could set up for Roshans.
Oh, FNG.
He's
in some trouble bottom. Yeah, nice play here from Mickey to make this rotation. Zai just sets that one up. He's gonna go right back to top.
I love the way Mickey's moving. 3 kills. He's top tower is barely touched. Back to farming. I love this build if he does commit for it too. The Deso build versus Io Lion. These 2 heroes just disappear.
I mean, CK isn't also a super high armor hero outside of just having armlet, right? So
very true. Yeah, it's definitely a really nice pickup if he's able to. I mean, when he goes down that route, I'd imagine he is going to do it. They really want this tower. Liquid again mid.
Boxy with refraction, taking
I like it.
tower. Very sick. Gets a Kobold. A huge prospecting aura here.
Nisha cooking aggressively again.
Another aggressive. Oh, nice. Dodge there on the illusion rune. Insania will get caught on the backside. Just gets completely blown apart. But in comes Mickey. Big Wukong command. Boundless Strike onto 3. Notice he can't Ravage. Mortimer kisses to follow it up. 3 will fall in return. It looked like it was going to be another kind of overextension from Liquid, but just baited out this time.
Baited by an illusion rune, something you probably don't expect. You're like, oh, we got him. He aggressively cookied. Illusions, resets, they one-shot Insania, and then what an angle. I didn't even see Mickey.
I didn't
He's being amazing with his rotations. That's a Mithril Hammer now finished up too. 3-man Boundless Strike. Couldn't ask for more from your carry. A risky hero pick too that not a lot of people are going for much anymore. Liquid, one of the few that's still sticking with their Monkey King. Mickey comfortable on it, and we're seeing that.
Dude, this is just such a sick last pick CM. Like, it really just did exactly what you were talking about and just committing to stopping this Tidehunter.
Yeah.
And because he doesn't have this Meteor Hammer, like, Mickey is able to just rotate and do whatever he wants. He's never worried about this tower falling.
Yeah, I think the CM pick had like a lot of, maybe more layers than they even kind of knew about it, because there's one little thing too that I forgot to talk about. But Frostbite versus TA instantly eats refraction. It ticks every like 0.1, 0.2 seconds. So it actually has like so many layers of how this CM is very, very good to set up Liquid for this early game 2K lead. They'll lose Nisha
there. Yeah, nice little rotation top, smoked into the high ground ward. So they'll probably sniff out that ward, but having that kill on Anisha is huge.
Definitely.
Now they can commit for the tower, finally.
Finally, watching Notice just hit it. Like hanging out the potential Roche. With just like a small kill. Might take them a little bit too much time now, but...
He's got the Troll Summoner bottom lane. That's going to be a lot of threat onto these towers eventually.
He just cut the waves as well, too.
Yeah.
I thought this creep was gonna get nerfed too. I gotta be honest with you. I thought the
Aura.
Yeah,
You thought, yeah.
I thought it was gonna have a scale, you know, like a 1, 2, 3, 4 as time progressed or something. But it's just 3 at all durations of the game, which is sometimes pretty interesting. But
it'd be pretty nuts for Chen if it like scaled, and then he eventually gets, you know, late game they have like a 6 damage aura or something.
Yeah,
that'd be so sick. But yeah, half the tier 2 dead in the bottom lane. So some good plays there from Zai, of course. Boxy just
he's
trying
stepping
to
up
sniff
far.
something out, and he does find the CK, but he is, dude, he is playing so aggressive, and VP have got to get out of here now. Nikkei jumps forward, gets the boundless strike there onto FNG. The slow is enough,
Too
and a
much
quick zap
damage.
from Boxy. Dude, he is crushing this game.
Hey, Mikkei is honestly doing so much. I feel like, yeah, they will be
No
able
way
to
to
get away
chase
with the CK, but hey, Boxy
bottom
man
lane.
mode with the Solar Crest.
You know, Lion tried to stall out this push as much as possible, but you cannot survive the shapeshift.
That's why I think they like this Lycan so much lately. Supports just don't deal with this whatsoever. Just gets walked down. And yeah, I love... Sorry, go ahead.
I'll yell you.
No, I just love that, you know, I always like to talk about itemization in types of games. It's like Boxy just rushing Solar. We talked about the minus armor in this game. We see how tanky he truly is walking into a CK and everything, so just understanding their matchup. Nisha?
Oh, Blink Ravage reveal it. Nisha baited by an Arcane Rune.
Nicely done. They're really punishing Nisha. That's now a couple times that he's been brought down. It cost him a Ravage, but getting a tower and that kill, well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter finally getting something on the map, right? Like, he's gone for this early Blink Dagger, hasn't been able to really achieve a whole lot this game, but yeah, the kill on Nisha is fantastic. We will see Roche come out soon now, though. Roche...
I think for Liquid, they go
Ravage
immediately.
being
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. No Ravage, they're just going to run immediately up there. And VP, that doesn't look like a fight you want to contest here. So, you got a kill, but you did you did expend.
There was
Ravage for it.
a really cool play that Zai did. So when he was chasing down the Lion, his Helm of the Overlord was getting delivered. He locked it as to not die the Troll Summoner, and then just runs back, grabs himself the Ancient Black Dragon, and he is, I mean, was struggling in net worth really early, right? He was bottom of the 6 cores at one point, and now he is looking very good.
He's owning. Yeah, he's at exactly what he needs to have this game. And then he just, drums, shard. And his job is just going to be run down these supports, stick on the line, stick on the IO, delete them so they can't actually do their job of staying tethered and protecting this CK. VP still in an okay part of net worth, but yeah, they're going to have to be very kind of perfect with the way they take fights around Ravage. Not the easiest game for Noticed. Watching Zai do some emotional damage here. Has the wolf blocking the camp, so...
Yeah, oh man,
he's blocking both.
About to say.
He's blocking both Ancients. He's blocking the... Yeah, oh my god. Actually
That
so
is
annoying.
so rough.
He knows, look at FNG too. He's like, alright. Oh, no camp. And Mikkei, he's got all that to work with, so both Ancients blocked out. That's going to be some economical damage and mental
It's
damage.
like 500 gold just taken right out of the pocket of the CK there.
That's definitely frustrating. How's his timing looking for his BKB? He's got it with the disassemble.
How do you feel about the Gossamer cape here on CK? Does that feel a little bit weird this game? Maybe you just got no good tier 2 items, but...
I like this item a lot. I don't know. I
think it's really good. I just like, normally it's like the opposite. This game I would take it, you know, if you're against like TA or something, it's really, really, really strong, but...
That is fair. Again, it can't help versus like these Jingu builder and stuff like that if he wants to
That's
like man
true.
fight, right? I guess. I'm trying to think of the reason, so...
Yeah.
Oh, say you?
Well,
You're spotted.
the Lion's just like, guys, I'm stuck.
Boxy's coming in. He'll take that
boy.
stun. And oh my god,
Man.
kisses!
Yeah, why not? You got vision being provided. You can look for more. Just snipe them. Top lane?
Can't punish Zai.
Yeah, he's not going to do anything. Yeah, I mean, Zai's just able to just contribute in 2 different areas of the map right now.
Yep, and he gets godly item this game because it's pretty much all physical damage on VP. Dragon scale.
Yeah. He picked up the Summon Wolf Shard immediately too, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's just
I love
something
this
that like a
shard.
lot of people, I think, undervalue.
I think people are starting to recognize how much it actually does. Oh, reload bottom.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
You cancel that reload, right? Maybe not? Okay. Nikkei falling low, but he's got an Aegis to play around, and he's just going to get cookied to safety. That Wukong's command does some good work. They finish off the tower. The BKB spent on the CK, and Nisha He's hunting. He wants to find these heroes.
He was actually blocking the TA for a sec with that wolf. He's able to get away.
Yeah.
I must have been miscommunication or something. Looks like they thought the Ravage was coming. Maybe they get Nisha? Looks like they might.
This would be sick. Shield Rune did a little bit of work, but he's still... Oh, he actually is out of mana now. There's the Ravage, finally, from Notice. They're going to try and take down Boxy. They got him. In comes Zai, though, with this wolf. The stun on the backside does catch Snapfire, but they've caught Squad as well. The cookie to follow. There's too much damage. Completely overwhelmed by Liquid is Notice. Now on the run. Will get the blink up onto the high ground.
No detection. Nisha just walks away after getting glimmered, and now that's their Ravage. That's VP just...
High ground.
That was like so disconnected from them. The way the initial started and then chasing onto a high ground, that was very strange. And the Liquid, they'll take that.
Dude, this Deso plus Ancient Thunderhide, right? It's massive right now. That Frenzy is just going to do so much work for the MK on these barracks.
They could maybe just finish off this melee. TA still got 20 seconds.
He disassembled the BKB just now. So Mikke, if his Aegis gets taken, he's fine. He'll respawn with BKB.
It's dropping.
They'll eventually get it. They're going to try, though. There they go. The Glimmer, once again, actually just interrupts that initiation, but the Mortimer Kisses are there. He does have BKB here on the CK, trying to bring down Mikke. Again, Aegis will fall. He'll respawn with the BKB.
He's going to be
You cut your losses. Oh, he doesn't quite connect on the stun. The minus armor isn't enough. It is. They get the kill.
Oh my god, I actually thought he would be able to get out. It's just enough. Holy crap, the TA's damage. And now a relocate, and they get another kill. Nisha.
Dude, this is huge if they get Nisha here. They've got the vision. Seiyu just needs to get in range.
Nisha's pinging for help.
He's like, guys, please.
They're gonna get caught here now on VP. Like, everyone on Liquid's coming.
They got vision for the wolves now. There's the Atos. And with Zai already coming in with this shapeshift, gonna be pretty difficult to get away. You have trapped the CK completely. He can't get to the other side of the river now. And he's dead. What a punish.
How does this happen? It looks like they have the connection, but... Oh man, Liquid, they rally the forces too fast. It feels like these weird... like missteps here from VP back to back to back has now just put them in such a weird spot, even though it's only 3k lead. And Squad, thankfully, like, he gets this kill. Of course, on that retreat from down bottom onto Mikke, but that was very awkward for the CK.
Yeah, Mikke was worth quite a bit of money, but
yeah,
dude, yeah, I mean, maybe if Io was tethered to the Lion, you might be able to find the kill there or something. Just give him a little bit of extra move speed, but
that feels so rough for the CK.
Yeah, that is really rough.
Already knowing, he's probably already feeling too. He's like, I'm level 12, Monkey King's level 15. Like, even though he's got an IO on the back of him here, the CK is not getting what he wants to this game. 3-2-5. Mikke 8-1.
Yeah, he's absolutely owned it this game. I mean, Squad does have a lot of potential this game, but obviously the Monarch's armor, like we've been seeing, is pretty good. If you're Tidehunter, could you even go back for a thing like the Aghanim Scepter, or are you too item starved for this game to have to go for something else?
I mean, he's just going for cheap items, it looks like, just Blink Halberd. But I actually would like that, yeah. I think Aghanims would be really nice. Anything to enable this TA.
Oh, no. Bottom lane, Squad right under a ward. The Boundless Strike box. He's in with the Telekinesis as well. He's trying to get away. He just TPs. Wait a minute. Okay, that'll work.
Works. They used all their disables. Squad, same thing last game. I feel like he was doing heavy lifting as the Snapfire. This one feels like it's again that he's going to have to do all the work in the world for his team.
Yeah. Insania's Blink was on his courier, by the way. It got delivered like as the TP finished.
And VP, they've got Ravage at the ready, looking to perhaps try to set up for something here. Liquid playing together though. Looks like Nisha
for the Tormentor here.
Yeah, they get the Tormentor. And Nisha has adapted his build a little bit too. Not going damage. He's like, okay, I got my Monkey King and my Lycan to provide damage. I'm gonna go utility a bit. Goes for the Halberd. I mean, never feels bad
this rotation
to go utility and universal heroes. This is a nice move. They have a lot of vision still.
Yeah, and Roche will respawn roughly sometime soon at night. So if they manage to just control this top side, find him kill, great.
Or even just like force a Ravage. You force a Ravage, then you're gonna get that Roche afterwards on the side of Liquid. But we'll find anything. It looks like Squad. He has made his decision of what item to go at the moment. We'll see. Got the Lincolns queued up. Been interesting.
Ooh, they found Seiyu on the Lion. That's big without buyback.
Roche not up for at least 30. So got lanes to address. CK looks like he's decided. It's so, yeah, I mean, the Wolves, honestly, this Lycan Shard and the summons and everything keep everything pushed out. Mick is always there, it feels like, to jump around and join his team, too. And Mick is continuing to keep himself armed. Yeah.
Like, it's so rough. Like, because during daytime, the wolf in whatever lane still triggers the howl, right? Which is, like, what pushes the lane super fast, but now it's just nighttime and it's global again.
Yeah, what, it's 2k radius around the Wolves? I don't know why it's so enormous, but it is.
Yeah, I've always wondered why. Yeah, I'm like, dude, this is full screen.
VP has vision here.
Yeah, it's nice if they can find it. Dude, this ward from Liquid is still doing some work as well.
I'm surprised it's still there. Look, that one gets dewarded quite often now. Is VP? I mean, slowing pace of the game down. They are getting some good farm with it.
Super fast Roche respawn, by the way.
Oh, it's like instant. Oh boy.
Yeah, it was almost instant.
Let's see. Do they know where Mickey is? Mickey, he sees the supports. They have Wolves coming in to scout as well too. So information's being given on the side of Liquid. VP. Eyes on noticed. This Ravage, it's going to be kind of the tell of it all. If they're able to get the setup here, and Liquid, they're being patient.
What's the target they're looking for? Is it just the MK?
I mean, if he can find him pre-BKB. If not, you just jump into the backline, find Nisha, Rubik, CM, and then isolate the other two. I think catching this monkey pre-BKB is kind of difficult.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's just hiding in trees, right? That's a good point.
Yeah. If you can full commit onto this Monkey King, sure, but I think it's a tall ask for noticed.
They are smoking up on Liquid. I mean, they actually saw the IO CK mid.
Well, look at bottom.
Oh my God, yeah,
they have to deal with this. Like, they're like, we
lost the melee barracks too. Like, Rain's almost dead.
Yeah. Like, they need to do something. Look at this. They're jumping forward when they see the tide. Seiyu still alive.
Seiyu, nice shard there. Pretty funny, but yeah, definitely still dead.
And now that could open up Roche. Zai's being such a nuisance. The split push, it's absolutely doing the damage. They get information, and they make a move instantly off of it.
Yeah. Dude, that bottom lane's just always going to be pushing because of the melee barracks, but like, yeah, I didn't even realize Zai just portaled his Ancient Creep.
Yeah.
Or something. Like, that's pretty nuts.
And he's actually going to be getting pretty close to an AC himself, so really recognizing, really understanding, it's all physical damage. Boxy, looks like he might get punished.
Yeah, that's a little bit too far forward there.
Okay. Can they make a move? Do they know that this Roche is happening to get up there in time?
I feel like they have to know, right?
Looks like...
Tide's mid, and he just blinked.
He just showed,
too, so
yeah.
I think they know they have the time. Nikkei here now as well. Has the Orb of Destruction combined with the Deso, this thing should fall quick.
They just scanned, but look at Insania. He actually TPs through the gate, puts a ward down in prep just to see if they're going to make a move through it. The Liquid fully prepared. And
yeah.
I mean, VP, they scanned, but it's so late. It seems like they just they got the memo a bit too late there. Might have been a hard fight anyway, but giving up a free Roche, not something you want to do.
Yeah.
Setting up for top. See if they can get
Hex. Can they actually bring him down? This would be huge, but again, he does have the Aegis. I mean, he's got no help.
They might just be able to do it again.
A little bit of an early Ravage, but Mikke is still definitely dead. The minus arm, like we talked about before, BKB does not help you there.
Wasted Ravage, though. Notice this. It is going to be down when Mikke does respawn, but an excellent hit. They did use the BKB on Kirchik as well, too, and I mean, they'll tip notice.
Yeah, I love that tip. He's like, yeah, good attempt, bud. It's all right.
You had the right idea, my friend.
Yeah.
Although
they didn't see the rest of Liquid, right, I guess? So that was more of like, stop some counter initiation, potentially.
And if Liquid doesn't take advantage of the cooldown, then it's not that bad. But let's see what they do, because Liquid, they're respawning in 20. BKB is going to be CD, but they know that BKB is also on CD of CK, so they might make a move of their own. But if they don't, then that Ravage doesn't feel bad at all.
Yeah.
If.
All right. I mean, VP's honestly looking pretty decent right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the CK is super farmed now. AC completed. He's going for the Blink Dagger. And suddenly, like, these backline heroes like Snapfire, you do not stand a chance if this CK finds you.
They're doing a good job of keeping themselves up there in the farm, not overreacting to moves. I mean, that was just a great hit, really. Like, they were like, yeah, Roche is happening. Whoops, we didn't get there in time. Oh, cool. We found a Monkey King, so nice. Nice catches.
Yeah.
And their itemization is also really nice. I mean, the AC, it's kind of natural on CK, but again, more and more minus armor. I keep checking Notice if he is queuing it up. So far, not yet, but definitely the potential of that Ags and stuff too.
Lion kind of having a rough game as just gets found in the trees there.
Honestly, Zai is doing that damage to these supports. The Wolf scouting has been pretty devastating. So and he does have AC
gets the
finish.
Defiant Shell.
And yeah, Defiant Shell is one of the... I hate looking at his 38 armor on this Lycan.
No, I can't even see the bonus armor, but yeah, that is a lot.
Oh, it's actually even more than that on the other one. Mine says plus 29, on the other screen shows 32, so whatever. Either way, it's like 40 armor. Ravage still on cooldown.
They find CK as well as the IO. If they can bring down FNG, it would be massive. The Harpoon to pull him back. Nikke blows him up. The CK will TP on home mid lane. And they find more. Noticed here. Gets the blink onto the high ground. They don't connect. Wukong's command. Not going to be able to find them anything.
Hey, Liquid, they did take advantage of that of the Ravage being cooldown. They do find themselves quite a bit. Get themselves 2 kills and a tier 2 mid and force some reaction. So I'd say they're like, okay, yeah, right. I mean, if you're gonna use Ravage like that, we're gonna hit you back.
Yeah, they trade some BKBs too, right? Like CK, without BKB, might struggle a little bit in these fights. It really just comes down to, I guess, that initiation. But Ravage being back, maybe Liquid like respects that timing a little bit right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you just back up and force the issue. You know, you're like, okay, VP, like you have to make the first move now onto us, and we're farming on all 3 cores. So I think Liquid's pretty content if they can just sit back and kind of scale. Even though CK and TA are getting this farm, it's a pretty damn good Monkey King game versus these cores.
Dude, Ags is going to be devastating this game if he can get to it.
Hey, Ags Monkey King, Ags Lycan biting the Monkey King. There's a lot of potential for them to continue scaling.
Yeah. But third Roche, we'll see what happens. It will spawn, again, likely in the top lane, but if it is a long timer, it could respawn bottom. Boxy in really aggressively here, ends up misconnecting. Quite a great Wukong's command.
It's a bait.
Boundless Strike to set this one up. It was a bait, absolutely. The Mortimer Kisses are there. Notice can't really throw the Ravage quite yet. CK will be able to TP out, and they've left the Tide Hunter. He's now just food for the side of Liquid.
It was a bait. Yeah, I think he tried to stun the real CK. Either way, though. Gives up his life for 2 kills, maybe even a potential 3rd. And that's a BKB from CK also used. Fights overall, I mean, VP, we see them getting a couple pickoffs here and there, but overall, team fights, even with Ravage, just look too damn hard. IO has no way to survive. That's all I'm watching from per FNG. He just gets surrounded.
Yeah, Harpoon here is just so good for him. Like, he has this Ghost Scepter. Or did he have a Ghost Scepter? No, who Ghost Sceptered?
I saw Boxy.
A Lion. Yeah, Lion Ghost Scepter, and it's like
okay.
he just instantly gets blown apart by Mortimer Kisses if he's near it. And there's no running away from Monkey King now.
Liquid has mixed damage throughout their draft. They have magical damage, physical, kind of everything. While on VPs, it's literally all physical at this point. It's all about if the CKTA are able to stick on targets during a Ravage. So yeah, Ghost. It's hard to itemize. Really hard to itemize on the side of VP versus.
Okay, I'll be honest, I love Nisha's item build. I think this Shadowblade is actually so sick this game.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to kind of avoid himself in the back lines. These cores don't have slots. They're not okay, Tide has Dust, but the main 2 for killing him don't have reveal, so yeah, that's kinda cool.
Yeah, unless you like reload like with the IO right on top of Nisha, like you're not gonna be able to like get vision on him.
Oh,
another smoke here. They're scouted out with these Lycan Wolves. If they find Squad, dude, this would be the absolute worst case scenario. The Harpoon Boundless Strike right on the money. He's gonna be able to pop the BKB, but he's on the run. Can they actually find the kill? He's alive for now. Blink up in 1 second. He's down and away.
He's so low though.
In comes Mikke. He is really far forward. Can they burst him? There's the Ravage to follow it up. He's actually just on the tree. They don't have vision of him. The Wukong's command does end up falling. And then comes Insania, the instant silence to cancel out that freezing field. CK will fall. Can't BKB. TP on home. And now they're looking for Notice. Another Boundless Strike, but instantly dispelled there by the Kraken Shell. The TPs coming out from the side of VP as they're trying to get away. Nisha's looking for him. The cookie catches him in the trees. Ends up cutting Mikke's tree, but Notice, you're not out of this one, my friend. Liquid looking very, very strong.
Dominant. I mean, the team fight is pretty much perfect. Boxy dies, but gives his life for the cause. The Ravage clips on almost everyone, but Mikke's in a tree. They can't hit him the whole duration of the Ravage. That was probably the saddest thing I've seen in a long time.
Dude,
I
right?
mean, Liquid just decimate the fight. It's not even close.
For some reason, I thought like if he would get ravaged, it would cancel the primal spring, but he just like travels stunned through the air and lands on the tree, and they're like, "Where'd he go?"
That was definitely weird. I don't think I've seen someone get ravaged and just be sitting in the floor. That was actually pretty funny. Well, that was the ravage fight for VP. They show up with their CK. He can't hit literally anybody. Liquid just, I mean, again, just dominate the team fights over and over and over again.
Well, see what they can do. Because he just got level 20 on Nisha now, so he does have the attack damage talent. He is now contributing way more in these fights. And now you don't have just the Monkey King and Lycan damage. Like, Nisha's online.
And now he's got a break.
The Silver Edge.
He's got the break for the Tide also. So now they can actually just full commit onto Noticed, even. On top of having this protection for himself, they can, yeah. Oh, boy. Team fights just have not looked in favor ever for the side of VP. And Liquid just hanging around each other, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Mika's itemization has been Mika's itemization and gameplay has been perfect this game.
Yeah.
Nisha definitely struggling a little bit, but I feel like Mika and Zai are doing absurd heavy lifting.
Yeah, they really are. Okay, so I got a question for you. Roshan's respawning in about 20 seconds. A pretty quick respawn, again. Do you wait for it to move to the Radiant side for a third Rosh? Or do you take it in favorable positioning here if you're Liquid?
I think you just take it ASAP on Liquid, that is. I think VP kind of is forced in a position to contest, too. They have to go check there.
They're smoking out. They know it could be up.
And look at the lane positioning. Liquid's like, they're smoking. Mid and bottom are shoving in. Nobody's responding.
Yeah.
Can VP sneak it?
Zai's already sending his Ancient Creep bottom.
Yep. I think the call is just sneak in on VP. At least attempt to. You kill it kind of fast with minus armor.
Oh, yeah, they do. Phantasm TA, another meld's coming through. Third Roche, looks like it might just go their way. Double Ravage could do some work if you have the mana for it. Okay.
Does he have the mana for it? With Soul Ring. Yeah, he will. He'll have enough mana.
Okay. I mean, they lost their bottom range barracks, but I mean, that's not the end of the world. It was already just gonna get pushing the whole way.
Can they all get out here? Okay, they can. Oh, jeez. Let's go for a second. Will this make the difference? An Aegis of Cheese and a secondary Ravage. They have to get it still perfect. They have to get the connection so they can actually focus fire these heroes. Liquid's still feeling pretty confident, pretty strong walking in. A full butterfly on Mickey. I mean,
yeah, that's sick.
No way to pierce through that. I guess they have a quiver, at least on squad, I believe. Yeah, he has one.
Yeah, he does.
And they've actually passed off the refresher shard to Kurtik. I guess maybe maybe he feels like he needs 12-second BKB to potentially kill people, but I still don't see him killing people.
This ward, it's scouting him out. They know exactly where the CK is, but oh, he's looking for the line. He gets the blink. Okay, sick plays. Reload coming through as well. All right, they're chilling. They get out.
Where's that reload coming from? I didn't even see.
Oh
my god.
Nisha's damage. Forces a quick BKB there.
Oh, that's
Moxie
brutal.
as well as the CM. They managed to pick off the Lion.
He might just have to refresh. Honestly, like pop Phantasm, put the refresher in, and maybe that's what you have to do. Because you don't want to just use it for your only BKB, but, I mean, the fight's coming at you.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, that's awkward. He does have BKB. I don't know. I don't think they saw it at the least on the side of Liquid, so maybe that can catch them off guard. But where's his damage going to be? How do you kill Mickey with a butterfly now?
He's in so deep. Instant Ravage to pick him off. And Mickey, he is surrounded here. He's trying to survive himself inside his Wukong command. Get Boundless Strike. Does heal him up a lot. And they got him. He just completely crushes this fight. The turnaround is just way too much. And now Noticed on the run. Slowed up thanks to the Scotty. The pullback from the telekinesis. 4 dead on the side of VP. He's looking for a nice stolen impale. They catch the TA, the Boundless Strike as well. He needs some help. He's got an Aegis, but he's rooted in place. The buybacks coming through from the side of VP, trying to keep themselves in this side. He's going to get pulled back into the base, and no chance going to survive this one. Boxy with the stolen mana drain, trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. Liquid punished for that extension into the base. VP will hold.
Okay. I mean, it costs them a lot. It's 2 buybacks, but they do at the least hold. Mickey 1v5'd, just an FYI in that last fight. Jumped in with his butterfly and stood in the midst of everybody and fought them off. That was pretty insane. But a good hit from VP at the least to get these type of kills, but it's expensive.
Yeah. Dude, he also got Penta Edge. Just the
He got the
best
dream.
Monkey King item. Dude, this thing is so good.
Honestly, I sometimes see people hold Broom Handle until like tier 3s just how good it is on Monkey King. Just this attack range on your Wukong is amazing. But that was probably one of the best Wukongs I've ever seen. Honestly, Mikke is making me look and be like, man, why is Monkey King not picked more? I know why, because it's a tough hero to make it look this good, but holy shit, honestly, he is delivering every single time. Nisha's struggling for sure a bit in this game, 8-4, but Mikke is 15-2, and he's got no fear. This is impressive stuff here.
I mean, so what do you do now that you've pretty much bought back on both? It was tied CK, right? So
yeah. Wait for Ravage to come back up is step 1, I would say. It's tough position.
He did hit level 25, actually. So
yeah.
He's really dang farm. Finished up the Swift Blink. Used up the MKB after that last fight, realizing that Monkey King has to die. You can't afford to let him just sit there and evade attack after attack.
No, he's going to have it pretty soon. He's the saving grace, really. I'm not feeling the impact so much from the CK overall in the game, but maybe if he can act as a distraction for squad, maybe this TA still got some chance in this game. Anything you can get to buff him up, though, right? We've got Solar Crest, Mac Cheese, Pavis, I believe a Telescope now picked up from Seiyu. Anything you can do to make this TA be able to stand our ground. Just tough. Mikke just gets on her every time.
Yeah. So he didn't take the Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity. He went for the Chaos Bolt. Min-max stun duration. I feel like that one's, depending on the game, is really good one way or the other.
Interesting. I feel like I've never seen anyone take the Chaos. I mean, no one plays CK right now anyway, but...
Yeah. I was going to say, against the Monkey King, where it feels like you just need that burst damage, I'm a little bit worried, but...
I feel like I've never seen people not take the Reality. I know the patch messed things up, because you could Reality Rift anyway on it, right? But...
Yeah. Interesting. Well, Cheese is in the backpack of the not in the backpack, but available on the IO. So you do have that save, which is quite nice as well. And they are smoking towards the bottom lane. The Aegis will expire.
He does have a greater healing Lotus too. So I mean, quite a big chunk of healing he can provide if he's able to get it off. Just these Wukongs and the coverage that Liquid's been doing with the fights just make it difficult for FNG overall this game. All about squad.
Mikke is playing so smart, man. He just completely sniffed out this rotation bottom. Just leaves. Grabs a DD rune mid.
The smoke. They have all the information in the world. Bottom is a enormous wave. Mid's pushing in.
Lines drawn. Circles the map. He's like, guys, we can just play over here. That's fine.
I mean, they have to be careful. Mikke has DD.
Dude, say you might just like die to a boundless strike. Honestly,
I think he.
I think he does.
I think he dies. Yeah, I think he gets 100-0'd with the DD.
FNG needs to be careful. Boundless strike comes out. He is gone. Oh no.
And they have
telekinesis to save, of course.
That's a tanky IO too. Very similar to like it's not a Defiant Shell IO, but it's a 23 armor IO. Dead just like that. Harpoon, baby.
Oh man. He also gets the Mind Breaker on Snapfire, which is also probably one of the best jungle items you can get on this hero.
Why'd they buff this item?
Dude, I have no idea.
It got moved
this
to
thing
tier
was
up.
already so good.
It got moved to tier up at the least, but like, Jesus. This is one of the most infuriating items to play against the supports.
You're just like chilling and then get silenced and you're like, okay, I guess I'll die.
Yeah, you're playing on like a reaction. You're like, oh, I'm gonna blink in and do this, and you blink and they have auto attack on, and the auto attack hits you and silences you, and you want to break something. Yeah, it's not fun. It's never happened to me before or anything.
Yeah, that didn't sound like a personal experience story or anything. Definitely.
Liquid just, I mean, at this moment in time, they're just maximizing. I see Boxy's like stacking camps. Looks like they're just kind of farming it up. Close to 25, I guess, on Mikke.
All right. I will say the XP advantage that you have on this TA is pretty nuts, but like you've kind of peaked, right? The rest of your talents aren't like the best thing in the world until you get like maybe the 20.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still just feeling like it's squad most of the time versus the world. Even though like Kirchik's score and stuff doesn't look bad, he's farming a lot. Especially now he doesn't have boots, I'm worried the CK is just gonna stand there in the fight and just die.
Yeah.
It feels like it's so much on squad, and if the Ravage connects for him to get the follow-up.
feel like this 25 on Mickey is just like game breaking. Like, I don't know how you play into Wukong's command once he gets to 25.
I mean, all of his Wukongs have been amazing, even without it, so.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're patient. They're just waiting. It looks like 25 and maybe even just wait for the Roche. It's going to be a bit of a longer spawn. How's the buybacks looking? I mean, it's going to be pretty much when the buybacks are back up for CK Tide. Small silver lining there for VP.
Dude, Insania has BKB Defiant Shell. This is sick. This guy, he's like, don't let me die, guys.
He's an issue. They have no BKB piercing, like, disable. He can just BKB blink on top of CK and ult.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do to stop it.
He's got Shard Glimmer Cape, right? Like, unless you can burst him with, like, TA or something, he's chilling. Foxy steals mana drain again, which is very problematic.
It's annoying.
It doesn't pop CK illusions, right? Like the old Phantasm?
Nope.
Like,
Nope.
that was
Those,
changed.
Those are strong illusions.
Yeah. Oh, they're looking top lane. If they find the initiation here on the FNG or squad, I mean, it would be huge.
The Wolves, they're giving the info. They're going
Yeah,
in.
they are indeed. They got the blink, the Hex out from Zai, but he is so fast. They need to actually be able to chase this one out, and the damage... Woo! Force the cheese! Nisha!
Oh my god. I actually thought FNG was going to be okay, but he just feels like he needs to pop the cheese.
He's got double critted.
That is a shapeshift that was burned.
Yeah. And that's also the Hex reveal from Zai. So that is pretty big. But you get out. I mean, that's pretty decent for VP, right? Like, you kind of know what you're playing with now.
Small, yeah. And you got a ward down, and you're able to get out and get dewarded. The
Problems,
base, though.
Again in the base.
The catapults.
Dude, you have to keep... I mean, I guess you have IO, which is great for reloading into these fights, but Roshan, you know, is the next objective. And Liquid have full control now. They know exactly...
And VP has to run into scout. They don't have a trap in there. They get the scan right now, but they're like, they could just be doing it right now. They aren't aware that that is not up. But they have to address bottom. I mean, look at Kirchik. He's like, I need to shove this wave out so far and then take the portal. But Liquid is all set up around here.
Oh, that portal's a death trap. There's, like, it's got to just be FNG bringing him back top, right? Like, I can't... Oh, they're just going to keep placing these traps in hopes of getting some vision to play around, but Nisha...
I mean, I'm just watching Zai. He sent an illusion bottom. He has a wolf, and then mid and top. Every lane is shoved in.
Dude, this is so hard to play against. He is doing such a good job at controlling the map.
And now they can maybe start.
You have wave top, you have wave bottom, already at the base again. There comes the Howl. And Roshan now. They actually just fake it. They don't want to risk.
I mean, they have a ward on the outside here. They're maybe expecting them that they're running in here, but... I mean, it's dying.
It will die eventually. Level 25 on the Monkey King gives him that Wukong's ring, and yeah, it looks like VP can't contest this at all. They know there's no way they can start the fight without vision.
I mean, Zai is just doing... It's like Owie. It's like the annoying Owie thing where you're just split pushing, and now they get the initiation.
Oh, they get the Hex onto the Rubik, but they get the Ravage to turn around from Notice. Can it get Squad out? He gets the Blink, but the reload on the backside! Oh, it's in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. Kirtach goes down!
Wait, what?
They reload the backline, but Nisha was there. They find Seiyu as well. 3 dead.
They did not get the memo to get the hell out of there.
Not at all.
They went for the... I mean, they get squad out, but it costs them the squad. Oh, boy.
I mean, you have 3 buybacks available, but no Ravage, no BKB, no Phantasm. They found Notice in the jungle here.
And squad
Foxy,
maybe, too.
Yeah, squad doesn't have BKB.
Oh, Harpoon!
He doesn't want to commit it, maybe? I mean, he's got Aegis. He's chilling.
Whatever. Yeah, they just want to go with the push.
It's looking real rough now for VP.
Squad versus the world with no BKB, a buyback, an attempt to hold.
It's just Liquid applying so much pressure, and not just like map pressure, but like you're getting split mentally here on VP, trying to figure out what's the best thing that you could possibly do right now, and you just make one mistake and they just punish you so heavily.
And everyone's just gigantic on Liquid. Even CM, Insania buys himself an Aghanims, takes the Refresher Shard for himself. Zai has hit 25, so Hal reduces total damage. And they're all physical damage on the side of VP, so even more insult to injury.
I actually just never even knew that was a talent. That is ridiculous. This
one's really busted.
Nisha's 25 now too.
Yeah.
Multi-shot.
All right. They have a butterfly now. More survivability for Kirchik, but
Blink Axe.
Where's the damage?
Yeah. They gotta find something here. Mickey still hiding in the trees. The balance strike comes out there on top of Squad. He needs help. The Wukong command is way too big. FNG trying to find his way outside of the ring. Won't be able to. They both fall. The buybacks are available. We'll use it on the Templar Assassin, but without a BKB, without a top lane of Barracks, they all just disengage to go in the Hex. In comes Insania. This is his time to shine. Goodbye,
Look at him
CJ. Dude, Crystal Maiden, the roots are just way too much. Is now forced Squad back into the fountain. You have lost the Lion here at the tier 4 tower, and Mickey will continue to do the damage. Nisha, not going to take him long to take this throne, and that is going to be it. Liquid closed this game out 2-0. Well played.
I mean, another incredibly well executed game and just a clear understanding by Liquid. I think we see this from them a lot. This one, there's definitely some moments there where VP's looking pretty decent until like 20, 30, even 30-minute mark or something, but Liquid just playing the map, and they know how to play the map insanely well. I mean, Zai clearly displayed that with the summons, and then Mickey just jumping around getting, honestly, like some of the best Wukongs ever. The setups were perfect. I feel like he landed like 3-man boundless strikes too many times this game.
Yeah, he really did. Like, Mickey has to be MVP for me just because of how well he did in the early game. It wasn't even just like how insane his late game performance was, but the fact that he was like 3-0, top of the net worth, like rotating to off lane, coming back, like just straight crushing since minute 0. And dude, I will say, Zai's Lycan might be the most scary thing to play into. Like, initially we're like, oh, IO Lesh, have to worry about that. I don't think you can give this team Lycan either. Like, this is nuts.
I don't know. Yeah, that micro was pretty ridiculous. I mean, Zai's always been kind of a monster with that stuff, but that was like the AUI Visage kind of annoyance that I saw at Bali that literally got me triggered watching it. He was doing the same stuff. I mean, buying the shard instant at 15, sending his summons through the gate, like you mentioned a couple times. Like, hey, yeah, and that causes a lot. Like, people might think, like, oh, he's just farming. No, it causes reactions around the map. It causes so many different movements around that opens up opportunities for Liquid to get all these pickoffs, all these little engagements that just cause them to snowball out of control in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they get that 4th Roche, and then it turns into a bad fight, right? Because you're forced to be bottom with FNG and CK, and it's just all the Lycan. Yeah, dude, this fight is nuts. He evaded like 4 attacks.
Yeah, it's just Mickey really understanding his power. Like, he peaked. As soon as he got... I mean, he peaked quite a couple times in this game, like his Scotty timing, but then the butterfly timing, that was the GG item. You're like, okay, I'm into all physical damage. My Nisha died, and I'm just going to jump in 1v5. So, great understanding. Liquid just continues to impress as we have kind of come to expect. But I wouldn't, for VP, yes, they're 0-6, I believe, now, but
yeah,
I think they can at least take some stuff out of this game. You're playing versus Liquid, and you did go for maybe a risky draft going for a CK, but you did make some okay moves.
I mean, both games, right? Like, game 1, they had some really strong early game potential. They made things look pretty decent, but it's just, it seems like Liquid just really has late game execution that is very problematic for them to deal with. Like, it was so rough.
And it's, at the end of the day, too, it's like I don't like always just blaming that they tried something, but they did steal the IO from one of the best IO teams in the world, so this team knows how to play versus it, and definitely they were trying stuff. They haven't played IO, as far as I can tell, unless it's in scrims in months, so it was something they were like, all right, we got to try it versus Liquid. If we can't beat them with IO, we have to try to make it work, and they try CK, so trying some stuff out versus one of the best teams, if not, so what can you do?
I mean, it was a good attempt. It was a fun series nonetheless, and we'll see what, Virtus.pro does later today, but we're going to have Liquid's 4th series happening again right here, which is going to be up against TSM. So definitely make sure to stay tuned for that. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with our 4th and final series of the day here on the Riyadh Masters. We'll see y'all in a bit.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة. وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنجر حطوا مايتي حطوا تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
say where I'd run to, where I would lay if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged, and we've got our fourth series of the day lined up. It is Liquid versus TSM, and boy, does Liquid look just as good as ever.
Yeah, they look great. I mean, making heroes that some people really struggle on look incredible. I mean, Monkey King, the hero that I feel like a lot of teams are just scared to pick because it's volatile. Mickey just dumpstered on it. So, yeah, good to see them always in top form. And TSM also looking to do pretty decent, right? That's what you said. I didn't get to see it.
Or 4-2, sorry. Yeah, they 1-1'd Aster, they 1-1'd Entity, they 2-0'd.
What?
Was it Execration earlier?
Wait, they 2-0'd Entity?
No, did they? No, they 1-1
right?
Entity. Yeah, 1-1
okay,
Entity,
okay.
1-1 Aster, 2-0 Execration. So,
okay.
I mean, they're looking pretty good. Those are all pretty solid teams. They've got their work cut out from those. They are taking on, what has consistently been a top team all year. And, Liquid, we'll see what they have lined up. A team that seems to just really get the best of the draft. I think this is what it keeps coming back to, right?
Yeah, best of the drafts. They're very good at understanding the drafts too, how to itemize. I think that's something I always talk about with Liquid. I always like to look at items because I feel like some teams, it's just like they really shoot themselves in the foot with somehow that they do go for this. But like I think Liquid, they clearly like understand. Okay, there's a full physical draft. We need this like 4-stat for something to reset fights, etc. Blah blah blah. They seem to be amazing at that. TSM, they seem to be amazing at having some own strategies, at least from what we're seeing coming into this tournament. They're picking the Chen. Chen seems to be popular more amongst like across like everybody here, but they've won 2 out of 3 of the games. It's getting banned versus them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hero that I thought would like do pretty decent like in this patch. Like it seems pretty strong. So we'll see, if they let it through, as it is something that I know Ari plays really well with it, but
yeah.
Because it kind of fits with Kasane as well. Kasane is a big summons player.
Yes.
So when you have like the combination of the Chen plus Kasane's heroes, like you kind of do hit a pretty good tempo. We'll see what they want to do. I think the first phase picks for both these teams are going to tell a lot about their draft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to see. I feel like we should have a lot of battling in the early game just from both sides because it's kind of how they both play is just constantly running at you. I think TSM, I was looking, like they have a pretty low game timer, and then they have like random like hour-long games, but they do have a lot of like these like 30-minute games, which maybe that'll be a good thing for them to at least try to versus Liquid here. But Liquid and Gaming have clearly proven they're the best 30-minute teams. So yeah,
they really are. And we're going to see a lot of their respect band. The Chen right out of the way, followed by the IO. We'll be jumping into the draft, I think. Yeah, there we go. So these are what seemingly be the most problematic heroes for these teams, right? So they just don't want to deal with it. They're going to make them do something else.
Yep.
It does leave a lot still in the pool.
Yeah, the Broods, the Enigmas, and stuff like that are going to be more sought after. Depends on team to team, too, like depending on these Undyings and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that, excuse me, TSM is one of the few teams that actually still flexes Undying and plays it as a 3 position for Kasane even, too. So I think that's something you do have to always keep up your sleeve just in case.
Yeah, Kasane does have a very interesting hero pool. Initially, it was, he probably had like a very narrow hero pool for a while. I think the experience of playing on TSM this past year has helped him a ton. Because he was basically Beastmaster Lycan when that patch was out, and he was just way too strong of heroes. But now he has kind of expanded it a little bit. Like you said, does some interesting Undying stuff. He's a big Visage player as well now.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got some flexibility there.
It looks no Zombie Boy, no Brood. Good. Thank God. I still think still think Zombie Boy's broken completely, so.
Yeah. But we'll see. Liquid forced to go for maybe. I mean, do you just open the Snapfire again? Is the question. Something that they did last game.
Seems safe.
Pretty strong.
Timber's in the
Timber.
pool. Okay. Timber's in. Okay. Now, do you like Clock SF? Because that seems like it's honestly Clock SF seems to be the best Emperor versus this Timber Saw.
I kind of like it.
Even though it's been nerfed now, and there's probably more answers that are starting to come up and things like that versus the Timber. That for me was the clearest way, because you can run it 2 different ways, right? You run the SF mid, or you run it safely and you flex it a little bit. Maybe you don't need the clock, but
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of the Timber as well, because like you said, it can move to both lanes. So the counter is like putting a hero that beats it in both lanes, right?
yeah. They haven't done it in a while though. I'm actually like drawing memory to maybe, I think it was Berlin. I have to like scroll through a lot of games, but or even before that they did the Shadow Fiend. So I don't know if they will, because Brile hasn't had the most success on it. They'll go a completely different route. So lots of magic damage, good spell steals for the Rubik versus Timber throughout all stages, and this will give you kill threat onto Timber when kisses are up always.
I like it. So now the question is like, what do you pair with the Snapfire, right? Because that is something that seems to be the case, right? You have to have something to play around.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're just Nisha and you just like let Mickey just run train on the whole game, but
true.
We'll see what they decide to do here on TSM. Snapfire hero that we see flex quite a bit, probably going to be core here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, like 90% of the time it just is in that mid lane. Let's see for Liquid. I'm just bringing it up mostly. I'm just still like, I can't believe that TSM is busting out like Chen TB and winning and stuff like that. I'm just still like,
dude, this is a team that like missed out on the last major too. So like no one really knew where TSM was on this patch, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, no one's really. You haven't had a lot of games to study this team for the last few months.
And looks like they'll do take a page out of VP's book. They'll go the TA versus the Snap, even though we did see that crazy kind of plays there from Nisha. He was still farming very well. Let's think Squad was still getting a really good game overall and did get some nice connections and stuff like that on the Snap, but cool that they moved the priority up that much. I mean, it's a Rubik and the Snap, right? So it's literally what VP did versus them when they saw those 2 heroes. So similar ideas.
I like it. Makes sense. I mean, to be honest, the only reason that Nisha had such a good start was honestly that level 1 D ward, where he just gets such a fast level 2, able to just like punish him on the first wave. Like that was a big part of the lane, like going his way early.
Yeah, otherwise I feel like he just loses that lane. Like otherwise Squad just has a great time and then goes back to stacks. But the fact that they do these little quirky plays for Liquid, super cool. Maybe something we'll see similar of, well, the reversal, I guess.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Silencer. Okay, so still putting respect onto the counter, the old school kind of when Snapfire first got it added, the Silencer counter. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, the big counters were like Nyx, Snapfire, or Nyx, Silencer, and Clockwork, right? But
yep.
Silencer's pretty good.
Yeah, Nyx, Silencer, Clockwork, and I think it was what, Earth Spirit or something? Yeah, Earth Spirit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that hero I just have, like, it has
dead.
fallen off the face of the earth.
That hero's gone.
That hero's gone.
Sadly, too. Did you see the new trick that the guy posted today?
Yeah, the pulling onto the high ground there.
That's kind of cool.
Pretty cool.
And then you got pull level 1.
Yeah, but then you grief your lane with pull. You're like, all right, guys, we denied a creep. Cool.
Hey, maybe it's worth it. I don't know.
Who knows?
Liquid, they're actually going to be the ones to ban out the Lycan. TSM, obviously a very Lycan team. Even they're also a team that will definitely run it off lane or as carry.
Oh yeah. That is a Kasane special, and of course Tomato plays a lot of heroes. So
yeah. Could be indicative of something maybe they want also, but also could just be indicative of, Lycan versus TA. It can be, like you said, TA can sometimes clear these things, but Lycan, the summons, the way you itemize, it's perfect versus TA. You give your team auras and everything, so.
Do you ban Beastmaster here if they get rid of the Enchantress like this? Or are you not worried about the Beastmaster with TA?
That's probably what they're discussing. Yeah, they're not worried about it. They're more worried about the carry matchup for the TA rather than what lane.
That's fair. That's definitely fair.
I think you said, yeah, Beast. I mean, TA's been an answer. TA is answers versus the Beast, so even though you're playing versus Kasane.
And Tomato's Terrorblade is pretty dang good.
Yeah.
One of his most played competitive heroes.
And it's one of the best carry matchups versus TA. Super.
Is there any other
armor.
ones you're really worried about? Like Faceless Void, maybe?
Maybe. But you kind of have to like pick your poison. I think they're more worried about the bat because it's soft counter to both.
Yeah.
So bat soft counter to both, like, and they're probably just. Oh, that was maybe the interesting one, but then the TB ban makes sense too.
All right. Excited to see what they come up with here. I mean, both teams kind of drafting for decent, strong lanes. Okay, well, that's definitely a strong hero.
And a TA attempted TA answer. Shield is really, really nice. Good way to hold towers early too. Lots of magic damage.
We're gonna see the Lich mid.
Have
you seen this?
The Phylactery Lich.
Have you seen this build, dude? It is crazy.
I've done it. It's
early Aghanim Scepter.
It's like Finger of Death as soon as you get your 10 talent every time you use a Q. And then when you get your Ags, you have like ways to farm and stuff, but it's a Lich mid. If you do that.
Dude, I want to see this hero like actually.
The gaze farming is cool. I gotta be honest. I tried that right when the
every
patch
creep
hit.
wave.
Yeah, it's pretty
so
cool.
nuts.
But yeah, we'll never see that.
Yeah, it's a good meme for pubs. For those of you who want to go, ruin some pubs experimenting. Lich mid. Go check it out. Good stuff.
Look, we're taking some time here.
Yeah, both teams slowing down their draft quite a bit, actually.
They're both. I mean, there's so much of TSM's kind of hiding. They've shown the 2 supports. The snap is, I guess, flexible still for mid and off lane. Liquid has shown 2 cores.
Dude, 18 and 24 is going to be really big for TSM here, actually.
This is going to be interesting. Yeah, I like this. I'm pretty okay with the way the TSM has set up this draft right now.
You have to pick your supports here. The question is, like, does that like reveal your like TA Timber spot like lanes?
Is Visage still in the pool? They could do they could do like a Visage +1 on Liquid if they want to, but then yeah, you kind of say that Timber's mid and TA safe lane, but maybe you're okay with that. Because Visage, like these 2 supports, yeah, Shield can be a little bit annoying, but just they don't see their matchups, so. Because I could see like a Visage, maybe not like maybe Spirit Breaker even, something like that.
Okay, to go back for the CM, still hiding a little bit at the moment, but we'll see what they do here. I mean, do you pick your second support and just hide the off lane or your last core pick? But I don't know.
I don't know. It's a good question. The CM pick is interesting because last game there was like a clear reason versus like the Phantasm versus TA, etc. This one I'd say there's less of a clear reason besides just let's secure this lane. And maybe that's all the hero's good for anyway. Oh, I did not see that one, but that's a way to make your Timber unkillable versus all magic damage.
That will work. I mean, you were talking about how they had a lot of magic damage already in the draft, and dude, Insania's Oracle is legendary.
And this is the only true magic immunity as well, too, in the game.
Yeah.
You are literally 100%, so. And it's a purge for the Lich Shield, too.
Yeah. This is sick. This is a really smart pick, and
that's a cool one.
Don't have any, like, backline, like, kind of reveal right now, so...
Now I'm curious to see why they wanted the CM so badly, because that's a 4, right? That's a boxy CM then. So maybe, let me see what Tomato... What were they thinking that maybe Tomato likes a lot? What's really good? What's it like really good? The Frostbite in particular. I guess maybe it could have been Void that you were saying. The Frostbite is annoying
against the Void. Yeah.
I'm kind of grasping out here, but interesting. Go down Bloodseeker. That's
a pretty good
nice
pick here.
Versus Timber, getting on the TA
too. Yeah.
So honestly,
good kill lane too. Lich Bloodseeker is a lot of damage.
Their draft looks pretty decent so far.
So, I mean, the thing is that I really like about TSM's draft is you still don't really know where the Snapfire is going. It's definitely something you could take off lane here for Kasane if they wanted and just run like a Rubik Snapfire off lane. It's probably mid for Bryle because he has a lot of games on mid Snapfire. He was one of the first mid players to actually start playing Snapfire mid like a year plus ago. So you're going to respect ban all these big off lane team fighters that you're worried about. So they get rid of Enigma. They still might get rid of the Beastmaster, even though I don't see it that much anymore.
I think they could. I don't know, actually. I've seen this lane go so backward. Like they could Beast on like Liquid, but I've seen this lane go disastrous for Beastmaster. It goes one way or the other. It goes like okay for the Beast or horrible, like absolutely horrible. So there's not really a middle ground. So I don't know. Maybe they don't do that one.
Do you think Timber mid versus Snapfire is okay?
There's Snap keeps you low. Like
Yeah.
But a good Timber I've seen, they like sit at like that 20%, 30% health, and they just kind of bait, and they do end up farming. Maybe the nerfs maybe made it even better for Snap, but I mean, it's definitely a good Snap lane, don't get me wrong. Just the mid game becomes a little weird because Timber can eat Snap alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Universal heroes get owned.
Yeah. I don't mind that lane though. I actually like the Snap there if they just do it like that.
Interesting Underlord, man. I mean, good control. Like, Pit of Malice is super strong this game, but magic damage not super helpful for them. I think they're just mostly worried about the pit there. Maybe the rotations.
Yeah.
But I mean, all the offlaners, a lot of offlaners getting removed at this point. So
it's like
Liquid
the
do have
Beast, but
yeah. I was gonna say Liquid have the ability to maybe like take away a hero from TSM initially, but they banned the Faceless Void. They're actually more worried about that than anything else. Okay.
Okay, so I guess they're feeling the Timber is just getting put in the off lane. Interesting. There's still quite a bit of flexibility, so.
I mean, I guess Faceless Void is one of those impossible matchups for Bloodseeker, but so is Medusa, and she is still in the pool.
Medusa's in the pool. I was literally thinking the exact same thing as you right now. Their draft is a little wonky, though, where they, like, I don't know how they make plays on Liquid with a TA, Timber, Medusa lineup, but... Huh. They'll go the Monkey King again.
Whoa,
I mean,
they go back for it. All right.
He owned so hard on it last game. It gives him a playmaker from the safe lane, as we saw Mika in the last game.
Yeah, that's true. That actually makes a lot of sense. Monkey King, I feel like, struggles a lot against Bloodseeker, though. That is not like a fun matchup. But maybe with Oracle, it's okay.
Could be. All he needs to do is get ulted. And he can stand his ground for sure.
What about...
And maybe they're thinking that, what's the offlane hero? What's Kasani going to play that does decent versus Monkey King? But then they banned the Underlord. This is so interesting. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff.
I feel like you could take Snapfire here, honestly, to the off lane. It's not a bad Snapfire lane. But is there a hero that like really punishes this Monkey King?
Can't think of one right now, at least off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, the Oracle just makes... I was like, a few heroes that come to mind that like punish Monkey King are pretty good, but then Oracle makes it difficult. So they will go back for Kasane's Visage. Something we talked about earlier in the draft. Like, this is a hero he really likes to play.
It's really good versus the two supports. It's very similar.
Yeah. Helps scout the Oracle and the Crystal Maiden pretty easily. You have kill threat. It's solid.
Their draft looks pretty good. And the thing with Visage, Bloodseeker, and Snapfire even, Bloodseeker thrives off of these like, spamming lanes. Like, this is a lane where like this Bloodseeker could just have max thirst test.
And we've been seeing Bloodseekers kind of just go this 1-1-3 build, right? Like, you just max thirst early. You have tons of sustain. It is going to be Zai on the Timbersaw for the offlane, which is kind of what we expected, but not going to be, I think, the easiest lane for the Timber here. It's a lot of damage from Lich.
It's a lot of damage. I kind of like TSM's draft. I mean, in Liquid, they have a lot of comfort things, and we saw Mika totally pop off on his Monkey King, but TSM has a strong early game draft that I was hoping to see. So it looks like it should be a pretty battle heavy one.
I like it, man. I love fighting in the lanes. I think it's really... That's like one of the coolest things about this patch is just how much aggression you get early on. But we'll see, you know, which team decides to stabilize. Like Liquid, they managed to just like hit this mid-game timing, it seems. That is just so strong, so overwhelming for teams to deal with. We'll see what TSM managed to do. See if they can hold out and or maybe just snowball their own lanes.
Yeah, let's see how these lanes go. I'm going to be really looking at it because I think this Bloodseeker could get pretty scary. And if he's able to get like that phase javelin, he can stand toe-to-toe with the Timbersaw and stuff like that in the lane. They can move around a lot of aggression, a lot of burst. Let's see if the thirst works.
Dude, I'm excited. All right, everyone. I hope you're ready. It is going to be game number 1 of Liquid versus TSM as we're getting ready to jump right on into this one.
It's Boxy playing Oracle.
Wait, what?
I don't think I've ever
Oracle.
Wait, what?
I mean, I know he can play it, but like...
I've never seen him play it.
That's like Insania's hero. This is I don't think I've ever seen him play it just because it's always on Insania.
All right. Well, this is interesting. So let's see how this ends up working out. Because I guess they want to have a more aggressive lane bottom versus Visage because they can get a bunch of kills with the Monkey King CM. And they're just kind of flexing around. Maybe this catches TSM off guard too. Interesting. And I guess now with the Oracle being a 4, since they know the Lich is a 5, the Frost Shield always has an answer and stuff too, so... I don't know, there's definitely interesting stuff coming out from Liquid. TSM, they're gonna
late smoke.
This is cool.
This is pretty cool.
They have a lot of they have tons of damage.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, Visage level 1 is so scary. Do you get the 2 wards out?
Okay, and they're gonna block. So it looks like they're already addressing the stacks that are probably gonna come out.
Oh man, they see Zai. They're positioned pretty well for this if he decides to go for this rune.
Is he gonna step down? It's a trap!
Oh boy, that is definitely 5 heroes. He's gonna try and Timber Chain away into the Blood Right. Do they have the damage to finish him off? The Scatterblast just barely too far. So Zai will survive.
He actually... Okay. I mean, he actually survives. I cannot believe that.
They still managed to go 2 for 2 on the runes. It's not the end of the world there for TSM, but it will slow down Zai. He's gonna have to TP back to the lane.
Definitely smart of him to go back to base. I feel like every time I see these people lane... Oh, Autumn Kasani. You looking...
Dude, he is
pretty dead.
Super deep. He is, yeah. 1 armor hero here against the Monkey King CM, like you talked about.
Yep. This must be why they did this must be why they did the switch up. Just having the CM down here. Or it's something they were thinking about all along, if they did go for like a weak off lane. This is a very strong lane to shut down a Visage. And it's... You know, that's the one thing about the Visage pick that I was like, interesting that they're picking it into Monkey King, because Monkey King, he has Mischief. You know, he can just dodge every soul assumption in the laning phase, too.
That is true, yeah. At least a couple of them, right? Like, that initial big burst.
It's a big deal. Mid
top lane, Foxy. Experiencing firsthand Frost Blast into Bloodright over and over again. He will die.
Should be a pretty solid lane up here for Tomato overall. Should have some clear free farm here with Whitemon. And mid overall, I mean, Bryle, first few waves, looking hot, 6 and 5.
Yeah. This is kind of what we saw last game. We'll see if he can keep it going, though.
Mika is still dropping a little bit low. It does have a salve. Spam is hurting him a little bit off the wave.
Whitemon is being a nuisance on this Lich. The question is, do you go the Sinister Gaze at 2? I feel like you do.
You probably
with the Bloodseeker, right?
Zai.
Oh, okay, Zai, you gotta be careful here, my friend. Gets the Timber Chain, no mana there for the Gaze.
What an angle!
Dude, did he cut a tree there? Or
he's just in between.
Tangoed a tree, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bottom Mickey. Trying to play around the trees, but they see him. There's a blood grenade.
He got him with a blood grenade. You know, a nice find there from Ari. That's going to give him some good experience to play around. They do end up losing, obviously, the first kill. But another potential kill top is Boxy. Just going to get ran down here by Tomato.
Oh, these lanes are fun. I mean, the 3 position on one side is suffering, and then the 4 position on the other side is really suffering. Looks like they're going to get the meetup of the waves up top. I don't even know who this one benefits. I think Zai's probably pretty happy about this.
He needs the level 2 Thirst right now on Tomato to play this, I think.
I mean, Tomato? He's getting
clicked. He's taking a ton of damage. Timber Chain coming out here again pretty soon, but will make it to his tower nice and safe here.
Oh, Zai.
Okay, Zai's in a little deep. Sinister Gaze into the tower, taking a huge amount of damage there, but will be able to survive. Whitemon, does he get the blast? He does. He actually, maybe he clicked his mini-map, but he double-stepped back for a second.
He's low. He's thirsted anyway. He's gonna look at this creep wave though. Tomato. I mean, he's 11 right now. He should be able to get most of these as well too. Zai has 4 last hits.
Yeah. And
So
the level 2 Thirst still completely reset.
I lied about what I said about that pull. Kind of. It looked like the pull was helping him, and then they got over aggressive and gets punished. Mid it looks like it's kind of stabilized. Nisha's starting to get full control.
Oh, Ryle. Well, careful here. He's going for the side blades off the denies. He's taking a lot of damage there.
Ryle, careful as a
great
glyph.
fort. And he was just going to be forced to back.
An intimidating walk at you.
The classic. I mean, that's huge. He's just going to zone him off a whole wave.
Mickey?
Oh, yeah, he's taking a beating. There it is. The Mischief to dodge that soul assumption like you talked about. He's going to be fine.
Foxy, they got the pull.
Oh, no. Once again.
He's not living.
Yeah, this Lich Bloodseeker lane is so good.
My
God. You end up finding a return kill on the Ari bottom, so.
Chaos everywhere. And Boxy is 0-3 and Zai has 6 last hits. That's kind of the bigger thing I'm looking at. Liquid is getting kind of destroyed in this top lane. 20 and 14 on Tomato.
Dude, and it's not going to get easier. Boxy like needs so many levels to be able to try and help sustain this, but
I mean, Boxy
same with Zai.
He put he was dying and he put Point in Fate's Edict as he's dying, so it's like he doesn't have like the aggressive build that he can potentially go for.
Yeah.
I mean, he can disarm him and they can get a deny. Okay, I mean that's annoying.
Very pog. Yeah, I mean I don't know how you push this Bloodseeker out at this point. He's doing exactly what we talked about. The phase boots into an early javelin will give him kill threat on the Zai. Yep. The amount of attack speed he gets is pretty nuts. Ahri bottom lane again in trouble. It's just going to be a few auto attacks from Mickey. The chase is there. Kasane, they're just going to chase under the tower, and why not? He's completely out of mana. The Boundless Strike connects, and that will be another kill.
I mean, Mickey.
Beautiful plays from Mickey again.
Yeah, definitely seeing why they are absolutely liking this Monkey King. In mid lane, Nisha is starting to really just fully take over. I think it was like they were even on last hits, like 22 to 19 or something. Now it's 22 to 33. He has just catapulted forward now. He's got extra points of refraction in side blades.
And it's given space. Boxy gonna try and maybe stack here for a moment and give them some sort of recovery. But Whitemon with the rotation in the top lane, the blood grenade. Did he scout it? Yeah, I guess he might have seen it. But
yep.
Tomato now, 3rd point in Thirst. This guy is zooming.
I mean, I'm trying to look at who's got the worst game. Like, Zai, he's less gold than Kasani, but Kasani is level 3.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which of these offlaners is having a more miserable time.
You like need the level 6 Visage as well. Like it is a big part of their draft. They're gonna go ahead and TP bottom. Mickey with the Boundless, or the Primal Spring on board. Still has the 2-hero Boundless Strike. Tries to line it up there. Will only hit Kasane, which I think at the end of the day, he's still pretty dang happy with Boxy showing up as well. In comes Whitemon, wanted to try and offer some assistance, and it's not in time. And instead, he's gonna die. Mickey gets the reset there on those Jingu stacks. He's got another Primal Spring. He might be looking for more as he gets aggressive now, trying to chase down Ahri underneath the tower. We'll be able to telekinesis him to the other side of the tower, but the Frostbite is there. Another blood grenade and another kill. Mickey might die to the tower here. No, too much healing coming through. Plus, they actually just force fed him a Lotus.
He had one in his bag, yeah.
Yeah.
He just used it. I mean, this is just heads-up moves from Liquid, and to answer myself, I guess, the Vis is just having a much worse time than Tim, even though he's more rich. Like, Zai, I feel like he's actually got an easier outlet to recovery, to be honest with you. This bottom lane, I mean, they have to go back down here on the Visage, but very scary, and we're absolutely seeing why Mickey wanted Monkey King again. 5-1 and 3. Sure, he's got 29 last hits, but good God, all 8 of the kills are because of him.
That is pretty nuts. A carry at 7 minutes having like 100% kill participation.
He did the same thing last game, too. It's pretty spectacular. And he's got Orbital Corrosion now, so this is a tough lane to go back down to.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to, but
yeah,
you might have
what's
to call.
The option?
You might have to call for Brile. You might have to ask for a rotation soon from the Snapfire.
Either that or a Rupture rotation, right? Like if they portal pop and try and do like a Rupture wraparound, but I think Tomato just wants to farm, right?
Yeah, and if you leave mid on Brile, you're going to lose your tower. You might actually just lose it anyway.
Yeah, actually, the Illusion Rune doing some serious work, helping tank up these power shots. Is Nisha getting pretty aggressive, and Brile will TP bottom. They don't know about this, so
he may be
exactly what you're talking about.
He might be accepting the fact that he's going to lose his tower and he has to make a move. See if it works.
All right, Mortimer Kisses are out. They actually just whiff on all of them. Mickey, does he survive? Nice dodge there once again on the Soul Assumption, but Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring. He's safe for the moment, salving up into the trees. Oh no. You bring these heroes bottom.
Oh boy. They missed, what, like 6 of the kisses or something?
All of the first kisses missed, yeah.
Oh boy. And Mickey might go back in.
That is rough. And like you said, left the tower alone. Nisha might just finish it off.
Yeah. Almost, I mean, it's... I'll talk about it afterwards.
Big PP's top lane. They're like, nah, you are not killing Zai, my friends.
No. This is what...
go for it, yeah.
This is like a... We used to call this, me and Fear, when we played together a little bit, it's like the double mistake. He makes the right move, but it doesn't connect, and then it actually feels worse than if he just stayed mid. You know, it's like, he did the right move mode bottom, but it ends up, yeah, he doesn't connect that, doesn't protect mid, down to 200 HP. It's pretty devastating loss here in the first in the first 9 minutes here for Bryle now. He is super far behind the TA.
Dude, Insania is level 6 on this Crystal Maiden.
Yeah. And look at this bullying.
He's just Chad walking at him, drops the freezing field, trying to finish off the Visage. It, like, nearly worked. Meanwhile, behind the tower is Mickey. Forced to jump away here. All right, okay. Insania, he will get punished. Granted, it does force 4 heroes bottom.
I mean, Insania doesn't know what it's like to be level 6 this early. He's like, oh, I know I'm going to kill it. Wait a minute, I'm not.
All right, it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
TSM strikes back. They're going to get their own stacks going. But yeah, looking at Bryle right now, he needs any kill he can get. Nisha getting so much, level 9 in comparison to 7 with these stacks, and mid tower soon to fall.
Yeah. Lightmon, gotta be careful here to get so much damage. As Nisha with a quick meld strike, easy help pick up that kill.
I mean, again, Mickey being very active.
Yeah, absolutely. And this TA is off to an incredible start. He is crushing net worth now.
Zai up top, looks like he should go down.
Can't TP out this time. He's got no TP help from friends either, right? Like previously, next to his tower, maybe, but not this time. Maelstrom done on Tomato.
Tomato will be the
killing spree.
He'll be the difference maker, it feels like, if anything, for TSM. He's having an amazing game, and he has some good matchups overall.
Dude, the net worth distribution in this game is ridiculous. Like,
there's a lot of supports.
At 3 cores, and then just everyone else is just absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah. And it's just not even just the gold, it's the levels too, right? Kasani, he just hit 6. It's like 11 minutes in. Don't really feel like you see that too often from offlaners.
Not at all.
Shields run on Bryle. Wyman not quite level 6, but looks like they want to move him. Get some space, potentially open up the bottom tower here too with the Visage Familiars. Kasani has powered up a lot here now that he's hit 6.
Yeah, I agree. That will help out a ton. The question is, I guess, is it going to be enough, like, to really find these kills? They've smoked. They've brought Bryle bottom. The scan does connect. They know something's up. And they will retreat into the trees here. Whitemon does have a ward to place up on the high ground. Mickey, he jumps in aggressively. Cookies him away. Whitemon's not level 6. There's no Chain Frost to help him. We'll look for Insania here. In comes Bloodseeker as well. Okay, wait a minute. He needs to be careful. Boundless Strike is there. There's no Rupture out quite yet, but in comes Zai as well in the Timbersaw. He's trying to run away into the trees. The Mortimer Kiss is coming through. Boxy is in trouble. Tomato will survive thanks to so much Thirst damage here as well. Nice 2-for-2 trade at the moment, but Kasane is in a rough spot. Try to TP on out. Nice familiar drop. He will survive.
Whoop.
As a quick pause comes through. A little bit of lag, but
should be fine.
What a mess of a fight.
I actually thought this was going to go way worse for TSM. I'm actually surprised that they get out with all this. Looks so awkward. I was like, oh, Tomato TPing in. This is actually pretty cool rotation. And then he's so far from his team. I'm like, oh my god, Tomato's going to die. And they actually end up only losing, just the one, right? Or did they use Whitemon at the start of it? So just these
Whitemon
two.
died, yeah.
That's not that bad.
Yeah,
for such an
considering it's not the end.
Yeah. They don't get the tower, though. So
yeah,
it does hurt TSM. That was a move where they wanted to like get a kill on the carry, of course, and get a tower and something like that. Instead, it's a 2-for-2, which
and
they wanted better.
Lane.
Yeah, they probably wanted to get more out of this, of course. But like I said, I think they got out with murder, just getting this Bloodseeker out. So
yeah, and good heads up play from Tomato. Just immediately heads back top. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna go back to farming. Not the best rotation, but he's not really slowing down his game at all, and I think that's really important for him.
Definitely worried for Bryle, though.
Yeah,
that's
he is.
One rotation that didn't work, a second rotation that gets him killed. His timings they're kind of shot at this point. His Atos is going to come out very, very late.
And Atos does not help you farm very well. Like, right?
No.
Like, we saw earlier, early Maelstrom instead, which helped the Snapfire kind of scale. But that is not going to be the case this time.
No, Atos is your fighting item, so you're not going to get the successful fights. It's definitely going to hurt. And yeah, like you said, the support's still quite low level. Level 5 still on Lich.
Dude, if he was level 6, that is a completely different fight. That Chain
Probably.
Frost would have ripped through those heroes.
Yeah, definitely. And Mickey, he's diverting his build a little bit this game. He's got, I think, his Echo save. Oh, he actually didn't even finish the Echo.
Whoa,
interesting.
Quick defusal. Okay.
Yeah, that's I think maybe he forgot that he didn't finish the Echo Saber, though. Yeah, he queues up the Ogre Club right after.
He's like, wait a minute.
He's like, wait, whoopsie. I knew I wasn't that rich. That's an interesting defusal pickup. Way to keep
I was
people
going to
inside
ask
Wukong.
why. What do you think it's for?
I mean, it's just, I think it's just good to keep people inside Wukongs personally, but it's interesting that he goes for it this game.
Another drop here. Kasane will be able to get away, but Ari not nearly as lucky. That is a hasted TA to run you down. And he's gonna lose both familiars again. Oh my goodness.
No, that was the resummon.
Yeah, that was resummon. So that is rough.
You probably have to just give up bottom tower.
Yeah.
And they actually have to rotate more because they're like, wait, we need to protect our wisdom rune. They're pinging. They're like, wait, Liquid's coming.
Yeah, you can't afford to lose this with how underfarmed your supports already are, right?
No. Mickey, does he have the point for Wukong's? He doesn't have it saved, actually, but they're set up for this.
Dude, Kasane is just going to walk right up into 3. The Chain Frost will come through, but Boxy, can he save him? Nice stun for the moment. They get the Wisdom Rune at the end of the day, which is what they want. Mortimer Kisses are there, but Bryle's getting ran down by Zai on the backside, and Bryle will fall. A nice 3-for-1 with the Wisdom Rune going their way.
And
it is coming up all Liquid.
The game is spiraling out of control for TSM.
Ooh, Zai, maybe a little bit too far here. Yeah, he can't rupture. He can't rotate away with a rupture. So,
right.
I mean, Tomato's still doing great, but it's the rest of the team that is just so worrying.
It's Bryle versus... it feels like it is going to be just Tomato versus the world. Yeah, he is having a great game. He's still very farmed, but just watching Bryle die and die over and over again. At least they get a return kill. I mean, they made the call. They're like, we have to contest the Wisdom Rune, but... I didn't see where that... Did Chain Frost just not bounce? I saw it like disappear.
Ended up going to the Ancient Camp, I believe.
Oh my god.
I think it hit like 3 times and then bounced to the Ancient Camp, which was just pretty rough.
A little unfortunate.
Oh. Bottom tower they might finally get here. Okay, so I have a question for you. This is the last pick Visage, and it has had a very, very rough game. Kasane only level 7 at 15 minutes. What is like the road to recovery for this hero? Because his familiars are just getting crushed by TA and CM. Like, they're just getting one-shotted.
Depends on what player you would ask, I guess. The Owie route would be start cutting stuff with your familiars and being a nuisance with hiding them in trees and stuff like that. But I think overall, just build auras and play with the team. I think that's going to be the big thing.
You still just go for the kind of death ball almost.
Yeah, I think you just have to stick with that. I'm surprised he's queuing up an AC after drums, but maybe he just feels like he needs the big item afterwards. Liquid, they're already actually setting up a rush, so Deso's done on Nisha. This is an easy one.
I mean, tier 2 for the Roshan, it might be... I don't know if it's necessarily worth it, but obviously...
Zai's here.
Yeah, there's no Bloodseeker, so you can't find this kill.
No. And at the tier 2, it's also still risky even to dive.
Yeah. They just TP in. Bring Boxy, maybe. Looks like they want to go for him, though. They actually had Crystal Nova. They actually don't manage to get in range for the Sinister Gaze. The Chain Frost would have killed him. But...
I feel like that's a bold attempt to even go for this kill. They're going to lose their birds now for it.
Dude, no way he loses both again, right?
No, it's going to get healed up at least.
Okay. Well, Roshan goes down. Chain Frost expended. Tomato has DD, and he is running in here. He just going to immediately find the Oracle. He could try and ulti himself, but doesn't want to risk it. All right.
Okay.
This guy's zooming.
Can they persist for the tower here? I think they want to try, at least with Kasane sticking around here.
He's got the Solar Crest. It might be enough.
Tomato got the last hit too, right? Yeah, he did. Okay, Tomato, top of net worth, phase, BKB, Maelstrom. He's set up for success.
I will say, like, it is a really good Bloodseeker game. Like, BKB Ags is going to crush this game.
Yeah, everything but the Monkey King. I think he's very good versus all of them except for that. I think Monkey can go both ways if your Monkey is
Zai again.
At even ground. Zai?
Ooh. Rupture, not out in time, but it will come through now. They actually have the damage. They will see the Monkey King jumping on the backside. They get the Sinister Gaze. He is alone. Wukong's command is down. The BKB comes out from Tomato, and he is dead. Your Aegis is on the TA.
He went in by him completely alone. Guess he did not respect Whitemon with the pull. TSM, I mean, they're getting so much out here.
That is huge. You can find so much more with this as well. Boxy gonna get forced to ult himself with the False Promise. The TA TP, it will get scouted, and Whitemon, he is caught out, just completely bursted. Timber Chain's away here from Ari. They're forcing a lot from Liquid. The question is, can they get more? It looks like they will. Ari's gonna get grabbed here for the moment. The roots are there. Nisha with a double kill. And they still protect the tier 2 at the end of the day.
I can't believe it's a lot. And I think they might get the familiar too, right? I think they were scouting it. Nah, they didn't get the other one. I mean, they punished Mickey. Mickey feeling... I think he felt like he was as strong as he was last game, jumping into 4 or 5 heroes, but not the case. Can Kasane get out? They actually gonna maybe catch this?
he resummons his familiars and runs them away. He's like, at least they'll survive to farm for another day. But dude, he was so greedy. He stuck around to go for the Lotuses, and clearly Liquid heard it. Just chase him down. Now top lane.
Oh man.
Okay, looking for Tomato, the defusal to hold him in place, the roots as well. Okay, Mickey may have died before, but gets his revenge.
And we see the defusal come into play immediately. Cool. Just at least that little bit of extra slowdown. I mean, Tomato now gets slowed. Mickey doesn't get the last hit at the least, but Tomato needs to have like the perfect game, it feels like, to make up for his Snapfire in particular.
Where are we at on Bryle? Okay, he's going with the Manta style. I'm okay with this. It's a pretty good Manta game.
I don't know what he builds. It's such a difficult game for the Snap to recover. I thought he was actually going to go down maybe like the Halberd route that we saw earlier. I really liked that.
That was pretty cool.
I actually thought that was maybe a better option to go for that versus TA and Monkey King, just to enable your Bloodseeker, but maybe feeling like he needs to continue getting some type of scaling. Unsure. Because the Yasha overall doesn't give you anything.
Yeah, just a little bit of more movement speed to play around. He didn't get Boots of Travel, right? Because he had such a rough early game.
Yeah.
So they're going to find the TA here. Cookie in the Familiar. Pull him underneath the tower. The Mortar Kisses are there. A lot of damage. Insania. It gets a stolen Freezing Field. You got to be careful about this now as the Chain Frost is just ripping through these heroes. Okay, life number 1 down. No BKB. Can they do it? Ari has the Freezing Field available, but Mickey with a beautiful Wukong command on the backside just completely rips him apart. As Zai will catch the Rupture, and he is just a little bit too deep.
And they chase for more.
Nisha's out. Mickey's out. That will be it.
They got Nagus, but only that. A buyback also from Insania, actually. I guess he felt like the fight was going to continue longer. Oxy held his false promise. I think he could have actually saved 3 Aegis, but someone must have made the call to just hold it there. 2 for 2 and a buyback, right? Or 2 for 3 and a buyback? Whatever.
Man, dude, this Visage is just getting...
He's so sad.
Absolutely destroyed. This Timbersaw just, like, zips on by and just crushes him.
And I saw he changed his items, too. I think he's feeling like, we need something a little bit earlier. I can't just go AC. But we'll see if he does actually go for this Crimson.
Ari top lane. Will get found. No chance of surviving. Tomato wants to try and assist, but can't. That is a DD on Nisha. This will be an easy tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this time Nisha's like, Mickey, you showed off last game. Not to say Mickey isn't flashy this game either, 7-2 and 10, but Nisha 6-0-6. He looks like he's trying to be that real carry this time. Yeah, Tomato, I mean, he needs more time for itemization, but I feel like he's feeling the need to show up to every fight because of how weak his other 2 cores are.
Yeah.
So just an
early Mjolnir. So finish up the Mjolnir instead of going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay.
But, I mean, this hero does a lot of damage if he's able to stay on top of these heroes, but yeah, I think you're right. I think he needs the help from the rest of his team still. I don't think he can do it alone. They're pinging out Zai again. He is having a rough game. He has a Yules, but
this is the job. This is Zai's job, though. I feel like, you know, it's like a Timber compared to a Visage. Timber can die a bit more, but looks like they will be able to find him. But this is a heavy rotation. This is like 3 or 4 heroes.
Oh, they have the Ice Spire now, which, I mean, the Yules completely nullifies, but they will find Zai. A lot of ults down, and
not bad.
SM forced to back away. I mean, they get the kill.
Yep,
That's
not
worth
bad.
it.
Tomato didn't use BKB either, which is actually quite nice, and they forced reactions. Did he get the last hit? No. Give him all the last hits. I'm like checking their itemization too. They have the Solar on Kasane. Just trying to see if they... Yeah, I guess that he's the one who's buffing them up. But I just want to see keep seeing any other type of itemization to make sure this Bloodseeker is as enabled as possible, like Glimmers, etc. on these supports. Because it does feel like it's going to be him versus the world.
Yeah.
And it's not easy for him to outcarry a TA and a Monkey King.
We have seen Bloodseekers do some crazy stuff with Aghanim Scepter, so we'll see if it manages to work out. His Refraction will just, you know, not exist once he pops the Blood Mist, but has BKB to protect him at least during that time.
I'm actually feeling a little silly because I actually don't know how one of these mechanics works, and I'm gonna have to check them really quickly. Can you dispel? You can dispel the shield that you get from Blood Mist, yeah? I imagine so. Whatever.
Dispel the shield?
I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's one that I actually haven't seen, so I might be foolish about that one.
I mean, that would be pretty nuts. I mean, I would imagine I've seen it by now if that were the case, but
Someone will tell us. Someone who knows exactly. Yeah. Either way, it probably won't be something that happens. But I'm always just thinking about like the potential of like nullifiers and stuff like that that are going to start to come out, and you throw it onto the Bloodseeker, etc. Because they're going to buy them versus Frost Shield. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a really good point.
Someone will update us in chat.
And actually, Nisha is just going straight for it now, as he's got the BKB done. So, nullifier his next target.
Yep.
Yeah, BKBs are out on Liquid, and they just want to go to the high ground. It seems they feel strong.
At least force people back. Nisha. Force back a lot of reaction. Looks like they're content with that. They are spotted on the retreat, and TSM catch them off guard here. It's like they kind of want to, but they're playing versus TA trap, so it's always difficult to get outside. And they'll walk under them right away. Whitemon, be careful.
Yeah, they have a really good ward there. I feel like they know that ward's got to be there, which Cookie will get Whitemon to safety for the moment, as Ari will steal another Timber Chain here.
Almost feel like it might be a good position on TSM to buy a gem on Whitemon, just so they can get out of the base versus these traps. It's really annoying for the two supports.
There's literally just a line across the map there of TA traps that he just can't deal with. He's going to go for the D ward finally. Will he make it in time? Okay, yeah, they're not going to be able to punish it on Liquid. They backed away.
Are you lagging or is it just me?
Oh, it might just be you. I'm not lagging. Oh no, fogged. Alright, we'll see. I'm sure it's just temporary. Crimson Guard now done on the Visage, which will give Kasane a little bit more survivability in these fights, but also just the team in general. We've been seeing like how easy it is for this Visage to just get punished, so picking up that early tempo and survivability items.
Am I okay? Or am I robot?
You back? We good?
Yeah, I think I was going robot. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good. I didn't hear any like robot from you at all.
Okay, I just wanted to stay quiet because my game was... Everyone was frozen. So it's just like, I think I'm completely frozen. But looks like we're good. And it is dispellable. Someone did respond. I kind of thought it was, so...
no.
So Crimson Guard, Frost Shield, plus even the Thirst Shield that potentially will be coming out. That's later on. All these things can get dispelled from the Nullifier, which is now out already for TA.
Which is done on TA, yeah. Mickey's queued one up as well.
Yep, it's a really good game for it. Nisha level 19 also. It's super high level.
Dude. That is nuts, actually.
Radiant are strong.
They do have the good ward sentry up onto the high ground here. Bryle ends up wait, he just sidesteps by mistake. Mickey maybe in a little bit deep here, but Bryle will be able to cookie down to the low ground. Tomato beating into Zai. A nice false promise will come through. There's going to be the Wukong's command. So the Chain Frost will be bouncing back and forth. Mickey forced the BKB. They have to take down the Ice Spire. Now Nisha chasing down Whitemon will get him. A 1-for-1 trade so far is Bryle and Ari able to take down Zai, but now they've got to get away. Pushes can they? Nisha is in deep. Bryle will fall. Nice meld strike there. They've got the damage. 3-for-1 right outside the Roach pit. So they continue to look for more. They have a good ward. It does scout Kasane, and he's going to jump in. Mickey needs to be a little bit careful here. They don't have the save from this Oracle, and he is dead. Insania, great freezing field. They don't have the detection. Try to take down Kasane. Can they get him to do? There's going to be telekinesis, but Bryle Manta to get away from Nisha here, and that's a stolen freezing field back the other way. Nisha stuck inside the Blood Rite, gets caught by the Cookie. Saved for the moment by Boxy. A blink on the backside. He snipes the Bloodseeker, and Nisha is going to clean up. Boxy with an incredible play.
Nisha and Boxy versus the world. My goodness. Wow.
Dude,
well, that's the
no
most
way
that is the best nullifier kind of situation purchase I could see it. He gets it and then immediately just also owns in the fight. Zai, the absolute god of sacrifice, just runs in and tanks like 50 abilities. And that's TSM with 2 buybacks and still losing this fight quite hard.
That is huge. Big win for them as they will grab themselves second Roach on.
What more could you ask for from your offlaner though? Like Zai, what did he tank? He tanked everything.
He tanked Rupture. He tanked like pretty much the entirety of Mortimer Kisses and like the damage from the Snapfire.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was great.
I mean, Mickey overextended a little bit toward the end there, but Nisha, he ends up being, like you said, he's the rock of this game. 10-0-7 on this TA.
Yeah, Mickey can be a little bit more utility, and it makes sense, right? He's gone this like Diffusal Echo Saber build. Like he's not going for like the Deso, kind of like the Scotty, like this more like hard carry build that we saw last time. And
yep,
he's just doing so much work, just being able to jump in and provide vision and really just let Nisha kind of show off.
And even just like him having like orbit, every little thing matters, right? Like I think Nisha actually had orbit destruction too. But either way, you're applying so much to everybody when you're playing this type of Monkey King. It's a cool approach.
Oh, they got Snapfire. Yeah, pops the Manta, but that Nullifier is just too dang good.
He's had a rough game. Bryle, really.
Yeah, his only hope is Manta dodging the Nullifier, but that's just not going to happen.
That's why I feel like most people buy these Mantas versus it, but...
Frost Shield at least slowing down this high ground push here a little bit.
Mickey.
Aggressive going forward into the Rupture. Force the BKB. They've got the Ice Spire. He is stuck here. He will get saved for the moment thanks to this Oracle. But Mickey does start... He needs to start getting out of here. He is taking a beating. The Rupture...
Oh my god!
Does expire, but they get the kill. He will finally fall, and now inside the base, Zai will be able to Timber Chain away, but they're looking for more. Nisha still has the Aegis protecting him for now, but Boxy, he's out of mana. A clean disengage at least now.
Can they chase? I feel like TSM,
costly.
you have to chase. I feel like right now it's like smoke and run at them. I feel like you have to take advantage of this fact that this Monkey King is playing way too over-aggressive. What's the call going to be made for them right now? I mean, they're all running together. Their lanes are in a pretty okay spot. It looks like they're a bit afraid to make the move anyway.
Yeah.
It is into Aegis and Cheese, so it's understandable, but...
Pretty aggressive from Liquid. I mean, maybe Mickey is just still kind of feeling himself from last game, right? Like where he was just this untouchable hero.
I mean, we can straight say that was a straight feed by Mickey right there. Let's be real.
That was real deep into the enemy base there. Like, maybe he thought he was gonna Primal Spring away. I don't know.
Yeah, and Boxy's like, dude, there's only so much I can do for you, man. He actually almost saved him, but
yeah, tanking an entire Chain Frost by himself plus Rupture. Good luck.
Jumping into the tier 4s. It's pretty funny. Nisha's like, don't worry, bud. Don't worry, my man. I'm level 22. You're level 17, Monkey King. I'm the real carry. Move over. And still feels the same case for Tomato, where it really is like him versus the world. And now I really want to see the itemization from Bryle deviate. I see it as Boots of Travel now queued up. I want to see these halberds and stuff like that. Like I wanted to see a little more taking the back pedal, taking the back step so you can just enable Tomato, but not the case of what he wanted to do this game, I guess.
Looks like they might be resorting to the split push shenanigans that you were talking about, like cutting lanes constantly. They're going to lose their tier 2 bottom and then right into the Tormentor as well. So this is a lot of gold being taken away from TSM here.
It's a... Like, TSM can't do head-on fights now at this moment. As we see, I think every single one of these times, they're great at killing one target. That's it. Yeah. Once it gets to, like, the third, fourth, they're out of steam. And then it's all really... Is Tomato going to be healthy enough to really clean up at the end of that? It's tough fights. And the second Nullifier is about to be finished. Bloodseeker, he's got his Aghanim's, but it got delayed a lot. Even though Tomato's 8-2 and 8, those deaths hurt.
This'll come in handy.
Bryle, Boots of Travel done, Ogre Seal Totem. Maybe these are enough, like, maybe if you just get enough movement speed and mobility, you can get away. Does Ogre Seal get dispelled from Nullifier? I don't think it does it?
No, it does not.
What a weird item.
Maybe he wants to, I guess with the Boots of Travel, maybe it's like all about like now splitting the map up, avoiding the Aegis for some time, but it's 32 minutes, so...
Yeah.
Interesting to see that he does go that route.
Kasane does have a halberd queued up himself, so he's gonna up the grab one.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ari also should at this point. Just anything you can do to protect and make sure that this Tomato can stand his ground versus TA and Monkey King.
I like it.
Any little bit. It's, at this point, when you're at this much of a deficit. But Liquid just, I mean, they're farming the whole map. TSM stuck, hugging Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I mean, Zai, despite having, like, an abysmal early game, he is completely recovered. He's level 18. He's got his Kaya Sange, his Yules, even finds a Titan Sliver as well. So, a lot of survivability now on this Timber Saw, able to tank up even more spells on the side of TSM.
I'm looking forward to check damage received at the end of this game, actually. Yeah, I feel like he did such a good job of tanking spells, and maybe TSM putting a little bit too much onus on throwing all those spells onto him, but it's tough to make those decisions when he's charging in on top of you, right?
Yeah, he's played it really well.
TSM?
I mean, they have a good ward here. They've been wanting to try and play around this for a while, but Liquid not falling for it.
Just they haven't been able to really catch Nisha. Like I feel like he's just able to do everything inside of these fights because of the distraction from his teammates.
Slow and steady. Do you think we just wait for next Roche? Is that really just how?
I mean, Liquid probably just doesn't feel forced to do anything at this point, the way they're scaling. I've been watching Insania farm with an Aether Lens, so.
Is he really? Oh,
hey, he has Aether Lens, he's just farming neutrals. Like they're just sitting back. They know that TSM's kind of trapped at this moment.
Psychic Headband as well, dude. He has got cast range for days.
Yeah, and plays super far back. Easy saves.
Nisha is just anywhere he wants to be. Queuing up a Daedalus is his next item as he finished up the Swift Blank. Also has the Elven Tunic to boot, so tons of damage.
The one thing I would say is that, I mean, it's a massive lead, of course, for Liquid. There's no buyback, right? So if they can find Nisha, that could probably be the success for TSM if they can somehow get this T8 to start. Problem is, you have to catch Boxy as well, too, because it's a level 18 Oracle. So he has the save always for this TA.
Who's also rocking a Blink, Aether Lens, Ogre Seal Totem, so, you know, he's not that easy to find.
No, the cast range gets crazy when you're 18 as well, too. So, what, 1,225 cast range on the ult?
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it happen. I feel like it's got to be Kasani that scouts it, but even then, it's not easy.
No, it's not easy by any means. Bryle is just very fragile. Initiating fights, definitely difficult for TSM.
Man, they have been hugging this ward for so long, and Liquid is just...
farming.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so smart. Like, they are not giving up, like, giving them anything. They do not want to play where the one area TSM could have vision.
TSM, they're smoking to catch something here.
Oh, Mickey. Dude.
Spidey senses.
The blink forward from the Lich, like, the smoke pops, he gets just a glimmer of the hero. Man, that would have been a massive find.
Oh, look at Boxy's positioning up here, too. Boxy now with, like, this opportunity. They know they, like, left for a sec. He jumps in.
Good ward. Really good ward. Oh, woo, woo. Whitemon with some movement there. Gets the blink away.
That could have been pretty scary for Whitemon there.
It's just two shot if he gets hit.
Nullified into 1-2 hit. Boom. Zai now finishing up a Hex. They're just farming. They're getting so much out of the map. TSM is farming, it feels like, 5% of the map, while Liquid farms 95%.
Ari does not have the shard yet to get his heroes out of danger.
That is true.
Albert done on the Snapfire, so he did go back for it.
Oh, he did?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay,
Nicely
cool.
done. So he did have, like, damage items queued up, but did go back for the Halberd. So Bryle, at least offering that. Kasane's is nearly done, only 100 gold away.
I think it's like an approach you kind of have to do. Like all of you go Halberds versus this TA because she's the issue. So it's good on universal heroes. That's why I was like wondering why Bryle was really opting against it.
Yeah.
Especially because he was struggling. If he was having a better game, of course you go damage. But yeah, he wants to be able to enable Tomato. Aggressive cookie.
This is a basher. Oh, they got the Snapfire, and there it is. The Nullifier come through. Bryle with the... Maybe just jumps away with the Ogre Seal Totem. He's fine. Lotus movement speed is enough.
Insania's in.
Wait, Insania is definitely in. They have a way to cancel. They do. Tomato with a BKB. Pops the blood and is doing some work, but Zaya's in so deep. He will buy him some space. The Wukong's command is down, trying to stay down. Kasane, does he have the damage? It's not. Mickey. BKB is spent, will be forced to pop the cheese as Liquid. Maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive there. It ends up being a decent fight for TSM.
Insania, the madman, blinks in this time to deliver himself. A decent disengage. TSM, they're looking to maybe try to smoke back out. BKB's on cooldown for Tomato. Nisha, he actually still has his BKB. He held it during that whole time. But they're looking to catch something here, TSM. What do they find?
They have a Scythe on the Timber Saw again.
Yeah. Liquid, they seem very prepared
They see
for this.
Whitemon. He gets the vision. The Hex does come out, and goodbye. Question is, can they find their opening? They catch Snapfire. Bryle will pop the Manta. Silenced up. Tries to get the seal totem, but a nice harpoon. Backside of the fight. Zai in some trouble. Bryle trying to survive. Gets the halberd off. The Blood Right doing some work as well. But Tomato, he's got to be the one dealing the damage at this point. This nice scythe once again into the Nullifier, into the Boundless Strike. And your Bloodseeker is gone without buyback. The damage is overwhelming, and TSM crumbling right outside their base. The Harpoon once again finding the Visage this
Give
time.
him the Rampage.
And this is looking like almost over here for the side of TSM. The Rampage, like you said, going the way of Nisha. He deserved it this game. 15-0-9.
He played pretty flawless, but I have to give a lot of credit to his teammates from tanking every spell. Nisha's just been given literally the most freedom I've seen for a TA in a long time. They're just taking everything. Zai tanks every single spell, same thing for Boxy and Mickey, and then Nisha just comes in for cleanup time and time again. 33k lead. Looks like they should be able to claim all 3 sets.
I mean, TSM, man, leave the base there. They thought maybe they could make the play, catch Liquid off guard, but
they were ready.
They were ready. Yeah, they were ready. You can't surprise this team, it seems.
They always seem to know. It's actually pretty crazy. It seems like they always know in these type of wraparounds because they got the instant hex onto the Lich, and then they get the second follow-up onto the snap, and they just get the ideal setup, it feels like. This crisp vision being put down during the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. No buybacks, but they will respawn in a moment, and Liquid, after grabbing themselves Mega Creeps, will go ahead and respect it back straight for the Roshan, it looks like.
Safe as possible.
Yeah.
All right, TSM, I mean, this, if you want to try your final hurrah, smoke it up, run to the bottom side, and fight around that Roche, but your base is in shambles.
Do you think they can kill the Roche fast enough before it moves? If you can hold it here with Frostbite, I think it just dies.
I think they can, actually.
Yeah, they can hold it.
Another Frostbite?
Very smart from Insania. Yeah. They're trying their best to Nullifier, trying to chase this Zero down, and it's gone. Oh, man. They were waiting for the portal, and it doesn't make it in time.
And now they might... Do they just go through one by one? Oh, come on. Insania's going to go through. Is he going to die?
This will be very funny. All right. Insania pays the price, but at the end of the day, they still get the big win. They get the Roshan, and they've still got Mega Creeps. Their tier 4s are already being sieged. Wait, they're TPing in Hero's bot. Wait a minute. They got the Scythe onto the Bloodseeker. He does have a BKB, but he needs a lot of help here. They do go ahead. He just gets crushed. The damage
he get bashed?
from Mickey. Oh,
he got
my
bashed.
goodness.
Bashed from the Boundless Strike.
Oh, my goodness. That is as bad as it gets.
Well, they tried.
Yeah, it is a good attempt. I'm surprised Liquid make that call to go bottom instead of just going straight for the throne.
That's a get out of my game call. Like, we're gonna kill you, and you get out of my game. I mean, they know it, but they won this one.
Yeah.
Damn. That was
a sick game.
Yeah, they're just too good at team fighting. Liquid, Mickey, I think he got a little overzealous this game in a couple situations jumping forward, but that just let Nisha clean up. Zai, sacrificial lamb per usual. TSM, I think the game quickly started to get to the point where it's just all up to Tomato. That bottom and mid lane just can't go this poorly.
Yeah, dude, it is... It got pretty rough early on, and like, this fight here is like a perfect example. It's 14 minutes into the game, they're just diving tier 2s. Mickey is just so active on this Monkey King once again. Like you said, he was part of all 8 of their original kills, like from the safe lane, which just doesn't really happen. And Zai, like, they did a lot trying to shut him down, but it didn't matter. No carrier was Nisha.
Exactly. And Nisha was the real carrier. And I wanted to look at the damage received numbers overall, right? Looking at them, and Zai, 52,000 damage received, the highest out of any hero in the game. Mickey, second highest, 46k. So, Nisha only taking like 32. They tank absolutely every spell. So, really good understanding of these fights, again, from Liquid. Just this time it's Boxy playing the Oracle. They switched things up a little bit, but you could pretty much quickly see why they wanted to have the CM as the 5 position, have Mickey playing with it, and just how much they're able to decimate that bottom lane in particular.
Dude, it ruined this Visage's game. Like, it really did. Like, if Kasane has a good start to this game and they actually slow down Mickey, this game is completely different. Like, it is pretty wild how impactful that CM was once again. And you know, I was a little questionable when I saw the pick come out, but yeah, did wonders.
Yeah, and the Oracle pick overall, I mean, Boxy saw a lot of, like 1 HP saves and stuff like that, so definitely did his job, took some notes from his buddy Insania. I mean, Boxy plays everything under the sun, of course, but for TSM, I think they really have to just fix up the lanes. That's kind of the biggest thing I have to harp. Maybe some fights that they took not in the best kind of fashion, throwing too many spells onto this Timbersaw, but that can sometimes happen in the panic of the moment. The game could be quite different if they actually have a Visage who's not playing super far from behind and a Snap who's playing from super far behind.
Yeah, I agree. I liked their draft too, man. I really did. I thought this was going to be a much closer game, but ended up it just comes back to Liquid, man. This team is just so polished. They just make so few mistakes ever. And this is like with Mickey kind of feeling himself a little bit, diving in a few extra times and you know, getting a little over aggressive, but it didn't really matter.
It feels like one of their cores always picks up the slack, right? Well, I feel like, and for TSM, like they do have that situation where it's like, I feel like it tends to be Tomato most of the times that has to pick up the slack, though. So tough game for him to solo carry there. Let's see what we get next game. I think we got to see at least, I mean, more and more Monkey King, which I'm like, maybe this hero is actually just really good and people just kind of forgot about it and just stopped getting picked or something. Because now it's 2 games where I'm like, damn, Mickey looked really good. Besides for the dives, he looked excellent. He was just doing so much.
Yeah, I will say Zai's itemization on the Timbersaw was pretty sick as well. Like the Yule Scepter, just ends up giving him that extra little like 2.5 seconds of survivability, and it makes the difference. Like, yeah, it makes a difference for Boxy to get the saves like you were talking about.
Yeah, I think that's probably besides drafting, the thing I always highlight for Liquid is itemization. I think there's definitely, there's a lot of things I think TSM could have worked on. I think itemization, I'm still looking at a little bit of Bryos. If you are having that bad game, maybe take a back foot. But besides that, just some cleaner things throughout the game, and maybe they have a chance after the early game. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Nisha, if you know, he can outperform even himself in this game, as he finished 15-0-11 with a rampage to boot. So Liquid feeling really good today, but we're going to go to our final break of the evening as we got game 2 of Liquid versus TSM coming up after the break. We'll see you then.
الحياة لحن، والأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We have our last game of the evening just about to go underway. It is Team Liquid taking on TSM. My name is Cryptic. I'm, of course, here with Fogged, and it's been a fun day so far, I would say. Liquid just looking as good as always.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like I cast way too much Liquid, honestly, lately. I'm just always casting Liquid, getting called a Liquid fanboy. But, gotta be honest, you got to be fans of people when they're playing good, and when they're playing good and drafting well and doing all the little things right, because I'm always about the little things. Let's see if TSM can break those little things with a bit of a adjustment in the game. Maybe some small adjustments, at least, just for maybe just like the last hero, right? Because the Visage, it felt like they were down to the wire. They didn't really have any choices left. They went for it, and the lane got completely decimated. So maybe something different for Kasani. I'm not saying the Visage lost in the game, but it didn't feel like the greatest answer.
Yeah. I mean, they did look like they actually had a pretty decent draft initially, right? Like TSM, much better than what Virtus.pro came up with earlier today against Liquid, right? Not letting them have the IO, but not stealing it away either, and just kind of playing to what they wanted to play. The draft looked good.
It looked
just
better.
Execution-wise, just wasn't quite there, and they get the Undying as a result from banning out that Timbersaw.
Let's see Liquid with fast response here. Rubik Darks here. This is their approach to it. So we've seen, at least for me, I've seen a lot of different approaches versus Undying. I've seen the Visages, seen the Enigmas, I've seen all these type of heroes because you don't really play the lane, and you're a ranged hero that doesn't get, crushed by these decays and stuff like that. Looks like Liquid's going to try Darks here. I haven't seen this one as much.
Yeah, I was going to ask, this is not a conventional one that comes to mind when it's like, oh yeah, just Undying, all right, let's just pick Darks here. But I guess the idea is kind of what you said, you don't really have to play up in the lane as much.
No, and there's no stun in the lane too, so if you just get Surge and there's no disable from the carry, you're just going to be able to Surge and walk away in most situations.
So my question to you is, do you just pick your carry here and just know that you have a Darkseer Rubik lane? Or do you want to go for something else? Like pick something more flexible maybe?
Great question. Usually it's a core. Yeah. Okay, so they go morph. Because usually it's a core when you have the first pick. You see the next two, and then you secure your carry. Morphling hero after getting nerfed a bunch.
They won with it earlier.
They did, and it is the Morphling game with the Undying Morphling, the secure of the lane into just the overall game plan of a Morphling.
I like it. I mean, like we talked about, the Ags did get nerfed pretty heavily. But in terms of Morphling as a right-click damage ranged carry, it's still very strong. Like that aspect of the hero is still about the same. So you ban out the matchups you're really worried about. They get rid of the Drow Ranger. I'm curious what else you'd be worried about, but maybe they just start to prioritize their mid lane.
It was like these Slarks and stuff like that before. Even PLs and stuff like that can trickle up. If a Morphling's in the game, always can start to be more. Not an approach, of course, that Liquid does do, but you can't ever write off. Look, I did not see them play versus the most Morphlings. It was banned a unbelievable amount, of course, in Bali, but I'm trying to think what their response usually was to it. I think they did the Visage. That's why I'm so intrigued that they went snap pick the Darkseer.
Yeah, okay.
Versus Undying. Because if they saw Undying, you maybe anticipated the Morphling because of the way that how Bali was, and everybody was just kind of picking the Visage second pick to counter the Morph, but yeah, this is interesting.
I really like the Naga Siren ban as well.
Yep.
That's one that's just so difficult to deal with. Like you talked about this one specifically, where people are just like, all right, ignore the Morphling, just play around him in the fight once his morph is over, just kill him then. He also just can never find her.
Yeah, it's usually what Naga, AM, and Drow I think would be the big three. Yeah. I guess for me. And then they trickles down to the Slarks and the Voids and a couple other heroes if you want to try to go down that route. But
we saw Noun specifically trying the anti-mage a lot into the Morphling and the Medusa. They would let those heroes through and try and counter it out with the AM. And it worked a couple times, but I think Morphling was just too strong at that moment.
Definitely have to watch it out though as TSM. If you don't ban AM, let's say, and you don't pick another disable or something like that, then you're another support with a disable. You're gonna have no stuns on your draft with an Undying. So I think they might be looking at an AM ban, but
I'd be okay with it personally. I think it makes sense.
it doesn't really fit Liquid. I actually don't know if Liquid even plays an anti-mage much in quite some time, if I'm remembering properly. They're all about fighting, so they usually just pick fighting drafts.
You just ban the Monkey King then? Because like Diffusal Monkey King is still playable.
Honestly, maybe.
Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like
really,
he's just crushing it on this hero.
It's definitely a possibility.
I don't know. We'll see. Liquid is just they're so deep in their hero pools that there's so many things you have to worry about.
Yeah.
And Mickey, I mean, is this 3 games in a row of Monkey King he's played?
It could be if they go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it has just been.
I was like, wait, am I missing something? The draft go through and I didn't see it. I think they're opting for the carry bans, but the other thing they could, like, Skyrath is still in the pool. Skyrath is can be quite scary for a Morphling too. Just I'm also just looking because the Darkseer's there, so I'm like, is the Skyrath actually good with Darkseer? So it's kind of crap. But
true, yeah, you don't have like outside of like getting an Atos early, you don't really have a lot of options to set it up.
It just feels awkward, even if it's good versus Morph in the game, it might not be good. They're taking their time.
Okay, they prioritize the Snapfire, don't want to worry about the Tombstone Killer. And they go back for the Lycan. I was curious about this. I wanted to say it, but I was like, is it stupid that they would pick the Lycan because they normally flex it? But it might just be safe lane Lycan.
It could just be that, yeah. Fast pace, works well with auras, with Darkseer, you set the tempo. And, I mean, Morphling, yeah, you do buy Manta and stuff like that, but I gotta be honest with you, Fade Bolt plus Howl, Morphling tickles. And the damage reduction, it is no joke. Something you cannot overlook here. The Snap Band's cool, so they're making sure this Undying Tombstone's always going to be alive. That's definitely something they were looking to cover. And Morph can struggle a little. The burst damage from Snap can be a bit annoying, so I don't mind that ban.
Yeah, Lycan just crushes the Tombstone as well, right? Doesn't he just like rip right through this? So
pretty quickly. Not the fastest, because the summons, they do like half hits. They do half hits,
yeah. But still, I kind of like it. I'm curious how they decide to play this. I mean, Mickey's looked super good playing these active heroes. They go back for the Primal Beast. This is something I was wondering last game if we might see this hero again, but right now, like, you don't have a lot of disruption to stop this Primal Beast. You could go back for something like a Clockwork, though, right?
But they can go for Clockwork, and they pick the Primal into Rubik. I can't reiterate how many times I saw this happen, and then you just get Pulverize stolen all game. You literally just give a free Pulverize, so I'm okay with the Primal overall in the game, but now they just Clockwork too. Oh god, this looks... Now I'm not okay with it at all.
Yeah, I was worried about that. I was like, can't you just pick the Clockwork into the Primal, and then you get the Enchantress, so now you have Clockwork into Enchantress as well?
This is a godly clock game now.
Yeah, it really is.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's a godly game with the Darkseer, too. So besides what he's up against, Battery Assault is devastating for Primal. It's one of the few supports that can out-trade an Undying as well, too. And he's got Ion Shell. I think they may have forgotten about the Clockwork a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be rough. This Primal Beast, like, you go in, you Pulverize. If it's not the Rubik, he just steals it and just sucks you into the other side of the map, right? Like,
and even if you do get it, even if you Pulverize, the Battery Assault just ticks you on you once, and you feel pretty sad, too.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. It's comfort. It's definitely a long TSM's comfort draft, but...
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know.
I'm curious, like, it's got to be an offlane Primal, would be my guess, but maybe you have to move it mid now because of the Clockwork pick.
I think so. I think you have to play mid. But then it's Primal mid versus Clockwork in the game in general.
Yeah.
This just feels bad for... Maybe just make it a 4 position and make Undying your 3. And have a 5 Enchantress, honestly.
That would be an interesting idea, actually.
I'm trying to think, because this just...
What about Enchantress 3? Primal 4?
Maybe the old Enchantress.
Yeah, maybe old Enchantress, right? They did just nerf the Impetus.
This is such... I cannot... This is such... They had to have forgotten about Clockwork, right? This is just such a good Clockwork. And Darkseer, look at these... Darkseer Lycan used to be a godly combo. Never anymore, but the Ion Shell and Wolves, this is dating 10 years ago, but this was actually a combo people did back in the day, too.
Oh, yeah. It was so fun.
This
was
very
like Honda's like Gondar with Ion Shell just running around.
Playing support in those days. You didn't even have boots, and then an Invis Wolf is just burning you, and you're like, well, I'm dead. TSM and Puck and Ember. Okay, I mean, still looking to protect Morph a little bit here versus these catchy, annoying heroes. and they're limited in catch overall. They have literally just Primal Beast right now for their catch on TSM, and it's into Clockwork. Just gonna keep saying it.
Dude, what if you just go back for the anti-mage still, and you just like put Lycan or Darkseer mid?
Sounds like a free lane for Primal, but he is countered in the game, so maybe it's not a concern. I mean, I think they could. They probably could.
I feel like
they could also just
have
do
a lot of options.
I think they can just Storm Spirit mid. Honestly, this looks like a pretty free Storm game. There's no stuns.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And you have Storm versus Primal in the mid lane. Oh. Storm mid,
unless they take it
Darkseer
themselves.
off.
Yeah, which I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Brow does play a lot of Storm, but I'm trying to figure out like what your options really are. I feel like you're super limited.
What other one am I thinking? I mean, it just looks so free because there's no stuns. There's just no disables.
5 seconds remaining.
Dude, if Storm gets off to a good game and gets like an early Orchid as well, like Morphling is gonna be really, really, really sad. We don't really see Orchid that much from Storm.
We saw it more toward the end.
Yeah, I feel like it's still definitely possible.
Kiyotaka did a lot. TSM is out of time. Last 1 second.
All right, you're gonna have to explain this one to me, Fog. I am very lost.
Super fun to play.
Super fun to play. That is about that makes sense to me. I'm okay with that, dude. The multicast Midas on Lycan summons. That's what it is.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll be grasping at straws with this one. Bloodlust, Primal Beast, so he bounces faster. Bloodlust, Morphling, Ogre's lane. Maybe they're.
Nah, there's
I don't
Queen
know.
of Pain.
That is the worst matchup for Primal Beast, if I'm not mistaken, in the game, right? Is it
It's
the worst
definitely like top 3, I would say, for sure.
Let's take a look. I'm going to just look with true stats. Just I clicked the wrong link of my stats. There we go. True stats. Primal Beast, worst matchup. Okay, these are silly. Has Weaver up there. I guess that is a horrible one, but Queen of Pain is the worst mid matchup next to Leshrac.
Oh yeah, Lesh would be rough.
Lesh was the other one we saw played a bit. So Kasani playing the Ogre. Let's see if he can make some magic happen. I mean, I'm looking forward to see it. I think the only time I actually got to see like the core Ogre was from Team Spirit, where I think Collapse played it a couple of times, and I think he kind of owned really hard, if I'm not mistaken. But
I'll be honest,
this looks difficult.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Ogre versus Lycan safe lane matchup, not something I see all that often. You know, definitely gonna be a new one for me, but should be interesting. This Clockwork seems like it's gonna be a massive issue for TSM. Insania just has so many great heroes to play against.
Yeah.
But, you know, Liquid, another beautiful draft from them. The question is if they can just snowball these lanes. Because, I mean, Morphling is still a strong hero in the grand scheme of this game. I feel like he is probably the end-all, be-all carry of the game. So if he gets off to a really good start and they manage to go late game, Tomato could probably make it work.
Yeah, and they do have the enchant at least to steal the wall illusion, right? Because that's sometimes we see the Darkseer pick versus the Morph, and then you have, oh god, our Morphling's too big, we can't deal with the wall. They have the Enchantress, so they have a way to steal it, but there could be a Rubik that steals Enchantress and steals it back. Just kidding. Screw with you. But yeah, there's definitely possibilities with this Morph can carry. I'm just worried because I think Bryo's going to have a pretty horrible game again.
Yeah.
And I'm unsure about a Morphling alone, which I feel like this could get to the point where it's another game where Tomato's just versus the world.
Yeah. And yeah, it just seems like Liquid's, once again, easier to execute draft. Most likely, like, lanes should go pretty decent for them. Nisha is going to run away with this mid lane. Like, Queen of Pain with a farm advantage, getting like an early Aghanim Scepter, Kaya Sanj, stuff like that. This hero just completely crushes team fights. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
And it's into such, I have to reiterate, like how much limited disable there really is. It's a stun from an Ogre and a Primal Beast grab. That is it. Enchantress and Undying aren't going to provide anything, so Queen of Pain, free reign to move around.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking Storm Spirit, but yeah, Queen of Pain also just
same thing,
fits that bill exactly the same.
Even better, just because the lane is so much better. Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you're just tuning in, it is game 2 of Liquid versus TSM, the final game of the evening here. As both teams are going to smoke up and head out onto the map. Man, this is
I froze for a second there again, sorry.
Ooh, no
I don't
worries,
know if you asked me something. Well, my bad.
All good. I am curious how Kasane is going to play this Ogre matchup. I mean, he's going to come to lane with 80 damage. He's he hits hard for sure. Can get some good CS, but
He's got an Enchantress also, too. And it's not like they have the most kill threat lane. It's a Lycan Clockwork. Clockwork alone, definitely very threatening, but...
Insania just pops Battery Assault and walks away. Very easy.
Okay, so this is the approach. Bloodlust level 1, throw it onto Ahri to trade. They have a lot of stats up there. 0 regen on Ahri and Kasani.
They actually have 0 regen.
Literally 0 tangos. That's quite an approach.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. And their level 1 looks pretty weak too, so I feel like Liquid could probably claim at least 3, maybe even 4.
Yeah, they do exactly that. Insania, again, just pop a Battery Assault and does not seem to care all that much as you see Bloodlust as your starting option here for the Ogre.
Yeah, let's see if that works. I mean, maybe Kasani's got some stuff up his sleeve, but I'm going to have to look and be impressed with what he does, which it's pretty difficult as an Ogre to do flashy stuff.
It is a Blightstone, and Clockwork with 3 armor, Lycan with 3 armor, like it could be pretty cool.
I'm staring at top because you know I'm not gonna look at mid actually. I'm gonna stare at top. Mid doesn't feel like it's gonna be very nice for Bryle. Top. Let's see if the stats. Okay, so this is their approach. You just stat it up and trade with the Clockwork when he goes for you.
I mean, it's kind of working. They hit hard and they hit fast.
Yep. So this lane, I mean, on paper it looks like it should be able to do pretty damn well up here for TSM now. The heal plus that Bloodlust and stuff, they just trade very effectively. Cool. Oxy deeply gets a courier down bottom. We'll be able to drag a wave.
That's pretty nice. Whitemon gonna try and meet the waves in the river here, though, of course.
So he's gonna try. Zai doesn't get it off. Okay, 12 stacks already up on this Undying.
Zai, he's gonna take a decent chunk of damage, but I don't think he's too worried. He's got that Island Shell to protect him for now.
Yeah. More efficient tangos, as we call it when you're getting decayed.
Yeah.
Weapon doing a good job here, securing Tomato. Most of these last hits. And now I'm seeing, I mean, Kasani, this base damage advantage, it's nice. He's getting quite a bit of denies. Very
It's
cool.
pretty cool. I'll be honest. I like it. Let's see
Although
how
you
well
don't
it
get to
does,
see
though.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only time I got to see, I was mentioning Collapse, I actually had to go back and check just to make sure. It was versus an anti-mage. They destroyed that game so hard. This is a little different, because Lycan has way better base damage and stuff like that to get these last hits, but... Yeah, you know what? I'm always down for some innovation.
Some mic issues, it seems, here. He dropped an aggressive Tombstone bottom, but didn't really end up finding anything with it. Does zone Boxy off the wave once again. But he even committed, like, Blood Grenade and everything onto the Darkseer to try and find the kill on his eye, but Surge, pretty good ability.
Yeah. He actually gets the Tombstone. Mono doesn't get the deny.
That's
Maybe
nice.
the pause. Ouch. This is definitely going to be one of the slower Darkseer starts. So, at least 2 of these lanes look like they should be pretty damn good for TSM. And mid, Bryle's actually getting a decent amount of denies. So, yeah, you know, 4 denies. He's going to lose this lane, but...
This is about as good as it's going to get for him. It just gets worse from this point on. Well,
Yeah.
actually, he got 0 point Shadow Strike. Nisha
Definitely
is 0,
interesting.
0-1-2.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this approach. I guess just wanting to shove the wave in back, because the problem with Quap, if you go for Dagger versus Primals, he just clears the wave on you constantly, so I guess maybe that's approach versus Nisha. Interesting. Adaptation all around.
I like it, I like it. I mean, the Scream of Pain allows you to farm way faster in the mid game as well. And you get, like, good rotations. Like, it does way more than, like, just winning the lane, which is always, like, nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... If you can go Scream, it's always the better option. Just most of the time you want to go Shadow to bully. But if Nisha's able to bully without it, it's going to set him up for even more success in mid-game for sure.
Ari has stolen the wolves, and he is just
Nice.
kind of farming with these.
I mean, he'll give up... Oops.
Well, ends up not farming.
Can he stop the pull? No. Usually it's level 3 on Clockwork before they try to go for any type of kill threat onto these Enchantresses, but Ari, level 1 heal, might dissuade Insania from going for those type of attempts. And he's got a, you know, Lycan.
Ooh. Oxy trying to TP out next to the Morphling, but just gets surged away, so once again, we'll be fine.
Could see that a lot this game. There's quite a bit of limited catch on TSM besides just in laning phase. The Tomato free farming, and as we see, Kasani, 16 and 10, he's slowing down Mickey and getting free farm.
This is pretty sick. I like this. I mean, the Ignite becomes, like, very problematic for the Clockwork as well in this lane. Like, he actually will never touch a hero
No.
if he gets ignited. So,
I mean, look at Kasani go. I mean, he's just shooting. He's like, all right, Mickey, come at me.
bonk, dude.
Oh,
I just
cool.
love
All right.
the sound of Ogre's Club because it is just so silly. You just get bonked.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Satisfying hero. That's why I was
really
saying it's fun
is.
to play. I
See
definitely
how
can
it-
see a reason why they wanted to perhaps pick it here. I'm waiting to see what build he looks to go down to.
He's definitely just got Vanguard Midas queued. I'm curious if he like wants to go for an earlier Midas. I don't feel like they can touch him in this lane. Like I don't know if he really needs to go for the Vanguard, but maybe
He might just switch it up. We'll see.
Yeah.
He also
like
could
the
just
casual ring or something for now.
Yeah, he could still go back for. I mean, Crimson's not horrible this game versus the
Oh,
like
yeah.
and ever. But I don't know if he wants to go down that route. Though we'll see.
Like a lot of ogres do. Like I feel like ogre specifically because you just stack strength items, right? 4.2
Yeah.
like strength a level.
It makes it
Like one
really
of the best
nice.
Crimson Guard builders in the game.
0-0. I think last game we had like
We had,
10
like, 6
kills already.
kills.
Like, what is going
Yeah.
on?
I was about to
Like,
say, I
both
was like,
teams-
no one's dying. Like, none of these teams, like, I guess, have a lot of kill threat in the
Boxy?
side lanes, but Boxy surged away once again. The lack of stuns.
Every time.
It's-
Looks like he was dead.
Yeah.
Anisha does go back for 2 points in the dagger now. Interesting.
I mean, I feel like this is given a little bit of space to Bryle. Like, he is not
He's struggling.
having the worst game, but he is still struggling now.
He's like 1,200 goal behind. It's quite
Yeah.
a lot, to be honest with you. But
Oh, okay, I didn't realize it was that bad. I did not look at that word. Oh, boy. He needs to be very careful. They are rotating in some heroes in the mid lane. Nisha gets his level 6, so he will have that Sonic Wave available, and instead turns his attention over to Ari. A couple auto attacks, and there it is. First Blood finally coming through here at the 6-minute mark. On the way to the Queen of Pain, as Ryle will bottle up a Shield Rune bottom.
Nisha not even having to use ults. Doesn't have to skill anything just yet either. This Quap, the last pick of the draft, set up for success in lane. He's the one who gets first blood after having a free lane. Versus very limited stuns. This is definitely a game could see Nisha pop off again.
I was kind of joking at the end of last game when I said, could he outperform a 15-0, you know? He might. It could happen. It's Nisha.
This was not as flashy with the farm, but oh, Whitemon taking a flashy.
Wait a minute.
On the cliff you go, my friend.
TP's top. He wants to fight for the... They got the scan out, but
Wisdom
they know
rune.
Insania is going for this Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Will Insania continue? You might not know that the Undying's here.
No, he has
Hello?
no idea the Undying is here. Oh, the
Netted!
Trapper! Dude, what a sick ensnare. That is a really good bait from the Enchantress.
That was really nice.
We'll go
Will
ahead
they
and
get him?
pop the Mango. The Cogs try to survive. And auto attack from Ari. Are they going to be enough?
They got him with the Ogre.
It's going to be
cutting off.
Kasane eventually walking over, I'm sure. Yeah, throws the Ignite. He tries to pop a salve, but one more auto attack will be enough.
Dire's cloak has been killed.
Nice move. Whitemon with a very efficient TP, not panicking. Judging where he should go after getting cliffed. 1-1.
That was nice. That was good.
That was definitely nice. And they are, I mean, Kasani set up for success. Shutting down Mickey a lot. Mickey's actually got the Midas queued up himself for recovery.
Wait, does he really?
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty big deal. The Morph is having free farm. Slow down this much.
Dire are scanning.
Nisha could definitely pop off this game, but Mickey is going to need some help.
Oh, yep. Kasane just
walking at
This
him.
is the walk at you strat seems to be pretty effective so far.
Yep. Tanking the wolves, killing them as well.
Yeah. Alright, Vanguard's too good to skip, it would seem. This item is just something else. So he's got Catapult here. I'm surprised he didn't Bloodlust the Catapult. I was kind of expecting that, but...
The Clockwork's arrived.
Oh, yeah, that is... Yeah, you're right, man. Clockwork gonna make his game very rough.
He almost got boxy at the least there, but then as soon as Insania shows up, he just gets stopped in his tracks. And again, Nisha, he holds on to the Sonic Wave. He's always got it at the ready if he sees an opportunity. That's the always scary thing about playing these Morphlings versus some of these big burst heroes. Like, if he just lines it up from the tree line. I'm seeing Tomato's being careful, though. He's sitting himself actually at like 29 strength, so not staying super low.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Mickey, he can't catch a break, and Ari just chases him into the jungle and steals the Centaur as he's killing it. Nice play.
This little sentry on the high ground there to just scout the Invis Bryle. He's now heading bottom, but Tomato here Oh, vacuum
Off the mark.
Oh, a nice little help from the Centaur as well.
Oh, they got him in.
But they do manage to find him. Bryle is still here, Invis, looking for an opening. The question is, who can he even go for?
They use battery assault and lift. He's found Boxy.
He does indeed. Trample to come through, and he has to cancel out the onslaught completely. Is Boxy's going to actually survive?
No
and
way.
Bryle's just stuck to the clockwork. Oh,
What?
no.
What happened to the onslaught? Oh, man.
It looked like it got completely canceled. Which is weird because normally it has to move a little bit, but now Tomato is just going to get ran down. Does manage to dodge out the dagger, trying to make the play here into the portal, but they drop the Sonic Wave, even the cogs to cancel it out. He is out of mana. Hoping maybe to play around the Roche Vision, but won't be able to do so. It's just a matter of time before Nisha claims himself another kill.
Oh, man. I thought that was maybe the chance for Bryle to catch back up in this game. I was like, oh, he might actually get a kill. Ends up just dying again for his efforts. Nisha even jumping and taking the road.
Whoa,
Can he get Nisha?
That is super aggressive here from Nisha. Insania trying to save him, but gets heavily punished. Going for that DD rune, and now it's just going to be 2 kills.
Okay.
Bryle gets them both.
There
He's
you go,
back,
Bryle.
baby.
He needed those, and he gets them.
Dude, this is mid-tower as well.
Yep. I think I think he tried to line up the cog to push Bryle, but either way,
that's what it
didn't
was.
hit. And TSM supports, they come in to fix things. The supports on the side of Liquid, they're actually very low level in comparison now. After that quick little move.
I mean, Ari, like he said, you have to kind of make this decision of putting these extra points in enchant early because of how it was nerfed, right? You can't really just have casual points in either of them. So going the full enchant here, and he has made a lot of space. He's managed to help find 2 towers.
He is, he's doing excellent with his movements. And Bryle he's caught back up. I mean, not perfectly, but he's the same as now the other two cores on the other side, just with getting these 2 kills. That's massive. After he just dies, it was scary too.
This is an interesting build from Mickey. I mean, he kind of just has to have some sort of recovery here.
Yep.
Double Wraithband Midas into treads. He's going to have a lot of stats, right? Like in being universal. It is going to be a good amount of damage, but you do have Kasane with his own Midas that will be printing money here fairly shortly. Bottom lane,
Bryle.
A lot of aggression, but a good cogs once again. And Nisha's here with a BD, has a Sonic Wave available, trying to chase after him. It's going to come through the pulverizer.
Got Tomato.
Gets canceled immediately. And Tomato, you're right, gets clipped. And Sania gets the double kill.
He just surged in, and I guess he got clipped by Sonic Wave. He was just too low.
Oh, no.
Oof. And
that's sitting on 1,000 HP.
Nisha wants more. Thinking about blinking in, but... Oh! Okay,
hook shot?
Sania will.
Okay. That will be enough. Whitemon, no way out of this one. Trying to see Tomato's death summary, but it's bugged, unfortunately.
It looks like he just got clipped by the Sonic Wave and the Surge Battery Assault. At least from what I'd seen, but...
Yeah. I mean, that was sick. That was such a nice grab there.
And they slowing down Tomato is definitely important. Since Mickey's struggling, Midas will start to catch him back up after that kill. Ari's still lingering in the area. Kasani's up here too. Can they shut down Mickey?
Fire Blast is there. He actually doesn't have any points in Shapeshift, but they don't have any way to cancel the TP out, so he will survive.
Good pressure,
Gold
though.
Summoner, they're going to have to slow down.
And wait,
Nisha
what?
just got solo killed by Tomato. All right, Tomato.
I mean, flashy plays, the Mr. Morphling.
I guess when you steal the Queen of Plane Blink, you have Wave 4 man Blink, you ain't getting away.
Yeah, he actually got on top of him. And they almost get the full top tower out of it. Alrighty, TSM. Tomato definitely said that he has to do the heavy lifting last game in particular. This one has to do heavy lifting, but he's got help this time. Kasane is having a game.
He's so farmed with this Midas, dude. What the heck is this? Ari, he's going to get caught out here. They got plenty of magic damage. I don't really know how he survives this one. Just going to try and fade as much time. But yeah, it does go the way of Mickey, which is beautiful for him.
Yeah, he takes that last hit.
Okay, this game is stabilized completely for TSM, to be honest.
Yeah, the big concern really is going to be Bryle for his item timings, of course. But if he's able to actually get this BKB done, then has some answers. And the fact that they've slowed down Mickey so much, that's going to be... I mean, it's going to maybe even allow Bryle, if the Rubik and the clock aren't in the areas, then he can actually be devastating for Mickey.
Speaking of Bryle, might be in some trouble here. The rune will spawn pop. He needs to be able to get away here, and he'll do exactly that. And it's going to be Tomato holding the haste rune for the moment.
He just takes it.
Finally.
Yeah. Our stacks looking Wisdom Rune. Ari, I believe, grabbed another one. Secondary one still available. And looks like Liquid, they actually want to make smoke moves with the Ion Shell. They want this Ogre.
I mean, this guy is super tanky. We'll see if they can make it happen. Insania able to close the gap pretty easily. The wall gets dropped as well. A lot of damage coming through from Kasane, but he is all trapped in place. He will fall. Insania, hookshot comes through, but a nice tombstone on the high ground. Whitemon will fall to the damage from Mickey. He's doing quite a bit of work as Nisha cleans up the backside, takes down the Enchantress. So a 3-for-1, great rotation from Liquid.
Way too much damage. Ion Shell, I think, on 3 different people or something like that, just melting the Ogre, and Mickey actually gets to just stand his ground and hit. Nisha also picks up a kill at the end there, right? Yeah, actually gets Ari. Also has Sonic Wave. Those are big kills. 5-11.
I like the Witchblade pickup. Gives him a lot more kill, like solo kill potential with this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I mean, I always like the in-between build, the blades, Falcon Blade, Witchblade build on these Storms and Queen of Pains. Ryle.
So you're going to see the Crimson Guard and Pipe queued up here for Kasane.
Okay, so pure auras.
Do you feel like you finished the Crimson Guard first? Just because of like the damage from this like Lycan? Or are you more worried about just getting this Pipe because of the Queen of Pain? I guess it really doesn't matter too much, but...
I'm not too certain, to be honest with you. I think he might just go the Pipe because he's got the disassemble play, but... Liquid's setting up for him again. He's deep.
Yeah, he really is. Blink in aggressively here from Nisha, but the follow-up from Liquid once again. They have trapped Kasane, and he's going to die. Vacuum back will pull Ari back. Bryle is here looking for an opening, tries to get on top of Nisha, but gets the blink out. Nicely done. And now Bryle needs to be very careful. He is in deep with Mickey to chase after him. There's going to be the pulverize, the turnaround with a Sonic Wave, helping finish him off as Bryle will fall. Mickey will trade his Tomato. Flips the wall, blink away though.
Nicely done.
That was quick plays there from Tomato. Nicely done indeed.
Gets out. Can Whitemon get away? Looks like he was like catching the wave. Nisha's on him though, and Whitemon does not have a TP. It's looking like
he's under a ward. They know exactly where he is.
Which blade hit?
I mean, he could drop a tombstone maybe, but then you're just feeding the tombstone away. So he is gone.
Liquid accelerating the momentum here. Some really nice fights rallied around Zai. He's actually almost top net worth on this Darkseer, getting involved a lot here. These walls and coming into play.
Does he have Greaves? He does have
He does. He's huge. He's going to be quite a big problem. Because the damage overall from TSM, it's pretty lackluster. It's going to come from itemization from the Morphling overall. Just because the Bryle is... He's just going to have always this difficulty of the game to get on heroes. Getting closer and closer to BKB.
BKB is going to do work, but yeah, they found him again. This Clockwork being super annoying to Kasane, and he's trying to solo kill him, but here comes the follow-up. Tombstone, nice drop. The follow-up from Bryle. They managed to get on top of Zai. The question is, do they have the damage to find the kill? And it looks like absolutely the enchant this time, holding down that Darkseer as Mickey will jump away here.
Nice fight.
Thanks to that shapeshift, but I mean, okay, good response this time from TSM.
A heavy response, but a good one. I think every time Whitemon kind of shows up with Flesh Golem, it's actually seeming like a big difference maker. Tombstone plus that just becomes overwhelming, and they do have damage to actually bring down Zai.
It's a lot, dude. The slow from Flesh Golem is nuts.
It is. And even the amp. Like, Bryle gets good connection on Trample with it and just eviscerates the target. So Bryle, he's getting closer and closer to BKB. Still is going to have to worry, of course, about giving up Pulverize and getting pulverized himself and stuff like that. But versus the clock, it's going to be a good answer.
Oh, Bryle, big boy showing up here as he's got the Bloodlust. And Nisha needs to be careful. He will steal the Trample. He's able to get away thanks to a nice telekinesis. And Sania here as well. So they will disengage. Yeah, this, I mean, this Bloodlusted Primal...
It's scary.
Once he has BKB, it's going to be pretty damn scary, you're right.
And these Midases, I just keep watching Kasane. Oh!
Just printing money, dude, it's nuts.
Almost hits the hook shot, and Sania can't quite get it.
But speaking of Midas, Mickey is completely back. He is almost caught up to the Morphling.
Yeah.
Oh, Ari...
He's got a Force Staff.
Gets the Force Staff. He's safe for the moment, and Liquid is in really deep here, especially Insania.
He's dead.
So he will fall. They drop the Tombstone. They're looking for Nisha. He gets the jump away. As Zai will grab the Surge as well. So,
holy
another
crap.
Queen disengage.
At TSM, they're like really bringing the numbers. Like, they brought everybody again, I think for the second or third time after Liquid makes an aggressive move. Punishing Insania is great. Punishing Insania's greed to dive forward like that. Insania going to be going for Vessel. Amazing Vessel game versus Primal Morph and even the Ogre. But he's going to be slowed down a little bit after these last few deaths. And that's Bryle's BKB. Oh, no. He's not doing that as bad as I thought he was going to do versus the Rubik and the Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely still struggling in the network department, but it's not the end of the world, right?
And now Insania
caught once again, but a nice cogs there to stop the initiation. But there it is, Zai with a great back wall into 3. Whitemon needs to get out of here, but the chase continues. Battery Assault just seemingly way too much for him to deal with. This Bryle, he's got the BKB, like you said, trying to chase after him, looking for Insania here, but there it is. Fire Blast will hold him down into the Pulverize. Can they find the kill? Boxy
stolen.
Steals the Pulverize, sends it back the other way. Ari, big Sonic Wave as well from Nisha. Bryle trying to onslaught away. He's going to be safe, but now Kasane needs to get out of here.
Is Bryle okay?
It will just be a TP. He's
Bryle.
fine.
The Bryle, though, Mickey's actually transformed and ran across the map.
He's trying to TP. Can he make it? It's not going to be enough. Insane, or just an insane amount of damage from Nisha.
I mean, Mickey literally used Shapeshift at the top side of the map and sprinted to try to catch up to get this type of kill here. What a wall vacuum combo to start it all off. Zai gets a godly connection to get that chase forward from his team. And Bryle, I mean, he wanted to fight. He's like, I have BKB. I really want to go for this here, but ends up paying with his life.
Dude, Surge is just making his life really rough. Like, he spent like half his BKB duration chasing that Clockwork initially.
I mean, it's lack of catch in their draft. It's definitely going to continue to be an issue for them.
And then the exact same thing that you talked about, the good old Rubik answer, just
Yep.
Instant spell steal and the pulverize himself.
It's just silly how the pierce of the BKB thing, so it just sucks for Bryle that you have BKB and then you're like, wait, I'm still just getting pulverized.
Yeah, on one hand, you're like, hey, I can pulverize BKBs, and then at the same time, Rubik's like, so can I?
Yeah. And it's impossible to cover it, of course, so.
Yeah. If you could use...
Uproar during
it? Yeah, I think that would be a decent change to pulverize, but I don't know if it's good enough. Or I don't know if it's fair.
Probably not fair.
Guess.
Honestly, Primal's in a pretty good spot right now, so.
Yeah.
Although Clockwork on the rise, as we've seen from Bali. Scout out, sees at least 2 heroes of TSM positioned around bottom. Quap ult is coming back up. I mean, Liquid, their downtime of their ults being down, it's gone now. They're pretty much all back up. TSM unable to take advantage of that. A 4K lead now for the side of Liquid.
I think Nisha might have had an arcane rune in that last fight.
I think he might.
I don't quite remember.
I'm gonna actually glance.
But
it was a while
Roshan,
ago.
Is there actually any way they can do this? There's no way, right?
They have Undying. Undying is
actually
the best,
all portaling top.
The best.
Wait a minute. Zai is a huge find if they can get him. Onslaught comes through. Do they get in range? They need that Enchantress. The Force Staff there is the Pulverize. That was sick from Ari. And now Vacuum Wall will catch the whole team, but the damage is done. Well played from the Enchantress there. That was sick.
Can they turn this into a Roche, though? They have Tombstone. They have the Flesh Golem going. Bryle, you're burning Whitemon. You're killing Whitemon with Iron Shell.
He's like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
He took
Flesh Golem.
He took like 800 damage from Iron Shell. Okay, whatever. Can't actually go for the Roche. They want to try to find more kills now that Zai's dead. Liquid distance themselves.
Whitemon has
I don't know. This is without Flesh Golem. It's ending. This is a risky move. Let's see if it pays off.
No hook shot, which is actually very beneficial for them, but it's not going to be very difficult for Nisha to play around this Roche pit. It is falling low and fast.
And they have double ways to scout it. A wolf gets put in the pit, and they have rockets.
Yeah. They need to get... Okay, I was like, they need to get a sentry down. They need to deal with that wolf. Clockwork.
Darkseer's alive again.
Hook shot in 1. Insania could go for it. Roshan falls. Tomato's going to grab it. All right, Nikkei instantly coming in here with the shapeshift, looking for Kasane, but a nice grab. They stop the Primal Beast initiation as well. Crimson Guard reducing a ton of damage. What is that? The hook shot on the backside finds Whitemon with 4 staff away. Insania's going to have to jetpack through the trees, but Bryle's just chasing him down. He's looking for him. He will eventually fall. And that is it. A big win for TSM.
The risk pays. I don't think that Liquid anticipated this Crimson block to do this much. They did 0 damage. The Sonic Wave comes down, and then there's nothing else. They're literally tickling targets.
Crimson. Oh my gosh.
I mean, what's his strength right now? 88? So, yeah, I mean, it's blocking over 100 damage per hit.
It was wild. They want to fight. They're wrapping.
A Tomato. Bit isolated.
They just instantly dropped the wall from far. He has no morph to play with. Does have a 4 staff. But he is completely isolated here. The rest of the team had already TP'd away. It's just Ari hoping for some assistance. Has a second force staff as well, potentially. It's the first waveform away, a second force. Ari with the Nature's Attendants. He's actually just out.
Yeah, actually he's alive. Doesn't even have to expand the Aegis.
Okay.
All right.
Nice nice play. Very calm and collected.
Another wall used from Zai this time. Doesn't work. And Kasani's item build definitely working. Definitely seeing the Ogre reasons, though. The pipe is Crimson.
Dude,
Mid? Nisha?
I'm like stoked on this Ogre. It is pretty cool. But yeah, Nisha mid does manage to get him with the Pulverize. At the end of the day, not a lot of control, so he's fine. So he's closing in on his own BKB. And top lane, Clockwork pulling with Kasane a little bit here.
Sanya has Vessel. That's going to definitely help versus Kasane in particular. Not versus the Morph so much, or versus the Prima with the Dispels, but...
Oh, the 3 times multi-cast.
I actually think he's gotten almost all his Midases 3x.
Man, that is something else.
Great RNG.
He is closing in on a Sheepstick, right? Scythe is going to be his next item.
I like it. When you're lacking catch, disable. Playing versus a Quap. That'd be nice.
Also, like, just the back line, you're just like, oh, a little bonus Hex. We like those.
Tomato is definitely feeling his strength now. He's getting closer and closer to even having Satanic, too, so... survivability. I love his itemization this game. Hurricane Pike, maybe not the most normal in all these games, but versus Clockwork always makes sense.
Dude, once you have, like, Uproar Dispels on Bryle as well, like, that's going to be so talent.
Nisha's
pretty dang close.
Nisha's timing, although he had this like whole free kind of game, it's a little slower than you'd anticipate this BKB to come out in these last 2 fights. Somehow getting out-farmed by this Midas, I mean, I say somehow, but the Midas Ogre.
This guy, yeah, he's a money-printing machine right now.
Yeah. And Tomato with it,
smoke up.
Aegis, he feels very strong.
They saw Insania. Under a deep ward here, good cogs though, he's going to be fine. So this gank doesn't quite connect. Boxy makes his way into the fountain. I mean, this is just a problem over and over again for the side of TSM. They just don't have catch.
Cat and mouse, got to play the game. Now you got to play like the map to your best when you have this Aegis. Don't just look for kills always. You have to play like the economy because Liquid, they're going to look to fight back. You have to be careful.
Oh, speaking of which, mid lane. Okay, they will back away. They don't want to commit. Throw a high ground tombstone here.
Okay, TSM is looking for the group up here. Aegis still for about a minute.
TSM seem pretty dang strong right now.
Yeah. And Bryo's getting close to hard also.
Dude, this Howl just does so much work against Morphling. Yeah. Oh my god. Like minus 110 damage.
Howl and Fade Bolt.
I actually went the Wolves damage at 10 instead of a Howl damage reduction. I mean, Wolves damage seems pretty good. Here we go. He's up onto the high ground.
He's the carry. I think it's the off lane. You can want to do the Howl attack damage, but it's carry. Usually feels better. Satanic, I mean, Tomato, 40 seconds. He's still feeling strong to force Liquid back. Liquid.
Dude, they're just tanking up on TSM. Like, look at this. Kasane has all these orbs. Bryle's queued up a heart. Tomato has Satanic. Like,
Boxy?
It's going to be really hard to find kills. Great back wall there from Zai, but the follow-up, where is it? They can just walk away.
He's killing...
Tomato's going to clean up the illusions.
He's killing the Tombstone. Doesn't quite get it.
Oh, he tried. Not quite enough. And it's tier 4, or tier 3 rather, under siege. The pipe about to expire for the side of Liquid, and Tomato's got in the tower. That is it. Question is, does he want more? Aegis up in 5 seconds here. He has to know the timing.
He's shifting.
Yeah, he's already shifting.
Just
You're
in
right.
case.
Great Fade Bolt from Boxy, instantly canceling the regen there. They blink in on the backside. Misha, aggressive player from, but great hook shot. Prowl has BKB available. What? Insania just evaporated. As initially forced to BKB, in comes Mickey.
He just has to run.
Doesn't have the damage, but an aggressive blink up here from the Morphling. He's trying to just take down Zai. Great Sonic Wave, but the damage reduction. They're just too tanky. They can't kill anyone.
Mickey has to spend his whole shapeshift just running. The Crimson Guard gets popped. He tickles heroes. TSM, that's a lot expanded from Liquid. TSM can go for this Rex.
They are actually just
tanking through.
Unbelievably tanky, like all of their team.
They're all back to pretty much full HP, rallied around Kasane. I think they might be considering continuing. Nisha's trying to drag waves, but
they said go.
They
Flesh Golem's expiring.
I mean, Liquid used like everything in that last fight, so they're like, let's push as much as we can here.
All right, we'll see what happens. Hanging out in the top lane, but they're just going to dive instead, take down Insania once again as Ryle is looking for Zai. He does catch him on the Pulverize.
Ryle?
Trying to just bring this wave back with Ari here. Surge is expended. He's going to grab him with the enchant. Nisha's showing as well. There's going to be the Tombstone trying to TP, but the onslaught coming through. Zai's going to go down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
TSM finding pickoff after pickoff.
Liquid's just trying to drag the waves, but
they're dragging waves.
They kept the creep, a hero creep, super melee creeps running through. They're solo cresting it up, but they don't have a push anymore. So,
oh man,
nice try, Whitemon. Either way, though, TSM they're hitting incredible timings. Liquid, it's looking difficult for them to stop this Morphling now by any means. I mean, TSM, you know, Tomato's actually sticking up top.
He's just back. He's just going straight to the base again. He's like, whatever, dude. You can't stop me now.
He's like, test me.
Tier 3 falls.
And Ryle Hart.
He's got a Daedalus cube.
Oh boy. I mean, Liquid can't stop this.
There's a shield rune and a heart.
A full hex now on Kasani also. Anyone who steps up, they're dead. That's 2 full sets.
Dude, this game just like completely fell apart for Liquid in what seemed like a matter of like 2 minutes.
Yep. I mean, now it just feels like Liquid, I don't know how they take a head-on fight. Their damage just feels non-existent. Mickey, okay, I guess that's the answer. Needs a nullifier, desperately, to get these auras and stuff off of people, but I'm still not really feeling like he's going to have the damage.
It doesn't remove Crimson, right? Like,
it removes the Crimson
You still
block.
have the Crimson. Oh, it doesn't remove Pipe, right?
Yeah.
It stops Crimson, but it doesn't remove Pipe. I was like, one of them doesn't work.
I mean, that'll be helpful for him to focus fire targets, but definitely becoming very, very difficult for Liquid. Even though the net worth, it's been pretty close most of this game. The last 3-4 fights have been very decisive from TSM. Tomato has no threats.
They can't die. I'm just like looking at how tanky these guys are. It is ridiculous. All right, they're gonna smoke up on Liquid. They've got to find an opening.
They need a wombo combo.
You could burst down Tomato, it would be huge, but
they need
I don't know.
Very explosive connection, just insta kill. Probably Tomato, because I don't think you're killing Primal Beast. Let's see though. Bryo's walking up.
He's got a heart BKB. They're looking for Kasane instead. He's got the pipe. Will pop it, and there you get him. Nice back wall as well from Zai. The question is, can they get more Whitemon? Trying to hobble away, but Mickey just crushing through his health. And now it's Tomato's turn. Can he find his own kills? He's trying to turn this damage back around. Brow still got his BKB available. Insania just getting absolutely destroyed. Mickey trying to do what he can here to stand his ground. They get the morph, actually. On the backside, he pops the Satanic, tried to do some work, but a nice nullifier to hold him in place. In comes Brow. He's got the BKB finally. Looking for Mickey.
Tomato going down.
Shot to cancel, but Tomato, he waveforms away. Can he survive the vacuum back? He needs help and fast, but where's going to come through? It's not there. This Vessel doing work, and now TSM in trouble. Ari trying to beat down Nisha. Does he get it? Down to just a fraction of HP, but he will survive, and Ari dies instead. A beautiful fight from Liquid.
How the hell did they do that? Oh my goodness. They delete the Ogre, I guess, right at the start of the fight. Both him and the Undying are just gone, and it's a 3 versus 5. Tomato, honestly, almost stands his ground versus everybody, but then gets isolated. That was a wild fight.
Dude, Mickey finally got to do damage, right? I think every single fight we've seen is Mickey shapeshifts in, and then he has to run away. Like, they just turn and put damage into him, but this was like the first time the fight starts on Liquid's side. And
I'm very impressed.
Dude, he crushed this damage.
Yeah, I am very impressed with that. The Nullifier immediately actually coming into work, and now Zai actually has an Aghanims. So now there's going to be 2 of these wall illusions, and this Morphling is hard. He hits hard. Wow. My Liquid, when it's looking like they might not have a chance back into this one, they shut my mouth.
Yeah, it's just not a team you can count out, it seems.
No.
Like, they just are always so consistently good in team fights. Oxy, waveforms forward. He has to know something's up.
That's
All right.
Tombstone committed, though.
They just popped a lot here. TP's in on the backside. Ari in trouble. The question is, can they turn this fight around? Great back wall once again from Zai, finding 3. The stolen Tomato as well. They've managed to catch Tomato. He's dead with the Sonic Wave. Nisha just bursts him
Holy
down.
crap.
TSM getting way overconfident. And suddenly, Liquid just blow this game wide open. 2 lanes of barracks down as Roche is about to respawn.
Liquid is just... that. How do they win this fight? I mean, how do they just dominate this fight so hard? The Tombstone... Honestly, TSM panic. They tombstone in the before the fight starts. They TP in one by one, and Tomato just gets completely caught. It's a punch, a fresh Aghanim for Zai, a wall vacuum, and everything onto this Tomato. And wow, yeah, Liquid may have just gotten themselves a Rax now.
Yeah, Bryle's looking at maybe cutting the wave, but he's gonna be forced to TP on back.
Holy crap! I mean, that was an insane turnaround. Right after Tomato hits a power spike of Satanic, Liquid just stops him in his tracks right after Nullifier's done.
They have a gem? Or they put a sentry on high ground? Where is this?
Gem's on niche. They took the white one.
I was like, oof. That is rough.
Good lord. That was quite an explosive hit.
Pretty good racks to take considering Roshan is bottom right now as well.
Yep. Nisha.
It is moving though.
Nisha also had what? I think a full Shivas was finished right before that fight too. I mean, tons of items being delivered and then they just decimate the fight. TSM have to be cleaner with how they actually look for the fight themselves there. Since they you have to have every little thing. A dying tombstone in particular. 35 minutes. Roche, it's going to be the big indicator.
Well, here we go. The smoke out. They're pinging Darks here, which is a pretty good find if they can grab him.
He's a problem.
They know he's heading into the top lane.
He is definitely a problem for Tomato. The wall plus the punch. Zai gonna take the safer route.
Does he show on the wave?
Do they catch him?
Courier is heading in. They drop the wards. They saw Zai for a moment.
He's already so close to his team now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a decent wraparound if they can find Beacon the portal, but there it is. They get the pulverize. Can they bring him down? An instant stolen pulverize as well. Zai gets the back wall anyway. He will survive, but 3 heroes caught inside. Tomato falling so low and so fast. He literally can't move. He can't do anything. He's just dead. Nikke goes in aggressively here now, trying to do what damage he can. Has to be a little bit careful as Ari is doing a lot on this Enchantress, but Whitemon just gets absolutely destroyed. Kasane now on the full retreat prowl, trying to offer some help for his team. Does have the onslaught through, doing a lot of damage. Can they finish him off? A great pike, but they do manage to take down me. They take down Insania. It's looking okay for TSM if they can find more.
And they chase more. I mean, Kasane's actually got to use spells this fight.
Ryle's bloodlusted. This hero does a lot of damage, but Boxy will dodge north.
Okay. Bit of a trade back and forth. Ari doing an insane amount of damage in this fight on the Enchantress. And they get
Bloodlusted
Boxy.
Enchantress, it's working?
They can't get Boxy, but okay. I mean, this fight, Tomato dying literally at the start of the fight and doing absolutely nothing, this is an insane fight from TSM.
I think he, like, lost his hero in the fray. Like, I was trying to watch where he was going, like...
He satanicked and tried to hit targets, but I guess he was, like, slowed and couldn't hit the targets and then just died.
Yeah, that's what it was? Okay. Yeah, that's rough.
But I'm seeing, I mean, Kasane, this fight doesn't die at the start, and he does so much work. And, oh, they actually find Boxy.
Yeah. Finally, this ward pays off. They were looking for him earlier. He came up for the D ward, gets punished heavily. So good patience from TSM there.
And Roche.
And
it's on the menu.
Model's coming top. Yeah.
Whitemon, he'll be able to TP over also and take the gate. So he's got Solo Crest Tombstone. They should have secured themselves this Roche now.
This is big. They really need this because they have been really struggling in these last couple of fights. If they can get 2 lives here on this Morphling, maybe take another good fight. I mean, you two racks is down on Liquid. So Mega Creeps would be a pretty big deal for TSM if they can get it.
Yeah, even though Tomato is the most important hero on the side of TSM, I feel like Kasane is actually more important to survive. I think the bottom fight and the other fight that I saw that Liquid just decimated, it's because like the Ogre's just dead right at the start. So
I think you're right, actually.
It actually just feels so impactful. Now, sure, there's like these nullifiers and stuff to control him, but he feels just so damn important to be able to just keep the body for Tomato. Because Tomato needs as much time as possible to hit on these targets still.
Oh, we got a Martyr's Plate, baby.
Well, that's a really good one.
That's pretty good.
Really good one to be able to absorb everything on top of everything else. Liquid's still feeling strong, though, even into Aegis. They've got a shield rune on Nisha. I believe a couple tier 4 items were picked up, too. Yeah, Penta Edge and a Trickster Cloak.
Yeah, Trickster's quite good for Nisha this game, too. Mid lane? They're going to run right into him. Maybe not on purpose, but Ryle has to pop the BKB and run away. There's going to be the Pulverize. Does manage to catch decent target damage, but he had a cheese. He's actually going to survive for the moment. Tomato going in, trying to finish off Boxy. Nullifier is on top of him. Tries Samantha, losing his first life here potentially. He's trying to just morph through this. They take down the Rubik as well. It's a rough fight here for Liquid. They've got to get out of here. And as well, they don't kill anything. Misha's out with a TP. Like 3 dead on Liquid without buyback.
They picked that fight themselves, too. They ran into the probable worst target, I guess. The Primal Beast, too tanky with the heart. He gets the cheese passed off. Back up to full. Tomato's able to hold his ground. Looks scary, but he has saved the Satanic.
It looked so close, yeah. He waited for the Vessel before the Satanic. And
yep. Back and forth.
Very nice plays from him. And Enchantress, I think, has an Aghanim Scepter now.
It looks like she does.
So, Sproinkin time.
He's quietly been doing one of the higher damages in these team fights, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. Well, they might look for the Tormentor. You know, this is like a little bonus objective here, but Bryle queues up his own Aghanim Scepter. Very close, but might hold his buyback.
Tomato almost has a really, really big pickup, too. Butterfly's nearly done versus this Lycan, who's nowhere near the realms of any type of MKB. Mickey might have to just switch that. Change that Midas into an MKB instead of Moonshard.
Well, tier 2 will fall. All heroes on Liquid are alive, but a lot of damage done. I mean, this tier 2 is protecting this last lane of barracks. So
TSM
now you have to really worry about your other lanes.
Yeah, TSM back to business after getting Aegis. And Tomato, very much so himself, back to business. That's the Butterfly done.
Very, very, very big.
Anything big for Liquid next? I mean, they've got a lot of gold held, but I'm not seeing any, like, besides the MKB from the Lycan. I think that's probably the next biggest. And I guess Bloodthorn Nisha, but those are a ways away. TSM, a good opening here. Bottom wave, it's going to start naturally pushing. They've got the other 2 waves naturally pushing in, too, so Liquid kind of trapped in their own base for now.
Tomato ended up finding a Trickster's Cloak as well, so even more evasion, more difficult to deal with.
Ninja Gear on Whitemon, too, for positioning. He's got his Blink with the Tombstone, so he can do the grab.
A good old grab ally that was removed, but still
there.
Called grab ally forever.
Yeah. Not Entomb. That would have been such a good name for it. Well,
Entomb would have been very good.
I'm surprised they didn't do that one, but whatever.
Tomato. Someone hire this guy.
Tomato on the high ground.
Oh, wall off the mark. He ends up waveforming away, doesn't connect onto anything. The Hex onto the backside, take down the Clockwork. Kasane, that's the big target if they can take him down, and he's falling low and fast. Mickey, there's the Entomb. Buys him a little bit of space. The Pulverize is there. Kasane still alive for the moment, but they finally get killed with the damage. It's being dealt. Ari with this Enchantress doing some work. Mickey needs to get out of here. The Shapeshift about to expire.
They have to commit so much to kill the Ogre. The wall, as you said, off the mark there, doesn't quite clip the Morphling, but you could see the importance of the Ogre. Like, they just literally commit everything onto him. And I was going to actually say that this could be an itemization, the last this Ogre versus the Illusions.
Ooh,
he can actually
multicast
the wall, which has kind of been the saving grace, I feel like, for Liquid in a lot of fights.
It really is, yeah.
Kind of cool.
That'd be sick. I like it.
We'll see.
Ari might need to be a little careful here. Here comes the Harpoon. He's got Force Staff and Point.
Mickey
trying to get away, but yeah, Mickey in some trouble as well. Goes in, doing a lot of damage, but another wall will catch Tomato this time. The Force Staff put him in a rough spot. Bryle forced the BKB. Ari will go down. Tomato trying to stand his ground here on the backside. Bryle's BKB about to expire. Can they get the damage done? Bryle?
Tomato's alone.
Fall. Double kill for Nisho. It is, Tomato versus the world once again. He's going to turn into the Lycan. Ensign gets caught by the Morph. He's silenced up, pops the Manta, trying to sustain, has the Satanic, but he can't do it alone. He needs help and fast. Going to go to TP away, but it's going to get canceled by Insania, and Tomato will fall. Triple kill for Nisha. It is the high ground.
How do they keep doing this? This one, the Ogre's still dead. And it's actually TSM to look to pick the fight without him. Liquid, they just brute force it, and they get the connection this time onto that Morphling. I think the wall just came back up, or it's just toward the end of it there. Get the follow up too, and you said it yourself. He was stuck in the worst possible position on this Morphling there. Stuck between the wall and another wall. Nisha also just, I guess, just attacks the entire fight. 13-2 and 13.
Yeah, he did so much damage.
It's so back and forth.
Another jump. Hook shot in aggressively. They've managed to find the Ogre once again. He gets the Lotus off the double stun. The double. Can he actually get out of here? He's looking to play inside of it. He's trying to click it, but he doesn't.
He can't. Wait, what?
There's just too many heroes there.
What the heck? He was clicking it though, it looked like. I guess he was clicking Nisha?
It looked like it was channeling almost. I don't know. That was weird.
Did Nisha blink inside of it?
That is a tier 3 dead.
I don't know. Something weird happened there, but...
They're going straight Pure Force. Buyback now on the Ogre. They will back instead for this melee barracks. They're holding the fortification as well.
And now, Liquid, they've all gotten those next big items here. Bloodthorn's finished. MKB finished too. They did that last fight even without them.
Oh my goodness.
Kasani has to be more careful with his positioning. That's clearly what it is. Now it's looking again difficult for them. The positioning is going to be everything.
They've got to smoke and find something, right?
Yeah, smoke and make sure Kasani can actually stay in the back lines. You might just have to like throw bodies in to get the distraction for him. What a crazy game. Liquid when they were down on gold and down on items, they won a couple crazy fights. Now they're ahead on gold. TSM looking for the fight here after these new items have been delivered. See if they can find anybody.
It would be such a big pick if they can take down Mickey first. Whitemon does see him.
And they get the full catch, though.
He smokes, but they saw him. Yeah, Mickey, he sees what's up here. He will run away here as fast as possible.
Oh boy, he's almost 25 too. How reducing attack damage versus a hero like Morphling, if he does want to go down that one, it's pretty OP. He's very close to it. They're smoking. They're looking for a wraparound themselves here with Zion. Ninja Gear form. He's got a Hex also. It could be, I mean, if Tomato and Kasani both have to be super careful. This is not an easy fight of positioning here now for TSM. Because this Morphling could just get solo killed by Zai. Blink, punch, Hex,
dude,
wall.
He really can. Zai has played such an incredible game on the Starks here already.
Yeah.
Like, he's found so many big back walls.
The lane's starting to get shoved in. Liquid, they're making the move over to catch.
Yeah,
they're probably
5 PDs
expecting...
back.
Yeah, this is the right move from TSM. I think Liquid was anticipating maybe getting like one hero caught. But all TSM back up.
Oh, they're just going to go right for Mickey here, potentially. He goes in with the onslaught. The Hex, the turnaround, though, on the Primal Beast. He didn't know this item was up. Gets saved by the Entomb for the moment, and that will give him a little bit of space. The BKB out from Brile will buy him a little bit of space. Ari up onto the high ground there with the Sproing. There's the back wall once again. They've managed to catch him. Whitemon trying to get out of here, but in comes Tomato. Can he find the damage? He's laying into Nisha, but he's got a BD active, and Ogre hobbling back to the base. It's not enough. He's going to die back
and
instead.
Tomato.
Pulverize comes out. They've managed to catch Nisha, but you're right. It's Tomato on the backside. He's isolated. The punch is there, and Zai will take him down. Liquid all alive as the throne's exposed, and TSM might be out of gas as they make an incredible comeback here multiple times in this game, and that is it. GG comes out. Liquid take another series 2-0.
That was a pretty sick game, though, I would say, from both sides. I think TSM definitely showed a lot of prowess to get some kind of crazy fights when Liquid looked like they were just going to run away with it. But then Liquid did the exact same thing. Zai felt like he came in super clutch this game, in particular as this Darkseer. Even though Nisha, he has the flashy scoreline, 32-16. I feel like Zai was actually the difference maker, finding Tomato in almost every single fight. Huge back walls.
Dude, it was so sick. I mean, look at the amount of damage received in this game. Like, Kasane and Tomato both take over 100,000 damage each. Like, it's just absurd numbers. Like, these guys were so tanky, so hard to bring down. But the itemization from Liquid, once again, you say about Liquid having incredible itemization. They make it happen once again. And, dude, I just cannot believe that they pulled this game back.
I cannot believe they did really either. Just, I guess, it was literally like right when the Nullifier kind of got purchased, right? That's when they got that huge fight. They get a Shivas, they get a big momentum swing to pick up like a full salvo of next items, and then they kind of just decimate the next 3 fights. So yeah, this was a very impressive game from Liquid, which I think TSM definitely had options to be able to come and win this game at probably around that like 35-minute mark. Liquid just continued to show how good they are.
Dude, their high ground defense was just perfect multiple times. It looked like this fight shouldn't be possible for them to win.
Yeah.
It really did. Like, you would look at it, you're like, okay, yeah, they're down a hero even sometimes, and they're managing to take favorable fights. But, yeah, absolutely sick play from them all around. I mean, I will say this safe lane Lycan late game having, like, 700 damage, being universal now, like, it was kind of surprising, just, like, casually critting heroes for, like, 1,600 or something. Like, he was just absolutely crushing in these fights,
especially when he would get to actually attack. I feel like a couple of fights,
right, exactly.
A couple of fights, Mickey didn't get to attack, but a lot of these fights, there was so much crap going in, like these wall illusions and everything causing so much panic that Mickey was able to just like kind of stand his ground. I think this is the one in particular where it's like, wow, they actually were able to win this fight because they take out the Ogre at the start of the fight, they take out this Undying, and then they isolate the Morphling. So really impressive identification from Liquid. A good showing from TSM again, though. I wouldn't feel too down if you were them. But yeah, you had options to be able to probably win both of these games, which I think is a good thing to think about.
Yeah, it's better than just getting blown out, right? Like, yeah, there's things you can look on and improve for your next series. Which, I mean, TSM has looked pretty good so far in the tournament. They, I believe, before this were sitting at 4-2, so they're gonna go to 4-4. But Liquid, I mean, they're sitting at basically the top of the bracket now. I believe they're gonna be at 7-1. Absolute amazing performances from them so far in their day one.
And it's, I think for Liquid, it's always the case, at least for me lately. People used to always talk about like Nisha show. It's everybody. I think Liquid is quickly showing it's all five doing so much. If anything, like Boxy's been one of the quieter ones, and I feel like for some time we were all like Boxy. So yeah, they just continue to impress, even when they're taking these fights that look almost impossible. It's very good understanding. But yeah, I think TSM shouldn't be too unhappy. I think this one they should probably be a little bit unhappy about. I think the first game was a lot more difficult for them. This one, there was definitely windows for them to win if they just played cleaner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a rough one to lose for sure for TSM. But with that one, I believe it actually locks TSM and Aster as the top two for their group. Like Group A, they both finished at 7-1. So there is no matter what for Group A, they're going to be advancing after the play-ins. So very good news for both of those teams. Group B, I think, is a little bit closer. So we'll have to see what ends up happening there. But we're going to have... what play was this from earlier?
Which one would make it the one of the suicide play?
Oh, yeah.
This one actually looked like it was going to go TSMs, and then Nisha and Boxy clean up at the end. They get the Boxy gets the snipe here on Tomato, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude, yeah, he gets the blink back. Yeah, that was completely breaking up that fight. It was so sick.
Yeah, honestly, Boxy impressed, even on this Oracle, which he hasn't played too much. But you know, I was just saying that, you know, they're all stepping up, and it just clear understanding of Liquid, as we've come to expect from them in these last 6-7 months of them kind of keeping themselves consistently at the top 2, top 3.
Yeah, I will say they're just a fun team to watch, right? Like, it's nice to see high tier Dota for sure. Oh, this is a save of the day. Where is this from earlier? Whoa. Okay, that's pretty sick. We did not get to see this one, but that is pretty sick.
I mean, that's sick, but you know what's not sick? The Meteor Hammer in his inventory.
Yeah,
that must have been like, how do we make Spectre work kind of thing? And I don't think it ended up working. It looks like they probably lost that game, but that was a cool save of the day, at least.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, Meteor Hammer Spectre, probably not the most impressive item play of the day right here. We have a lot of different of the day things to wrap things up, so let's take a look. Oh, this is like Tomato first coming online, are you right? Oh, never mind. It's not. It's definitely not Tomato coming online.
This is the Rampage,
This is the Boundless Strike.
This is the Rampage.
Yeah, this is the Rampage.
This is Nisha earning his heavy work throughout the day today, you know?
Yeah. I will say Mickey made some really sick harpoon plays, like 2 times, like finding heroes here. This was really sick.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid continuing to just impress. Just VP and Liquid, I mean, VP and TSM. I think for VP, they're definitely a team that has a lot of growth. I think they showed some promise. I think TSM, they look better than I anticipated, got to be honest with you. And I'm really looking forward to see how much they can fix things a little bit here, because they have ideas. They just have these moments of weakness for the side of TSM that it hasn't. It's been like this like all year, where they bring it toe to toe with some of the best teams in the world, and then they just do like 1 or 2 plays that just completely ruin their game. So they can fix those. This team still can be really good.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow we've got some elimination series that are going to be happening. Fog and I will be here to bring those to you all, but for tonight, we are all done. Day 1 of the Riyadh Masters is now in the bag. Play-ins will continue tomorrow, like I said, with those eliminations to round things up. So make sure to come back and tune in for those. But for tonight, that will do it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you all very soon.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me, what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.